Chapter 1. In a certain residential complex in City A long line formed outside the property management center. Liu Piaopiao gazed at the towering 33-story building before her heart brimming with anticipation as a 20-year-old single office worker. After toiling relentlessly, scrimping and saving, and drawing upon her parents' meager savings, she had finally scraped together the funds to purchase a home. Today, at long last, she was set to receive the keys. The girl struck by debris has breathed her last. This girl met a most unjust fate. The boy who jumped is unscathed and has regained consciousness. Look, the homeowners exclaimed in astonishment. In front of the property management center, a homeowner had just taken possession of their apartment when a quarrel erupted. The boy, unable to comprehend his actions, had jumped from the building, tragically crushing the unsuspecting Liu Piaopiao. Transformed into a wisp of wandering spirit, Liu Piaopiao watched in horror as her body lay mangled and unrecognizable. Her soul drifted aimlessly until it arrived at a dark palace. From a distance, she spotted an elderly man seated at the helm, his hair as white as snow. Yet, as she drew closer, she realized he was not an old man at all, but rather an extraordinarily handsome figure of unparalleled beauty. Being a connoisseur of looks, Liu Piaopiao unabashedly stared at this stunning man, unable to suppress a gulp of admiration. Ahem! The striking man felt a chill run down his spine under her penetrating gaze, inwardly chastising her for being a lecherous woman, more focused on her infatuation than questioning how she had arrived in this place. He thought to himself that had he not been inebriated and mistakenly captured her soul, he would have relegated her to the realm of beasts. As Liu Piaopiao floated before him, the handsome judge spoke in a gentle tone. Liu Piaopiao, I have inadvertently taken your physical form. I am prepared to grant you any wish you desire, including the opportunity for rebirth. Accidental killing? Liu Piaopiao's ghostly eyes widened in disbelief as she fixed her gaze upon the handsome figure before her. Ahem, I am the judge of the underworld, and in my inebriation, I miscalculated the timing. The jumper mistakenly struck you, the man explained, feigning a cough as he clarified the situation. At this moment, Liu Piaopiao could hardly fathom that she had been accidentally killed by the dashing and unparalleled judge of the underworld after his drunken mistake. In a fit of rage, she threw a tantrum, crying out in protest against the injustice she had suffered. To cover up his drunken blunder, the judge promised to send Liu Piaopiao to a place of her dreams, inquiring about her wishes. I want to be an extraordinary beauty. I want to be surrounded by handsome men. I want to rule the world. I want to be the center of attention. I want to be showered with love. Reflecting on her unspent savings and the fact that she had not even lived a day in the home she had painstakingly purchased before her unjust demise, she felt a surge of indignation and decided to give the handsome judge a hard time with an additional demand. I also want space and a golden finger. Unexpectedly, the handsome judge squinted and calculated, a glimmer of delight flashing in his eyes. Liu Piaopiao, I can grant you a body that is nothing short of perfection. I can also provide you with a place filled with countless handsome men. Take as many as you desire. However, as for ruling the world, that depends on your own abilities. Such fortune does not come easily. I too have aspirations. My lord, the men must at least be of your caliber. Ordinary handsome men do not meet my standards. I have discerning taste, she replied. The judge's lips twitched, unsure whether to be angered or amused by her unabashed flattery. Rest assured, they will be more handsome than any you have encountered, perfectly suited for a beauty as unbounded as yourself. Oh, I meant to say, perfectly suited for a stunning leading lady such as you. My lord, seeing your striking and refined demeanor, I trust you would not deceive me, would you? Liu Piaopiao, adhering to the principle that excessive flattery could only yield favorable results, thought that since she had already passed away, she ought to ensure that this judge would send her to a better place and grant her a more splendid life. Ahem, enough of that. I have lived for over 10,000 years. How could I deceive a young girl like you? Now, calm your mind, close your eyes, and rest assured. At last, Liu Piaopiao felt satisfied and followed the handsome judge as he chanted a spell for her rebirth. Liu Piaopiao awoke with a soul-piercing scream. Before her stood a creature resembling a massive leopard, its powerful forepaw pressing against her shoulder, its imposing form licking her face with its tongue. Inside, Liu Piaopiao cursed, "Judge, you wretched old man. Are you sending me back to be devoured by beasts? Is this your form of revenge? I desired to be a stunning beauty adored by countless handsome men, yet you have cast me into the realm of beasts." Trembling in fear, she could not hold back her tears, her face quickly becoming a mess of sorrow. Jin Min gently stroked the female before him, marveling at her sweetness and beauty. "Why are you crying? Don't cry, your tears are so salty." Little did Liu Piaopiao know that the enormous leopard was lost in thought, contemplating her actions. All she saw was the beast licking her face with its long, crimson tongue. With its sharp, powerful claws tapping against her shoulder, it seemed to be testing the tenderness of her bones, preparing to feast. In that moment, she truly felt helpless. The leopard's teeth were razor-sharp, long and menacing, its colossal form something she had never encountered in a zoo. Liu Piaopiao cried for what felt like an eternity, but when she noticed that the leopard had not yet taken her life, she clasped her hands together and bowed repeatedly. "Great leopard, you are magnanimous. Spare this humble girl. I have but a mere 2 pounds of flesh. Surely, I am not enough to satisfy your hunger. I beseech you, if you let me go, I shall serve you in my next life, ensuring you are well fed." Is this pretty little female trying to appease me? Has she been enchanted by my magnificent beastly form, seeking to mate? Yet, he was not yet ready for such commitment. Moreover, this little female appeared to be quite young. However, she was the one he had found, thus she belonged to him. Jin Min pondered, occasionally frowning, sometimes conflicted, and at other times resolute. But to Liu Piaopiao, the colossal leopard's gaping maw and wild features were utterly terrifying. Had she not experienced death once, she would surely have fainted again on the spot. Seizing the moment while the leopard appeared dazed, Liu Piaopiao stifled her fear and dashed away with all her might. What kind of place was this? Towering trees, overgrown jungles, flowers and plants much larger than anything she had ever known. At that moment, Liu Piaopiao was running for her life, yet she could not escape the enormous beast. It seemed to toy with her like a pet. Whenever she ran far enough, it would effortlessly leap in front of her. "Ah, help!" Liu Piaopiao screamed in terror. The immense leopard seemed to understand, pausing momentarily as if to play with her, then darting forward as she attempted to flee again. In Jin Min's size, it appeared that this little female wished to engage in a game of chase. After what felt like an eternity of running, Liu Piaopiao was utterly exhausted, collapsing onto the muddy forest floor in a state of despair. "Great leopard, whether you wish to kill or maim me, do it swiftly. I would rather return and be reborn than face this wretched fate," she sobbed in desperation. "Little female, do not cry. Surrounding us are wild beasts. If I were not in my beast form, they would have already come to feast upon you." Jin Min transformed into human form, speaking gently. "Ah, monster!" Liu Piaopiao could not comprehend his words. Before her stood the leopard, now transformed into a tall, golden-haired, grayed, naked man. Overwhelmed by fear, fatigue, and astonishment, she fainted. "Jin Min, the little female you brought back, is exquisite. When she matures, I shall become her beast husband." Yang Su gazed adoringly at the beautiful little female sprawled upon the spacious stone bed of the clan shaman. "Scram! She is my little female, and you shall not lay a finger on her." Jin Min's expression turned fierce, causing Yang Su to retreat several meters in alarm. At that moment, the entrance of the clan shaman's cave was crowded with male goats from the tribe. Seeing the clan leader's son, Yang Su, being intimidated by Jin Min, they too admired the delicate, beautiful female, but dared not approach. Wrapped in animal hides and leaning on a bone cane adorned with a long string of unknown beastly fangs, the woman, appearing to be in her 40s and sporting goat horns, gently fed Liu Piaopiao a potion from a leaf. Before long, Liu Piaopiao stirred back to consciousness. She blinked at the horned woman before her, momentarily stunned, then tightly shut her eyes, and suddenly opened them again. "Oh my, this is no dream. This woman has a pair of goat horns. Have I entered the Jurassic world or the journey to the west?" Calming her astonishment, Liu Piaopiao inquired, "Sister, where am I? You won't eat me, will you?" The clan shaman and Jin Min exchanged bewildered glances. Shaman, what language is the little female speaking? We cannot comprehend her. However, she should be fine after drinking your potion, right? Jin Min, she is indeed fine. Yet this little female shows no signs of being a beast. I am utterly at a loss regarding her beast form. Then she pointed her bone staff at Liu Piaopiao. Look at the soft and beautiful animal hide draped across her. She must be a pampered little female from the great beast tribe in Beast City. Liu Piaopiao was instantly taken aback. Before her stood a man towering over 6 feet and 3 inches, with golden hair, gray eyes, and strikingly handsome features. His bare upper body was adorned only by a beast skin around his waist. Wasn't he the leopard spirit from the forest? And now, was this a female goat spirit? What were they chattering about? Did they intend to devour her? Overcome with fear, Liu Piaopiao began to weep. She thought of herself as a model youth from the modern civilized world, whose life had yet to truly blossom, now mistakenly thrust into this realm of monsters. How unfair it was. Wah? Jin Min, seeing the beautiful young female he had rescued in tears, was frantic. He babbled hurriedly. Female, what is your name? Please don't cry. Who has wronged you? Jin Min, will surely feast upon their flesh and drink their blood. At that moment, Liu Piaopiao perceived a fierce glint in the leopard spirit's eyes, as if he were about to consume her, which only frightened her further, causing her to curl up and sob uncontrollably. Child, from whence do you come? The tribe shaman gently stroked Liu Piaopiao's inky, satin-like hair. This little female was so petite, so soft, like a young beast. Liu Piaopiao could not comprehend their words, yet sensed that the goat spirit was a benevolent creature. She immediately sought protection, grasping the shaman's hand, while with her other hand she gestured, Fairy sister, I am a human from Earth, who has inadvertently wandered into your domain. To the shaman and Jin Min, Liu Piaopiao's frantic gestures and incomprehensible babble were utterly bewildering. The shaman gently patted her, signaling for her to be quiet. Before turning to Jin Min, this little female does not understand the beast language of the wildlands. She needs to drink from the holy spring of the beast god mountain. Jin Min glanced at Liu Piaopiao, then back at the shaman. I will go fetch the holy spring water from the beast god mountain. He then knelt on one knee, hand over his heart. Shaman, should I not return from this journey, promise me you will keep her safe, even if it means imprisoning her in the elder female's den. The shaman placed a hand over her heart. Jin Min, I promise you, if it were not for your unwavering protection of our goat clan over the years, we may have long been extinguished. Jin Min was the leopard beastman whom the shaman had personally rescued and raised. Their bond was one of absolute trust, akin to that of mother and son. Rising, Jin Min cast a lingering, heartfelt glance at Liu Piaopiao before turning to exit the cave. The shaman gazed at his departing figure with tears brimming in her eyes. Liu Piaopiao watched in astonishment as the two spirits communicated and made promises to one another. Although she could not understand their dialogue, she could discern the goat spirit's tenderness towards the leopard spirit, reminiscent of a mother beast caring for her young. The shaman personally guarded her, forbidding her from stepping outside the cave. Liu Piaopiao felt as if she were kidnapped, subjected to constant surveillance, her freedom wholly restricted. Whenever she attempted to leave the cave, the shaman would intercept her, speaking in an incomprehensible tongue. During this time, numerous muscular beastmen, clad in animal skins, would approach the shaman's cave, gazing at her with infatuation. The shaman, furious, would chase them away with her bone staff, exclaiming, "This is Jin Min's little female, you shall leave." Unbeknownst to Liu Piaopiao, the shaman was faithfully protecting her. A delicate and exquisite young female like her, devoid of the powerful aura of a beastman, would be vulnerable to abduction if she stepped outside. In the unfortunate event of encountering a depraved beast, her fate would be dire, likely becoming a tool for their cruel desires. A rumble from her stomach reminded Liu Piaopiao that she had traversed into this realm for at least half a day without a morsel to eat. This body was undeniably not her own. She touched herself, noting the pleasing proportion sample where it counted a slender waist and long legs. She was quite satisfied, though she was curious about her facial appearance. Dressed in an ancient-style long skirt, she rose and paced a few circles, measuring her height at around 5 feet 5 inches, a truly graceful figure. Upon hearing the growl of her stomach, the shaman, ignoring Liu Piaopiao's aimless wandering, turned to the cave entrance and called out. Shortly after, a female goat spirit, adorned with goat horns atop her head and a beast-skin skirt around her waist, entered the cave, her upper body bare. She carried a fresh leaf, upon which lay a piece of blackened, unknown beast meat, roughly the size of a basin. With kind eyes, she extended the offering to Liu Piaopiao. "Is this for me?" Liu Piaopiao inquired, pointing at the meat and then at her mouth. The goat spirit nodded with a smile, chattering, "Beautiful little female, please eat well, this is all for you." Famished, Liu Piaopiao, despite the language barrier, smiled and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you." She took the roasted meat without further ado, biting into it. It was tough and not particularly palatable, but in her extreme hunger, she felt no room for picky eating. Survival took precedence. "You truly are beautiful, little female. You are the loveliest I have ever seen," the goat spirit, Yang Yunyun, exclaimed enviously. Yet, she mused to herself, although this little female was stunning, her figure was slight, and she was frail. She believed herself to be more advantageous, being strong and robust, the ideal candidate for bearing young, a female coveted by beastmen. Although Liu Piaopiao could not understand, she sensed that this young goat spirit, along with the shaman watching over her, harbored no ill intentions towards her. Liu Piaopiao felt satiated after consuming a substantial piece of roasted meat, leaving a considerable portion untouched. The clan shaman shook his head, letting out a deep sigh. How can this young female grow strong enough to bear offspring for Jin Min with such a meager appetite? Yang Yunyun, noticing Liu Piaopiao's insufficient intake, offered her the remaining roast once more, urging, "You must eat more. Your body needs to grow robust. How will you endure the affections of a male beast otherwise? Hurry and eat." Liu Piaopiao waved her hands, shaking her head in protest. "Thank you. Beautiful. But I truly cannot eat anymore." She dared not meet Yang Yunyun's gaze directly. The absence of any covering on her upper body rendered Liu Piaopiao, who was once confident in her form, utterly disheartened. The sight of Yang Yunyun's bosom swaying with her movements was too overwhelming. Trapped by the goat spirit, Liu Piaopiao found herself unable to escape the cave entrance, fearing that offending these creatures might lead to her demise. So she resigned herself to sitting on the hard stone bed. She thought, "I shall leave it to fate," seeing the young female's misunderstanding. Yang Yunyun smiled to reassure her. "Fear not, little one. I will bring you more roasted meat. With your appetite, I could spare a mouthful." Liu Piaopiao observed the smiling Yang Yunyun, who seemed to be saying, "Once I fatten you up, I shall feast upon you." In that moment, Liu Piaopiao felt as if all the terror she had ever experienced in her life had accumulated to this day. She cursed the detestable Judge Yama, thinking, "If I am devoured by these monsters, I shall curse you in the underworld for 100 years." That a sneeze escaped from the Judge Yama in the underworld. "Who dares to curse me?" He closed his eyes and calculated, chuckling softly. "Liu Piaopiao, the body I granted you is but a mortal vessel left behind after the goddess of hope in the beast realm dissipated. Cherish it well." Having eaten her fill and observing that the others showed no signs of movement, Liu Piaopiao began to feel drowsy. After all, she had spent half the day running desperately through the forest to escape the jaws of a leopard. Utterly exhausted and on edge, before long, she succumbed to a deep slumber in the dead of night. The roar of wild beasts jolted Liu Piaopiao awake. The mother goat spirit beside her had already dashed out of the cave upon hearing the sounds. Liu Piaopiao hurried to follow, her heart racing with fear at the beastly roars, yet she felt no malice from the mother goat spirit, so she could not afford to lose her. "What in the world is this place?" Liu Piaopiao gasped, her eyes widening and mouth agape at the sight before her. Countless small fires illuminated a vast clearing filled with a herd of goats the size of bulls, alongside enormous wolves and wild dogs. Panic washed over her. She felt she would not be able to compete for sustenance among them. Just as her legs felt heavy as lead, and her body was covered in goosebumps, The throng of beasts parted to reveal a leopard the size of a bull. Clutching a bamboo tube in its mouth, its body riddled with the wounds of savage attacks, claw marks and bite marks, many of which were raw and bloody. One of its hind legs limped as it approached Liu Piaopiao slowly. Is it him, the leopard spirit? His injuries are grave, Liu Piaopiao thought, contemplating escape. With a thud, the leopard collapsed, transforming into a handsome man with golden hair and gray eyes. A blood-soaked hand extended the bamboo tube toward Liu Piaopiao. What is he offering? Instinctively, Liu Piaopiao accepted the tube, prompting a joyful smile from the leopard spirit, who then coughed up blood and lost consciousness, reverting to the wounded leopard once more. Quickly, take Jin Min back to his cave. The clan shaman shouted, as the goats, wolves, and wild dogs swiftly morphed into towering, muscular male beastmen, each over 6 feet tall and unashamedly revealing their forms that a few of them lifted the leopard and darted away. The shaman, whom Liu Piaopiao recognized as the mother goat spirit, pointed at the bamboo tube in Liu Piaopiao's hands, signaling her to drink. Liu Piaopiao examined the tube closely. A sticky substance resembling mud sealed the broken middle section. And despite her efforts, she could not pry it open. The mother goat spirit regarded Liu Piaopiao with a look akin to that of a caregiver to a simpleton, gently pinching the tube until it shattered. Good heavens, what incredible strength, Liu Piaopiao thought, taken aback. Without waiting for her to process this, the goat spirit turned her head and poured the liquid from the tube into Liu Piaopiao's mouth. Cough, cough. What is this? Liu Piaopiao instinctively questioned. This is the holy spring water of the beast god. Thousands of years ago, when the beast races could not communicate, the beast god bestowed this water upon them. Those who drink it can understand one another. Since then, the beastmen have passed this ability down through generations. It seems you're quite the anomaly, the spirit explained. Suddenly, Liu Piaopiao could comprehend their beast language, leaving her astonished. That moment, a searing pain shot through her right ankle. Before she could bend down to investigate, a beastman rushed over, visibly anxious. Shaman, Jin Min is fading fast. He wishes to see his little female. Liu Piaopiao, still processing the situation, was abruptly lifted by the shaman, who tucked her under her arm and began to run. Feeling utterly powerless to resist, Liu Piaopiao could only allow herself to be carried. Before long, the 2 beastmen brought her to a cavern filled with the stench of blood. Inside the spacious stone chamber, several male beastmen stood somberly before a stone bed, upon which lay a leopard, its body soaked in blood and its wounds grotesquely exposed. A small torch flickered in a hole in the stone wall, illuminating the various beast teeth hung upon it. The shaman hastened to the stone bed, holding Liu Piaopiao firmly. Shaman, Jin Min's injuries are too severe. Your healing herbs show no effect. This time, I fear, before Yang Su could finish. The shaman lamented. If it were not for Jin Min protecting our clan and hunting for us over these decades, we would have long ceased to exist. The shaman's gaze remained fixed on Jin Min, who was nearing death. As Jin Min's breath grew shallow, the shaman began to chant an ancient beast language, dancing without rhythm. Liu Piaopiao found it both mysterious and captivating, too awestruck to speak. The shaman's staff emitted a golden light that enveloped Jin Min, causing the ailing leopard to transform into a bloodied, near-death handsome man. Jin Min turned his head slowly, his voice weak. Shaman, my consciousness is fading. I wish to be with my little female. The shaman nodded, pulling the dazed Liu Piaopiao closer to the stone bed and signaling the other beastmen to leave the cave. Little female, have you drunk the holy spring water? Jin Min managed to utter, expending his last bit of strength. Jin Min, I have indeed drunk the holy spring water. Did you sustain such grave injuries to procure it for me? Liu Piaopiao had guessed the answer, but could not help but ask, perhaps due to their unfamiliarity, leaving her grasping for conversation. Jin Min forced a smile, a weak nod in response, but he lacked the strength to speak further and instantly transformed back into a dying leopard. In that moment, the round, gray-brown eyes of the leopard gazed longingly at Liu Piaopiao, bidding her a final farewell. Liu Piaopiao felt a pang of sorrow, realizing that this creature named Jin Min had sacrificed himself for her sake. Guilt washed over her as a sudden fiery pain shot through her right ankle. Looking down, She lifted her long skirt to reveal a golden lotus blooming with a radiant glow on her ankle. What is happening? What is this mark? Just then, a vision flooded her mind. A spacious room filled with ancient tomes on one side of a bookshelf, and on an ancient wooden table against one wall. A shimmering golden copper mirror, as she approached. The mirror unexpectedly reflected the image of the Judge Yama. Upon seeing Liu Piaopiao's consciousness draw near, he greeted her warmly. Liu Piaopiao, are you satisfied with the alternate world I arranged for you? Surely there are enough handsome men for your liking. Greetings to you. May you thrive in your realm, awaiting the elevation to divine status, where you shall reign supreme over the world. And this storage space is but a grand gift from me to you. Beside the mirror lies the summoning water. Partake of it, and you shall acquire unparalleled spiritual prowess in the beast realm. Liu Piaopiao glanced at the mirror, and indeed, a crystal vial, shimmering with golden light, appeared. Without hesitation, she seized it and drank from it. As she consumed the summoning water, she intended to inquire further from the handsome judge within the mirror, only to be met with his immediate, jovial response. I surmise you have now imbibed the summoning water. However, do not harbor any delusions of seeking me again. This is but a fragment of my divine consciousness, left for you after a century of expending my divine energy to breach the barrier. Farewell, and may our paths not cross again. Before Liu Piaopiao could utter a curse, no, to scold that old rogue judge, he vanished, leaving no trace alongside the gleaming mirror. A faint leopard's whimper summoned Liu Piaopiao's consciousness back. At that moment, Jin Min felt no pain, teetering on the brink of losing his spirit, yet he was loath to abandon this little female. How would she survive in this desolate land without his protection? Two warm tears fell from his dim leopard eyes. Liu Piaopiao was astonished. The leopard was indeed crying. She too did not wish for Jin Min to perish for her sake. Spiritual power? The old rogue spoke of it as a supreme ability. She focused her thoughts resolutely. I wish for Jin Min's injuries to heal. I wish for Jin Min's injuries to heal. As her concentrated spiritual energy coalesced, a golden light swirled around Liu Piaopiao's right hand. She gently placed her hand upon the wound on the leopard's forepaw, and a miracle occurred. The gaping wound began to heal at a visible pace. Liu Piaopiao rejoiced. She possessed the ability to heal. She then intensified her efforts, healing each of Jin Min's wounds in turn. Jin Min's eyes widened in disbelief. His little female was in fact a high priestess in this beast realm. Only the high priest of the great beast clans possessed healing abilities. And traditionally, high priests were male, and no female high priest had ever emerged in the desolate land. Jin Min felt his strength gradually returning, his spirit stabilizing, yet the little female before him began to bleed from her nostrils. No, this cannot be. Stop. Just then, Liu Piaopiao healed the last of Jin Min's wounds. Feeling dizzy and exhausted, she fainted once more. Jin Min instantly transformed, cradling her tightly in his embrace. No. Little female, you must not come to harm. In a state of panic, he dashed towards the shaman's cave with incredible speed, akin to lightning. In the blink of an eye, they arrived. The shaman, astonished to see Jin Min, who had been on the brink of death moments ago, now appeared unscathed in her cave, exclaimed, Jin Min, what has transpired? I observed your injuries. They were severe and impossible to heal, especially within such a short span. Jin Min had no time to explain. Shaman, please look at the little female. She is bleeding. Only then did the shaman notice Liu Piaopiao, who lay unconscious in Jin Min's arms. She gently placed her upon a stone bed, murmuring ancient beast tongues, then checked Liu Piaopiao's breath. The little female is fine. She has merely succumbed to slumber, as if she has exhausted all her strength. Let her rest well. Jin Min finally relaxed his tense heart. Did the little female save you? The shaman surmised. Jin Min nodded. Shaman, is the little female a high priestess of the great beast clans? Yet there has never been a female high priestess in the desolate land. The shaman's profound gaze grew distant, as if her consciousness was straining to recall something. After a lengthy pause, she spoke. Indeed, there has been no female high priestess since ancient times in the desolate land. However, in our entire beast realm, the ancient beast god who created it was a female, It is said that she also created the beast continent, possessing the ability to heal all things. But that is merely a legend, too far removed from our current reality. Each clan shaman inherits the divine consciousness of their ancestors, possessing fragments of memories and knowledge from birth. The shaman then gazed with concern at the sleeping Liu Piaopiao, gently saying, "This little female is too fragile. If other beastmen were to discover her healing ability, I fear that all high-ranking beastmen would come to seize her. Jin Min, we cannot let outsiders know." Jin Min's eyes were resolute as he nodded. "Shaman, the little female was saved by me. No beastman can take her from my side. Now that I am a second-tier beastman, with diligent training, I shall soon break through to the third tier. At that time, I will be able to protect her better. Presently, only the beast city possesses male beastmen of the fourth tier or higher." The shaman nodded. "Jin Min, when asked how your injuries healed so rapidly, you should say that you consumed an unknown fruit on Beast God Mountain and drank copious amounts of holy spring water." "Understood. Shaman, I shall take the little female back now. Return, but the little female is still underage." "You must not. Shaman, I have yet to reach that age. I would never force the little female into a bond. Rest assured." With that, he swiftly carried Liu Piaopiao back to his cave. As sunlight streamed into the cave, illuminating Liu Piaopiao, she gradually awakened, groggy and disoriented, only to find herself nestled in the embrace of a golden leopard. Startled, she nearly screamed, but the shock jolted her fully awake, and realizing she was in the arms of the leopard she had saved, she breathed a sigh of relief. Jin Min noticed that the little female had awakened and was struggling to free herself from his embrace. Immediately, he transformed into his human form, wishing to converse with her properly. Liu Piaopiao, upon seeing herself in the arms of a robust man, with well-defined muscles and a striking physique, felt her cheeks flush crimson, though she had witnessed the spectacle of the plaza at night. Being in such close proximity was undeniably awkward, especially since they were not yet acquainted. Liu Piaopiao quickly sprang up, leaping off the stone bed, only to see Jin Min following suit. As he stood, Liu Piaopiao hastily covered her eyes with one hand while pointing at the animal hide on the stone bed with the other. Hey, big leopard brother, please put on some clothes. This is most improper." Though Jin Min did not comprehend the term clothes, he quickly grasped her bashful gesture towards the animal hide and swiftly wrapped it around his waist. "Little female, what is your name? And what is your beast form?" Liu Piaopiao, now assured that Jin Min had covered his vital area, dared to meet his gaze directly. "I am Liu Piaopiao. As for my beast form, I am human-shaped. What beast could I possibly be?" "Oh, I know. I belong to the human ape clan." "Liu Piaopiao? May I call you Piaopiao henceforth? However, you mentioned the human ape clan. Their females typically have large, hairy ape ears and are well-endowed, quite suited for bearing young. None resemble you." Liu Piaopiao's casual remarks about beasts were evidently mismatched. What now? Moreover, do beastmen always speak so directly? If they were to discover her true human nature, would they treat her as an outcast? At this moment, Liu Piaopiao felt a surge of panic, uncertain how to explain. Sensing her distress, Jin Min immediately embraced her, reassuringly stating, "Piaopiao, do not be afraid. You are my little female, and no matter your beast form, no one can harm you, unless I perish." Liu Piaopiao longed to push him away, yet his earnest promise filled her with warmth. In her modern world, she had endured several heart-wrenching relationships, facing disdain for her appearance, her poverty, and infidelity. She had never experienced genuine love, and in that moment, Jin Min's vow resonated deeply with her. Strangely, she found herself reluctant to push him away. "Piaopiao, you must not reveal your healing ability. It is imperative." Liu Piaopiao gazed up at him innocently, nodding. Only the high priest of the great beast clans possessed healing powers, and there had yet to be a female high priest in the desolate land. As a second-tier beastman, if the beast city and the fallen beast city were to learn of her healing ability, she feared they would come to seize her. How does one perceive a beastman's abilities? What is the city of beasts and the city of fallen beasts? Jin Min was astonished, as it was evident that Piaopiao was still unfamiliar with many aspects of this beastly world. "Piaopiao, where do you hail from? How can you not distinguish between beast abilities and be unaware of the city of beasts and the city of fallen beasts? Jin Min inquired, but I can't recall where I came from. I fell in the forest and injured my head. So many things have slipped my mind, Liu Piaopiao replied, feigning a headache as she rubbed her temples. Jin Min's heart ached immediately. All right, Piao. If you can't remember, then don't dwell on it. After all, you are my little female, and I will ensure your safety. After saying this, Jin Min controlled his mental energy, releasing an imposing aura, and 2 golden beast patterns appeared on his forehead. As his pressure dissipated, those golden patterns vanished as well. Piao, did you see my 2 beast patterns? He asked. The higher the beast rank, the stronger the abilities of evasion and hunting. Beastmen are born with first-tier abilities, and most must live to 300 years to attain second-tier abilities that I'm only 200 years old. So Piao, I can protect you 200 years. How long do beastmen live? Liu Piaopiao was taken aback. We beastmen can only live up to 500 years. If we can break through to 5th tier before that age, ascending to the saint rank, it is said we can live for over 1,000 years. 500 years, but I am merely a pure human. I can hardly live for a few decades. How is that possible? Liu Piaopiao's heart was filled with astonishment and confusion, noticing her silence. Jin Min continued. In the city of beasts reside high-ranking beastmen of 3rd tier and above that. It is rumored that there are 5th tier beastmen, the rulers of the Zhuang continent, where ordinary beastmen cannot reside. The city of fallen beasts is the dark city of fallen male beasts across the entire Zhuang continent. Jin Min, what are fallen male beasts? Fallen male beasts are those who have lost their bonded females. Once we male beasts bond with a female, we must protect her until death. If the female meets with an unfortunate demise, the male beast will suffer a backlash from the contract, if fortunate enough to survive. He becomes a fallen beast. Another category is those who defy the rules of the beast god and kill female beastmen, becoming cursed and reduced to fallen beasts. Only fallen beasts dare to harm females. Indeed, fallen beasts are ruthless male beasts who even kill females. They are a forsaken group, abandoned by the beast gods Piao. If you encounter a male beast with red eyes, you must flee. Are all fallen beasts characterized by red eyes? Liu Piaopiao sought confirmation. Jin Min nodded affirmatively. Yes, but Piao, there is no need to worry. Fallen beasts typically reside in the city of fallen beasts and rarely appear in the Zhuang forest. I understand, Jin Min. I will remember. However, what sort of curse does the beast god bestow upon fallen beasts? Liu Piaopiao was curious, reasoning that the punishment would not be lenient given the transgression against the beast god's rules. Jin Min's eyes displayed fear. Fallen beasts endure excruciating pain, akin to being flayed alive, every full moon night until dawn. Thus, fallen beasts are brutal and bloodthirsty. They even consume beastmen. They can no longer ascend to the saint rank. Liu Piaopiao thought to herself that the greatest threat in the Zhuang continent lay in the wild beasts of the forest and the fallen beasts. Instantly, she felt a sense of relief and nodded at Jin Min. I won't wander off. You can rest assured. Jin Min was exceedingly pleased. His little female was so obedient, gentle, beautiful, and sweet. The females here were typically raised in the palms of numerous male beasts, most of whom exhibited domineering and reckless tendencies. His Piao was truly different. Piao, wait for me in the tribe. Do not leave our goat tribe under any circumstances, Jin Min urged her repeatedly, emphasizing that she should remain within the safety of her kin. He needed to hunt in the forest, for he was now a male beast with a female. He could no longer hunt out of hunger. The female at home required his sustenance. Male beastmen consumed vast amounts of beast meat during each meal, typically enough to last 1 or 2 days. However, females could not do the same. They required 2 to 3 meals daily, as their intake was minimal. Liu Piaopiao felt her heart melt at the depth of concern in his eyes, and she nodded in agreement, realizing she too was afraid to venture out, given the wild beasts and other beastmen in the forest. When Jin Min emerged unscathed in the square, all the beastmen of the goat tribe stared in disbelief. Just last night, he had been on the brink of death, yet now he appeared before them nonchalantly. Jin Min, where have you been? How did you survive? This is wonderful, Yang Su exclaimed, rushing to Jin Min's side. Yang Su, I must hunt for my little female. I ate many unfamiliar wild fruits and drank copiously from the holy spring on the beast god's mountain to recover, Jin Min declared, articulating the words taught by the tribe's shaman. The beast god's mountain is the central area containing holy spring water, surrounded by ferocious beasts, where only those of third tier and above dare to venture, often at the risk of their lives. As a second-tier beastman, Jin Min would not have returned if it weren't for the agility inherent to the snow leopard. The beastmen of the goat tribe held Jin Min in even greater esteem. Jin Min felt a surge of confidence, striding with an air of majesty, believing himself to be the mightiest beastman in this world. At this moment, he was wholly unaware that without Liu Piaopiao's healing powers, he would have long since perished. Without Liu Piaopiao, he would never have had the audacity to venture alone into the beast god's mountain with only second-tier abilities. After Jin Min departed, many male beastmen appeared in the distance at the cave entrance, placing numerous wild fruits, fresh flowers, and wild boar meat just 5 meters from where Liu Piaopiao resided. Liu Piaopiao observed the beastmen outside the cave, each acting like starry-eyed fans, peering in. "Look, the little female has come out," an excited male goat beast exclaimed. "She is truly beautiful. I have never seen such a lovely female, but she is not yet of age. Look at her small chest and petite figure. She is quite small. This little female must have gone hungry as a child. She looks so frail. How pitiful, even thinner than the females of the monkey tribe. How could her kin be so cruel, not feeding her properly? Indeed, such a beautiful little female. I wish I could give her all my beast meat." This group of excited beastmen analyzed and discussed the story of a downtrodden, underfed, underage female who had been mistreated by her entire tribe, and it spread throughout the goat tribe. Liu Piaopiao found it nearly impossible not to eavesdrop, as the beastmen's loud voices showed no intention of discretion. This group was amusingly naive, and she found them quite endearing. "Be careful around Jin Min's cave. He might come back and beat you up tonight," Yang Yunyan warned, carrying a pile of animal skins to Liu Piaopiao's cave entrance. Upon hearing Jin Min's name, the goat beastmen instinctively recalled how, over the past 200 years, they had been beaten and cried out by Jin Min numerous times, leading them to scatter in panic. Clearly, compared to Jin Min's abilities, a little female would not choose them, a mere group of shape-shifting male beasts, especially since they were the lowest in combat value, primarily herbivorous, lacking sufficient hunting skills. Jin Min often provided them with game. "Little female, the tribe shaman asked me to bring you these animal skins." Yang Yunyan cheerfully entered the cave. Today, she wore only a half-skirt made from animal skin, leaving her upper body bare. As she placed the thick stack of animal skins on the stone bed, her chest swayed, causing Liu Piaopiao to feel quite embarrassed, though she maintained a smile. "Thank you, shaman, and thank you as well. My name is Liu Piaopiao. I am Yang Yunyan. From now on, you're a female of our goat tribe. If any female dares to bully you, let me know. You are far too frail. I will protect you." Yang Yunyan patted her ample chest, making Liu Piaopiao feel somewhat shy. "Okay, thank you, Yang Yun, and no need for thanks, Piaopiao. Come, I will take you out to play," without waiting for Liu Piaopiao to refuse. She grabbed her and dashed out of the cave. "Yunyan, where are we going? I seem to be a bit hungry." Liu Piaopiao emerged from the cave entrance and spotted the wild fruits scattered on the ground, instantly eliciting a long series of growls from her stomach. "Piaopiao, I am truly sorry. I forgot to bring you something to eat. I thought Jin Min would leave you some roasted meat, but I forgot he didn't hunt at all yesterday." Yang Yunyan sheepishly ruffled her disheveled hair. Liu Piaopiao pointed at the food on the ground, asking, "May I eat this?" After all, being in the territory of the beastmen, she felt compelled to inquire about their customs. Fearing that consuming someone's food might result in her becoming that person's female, which would be utterly terrifying. "Of course you can eat. The male beasts are quite fond of you, which is why they brought you food and flowers. Food is indeed rare, especially beast meat, and it must not be wasted. Our goat tribe loses many male beastmen each year due to hunting," Yang Yunyan explained, all the while swiftly gathering the wild fruits and wild boar meat from the ground and transporting them back to Liu Piaopiao's cave. Stacking them in a corner, Liu Piaopiao was astounded by Yang Yunyan's physical prowess. She effortlessly carried numerous bloody pieces of wild boar meat, weighing over 100 pounds, along with the same amount of wild fruits. Without even breaking a sweat. Here, Piaopiao, eat quickly. Yang Yinyin handed her a bright red fruit, nearly the size of Liu Piaopiao's 2 fists combined. Liu Piaopiao, truly famished, took the fruit and bit into it, savoring its sweet flavor. How delightful! Liu Piaopiao smiled contentedly. This was the first time Yang Yinyin had witnessed such a beautiful smile, and she couldn't help but reach out to touch Liu Piaopiao's now fruit-stuffed, round cheeks. Piaopiao, you are truly lovely. Liu Piaopiao's eyes widened in surprise. In a way, I am definitely straight. Yang Yinyin couldn't help but chuckle. Piaopiao, I only like male beasts, and I've never seen such a beautiful little female like you. I couldn't resist touching your face. With how you look, you're still just a little cub. Liu Piaopiao fell silent. She was at least 20 years old, and while a human woman of 1.65 meters might be considered acceptable, her measurements were certainly not comparable to those of the females in this beast world, who typically stood at 1.75 meters or taller, boasting pure beast lineage with alluring curves and robust physiques. After a while, Liu Piaopiao finished the enormous fruit, which was indeed delicious, with a texture reminiscent of dragon fruit, albeit sweeter. Yang Yinyin promptly offered another, but Liu Piaopiao shook her head in refusal. Yinyin, I've had enough. You should eat too. Piaopiao, eating so little won't help you grow strong. Jin Min is the strongest male beast in our tribe, and the mating prowess of a leopard is formidable. You surely won't be able to handle it. Liu Piaopiao nearly choked on her own astonishment. Were beastmen truly this straightforward? She quickly changed the subject. Yinyin, when are you going to take me out to play? Let's go. All right, Piaopiao, I'll take you to a wonderful place where many females are gathered. Yang Yinyin cheerfully took Liu Piaopiao's hand and led her outside the cave. The goat tribe was situated at the base of a great mountain, with numerous caves carved into the cliff for habitation. A stone path, 3 to 5 meters wide, was reserved for passage, and at the bottom of the mountain lay a vast plaza. Yang Yin guided Liu Piaopiao from the highest cave, where Jin Min resided, down toward the plaza. Along the way, they encountered many beastmen, most of whom were male and juvenile, with hardly any female beastmen in sight, prompting Liu Piaopiao to inquire, Yin, why do we seldom see female beastmen in the goat tribe? Piaopiao, female beastmen are quite rare in every beast tribe. Including you, our goat tribe currently has 8 females. How many members do you have in total? If I recall correctly, there were many male beastmen in the plaza last night. We have 120 tribe members. Liu Piaopiao marveled at the significant disparity in the male-to-female ratio. Just then, as they arrived at the plaza, a group approached them that a female beastman, appearing to be in her 40s with long goat horns, was flanked by 8 male beastmen, one of whom had gray eyes, indicating he was not from the goat tribe. The male beastmen all bore the same goat tattoo on their chests and wore nothing but animal skin skirts, including the female, making Liu Piaopiao feel a bit embarrassed to look directly at them as they passed by Yang Yinyin and Liu Piaopiao. The female spoke, Yinyin, have you given any thought to our son Yang Su? His time is up, and if you have no objections, we can hold the ceremony for you two tonight. That I have no objections, but Yang Su said yesterday that he wanted to be Piaopiao's beast husband, which made me very angry. Yang Yinyin was quite forthright, seemingly indifferent to Liu Piaopiao's feelings. Liu Piaopiao was alarmed and quickly waved her hands. Yinyin, I never agreed to anyone being my beast husband. I was completely unaware of this. Yang Yinyin chuckled. Who would even say that about you? Our beastmen express affection in such a direct manner that I like Yang Su, and since you do not, he should be my beast husband instead. Seeing that Yang Yinyin exhibited no signs of jealousy or anger, Liu Piaopiao couldn't help but admire the beastmen's boldness and generosity, realizing they were not the petty types. Mother, I'll be leaving now. Please prepare for a ceremony tonight, Yang Yinyin said, pulling Liu Piaopiao along as they headed towards the plaza's exit. Yinyin, is that your mother? Liu Piaopiao inquired. From today onwards, she will be my mother, Yang Yinyin replied nonchalantly. Why today? And why are there other tribes' beastmen with her? Liu Piaopiao was curious. She is Yang Su's mother and also the matriarch of our goat tribe, Yang Hao. She has 10 beast husbands, one of whom is that gray-eyed wolf tribe male you saw today, point 10, And why do all their goat tattoos look identical? Liu Piaopiao exclaimed, her mouth agape in astonishment. Yang Yinyin looked at her as if she were foolish. Isn't that perfectly normal? Our females are already scarce. Who doesn't have a dozen beast husbands? Many ferocious beast tribes form bonds with dozens of male beastmen. They love hunting fierce beasts, and many male beastmen die each year. Once a male beastman recognizes a female, after mating and forming a bond, his chest will bear the female's beast mark. Yang Yinyin explained, scrutinizing Liu Piaopiao with an assessing gaze, as if imagining something. She offered a sympathetic consolation. Piaopiao, with your slender frame, you surely cannot form bonds with dozens of male beasts. But do not worry, with someone as powerful as Jin Min, he will surely take good care of you and select a few more of our goat tribe's males for you. Yang Yinyin perceived Liu Piaopiao as pitiful, thinking she was so naive that she didn't even understand the concept of forming a mating bond to bear a female beast mark, realizing she had just arrived and was unfamiliar with beast language. Yang Yinyin concluded that Liu Piaopiao must have been a lonely little beast raised by high-ranking beastmen, making her truly unfortunate. Yinyin, let us go to that fun place you mentioned. Liu Piaopiao was genuinely intimidated by the beastman's boldness. As if marrying several husbands were as ordinary as having a meal. We're almost there. Look. Yang Yinyin pointed ahead, where a crystal-clear river appeared, its waters as clean and green as jade, and the lush vegetation on both sides flourished. As they approached, Yang Yinyin pushed aside layers of 2-meter-high grass to create a path. Piaopiao, hurry. Let us go play in the water. The river is warmed by the sun right now, and it feels delightful. Liu Piaopiao was equally thrilled. The weather was pleasantly warm, around 20 degrees, and after running tirelessly all day yesterday, she was covered in sweat that a bath would be most welcomed, and she would not hesitate. Yang Yinyin, with a swift tug, removed her animal skin skirt and boldly stepped into the river, causing ripples in the water while her rear end jiggled with each step. Liu Piaopiao felt rather embarrassed, realizing only she was feeling awkward, while Yang Yinyin seemed unfazed. The beast wind was fierce. Liu Piaopiao glanced around, seeing no other beastmen, and finally loosened her tattered, dirted long skirt, which had been torn in several places. Looking down at her reflection in the river, Liu Piaopiao was horrified to see her disheveled appearance. Her face smeared with a mix of snot, tears, and dirt, while her skin was also coated with grime. How could they all claim to be so beautiful? The scene was utterly chaotic, as Liu Piaopiao could no longer resist the urge to immerse her entire head in the water, vigorously scrubbing herself clean. With the splashing sound of water echoing, Yang Yinyin turned around and beheld Liu Piaopiao, her long hair drenched and her face freshly washed. The striking beauty that was unveiled left her in utter astonishment. For in the beastly realm, none could surpass Piaopiao in allure. Noticing the exaggerated, awestruck gaze of Yang Yinyin, Liu Piaopiao cast her eyes upon the gradually calming river surface, reflecting on just how stunning her own visage had become. With a countenance that could topple kingdoms, arched brows, pearly white teeth, and crimson lips, particularly those enchanting, luminous eyes akin to glistening obsidian, she was utterly captivating. She glanced at her skin, which glowed with a snow-like radiance. She found herself enamored with her own form that moment. Liu Piaopiao felt a profound gratitude toward the judge for honoring his promise, for his wisdom and prowess were unparalleled in the world. Is it true that you are the little female of Jin Min? A towering, haughty female orc from the goat tribe stood at the riverbank, casting a disdainful look at Liu Piaopiao in the water. Infuriatingly, she was accompanied by several male orcs, one of whom was a hyena orc. Liu Piaopiao, struck by fear, hurriedly concealed herself behind Yang Yinyin, not out of fear of their imposing presence, but rather of the possibility of being completely exposed. What a disgrace! Yang Yinyin extended her arm protectively around Liu Piaopiao, her anger palpable. Yang Mei, this is the territory of Piaopiao and me. You and your beastly companions should leave at once. Humph! What is there to be proud of? Apart from her beauty, she is nothing more than an immature, weak female cub. Jin Min is the male orc I have my eyes on. You had best step aside. Yang Mei's irritation grew as she beheld Liu Piaopiao's flawless skin and exquisite face. Her envy festered, wishing to cast her into the forest to be devoured by wild beasts. She was the most beautiful female of the goat tribe, and now the entire clan spoke of Jin Min's little female as the most stunning in the beastly world, inciting her ire further. You all should leave quickly, or else Jin Min will return soon. If you bully his female, he will surely obliterate your male companions. Yang Yunyun rose swiftly, charging to the riverbank and shoving Yang Mei back a couple of meters. Goodness, Yunyun was audaciously confronting them while clad only in her skin, leaving Liu Piaopiao to remain alone in the water, her hands covering her chest and lap, wishing desperately for a hole to hide in. Particularly alarming were the male orcs accompanying Yang Mei, who displayed no sense of decorum, staring at her with open admiration, their tense pitched in excitement. It was utterly terrifying. Liu Piaopiao, overwhelmed by embarrassment, bowed her head at a 90-degree angle, her inner ostrich spirit reminding her, they are not human. They are beasts. She was surrounded by a crowd of goats and hyenas. Once civilized beings, she recalled how they had once been her dinner. This thought seemed to provide some comfort, and Liu Piaopiao felt slightly better. Yang Mei turned to find her male companions gazing at the frail little female, and fury surged within her. She spun around and unleashed her wrath upon the male beasts. You useless lot. The males immediately bowed their heads, none daring to defy her. Yang Mei turned once more, pointing at the fragile little female in the river. So, you are Liu Piaopiao? I will not let this matter rest. Humph. If you do not leave, I shall strike you. Yang Yunyun, undeterred, raised her fist in defiance toward Yang Mei. Although male orcs dared not lay a hand on females, there existed no such rule among the females themselves. Yang Mei, seething with rage, thought that if they lingered, the useless males might fall under the little female's spell, and her fury intensified. She turned to leave, but suddenly stepped on something soft. Looking down, she discovered it was softer than any hide she possessed. Hey, that's my dress. Put it down. Liu Piaopiao couldn't help but shout. Humph. This is mine now, Yang Mei declared, clutching the fabric of Liu Piaopiao's long skirt as she attempted to depart. Yang Yunyun immediately grabbed her. Return it to Piaopiao. It belongs to her. I found it just now. Yang Mei tugged fiercely at the dress. Yang Yunyun rushed to snatch it back, and the two engaged in a fierce tug-of-war, their orcish strength proving formidable. With a sudden rip, the garment tore apart. Yang Mei, now infuriated, decided to destroy the remnants of the dress entirely before spinning on her heel to leave. Liu Piaopiao stood in shock. Her only dress was gone, but fortunately, her shoes, which had fallen amidst the tussle, remained intact. Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind. She focused her mental energy into her spatial compartment, searching for attire. Yet, aside from a wall lined with books, she found no garments whatsoever. Piaopiao, I am so sorry. I wanted to retrieve your hide, but it turned out to be more fragile than the beast hides we wear. Yang Yunyun lamented, holding the tattered scraps of fabric as she gazed apologetically at Liu Piaopiao, who clutched her body tightly in the water. It's over now. I'm going to have to run naked. Liu Piaopiao said, too embarrassed to approach the shore. Yunyun, I have no clothes to cover myself. Oh, I mean hides. How will I return? You must come ashore. The sun is setting, and the water is getting cold. It can harm your beastly body. We're mine. But what about you? I am much sturdier than you. In this weather, I won't feel cold without a hide. Come on. Yunyun insisted, her demeanor serene. Liu Piaopiao was rendered speechless. Yunyun seemed utterly devoid of any sense of modesty. Alas, she had no choice but to wear Yunyun's hide. Since Yunyun was taller, the hide that wrapped around her lower body became a makeshift dress, just barely covering the essential parts. The hide's opening was somewhat loose. So Liu Piaopiao quickly twisted some water plants into thin strips to tighten it around her chest. Yunyun was witnessing an orc wearing a hide dress for the first time, her face filled with wonder. Piaopiao, you look quite lovely like this. I shall wear it the same way when I return. Yunyun, while this style may conceal private parts, females ought to be more discreet, Liu Piaopiao replied, but Yunyun seemed to grasp none of it. Piaopiao, I intend to wear it like this tonight. When I mate with Yang Su, it will surely be more thrilling. Yunyun exclaimed, her face alight with anticipation, completely lacking any sense of shame. Liu Piaopiao was left utterly flabbergasted. finally realizing that in their beastly world there were no boundaries whatsoever. Thus, a female orc with a light brown complexion, adorned with goat horns, boldly strode through the territory of the goat tribe, her head held high and her gait unwavering. While male orcs returning from the forest hunt cast admiring glances her way. Liu Piaopiao followed behind, her head bowed in embarrassment, feeling acutely self-conscious for Yun. Yet who cared? Look, Jin Min and Yang Su are back. An elder female exclaimed joyfully. Liu Piaopiao turned to see a massive golden leopard dragging a mammoth that was several times larger than its own body, while behind it, a dozen male goat orcs maintained their beastly forms. Hoisting another mammoth, the size of the second mammoth was comparable to that which the leopard carried. The goat tribe erupted in joyful roars, their excitement palpable. Jin Min is truly formidable. These two mammoths will feed the entire clan for several days. Yang Yun exclaimed, her face brimming with admiration as she patted Liu Piaopiao's shoulder. Piaopiao, your male is incredibly strong. You are indeed fortunate. Liu Piaopiao found it a bit challenging to adapt to the orc's straightforwardness. Yet who does not appreciate compliments about their loved ones? Jin Min, with a flick of his head, tossed the enormous mammoth into the center of the square. At the tea that moment, the shaman summoned several orcs, armed with bone knives, to surround and process the mammoth's carcass. Other orcs hurried to assist Yang Su with the second mammoth. Yang Yun excitedly dashed toward the square where Yang Su was, leaving Liu Piaopiao utterly dumbfounded by the wildness of the day. In a few swift strides, Jin Min reached Liu Piaopiao's side. Noticing her averted gaze, he seemed to grasp something, quickly grabbing the hide from a nearby male orc to cover himself. Flashing a grin, he said, Piaopiao, I'm back. You must be starving. I will go prepare some roasted meat for you no need. Jin Min, while you were hunting, I feasted on plenty of fruits gifted by the tribe. I'm not hungry at all that I wish to return to the cave first. Piaopiao, you look remarkably beautiful and fragrant. Have you taken a bath in the river? Jin Min, resembling a playful puppy, leaned closer to Piaopiao's neck and inhaled deeply. This made Piaopiao's cheeks flush with embarrassment. You are covered in the blood of many beasts. You should clean yourself up as well, that I shall return first. With that, she hurriedly made her way back to the cave. Dressed in nothing but a beast skin wrap, she felt an overwhelming sense of vulnerability. Observing the blood from the mammoth on his chest, Jin Min realized he would undoubtedly be shunned by the fragrant little female. Swiftly transforming into a golden leopard, he dashed towards the riverbank. Upon returning to the cave, Piaopiao's first task was to retrieve a pile of clean, soft beast skins from the stone bed. Selecting a large piece, she brought it to her nose to sniff. It bore no unpleasant odor, indicating that the beastmen here possessed a sophisticated technique for processing hides. After inspecting the cave, she discovered a leather belt containing a bone knife, a slender bone needle, and a primitive hemp rope. Overjoyed, she sat on the edge of the bed, took the thinnest and most flexible hide, and cut it down. She tore the coarse hemp rope into fine strands, threading them onto the bone needle to fashion herself a makeshift undergarment. Finding the sensation of freedom quite disconcerting, she then fashioned a simple vest and a knee-length skirt from another piece of hide. With this vest and skirt, along with her new undergarment, Piaopiao felt an immediate surge of security. When Jin Min emerged from his cleansing, clad in a clean beastskin skirt he must have procured or taken by force. He appeared at the entrance of the cave. Invigorated, he found Piaopiao sitting alone on the stone bed, delicately arranging her soft, beautiful long hair, which cascaded like a mountain waterfall, as her agile fingers twisted the strands into two neat ropes that rested on her shoulders. Jin Min was mesmerized. Unable to resist, he approached her, gently pushing her down onto the stone bed, licking her face and neck. Piaopiao was startled by Jin Min's audacious actions. He licked her like a dog, and her chest felt as heavy as stone, rendering her unable to push him away. The sensation was intensely ticklish. Gradually, a hard object pressed painfully against her thigh, causing Piaopiao to freeze in fear. Was this male beast attempting to assert dominance? What was she to do? She had yet to decide whether she wanted a leopard as a mate. Jin Min continued to lick for an extended period, his primal instincts surging, his gray eyes deepening with desire. Piaopiao's feeble resistance felt akin to mere tickling, but he recognized it as the full extent of her strength. Rationality reminded him that he could not act on his impulses. Piaopiao was still not of age. He was alarmed to realize he had touched her body prematurely, a grave misstep. Jin Min was torn, barely able to control the boiling blood within him. Spotting a bone knife nearby, he seized it without a second thought and made a swift cut on his thigh. The sharp pain brought him back to his senses, calming the tempestuous urge within. Piaopiao was taken aback by his self-inflicted injury. Watching as he gradually rose from her, seated himself at the edge of the bed, and took deep breaths. Turning to her with gentleness, he said, "Piaopiao, do not be afraid. I shall not force you to mate until you come of age, that I will protect you with my life." Realizing that this foolish creature was resorting to self-harm to control his instincts, Piaopiao gazed at his strikingly handsome features, his strong physique, and those innocent yet resolute gray eyes, her heart racing in response to his allure. If this naive leopard knew she was an adult human female, he would undoubtedly seek to claim her immediately. She decided to withhold that information for now. The rapid progression of their feelings left her feeling unsettled. "Jin Min, does your leg hurt? Why did you make such a large wound?" Piaopiao expressed her concern, observing the blood flowing from his thigh. She then sat up, summoning healing light with her mental energy and gently applying it to his wound, which was deep enough to see bone. Miraculously, the injury healed instantly. "Piaopiao, please refrain from using your healing abilities carelessly. I fear the other beastmen may find out." Jin Min pulled Piao tightly into his embrace, as if he were a child terrified of losing his beloved toy to others. Piao felt warmth in her heart, responding with tenderness. "Silly leopard, it is just the two of us now. There is no need to worry about being discovered. Besides, why did you inflict such a heavy injury on yourself? It must hurt terribly." Jin Min beamed with joy, grinning as if he had tasted honey. Realizing that his little female cared for him, he nuzzled against Piao's neck and head like an affectionate puppy. After a while, he finally spoke. "Piao, you care for me. Do not worry. I fear losing control and harming you. Promise me that when you come of age, I shall be your first mate. All right?" His autumn water-like gray eyes fixated on Piao, making it exceedingly difficult for her to utter a refusal. She instinctively nodded in agreement. As dusk fell, bonfires of various sizes ignited in the square of the goat clan's territory, in the center. The largest fire blazed, with enormous beast bones supporting roasted mammoth meat, sizzling and releasing an enticing aroma that wafted to the mountaintops. Standing at the cave's entrance, Jin Min gently lifted Piao into his arms, asking, "Piao, are you hungry? I will take you to eat roasted meat. Tonight is the bonding ceremony of Yang Su." "Piao, let me down. I can walk on my own," she replied, feeling a bit shy. "Especially since the square was currently filled with over 100 beastmen. I will carry you down," Jin Min said, and before she could protest, he tossed her into the air, grasped the beast skin at his waist with his mouth, and transformed into a majestic golden leopard, catching Piao securely on his back as she fell down. Piao shrieked in fright as Jin Min threw her into the air, instinctively closing her eyes. When she opened them again, she found herself atop the leopard's back, clinging tightly to its head in a flurry of panic. Jin Min, seeing her startled scream, felt a desire to laugh, but with her soft hands on his face. He realized his sharp teeth could inadvertently harm her, that he quickly shut his mouth, nearly biting through the beast's skin he held, and leapt down from the mountainside with Piao safely on his back. In the blink of an eye, Piao found herself at the center of the square, a breathtaking beauty with her hair styled in 2 braided pigtails, riding atop the grand golden leopard. The entire clan was captivated by this stunning scene, having never witnessed a female devoid of any beastly traits, especially one so exquisite and ethereal, coupled with the unique presence of the clan's only second-tier male beast. Piao appeared as a goddess descending from the heavens, commanding respect and admiration. However, the leopard's grip on the beast's skin and its mouth slightly diminished its regal aura. Jin Min, observing the other male beast's infatuation with his little female, felt a surge of irritation. He unleashed his second-tier beastman aura, compelling many male beastmen to bow their heads in reluctant submission. Jin Min brought Piao to a small fire, knelt on all fours, and gently placed her down before swiftly wrapping his lower body in a beast skin. "Piao, Wait here. I will fetch some meat. Piaopiao smiled and nodded, patiently awaiting the leopard's offering, scanning the square. She noted that the small fires were organized by family units, revealing only 7 females present, including the clan shaman. Among them were 2 young female cubs, protected by their parents as they gnawed on roasted meat. The goat clan indeed had a scarcity of females, and given her height of less than 1.7 meters, the other adult females likely perceived her as a cub. The other 5 adult females, including the shaman, were surrounded by several male beastmen, and even near Yang Yun's fire, there were already 9 male beastmen seated. Were these all potential mates for her? Liu Piaopiao gazed curiously towards Yun Yun. Piaopiao, come here, Yang Yun called out enthusiastically, waving her hand out. No, I'm waiting here for Jin Min, Liu Piaopiao replied, shaking her head. I could see that moment. Jin Min approached, holding a large piece of roasted meat. Here, Piaopiao, I brought you the most tender piece of roasted meat. Liu Piaopiao saw Jin Min extending a piece of meat as large as a basin, still steaming with heat. Jin Min, I can't eat that much. Just tear off a small piece for me, she said, gesturing with her hands to indicate her portion size, about the size of her fist. Piaopiao, if you eat so little, how can you bond with me in the future? You must eat more. Jin Min insisted, gently tearing the enormous piece of meat in half and forcefully handing her one half. Liu Piaopiao was left speechless. This orc's mind was so straightforward. Could he not be a bit more subtle? Orcs truly were orcs. She reached out to take the meat, only to find it scalding hot, causing her fingertips to turn crimson. Jin Min, startled, quickly grasped Liu Piaopiao's small hand and blew on it repeatedly. Piaopiao, I'm so sorry. It's all my fault. Did it burn you? Is it painful? The concern and tenderness in his gray eyes warmed Liu Piaopiao's heart, making her forget the pain in her burned fingers. She smiled and shook her head. It doesn't hurt. I thought it wouldn't be hot since you were holding such a big piece. Seeing her smile, Jin Min felt a bit more at ease. We male orcs have tough skin and thick flesh. Unlike you females, it's my fault for not understanding the females yet. I won't let it happen again. After saying this, Jin Min ran towards the edge of the square into the forest. Quickly returning with fresh leaves and some branches, he skewered the roasted meat onto the branches, placing it on thick leaves before handing it to Liu Piaopiao. She took a bite and chewed slowly, finding her beauty captivating even while eating. Jin Min stared at her, spellbound, as she enjoyed the roasted meat. Humph, what a useless little female, eating so little, Yang Mei scoffed loudly. Why did she choose to sit by our fire? Liu Piaopiao ignored her, savoring her meal while thinking. This roasted meat lacks salt and isn't very tasty, but it's better than going hungry. Frustrated by Liu Piaopiao's indifference, Yang Mei approached their fire, proudly puffing out her chest. Jin Min, look at me. I have a strong physique and ample bosom. I could surely bear you several litters of cubs. Choose me as your female. Jin Min frowned, clearly displeased. I wouldn't choose you as my female. I don't like you to. I only like my Piaopiao. Go away. Humph, Jin Min. I like you. Shouldn't you be happy about that? Liu Piaopiao is so frail, eating so little. Who knows if she will ever reach maturity? Moreover, if you choose her as your female and she dies early, you would become a fallen beast. Jin Min's anger flared as he shouted, Get away from me. My Piaopiao will absolutely not die early. If not for the beast god's rule that forbade male orcs from harming female orcs, he would have struck her. This was the first time Yang Mei had been so openly rejected by a male orc, and she burst into tears. Her orc companions rushed to her side, escorting her back to their own fire. Seeing Jin Min's fierce protectiveness, Liu Piaopiao began to develop feelings for this silly leopard. She smiled sweetly at him, saying, Jin Min, don't be angry. It's not worth it. You should eat some roasted meat too. I'm already full. You've only eaten a few bites. How can you be full? Jin Min observed the remaining large portion of roasted meat he had given Liu Piaopiao. Realizing she had only consumed a piece the size of her small fist, her appetite was far too small. How would he manage to raise her? For the first time, Jin Min felt lost in his orc life. Liu Piaopiao noticed his anxious and bewildered expression. His exquisite features and towering physique were quite charming, yet his current demeanor appeared quite foolish, creating a delightful contrast, just as Liu Piaopiao finished eating. The tribe shaman arrived, holding Yang Yun with one hand and Yang Su with the other, making their way to the center. The shaman began to chant in an ancient beast language and danced without any discernible rhythm. Jin Min explained that this was the shaman praying for blessings from the beast god for Yang Yun Yun and Yang Su. Once the ritual concluded, Yang Yun Yun led Yang Su into the forest. Liu Piaopiao stared blankly at the spot where they had disappeared, unconsciously asking, Jin Min, it's getting late. What are Yun Yun and Yang Su doing in the forest? There's surely many fierce beasts at night. Could it be dangerous? Upon hearing this, Jin Min's handsome face turned uncharacteristically flustered, two blushes appearing on his cheeks as he scratched his head, seeing Piaopiao still gazing worriedly in the direction of Yang Yun Yun's disappearance. He said, they are completing the ritual for the beast tribe to bond and mate. Liu Piaopiao felt extremely embarrassed, realizing too late that a lone male and female seeking secluded places at night wouldn't behave modestly. Could she take back what she had just asked, as if nothing had happened? At that moment, Liu Piaopiao lowered her head in embarrassment. Suddenly, an even more discordant sound reached her ears. Yang Mei and her male orcs were openly. Liu Piaopiao felt as though she might faint. Looking around, she noticed the other orcs stealing glances, acting as if nothing was amiss. My goodness, at this moment, Liu Piaopiao felt her moral integrity shattered. All she wanted was to return to the cave quickly. The situation beside her seemed to intensify, causing her to turn pale and flushed in succession. Piaopiao, what is wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Jin Min asked urgently upon seeing her distress. Jin Min, I'm extremely tired. I want to go back to the cave to sleep. Liu Piaopiao seized the opportunity, eager to leave, as the orcs around her seemed utterly unaware of embarrassment. All right, I'll take you back. Jin Min, genuinely concerned about Piaopiao's well-being, noted her poor complexion, transforming into a massive golden leopard. Liu Piaopiao quickly hopped onto his back, gripping his leopard ears tightly. The strong golden leopard carried the petite girl, leaping back to the cave halfway up the mountain. Liu Piaopiao had only been in this beast world for a little over a day, and the fear, shock, and astonishment had not ceased at that moment. She truly felt exhausted, collapsing onto the stone bed and falling into a deep slumber. During the night, she unconsciously curled up in the warm embrace of a furry leopard. What a delightful scent! A sweet, rich aroma wafted through the air, awakening Liu Piaopiao. The pile of wild fruits and wild boar meat that had been stacked in the cave was gone, replaced by a stone table. Rather than stone, it resembled a perfectly square block that on it sat a stone bowl, about the size of a soup bowl, from which the enticing aroma emanated. Liu Piaopiao quickly got out of bed, curiously approaching it and lifting the stone bowl to examine it closely. Piaopiao, you're awake. Jin Min, with his hair tousled and looking refreshed, entered the cave, clearly having just bathed in the river. Jin Min, what is this? Liu Piaopiao inquired, glancing at the stone bowl in her hands, that I noticed you ate so little roasted meat last night. So this morning I gathered some small grass seeds and fragrant fruits from the forest and asked the shaman to teach me how to make this thick soup. The females of the goat tribe love this. You should try it. Liu Piaopiao felt deeply touched as she took a sip from the stone bowl that was delicious, like a porridge infused with fragrant fruit. Warm and comforting. She drank it all in one go. Jin Min smiled brightly. He had finally found something that pleased his little female. She enjoyed the same dish as the females of the goat tribe, made from crushed grass seeds. However, her appetite was still particularly small. The seeds he had brought back were enough for her to last a month or two, yet this dish couldn't be stored for long. It would quickly sprout and grow into grass. Jin Min, thank you. Liu Piaopiao noticed Jin Min staring at her with a silly smile, and seeing her enjoy the food he prepared made him exceedingly happy. Piaopiao, as your male orc, it's my duty to take care of you. From now on, don't accept food from other male orcs. I will hunt for you and find seeds like these. I could take good care of you. As he spoke, he unconsciously moved closer, gently pulling her into his embrace. Liu Piaopiao's ear rested against Jin Min's solid chest, where she could hear his powerful heartbeat quickening, prompting her to smile genuinely. This silly leopard truly loved her, so pure and direct. She had no reason to reject him. Jin Min, where did the fruits and wild boar meat from the cave go? Jin Min instantly felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Reluctant to keep anything hidden from Piao, he hesitantly uttered, I have given everything to the clan shaman. You are my little female, and I shall nurture you without the need for other males to provide sustenance. This foolish leopard, possessing a strong sense of possessiveness, was oblivious to the gravity of the situation. I could see that moment. Liu Piaopiao felt a sharp pain in her lower abdomen, warmth trickling down her inner thigh. With his keen sense of smell, how could Jin Min not notice? He inhaled deeply, his face paling in shock. Piao, are you hurt? Liu Piaopiao was fully aware of her condition, mortified as she replied. Jin Min, I am not injured. Please do not worry. No, you are bleeding. Without waiting for Liu Piaopiao to explain, Jin Min scooped her up and dashed towards the shaman's cave in a frenzy. Shaman, quickly, look at my little female. She is losing a lot of blood. Jin Min shouted anxiously. Place her on the bed. Let me see, the shaman responded, equally concerned. Shaman, Jin Min, I am not hurt. This happens to me every month for a few days. Liu Piaopiao finally managed to explain. What do you mean this happens every month? You bleed every month? Jin Min's face was filled with terror. Liu Piaopiao quickly nodded. Jin Min, it is a normal occurrence. Do not worry. Nothing is wrong. That moment. The shaman decisively yanked aside Liu Piaopiao's animal skin skirt, revealing another layer of hide beneath, with a gaze akin to that of a monster. He scrutinized her before tearing away the flimsy undergarment. Shaman, I am fine. Please do not be so rough. Liu Piaopiao was utterly unprepared for the shaman's straightforward and brutal actions. All she had was her monthly cycle. Yet she found herself exposed before both the shaman and Jin Min, feeling utterly humiliated. I could see that moment. She wished desperately to burrow into the earth. These beastmen were utterly devoid of decency. Liu Piao has reached maturity. This is merely the menstrual blood of a female, the shaman stated with certainty, disregarding Liu Piaopiao's distress. Shaman, are you saying Piao is of age? Jin Min's worry transformed into unrestrained joy. His grin wide. Females only bleed when they reach maturity, but Piao, you mentioned you experience this every month. Does that mean you bleed every month? The shaman gazed at Liu Piaopiao in astonishment. What kind of constitution is this? Liu Piaopiao felt a chill run down her spine under the shaman's scrutinizing gaze and could only nod obediently, knowing she could not hide her true nature if she intended to stay here long term. Our beast clan females experience their monthly cycle only once a year, and only then can they conceive. Yet you, Piao, can conceive every month. If such a female were discovered by the males of the 10,000 Bee City or the fallen Bee City. The shaman's eyes gradually filled with conflict, concern, and turmoil as he regarded Liu Piaopiao. Jin Min's expression shifted from joy at Piaopiao's maturity to despair in an instant. The males of their kind could only satisfy a female during her cycle. If Piao bled every month, what would he do? His elation turned to sorrow. Liu Piao, speak honestly with us. What beast clan are you from? The shaman's expression turned serious as he fixed his gaze on Liu Piao. In the desolate wilderness, there was no other female like Liu Piao. So petite, yet already matured. Her constitution was entirely different from that of ordinary females. All females in the beast realm retain some vestiges of their animal forms. For instance, the females of the goat clan still possess their horns. Liu Piao, however, was a female who had completely lost her beastly form, rendering her identity suspicious. Coupled with her healing abilities, the shaman began to doubt whether Liu Piao might be a captive of the fallen Bee City and whether she should remain within the goat clan. Liu Piao sensed the shaman's suspicions and was increasingly anxious about being expelled from the goat clan. Lacking the ability to protect herself, she hesitated before speaking the truth. Shaman, I must be honest. I have been in human form since birth. This is my true form, devoid of any beast shape, and I do not know how I ended up here. I genuinely cannot remember. Jin Min, aware of the shaman's growing discomfort with Piao, promptly interrupted. Shaman, Piao is someone I found in the desolate forest. I do not care what beast clan she belongs to. I will protect her for life. The shaman, looking at the young one he had raised, now an adult and hopelessly infatuated with this delicate female, could only shake his head in resignation. Jin Min, Liu Piao has no beast form and possesses healing abilities. not only in the desolate wilderness but throughout the entire beast realm. There is no such female that I fear she might bring misfortune upon our goat clan. Jin Min's expression turned furious. Misfortune? Shaman, if you speak of Piaopiao in such a manner, then I will take her away. The shaman, now extremely agitated, responded, Jin Min, you and Liu Piaopiao are not yet bonded that a female like her, once discovered by the 10,000 Bee City or the fallen Bee City, would spell disaster for our entire clan. Many high-ranking beastmen would come to seize her, do not act impulsively on her behalf, and return her to the forest. No. Jin Min wrapped Liu Piaopiao in his animal skin skirt and carried her away. Jin Min, come back, the shaman cried out in distress, realizing that this leopard cub was leaving the goat clan for good. Jin Min returned to his cave, gathering a large piece of animal hide and wrapping up all the hides within. Along with the fragments of grass seeds he had collected for Piaopiao earlier that morning, preparing to leave with her. Liu Piaopiao felt overwhelming guilt, thinking that if it weren't for her arrival, Jin Min would not be leaving the goat clan. Jin Min, I am sorry. I have caused you trouble that I do not even know why I appeared in the forest, Liu Piaopiao lamented, unable to express that she would rather survive on her own. This beast realm was a complete overhaul of her understanding. Without Jin Min by her side, she surely would not last long, merely a delicate white lotus, glancing at the lotus mark on her right ankle. Her lips twitched involuntarily. Piaopiao, I understand the shaman's concerns. You are too precious, too extraordinary. If high-ranking beastmen were to learn of your existence, they would stop at nothing to capture you, even if it meant slaughtering all the beasts of the goat clan. Noticing the tears welling in Liu Piaopiao's eyes, he quickly reassured her. In fact, when I discovered your healing abilities, I knew I wanted to take you away from here. The goat clan's powers are too weak, and I do not wish to endanger the shaman and the others simply because I cannot bear to part with you. Seeing the determination in Jin Min's eyes, Liu Piaopiao nodded. All right, Jin Min, let us go. But could you step outside for a moment? Piaopiao, you want me to go outside? What do you intend to do? Jin Min asked, puzzled. Liu Piaopiao's face flushed with embarrassment as she replied. I want to adjust my animal skin skirt. His little female always blushed so easily. Understanding her shyness, Jin Min did not ask further and obediently stepped outside to wait. Liu Piaopiao hurriedly found an ancient book made of grass paper from the shelf in her space. Flipping through it to discover it contained recipes, mostly for boiled dishes. Rolling her eyes, she thought, how simplistic. Did one really need to learn this separately? So, it is decided. A few pages are swiftly torn out and stacked together. Currently lacking sanitary supplies, one must make do and sacrifice a few ancient tomes. Liu Piaopiao laid the ancient paper beneath the animal hide and used a soft piece of fur to wipe the blood from her legs before donning a skirt made of animal skin. Although Liu Piaopiao possessed a storage space, she dared not reveal it in front of Jin Min, as her old human suspicions resurfaced once more. Thus, a magnificent leopard, clutching a bundle of animal skin in its jaws, leaped gracefully down the rocky cliffs of the goat tribe, racing deep into the forest. The leopard's speed was astonishing, and the biting cold wind stung Liu Piaopiao's face, leaving her uncertain of where Jin Min was taking her. This forest resembled a primeval wilderness, with towering trees and dense foliage, while enormous beastly birds soared across the sky. Occasionally, creatures of the forest, startled by Jin Min's leopard form, fled in terror, their sizes far exceeding her comprehension. Adult wild boars were as large as elephants, and wild rabbits boasted the proportions of mighty bulls. Liu Piaopiao felt utterly helpless. Alone in this untamed wilderness, she doubted she could survive even half a day. Gripping the furry ears of the leopard tightly, she suddenly felt grateful for having encountered Jin Min since departing from the goat tribe in the morning and traversing this vast forest. Jin Min had offered her sweet fruits along the way. Never pausing in their swift journey, as the sun dipped toward the horizon, Jin Min finally emerged from the woods, crossing a wide river and arriving at a flat, expansive foothill. Jin Min lay down, ensuring Liu Piaopiao touched the ground safely before transforming back into his humanoid form and donning a fur skirt. Piaopiao, what do you think of this place? Before them lay a vast expanse of green grass. With a mountain in the distance, its slopes dotted with numerous caves carved by the goat tribe. Alongside small wooden huts, the river flowed behind them, and the area was both spacious and beautiful. The plants on the grassy field appeared to be meticulously cultivated, and Liu Piaopiao felt an immediate sense of comfort. Suddenly, a long series of horn blasts echoed. Soon, a group of tall, muscular male beastmen, armed with spears fashioned from the bones of fierce beasts, charged down from the hillside, each standing over 6 feet tall, but visibly slimmer and less muscular than Jin Min. They raced toward Liu Piaopiao and Jin Min, who quickly wrapped Liu Piaopiao in a piece of animal skin, revealing only her mesmerizing eyes. In no time, the beastmen surrounded them. Jin Min, run! They are the fallen beasts, Liu Piaopiao whispered nervously upon seeing the pink-eyed male beastmen. Piaopiao, they are the rabbit tribe beastmen, not the fallen beasts, Jin Min reassured her, calming her growing panic. I thought you said red-eyed ones were the fallen beasts. The fallen beasts have blood-red irises. These are not. This is the territory of the rabbit tribe, Jin Min patiently explained. You are a leopard beastman. Why have you come to our rabbit tribe territory? Shouted a young beastman wielding a spear. I am Jin Min, and I wish to meet your tribe leader, Tu Ju, Jin Min replied. The leading rabbit tribe beastman nodded. Then you must wait here. You cannot take another step forward. We will fetch the leader immediately. Jin Min nodded obediently. Before long, a handsome male beastman with short white hair, an innocent doll-like face, and sparkling pink eyes, adorned in a fluffy white fur skirt, approached Liu Piaopiao and Jin Min. Jin Min. Is that you? Tu Ju asked, somewhat surprised. Tu Ju, I have come to request a favor. 100 years ago, I saved you in the forest, and you promised to grant me one request in the future. Of course, as long as it is within my power, I will fulfill it, Tu Ju replied with a seemingly harmless demeanor. I wish to bring my female back to live in your rabbit tribe. But I will not stay without contributing. I will assist your tribe in hunting and defend against any other beast tribes that may invade your territory, Jin Min declared, patting his strong, muscular chest. Is this your female? Tu Ju inquired, glancing at the petite figure behind Jin Min, who was entirely wrapped in animal skin. Did Jin Min steal a female cub from another beast tribe? Seeing Tu Ju's doubtful gaze, Liu Piaopiao quickly stepped forward to clarify. Greetings, tribe leader. I am Jin Min's female. Her voice was melodious and soft, and despite being enveloped in animal skin, her striking eyes captivated Tu Ju. Tu Ju, if you do not agree, we shall leave, Jin Min asserted, motivated by his desire to protect Liu Piaopiao and fearing potential rivals among the fierce beast tribes in the desolate land, aside from the goat tribe and rabbit tribe. There were only a few small clans of herbivorous beast tribes, while the rest were savage beast tribes. He could not afford to risk Liu Piaopiao's safety. I, Tu Ju, have sworn an oath to the beast god to repay you. How could I refuse? Tu Ju replied, though he eyed Jin Min's smooth chest with some skepticism. Jin Min immediately sensed the doubt and quickly added, Tu Ju, my little female has only just come of age. We have yet to bond, but she is the one I, Jin Min, have chosen. You must assure me that your female was not taken from another beast tribe, Tu Ju warned, noting how petite Liu Piaopiao appeared. Resembling a mere cub, I, Jin Min, swear to the beast god that she is not a stolen female from any other tribe. She is mine, Jin Min declared, placing a hand over his heart in an oath. Very well, follow me, Tu Ju instructed, signaling to the beastmen behind him to lower their spears. Jin Min embraced Liu Piaopiao, while Tu Ju instructed an accompanying beastman named Tu Yi to assist Jin Min with the animal skin bundle. The group of male beastmen, accompanied by Liu Piaopiao, swiftly made their way toward the distant hillside. Tu Ju allocated a plot of land on the edge of the hillside for Jin Min and Liu Piaopiao, then gathered his tribe members to plan the rabbit tribe ceremony for that evening. Liu Piaopiao stood on the hillside, pondering how to construct a dwelling against the smooth stone wall, which did not provide enough space. Piaopiao, you should stand over there. Jin Min pointed to a well-smoothed stone path in the distance that he then transformed into his beast form, and with swift, powerful strokes of his sharp claws, he began to carve a hole into the solid rock wall. Liu Piaopiao was astonished to witness how beastmen excavated caves, as Jin Min continued to work with remarkable speed. Within what felt like merely half an hour, he had created an expansive cave measuring 50 square meters, complete with a massive stone bed that was exceptionally even. The rock was as hard and shiny as diamond, devoid of insects, and the interior was meticulously carved by Jin Min. Liu Piaopiao found this new home significantly more satisfactory than the cave in the goat tribe. The excavated stones were laid out beautifully in front of the cave, and the remaining stones were thoughtfully arranged to create a clean and tidy pathway leading down the hill, while Jin Min paved the stone path. Liu Piaopiao gathered a large bundle of sturdy wild grass from the roadside, vigorously twisting the grass into a broom to tidy the new cave. She then replaced some soiled paper with clean sheets, burying the bloodied remnants beneath a smaller stone at the roadside. Piaopiao, I have paved the path down the hill, Jin Min, now in his beast form, announced, dripping with sweat from his efforts. Liu Piaopiao, touched by his dedication, replied, Jin Min, thank you. Jin Min gazed upon the newly hewn home with immense satisfaction, his strikingly handsome visage breaking into an endearing, foolish grin. Liu Piaopiao mirrored his delight, laughter spilling forth from her lips. Subsequently, Jin Min unfurled the beast hide from the package and spread it across the spacious stone bed, transforming the cavern into a cozy sanctuary that bore a semblance of home. Tuju had initially ascended to summon Jin Min to accompany his female to the rabbit tribe's bonfire ceremony that night. Upon witnessing the broad, even expanse of the cave entrance and the pebble-strewn path descending the mountain, he found himself unexpectedly admiring the construction skills that rivaled those of the leopard beasts. Even before entering the cave, he could feel the imposing pressure of Jin Min's second-tier leopard beast aura. The orc's territorial instincts were robust, particularly towards those of different races. Jin Min sensed the presence of outsiders. Instinctively releasing his beastly energy, Jin Min, it is I, Tuju. Tonight, you and your little female are invited to join our rabbit tribe's bonfire ceremony. From this moment onward, you both shall be considered members of our tribe. Jin Min quickly suppressed his beastly aura and stepped forward. Thank you. Tujuemy, little female, and I shall join you shortly. Tuju refrained from peering into the cave, fully aware that Jin Min's female was under his protection. He stood no chance against Jin Min, whose strength far surpassed that of the rabbit tribe, known for their lackluster combat abilities. Nevertheless, their females were plentiful, often drawing the attention of fierce beasts seeking to bond with them. Hence, in this desolate land, no outsider had dared to encroach upon their territory. When Tuju was merely a juvenile beast of 100 years, he had ventured into the forest out of curiosity, only to narrowly escape the tusks of a wild boar thanks to Jin Min, who was also a juvenile at the time. This act of kindness fostered his goodwill towards Jin Min. On the plaza below the slope, dozens of small fires flickered to life, while in the center loomed a grand bonfire, atop which a massive wild boar roasted. As Jin Min carried Liu Piaopiao into the square, many orcs instinctively averted their gazes from the little female on the leopard's back, for rabbits are inherently timid and weak. Jin Min's robust leopard form and second-tier aura instilled a sense of trepidation among the male orcs of the rabbit tribe. Transforming back into his orc form, Jin Min led Liu Piaopiao to a more secluded fire pit, just as he was about to sit down. Jin Min, bring your little female over here, Tuju called out warmly. Jin Min found it hard to refuse, being a newcomer, and thus he guided Liu Piaopiao toward Tuju. Look, the newcomer is so beautiful, exclaimed one female orc with long rabbit ears. Indeed, I have never encountered such a lovely female before. Liu Piaopiao turned her gaze towards the source of the voice, spotting a group of female orcs adorned with long rabbit ears. Ignoring their height of approximately 175 centimeters, they appeared quite adorable. Unable to resist, Liu Piaopiao smiled and greeted them. Did you see? That little female smiled. How lovely! A rabbit-eared female exclaimed joyfully. The atmosphere instantly brightened, with bolder male orcs gazing at Liu Piaopiao, including their tribe leader. Tuju. Oh my! Jin Min's little female is truly stunning. No wonder he brought her seek refuge with the rabbit tribe. Here, no male beast can challenge him. Tuju, realizing this, finally grasped the true reason for Jin Min's alliance with his tribe. He found himself quite taken with this female. Though he had reached adulthood, he had never felt such affection for any female until today, leading him to a decisive conclusion. He wished to become Liu Piaopiao's mate. As Liu Piaopiao approached, Tuju's face flushed crimson, nearly revealing his rabbit beast form. Jin Min, sensing a surge of protectiveness, interjected, "Tuju, she is my female, I am aware, yet on the Zhehuan continent, no female has ever been bound to a single male. Even our beast deity is one of the consorts of the goddess." Jin Min acknowledged the truth in Tuju's words, but at this moment, Piaopiao was solely his, and he would not allow anyone to claim her. Noticing Jin Min's rising temper, Liu Piaopiao quickly linked her arm with his. "Jin Min, Tuju hasn't said anything wrong. We are in his territory now, and we will all be members of the same tribe. Let us not quarrel. I am the beast world. Males are generally expected to heed the words of the females they are bonded with." Although Jin Min had not formally bonded with Piaopiao, he had long considered himself her mate, and thus he instinctively complied with her request. Gazing into her beautiful eyes, he nodded. "Little female, what is your name? You are now one of us in the rabbit tribe, and we welcome you." Tuju smiled amicably, his towering height of 195 centimeters juxtaposed with his charming and harmless demeanor. "Thank you. Tuju, and my name is Liu Piaopiao. Piaopiao, please sit here with Jin Min. Our tribe's ceremony will commence shortly." Tuju gestured to the space beside him. Liu Piaopiao, smiling, took Jin Min's hand and settled down. The number of rabbit tribe orcs was estimated to exceed 200, with around 30 to 40 female orcs present. A group of rabbit-eared females surrounded the central bonfire, singing and dancing joyfully. However, similar to the goat tribe's females, they wore only beast hide skirts on their lower halves, while Liu Piaopiao found their singing rather crude and unmelodious. Their exposed upper bodies swaying with their movements was quite a sight to behold. Yet their joy was infectious, and she couldn't help but smile along, appreciating their enthusiasm. "Piaopiao here? Are you hungry?" Jin Min offered her a skewer of roasted wild boar meat. Roughly the size of her fist. "Piaopiao, try mine. I've added some salt, and it's particularly delicious." Jin Min presented her with a leaf holding 2 palm-sized pieces of roasted meat. Jin Min's expression shifted to a fierce grin, eyes glinting with protectiveness. "Tuju, Piaopiao is my female. She will eat my roasted meat. A female does not belong to just one male. Jin Min, isn't it better for her to have more than one protector?" Tuju unabashedly expressed his fondness for Liu Piaopiao. "No, Piaopiao is mine." Jin Min abruptly pulled Liu Piaopiao into his embrace with considerable force, causing her discomfort and prompting a soft whimper from her. "Jin Min, release Piaopiao. You are being too rough and have hurt her," Tuju exclaimed, tugging at Liu Piaopiao's arm to draw her closer to him. The 2 males, one on each side, exerted their astonishing strength, causing Liu Piaopiao considerable pain. Frustrated, she finally shouted, "Let go of me. I am not your pet." Upon witnessing her anger, the 2 male orcs quickly released their hold, only then noticing the faint bruises forming on her arms. "Piaopiao, I'm sorry, I was too rough. Does it hurt?" Jin Min fretted, instinctively leaning down to lick her arm, a primal instinct to soothe injuries. Liu Piaopiao felt an overwhelming urge to retaliate, especially since Tuju was also licking her arm. "Do you think I am some defenseless human to be bullied?" Furious, she shoved both males away, declaring, "Do not follow me." With that, she strode away from the plaza, her anger propelling her forward. After walking for a while, she reached the edge of the square and gazed out at the dark, foreboding forest and desolate mountains. The thought of the massive beasts lurking within the woods, combined with the cool evening breeze, sent a shiver down her spine, and suddenly her bravado wavered. However, turning back immediately would feel rather awkward after her earlier display of defiance. "Piaopiao, please do not walk away. I promise I will not anger you again." Jin Min and Tuju followed closely behind, fearful of provoking her ire once more. Yet, Jin Min's concern that she might truly leave compelled him to call out. Liu Piaopiao, already feeling apprehensive, realized that her abilities were limited to spatial and healing powers, leaving her ill-equipped to face wild beasts. The value of life weighed heavily on her mind, and she slowly turned around, deliberately adopting a stern expression. "From now on, you must not pull or drag me without my consent, nor make decisions for me. If this continues, I will leave." Instantly, both Jin Min and Tuju nodded vigorously, eager to appease her. Jin Min stepped forward swiftly, gently grasping Liu Piaopiao's small hand. Piapiao, I apologize that it is entirely my fault. I promise to never hurt you again or make you angry. Please do not leave. Seeing Jin Min's anxious demeanor, Liu Piaopiao felt a sense of relief, realizing that his eagerness stemmed purely from his affection for her. Silly leopard, I'm hungry, she stated. Jin Min immediately broke into a broad grin, exclaiming, Piapiao, hurry and eat some roasted meat. I found the most tender piece from a wild boar just for you. Piapiao, I also found the finest cut for you. Come back quickly. I've seasoned it with salt, which the females adore, Tu Ju added, attempting to take Liu Piaopiao's hand, only to retract it timidly, fearful of causing her pain. His pink eyes, paired with his delicate features, conveyed a sense of longing. Liu Piaopiao's heart softened instantly. I'll eat both of your roasted meats. There's no need to argue. This time, Jin Min complied, anxious that Piapiao might grow weary of him. Liu Piaopiao settled by the fire, and both Jin Min and Tu Ju eagerly presented her with the roasted meat. She found herself in a dilemma. The two pieces of meat were far more than she could consume alone. Yet, looking at the two remarkably handsome male beastmen, their expressions full of anticipation, she accepted the meat from their hands. Taking a bite of the roasted meat Jin Min offered, she grimaced at its unpalatable taste. Observing Tu Ju's pink eyes, she felt a twinge of regret and quickly sampled the meat he provided, which was seasoned with salt and significantly more enjoyable. Liu Piaopiao decisively abandoned the bland roasted meat from Jin Min. As the gamey flavor was unappealing, Tu Ju was elated. Piapiao enjoyed the meat he gave her, which surely meant she held feelings for him as well. He was convinced he could become her beast husband. Meanwhile, Jin Min felt a pang of jealousy, noticing that Piapiao preferred the meat from Tu Ju. Though anger simmered within him, he refrained from expressing it, knowing Piapiao had eaten too little. The meat provided by Tu Ju contained salt, which was essential for the females, as they could not transform into their beast forms and relied solely on cooked food. In contrast, the males consumed raw game and beast blood, having no need for additional salt. Reflecting on the scarcity of salt on the Zhuang continent, Jin Min recalled how every year their leader, Yang Hao, would venture into the wilderness with 20 male beastmen to hunt, returning with only a few precious beast crystals in exchange for a meager pouch of salt at the beast city, barely enough to sustain the females for a year. Thus, the females occasionally resorted to drinking beast blood. This time, Piapiao unexpectedly consumed a substantial portion of the roasted meat that Tu Ju had prepared. Piapiao, have a few more bites, Jin Min and Tu Ju urged in unison. Liu Piaopiao, exasperated, shook her head. I've eaten enough. Any more, and I'll feel ill. You both should have some as well. Tu Ju nodded and moved to retrieve his portion of roasted meat by the fire. While Jin Min remained, explaining, Piapiao, I ate a wild rabbit this morning while gathering grass seeds for you. So, I won't be eating again for a couple of days. Besides, I am not fond of cooked food. Liu Piaopiao recalled seeing Jin Min looking freshly bathed that morning. He must have known she disliked the scent of blood from his hunts. This foolish leopard in love. Let us head back, she suggested, pulling Jin Min to his feet. After a long day of travel, she felt drowsy now that she was satiated, realizing she was quite suited to being a rice bug. Jin Min transformed into a golden leopard and swiftly carried Liu Piaopiao back to their cave. As soon as she lay down on the soft, fur-covered stone bed, sleep enveloped her. Nestled in the warm embrace of the furry leopard, she felt utterly at ease. Over the past few days, feeling unwell, Liu Piaopiao had little desire to venture outside, spending her time eating and sleeping in the cave. During the days, she crafted several leather vests and skirts for herself with the finely polished bone needles Jin Min had given her, of course including a few small undergarments. During this time, Tu Ju delivered a small pouch of salt wrapped in clean animal hide, fussing over Liu Piaopiao until Jin Min's temper began to flare, prompting him to leave reluctantly. Jin Min's cave, imbued with the aura of the golden leopard, deterred other beastmen from the rabbit clan from approaching, but a few nights later, Liu Piaopiao requested Jin Min to take her to the river for a bath. As the weather grew increasingly warm and uncomfortable, initially, Jin Min worried that his robust physique might overwhelm his petite female, but upon witnessing her delight, he dispelled his concerns. They spent the night entwined in passion, only falling asleep in a tight embrace after exhausting themselves. For the past few days, Tuju had only glimpsed Liu Piaopiao when delivering salt, and he had discovered that she had come of age and was currently menstruating. Jin Min was particularly protective of her, not wanting Tuju to get too close to such a beautiful and gentle female that Tuju felt as though he had lost a part of himself. His heart felt empty. He paid close attention to Jin Min's cave, noting how every morning Jin Min prepared food for Piaopiao before heading out to hunt, returning at noon with roasted meat. Today, however, he noticed Jin Min had not appeared, nor had he seen any smoke rising from the cave. What would Piaopiao eat? Concerned that the delicate and beautiful female might be starving, Tuju paced anxiously at the foot of the mountain. But the timid beastman of his clan dared not approach Jin Min's cave. He wandered back and forth from noon until late afternoon, as the sun began to set. This won't do. The little female hasn't eaten all day and will surely starve, he thought. Returning to his own cave, he prepared a large bowl of meat soup, adding some grass from the rabbit clan's cultivation and a sprinkle of salt, before personally delivering it to Piaopiao. Upon reaching the entrance of Jin Min's cave, Tuju's keen senses detected no trace of the faint bloody scent he had previously caught from Piaopiao. But evidence of recent intimacy was apparent. Unable to resist, he stepped inside, only to find Jin Min glaring at him fiercely, with Piaopiao sleeping beneath a fur blanket in his embrace. Jin Min, furious at Tuju for interrupting his peaceful slumber, had sensed his approach long before and had intended to chase him away. But he feared waking the sleeping Piaopiao. He remained rigid, shooting daggers with his gaze at Tuju. Tuju, undeterred, placed the bowl of soup on the stone table within the cave and refused to leave. Matching Jin Min's glare with one of his own, he had noticed the golden lotus pattern on Jin Min's chest, indicating that he had mated with Piaopiao. She was now Jin Min's female partner. As long as she did not dismiss him, he could remain in the cave. However, he had never seen a beastman bond with a floral pattern, which was typically reserved for the female beastman's beast forms. Jin Min also recognized the astonishment in Tuju's eyes and glanced down at his own chest, realizing he had successfully bonded with Piaopiao. However, the pattern that emerged was not a beast form, but a golden lotus. Leaving him in disbelief, such a bonding tattoo had never been witnessed on the entire Zhuang continent. Piaopiao woke from her slumber, her eyes fluttering open to reveal two men. No, two male beastmen, staring daggers at each other. If looks could kill, they would be severely wounded. Does it not hurt your eyes to stare so fiercely? She inquired, attempting to diffuse the tension. Piaopiao, you're awake. Here, I made you some meat soup. You should get up and eat. Tuju said gently, his gaze softening. Jin Min was about to refuse when a loud growl from Piaopiao's stomach interrupted. Immediately, he regretted not rising to prepare food for himself, and he could no longer dismiss Tuju's offering. Glancing outside, he noted that it was still light, allowing him time to dash into the forest for a hunt. Irritated, he declared, Tuju, I'll return with a wild boar tonight. Tuju, aware that wild boars tended to travel in herds during dusk, recalled a near-fatal encounter with their tusks when he was just a young beast, and caution overcame his fear. Jin Min, I willingly care for Piaopiao. You need not go out. It's nearly dark. And wild boars are dangerous when gathered. Humph. Wild boars are no match for me. Jin Min retorted, releasing a wave of beastly energy to assert his strength. At that moment, the golden lotus pattern on his chest shimmered with radiant light, and 3 beastly tear markings appeared on his forehead. Both Jin Min and Tuju stood in shock. Jin Min, you've reached tier 3. How astonishing. You're only 200 years old. Many beastmen only achieve this by 400. The rabbit Jew was filled with an overwhelming excitement. Suddenly, Jin Min recalled the moment he had just ascended to beast rank, when the contract patterns on his chest radiated a brilliant golden light. Reflecting further, he remembered that Piaopiao had the ability to heal beastmen and could conjure beast skins from thin AI in an instant. He comprehended that his unexpected elevation to beast rank was due to his bond with Piaopiao. His heart swelled with joy, but this happiness swiftly transformed into dread. If the other male beastmen were to discover Piaopiao's abilities, the consequences would be unimaginable. A murderous intent flickered in Jin Min's gaze as he turned to Ju. Ju immediately sensed Jin Min's intentions and, wrapping himself in beast skin, grasped Jin Min's arm, saying, Jin Min, Ju means no harm. Ju realized that Jin Min intended to kill him. Had it not been for Piaopio's restraint, he feared he would have already become a mere pile of rabbit carcasses. Covering his heart with his right hand, he swore, Jin Min, I, Ju, vow before the beast god that I shall not utter a single word about today's events, or I shall suffer the backlash of the divine contract, and my beast soul shall perish. He understood that Jin Min had suddenly ascended from a second-tier beastman to a third-tier beastman, a transformation linked to the contract's lotus patterns, and that Piaopio was a unique existence among the females of the entire Hu continent. Jin Min was aware that once a beastman made a vow to the beast god, it was an oath that must be upheld. To violate such a promise would undoubtedly result in severe repercussions, if not death. Very well, Ju, I expect you to honor your commitment. This is my cave, and you may leave now, Jin Min stated, visibly displeased with Ju's presence before Piaopio. Once Piaopio finishes eating, I shall depart. You need not worry about hunting. You are now a third-tier male beast, and there are no beasts in the forest that can rival you. The rabbit tribe awaits your wild boar meat tonight, Ju replied with a sense of entitlement. The beastmen were known for their integrity. And Jin Min turned to Piaopio, saying, Piaopio, I shall return shortly, before transforming into a larger golden leopard, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Liu Piaopiao was left utterly astonished. Piaopio, come quickly and have some meat soup. You have been hungry all day, Ju urged, extending his hand to assist Liu Piaopio down from the stone bed. Ju, could you wait outside for a moment? I need to put on my beast skin, Liu Piaopio replied shyly, as they were not yet very familiar, despite Ju's adorable and harmless appearance. Standing an impressive height of over 1.90 meters, she clutched the beast skin skirt wrapped around her, sitting on the bed, catching a glimpse of Ju's perfect body line, reflecting on Jin Min's abilities and Ju's model-like physique. She suddenly realized her own inadequacies, her cheeks flushing crimson. Observing the already stunningly beautiful Piaopio, Ju felt his beastly blood surge, nearly causing him to nosebleed. To mask his embarrassment, he swiftly darted outside the cave. Ju truly was a well-mannered male beast, and Liu Piaopio's fondness for him grew considerably. Little did she know, Ju had exited the cave to avoid having Piaopio see his awkwardness, fearing it would undermine his dignity as a tribe leader. Once Liu Piaopio donned her beast skin dress, she immediately felt a sense of safety as a human, reassured in her modesty. Though it wasn't substantial, she approached the stone table, lifted the stone bowl filled with meat soup, and took a sip. Piaopio, is it delicious? Ju re-entered, his adorable pink rabbit eyes fixed on her as she savored the soup. Delicious, Ju. This is the best meat soup I've had since coming to your tribe, Liu Piaopio genuinely expressed. The soup was rich with the flavors of meat, salt, and vegetables devoid of any gamey taste, far surpassing roasted meat, prompting her to indulge further. However, the stone bowl was too large and cumbersome. Ju observed Liu Piaopio savoring her soup, his heart melting at the sight of her eating like a young cub. Taking her time, utterly charming, Liu Piaopio noticed Ju's unwavering gaze upon her, feeling a bit embarrassed for being a freeloader. Ju, thank you. The meat soup is truly delightful. I'm full now. Piaopio, you've only eaten a small portion. How can you be full? You have a smaller appetite than our female rabbits, and no wonder you appear so slender. You must eat more, otherwise, how will you bear Jin Min's leopard cubs? Ju remarked bluntly, causing Liu Piaopio to feel slightly exasperated. I really am full. My stomach is only this big, she replied, only to suddenly ponder the thought of bearing leopard cubs. How terrifying. Though leopards were mammals, the idea of birthing a litter of leopards was too much for her to fathom. Ju noticed that Piaopio's smile had turned awkward and her expression had become dazed. Unaware of her thoughts, he continued to admire her beauty, unable to help but gaze dreamily at her. Liu Piaopio sensed his unusual demeanor and quickly offered him the remaining stone bowl filled with meat soup. Ju, here's your bowl back. Thank you for making me the soup. Jin Min's cooking is never as good as yours. When he returns, you should teach him, seeing that Piaopio was indeed full. Ju took note of her appetite and swiftly polished off the remaining soup in a couple of gulps. Food was scarce among the beastmen, and wastefulness was simply not an option, although it was the warm season with ample food. Survival during the harsh winters was a struggle, with many beastmen perishing from hunger each year. Having grown accustomed to the beastman's behavior, Liu Piaopiao held no particular thoughts as she noticed the sky outside the cave darkening. She slowly stepped out, gazing toward the distant forest. Ju, observing the concern in Liu Piaopiao's eyes for Jin Min, gently reassured her, "Do not worry. Jin Min is now a third-tier beastman. Each hunt enhances his beast abilities, benefiting him greatly." Upon hearing this, Liu Piaopiao sighed in relief and nodded at Ju. Just then, a chorus of cheers erupted from the wide square at the foot of the mountain. Liu Piaopiao turned to look down the mountain, spotting her majestic golden leopard, who was dragging a wild boar the size of an elephant. With a mighty heave, he flung the boar into the center of the square, eliciting jubilant cheers from the female beastmen present. Ju's eyes sparkled with excitement. Piaopiao, let us descend to partake in the rabbit tribe's ceremony. Ju, under what circumstances do you hold your tribe's ceremonies? Liu Piaopiao inquired with curiosity, as this was her first night witnessing the lighting of the bonfire for the rabbit tribe's ritual. Piaopiao, our male beastmen are inherently weak in hunting abilities, making it challenging to capture such large beasts. The bonfire ceremony is not held every day, Ju candidly explained, though he worried that Piaopiao might look down upon him for being a rabbit male beast. A sudden wave of self-doubt washed over him, and he averted his gaze, his pink eyes darting shyly as his ears turned crimson. It was Liu Piaopiao's first time seeing a beastman blush. And observing Ju's adorable, delicate doll-like face, she couldn't resist the urge to pinch his furry cheek, filled with curiosity about what Ju's beast form might look like. Piaopiao, I'm back, Jin Min exclaimed excitedly as he leaped before the cave, transforming back into his beastman form. Jin Min, where is your beast skin skirt? Liu Piaopiao was at a loss for words, surprised by his casual appearance before her, especially with Ju standing nearby. Jin Min, fully aware that the first thing his female would say upon waking would be for him to put on his beast skin skirt, scratched his head sheepishly and tousled his golden hair. I'll be back in the cave in a moment, he replied with a grin, turning to enter the cave. Moments later, he emerged with a piece of beast skin skirt in his mouth, transforming back into the golden leopard, gazing innocently at Liu Piaopiao while lying down. Liu Piaopiao glanced at Ju. Jin Min wants to take me down. You should hurry and arrange for the tribe to roast the meat. All right, Piaopiao, I'll see you in the square shortly. Ju responded before swiftly bounding up the hillside, his speed impressive even without transforming into his beast form. Liu Piaopiao felt a tinge of disappointment. Jin Min gently nudged Liu Piaopiao's lower leg with his large leopard head, urging her to hop onto his back. Jin Min, your head is so much bigger. It's quite impressive, she remarked, playfully patting his leopard head and tugging at his ears as she climbed onto his back. In a blink, the grand golden leopard, carrying a fair-skinned, raven-haired, breathtakingly beautiful female, gracefully descended from the hillside to the square. Upon transforming back into his beastman form, Jin Min, draped in his beast skin skirt, led Liu Piaopiao to a nearby pile of firewood. Piaopiao, wait here while I assist you with the wild boar. The rabbit tribe's beastmen truly are. Jin Min hesitated to finish his sentence, as the elephantine wild boar lay on the ground surrounded by dozens of rabbit tribe males, who were clumsily attempting to skin it. He felt compelled to lend a hand. Liu Piaopiao nodded. Go ahead. I'll stay here and watch you roast the meat. Certainly, allow me to enhance and translate your text. Very well. I shall procure the most tender cut of meat for you. Jin Min possesses a strikingly handsome visage, and when he smiles, he radiates the warmth of the sun. Once he departs, a group of female rabbits timidly approaches. Encircling Liu Piaopiao, our chieftain mentioned your name is Liu Piaopiao. You are truly exquisite. I am Tu Shuer, a remarkably beautiful female beastman, adorned with a pair of fluffy rabbit ears, takes Liu Piaopiao's hand. Tu Shuer, you are also quite lovely, Liu Piaopiao responds with a smile. Indeed, Shuer is the fairest among this gathering of females, yet when compared to the breathtaking Liu Piaopiao, she pales in comparison. No, Piaopiao, You're the most beautiful female I have ever encountered. You may call me Schwer. Your beast husband is quite impressive. He single-handedly hunted that wild boar for us all. Schwer, do you have a beast husband? Liu Piaopiao inquires, curious about the most attractive female beastmen in the rabbit clan. Many of whom have multiple husbands. Of course. I have 20 beast husbands, 12 of whom are from our rabbit clan, while the others belong to different clans. They are merely waiting for the right moment to seek me out. Tu Schwer replies, exuding a sense of self-assurance that astonishes Liu Piaopiao. Point 20. Piaopiao, I am Tu Ming. Another rabbit clan female introduces herself. Piaopiao, I am Tu Lan. Yet another chimes in that a lively throng of rabbit females surrounds Liu Piaopiao, introducing themselves with enthusiasm and devoid of any hostility, which endears them to her. Piaopiao, why are you wearing animal skins on your upper body? It is not winter anymore. Tu Schwer curiously touches the vest Liu Piaopiao is wearing. Liu Piaopiao realizes that they are accustomed to wearing only animal skin skirts and lack any concept of privacy. When Schwer inquires, she wishes to teach them the importance of protecting their modesty. Schwer, wearing animal skins on our upper bodies is quite convenient. It helps secure our bosoms while moving and prevents cuts from the foliage in the forest. Additionally, it provides warmth and, importantly, enhances our appearance. Liu Piaopiao explains, gracefully twirling before the group of females, as a naturally stunning female. Her demonstration, devoid of any swaying bosoms, is nonetheless captivating. The rabbit females gaze at her with envy. Piaopiao, please teach me how to make such clothing. Tu Ming eagerly requests. Piaopiao, teach me as well. I too wish to wear animal skin garments like you. Tu Lan adds, both of them urging Liu Piaopiao. Soon, the entire group of females desires to learn the art of crafting animal skin attire from Liu Piaopiao. She gestures with her hands. You will need to cut the animal skin into this shape and then meticulously sew it together with a bone needle threaded with hemp. Piaopiao, merely explaining it won't suffice. You must demonstrate it for us, Schwer insists, her pink, round rabbit eyes gazing innocently at Liu Piaopiao. The other females nod in agreement. Piaopiao, we cannot do it. Tonight will not be possible, but tomorrow morning bring your animal skins, bone needles, and hemp to my cave, and I shall teach you. Liu Piaopiao kindly assures, finding the rabbit clan's innocence endearing. Piaopiao, what are they doing? Jin Min, covered in blood, appears before Liu Piaopiao and her gathering of females. As a third-tier leopard beast, his imposing presence frightens the rabbit females, causing them to scatter in haste, save for Schwer, who remains rooted in place. Piaopiao, your male has already ascended to the third tier. He is truly formidable. There are scarcely 10 third-tier males in the Zhuang forest. Schwer marvels, noting that Jin Min appears to be only around 200 years old. Liu Piaopiao nods. Schwer, why are you not afraid of Jin Min? Schwer chuckles because I have 5 Tiger Clan males, one of whom is also a second-tier beast. No wonder, her courage has been honed. Liu Piaopiao admires Schwer, a rabbit female beastman with 5 Tiger Clan males. If she were to discover that 3 of Schwer's husbands were from the Wolf Clan, her admiration would only deepen. Yet, the pressure of the third-tier leopard beast still instills a measure of fear in Schwer. However, she understands that Liu Piaopiao is now one of their own, and Jin Min would never harm them. Jin Min glances at his bloodied self. Piaopiao, you and the females continue your merriment. I shall cleanse myself in the river and return. Very well, do hurry. Liu Piaopiao replies as Jin Min strides away. The previously fleeing females gather around Liu Piaopiao once more to tea this moment. The bonfire in the center of the square is ablaze, with the wild boar roasting above, sizzling and releasing a tantalizing aroma. Piaopiao, let us dance, Tu Schwer exclaims, pulling her towards the bonfire. The other 30 or so females joyfully follow suit, encircling Liu Piaopiao as they dance and sing songs that she finds rather unmelodious. Yet the atmosphere is lively and joyous. Liu Piaopiao, caught up in the exuberance, unconsciously mimics their movements, dancing with glee. The entire rabbit clan gathers in the square, the male beastmen captivated by the enchanting display of dancing and singing females. Even some of the single males, deeply enthralled by Liu Piaopiao's beauty, dare not confess their feelings, for the male beastman by her side is far too formidable. their clan boasts only one second-tier beastman. The non-aggressive chieftain, 2JUIT, seems Liu Piaopiao is destined to leave the single rabbit males heartbroken. Fortunately, the females of the rabbit clan are the most numerous among all beast clans, ensuring they can bond and reproduce. The following morning, Jin Min rises early, setting up a fire pit outside the cave. He prepares a small pot of meat soup for Liu Piaopiao using a stone pot, and has even procured some grass from Tuju, seasoning it with salt. After tasting it himself, he finds the flavor quite pleasing. Liu Piaopiao enjoys a restful sleep, as the festivities of the rabbit clan continued until the late hours of the night. Exhausted from the revelry, she fell into a deep slumber. Jin Min, eager to experience a certain feeling, attempted to awaken her with kisses, but when he received no response, he transformed into a leopard and cradled her in his embrace, allowing her to enjoy a peaceful sleep. This moment, Liu Piaopiao notices the stone bowl on the table within the cave, filled to the brim with meat soup. She dresses in her animal skins and steps outside, where she sees Jin Min has washed and hung her animal skin garments on a tree branch to dry, filling her heart with warmth. Gazing into the distance, the landscape is picturesque in the grassy fields beyond the square. The rabbit clan members busily tend to their planting, accompanied by the sounds of chirping birds and buzzing cicadas, creating an illusion of returning to a modern, agrarian society. Piaopiao, we have brought the animal skins and bone needles to the stony path over there. Tu Shuer leads the group of 30 or so rabbit females to Liu Piaopiao's cave. Fortunately, Jin Min's cave features a spacious area, cleared for their gathering. Shuer, you are remarkably punctual. I have not even eaten yet. Liu Piaopiao realizes she's indeed the one who slept in. Piaopiao, you awoke so late. Did you spend a long time with your male last night? Given your petite stature, how could you endure such a thing? Tu Shuer boldly states, her face aglow with natural curiosity. Liu Piaopiao is momentarily taken aback. After Yang Yunyun, another bold female has appeared. I shall eat first. You may converse. Liu Piaopiao hastily retreats into the cave like an ostrich. Savoring the meat soup prepared by Jin Min, what do you think? Given Piaopiao's beauty, how many male beastmen will she have in the future? Tu Mengmeng inquires with curiosity. Piaopiao is far too petite. She surely won't attract many males, a female asserts with certainty. I believe she should have at least 10. Tu Lon contributes her thoughts. Point 10. No, that won't do. Piaopiao is already quite delicate. Even her current leper husband is robust. Any more would surely overwhelm her. Tu Shuer analytically responds, adding, however, becoming accustomed to strong males will undoubtedly lead her to adapt and thrive. The males who are drawn to Piaopiao must be exceedingly numerous. Liu Piaopiao can no longer bear to listen, swiftly gulping down her soup, hastily gathering her animal skins, bone needles, and hemp, rushing out of the cave. Are you not eager to learn how to make clothing? Allow me to instruct you, Liu Piaopiao said with a smile, quickly diverting their attention and steering the conversation away. Subsequently, step by step, Liu Piaopiao taught them how to cut and sew garments, including the making of delicate undergarments. The group of females, as if discovering a new world, eagerly donned the leather vests, skirts, and undergarments they had crafted on the spot. Piaopiao, it truly secures the chest. It doesn't sway at all, and feels so much more comfortable, exclaimed Tu Shuer, bouncing with delight. Liu Piaopiao was left speechless. However, witnessing their excitement and joy filled her with a sense of satisfaction. The happiness of these female beastmen was so simple, their thoughts so pure. They were utterly endearing. A few elder females happily crafted leather dresses for their young female offspring, and soon the entire rabbit clan's females were adorned in leather tops, skirts, and undergarments. Liu Piaopiao felt as though her eyes would no longer be stung by the brightness. When Tuju caught wind of the commotion and arrived outside Liu Piaopiao's cave, he saw the females cheering with exuberance. The adult females of the entire rabbit clan had gathered before Liu Piaopiao's cave, learning how to make leather clothing, all dressed neatly. Tuju, do I look good? Tu Shuer confidently twirled a few times before him, a technique she had learned from Liu Piaopiao the previous evening. Dressed in leather, she looked stunning as she spun. Tuju felt a twinge of embarrassment. The nature of beastmen was to be straightforward, never to lie. The females of Zhuang continent, lacking beastly prowess, could not entirely shed their beast forms. Thus, female beastmen were not particularly beautiful, retaining traces of their animalistic appearance, with skin as rough as their male counterparts. Had Liu Piaopiao not appeared, Tu Ju would have indeed thought that Tu Schwerer was the most beautiful female in this forest. But upon witnessing her completely shed her beastly form, her skin like snow, hair cascading like a waterfall, eyes sparkling like stars, a delicate and finely shaped nose akin to jade, and lips resembling ripe fruit, he could no longer believe that any female could surpass Piaopiao's beauty. Noticing Tu Ju's prolonged silence and his gaze fixed on Piaopiao, Tu Schwerer felt utterly heartbroken. Tu Ju, do you fancy Piaopiao? Tu Schwerer inquired, seemingly questioning, yet already convinced that it was now Liu Piaopiao's turn to feel awkward. Was she caught in the crossfire? Tu Schwerer, I do indeed like Piaopiao. I wish to take her as my mate. Having spoken openly, Tu Ju did not deny it. He truly cherished Piaopiao, but I have sought your hand many times. Yet you refused, claiming you wish to focus on training and enhancing your beastly prowess, to lead the rabbit clan to prosperity. Now you wish for Piaopiao to be your female. Tu Schwerer was slightly irked. Turning to see Liu Piaopiao, who stood stunned, and pulled her to her side, exclaiming loudly, Tu Ju, look at Piaopiao's delicate frame. How could she withstand your affections? Even a robust Jin Min would tire her out. You should reconsider me. Liu Piaopiao felt utterly petrified. If there were a hole in the ground, she would wish to burrow into it immediately. Watching the two of them profess their feelings, she felt like an unwitting spectator in their emotional tug-of-war. Tu Schwerer, I have already turned you down countless times before Piaopiao arrived in our rabbit clan, and this time will be no different. I truly do not like you. You already have so many mates. So please do not speak of courting me again. Tu Ju's rejection was blunt. Though Tu Schwerer felt a flicker of anger, rejection in the Beast clan was a common occurrence. She had lost count of how many male beastmen she had turned down. Piaopiao, do you like Tu Ju? Tu Schwerer turned with a curious expression. Schwerer, you seem to have shifted your stance quite rapidly. How did my affairs become entangled with yours? I already have a male beast. Liu Piaopiao replied with an awkward smile. Piaopiao, our Tu Ju is the most intelligent and skilled cultivator among all male beastmen in the Zhuang continent. How could you not like him? Tu Schwerer was genuinely upset with Liu Piaopiao now. Their clan leader was revered as a godly figure among the females of their rabbit clan. Indeed, Piaopiao, our Tu Ju holds affection for you. Will you not accept him? Tu Lan also urged Liu Piaopiao. Piaopiao, would you consider being our clan leader's mate? You are so astute. You would be a perfect match for our Tu Ju. Tu Mingming joined in the persuasion. The other 30 or so females clamored, insisting that Liu Piaopiao become Tu Ju's mate, as if eager for an immediate pairing ceremony. Liu Piaopiao was rendered speechless. In her understanding, rabbits were gentle and adorable, not ones to fervently chase after romantic entanglements. Overwhelmed by the chorus of her female kin urging her to marry, she raised her voice. Everyone, please be quiet. It was the first time they had witnessed the petite, gentle, and charming Piaopiao speak so loudly, and the 30 or so females turned to her with wide-eyed innocence. This made Liu Piaopiao question if she had overstepped, feeling a twinge of guilt for startling the rabbits. A bond is not a trivial matter. Mutual affection is essential, is it not? Moreover, I already have Jin Min and have not considered seeking another mate. Tu Schwerer was taken aback, reaching out to touch Liu Piaopiao's forehead, gazing at her as if she were daft. Piaopiao, have you lost your senses? Once we females bond with our first male, we must fulfill the divine decree of the beast god within a decade, which requires us to bond with at least 5 mates. Otherwise, Jin Min will become a fallen beast, and you will suffer the backlash of the beast god's contract, hastening your demise. Nanny, such a divine decree exists. Liu Piaopiao was utterly stunned, seeking help from the other beastmen, including Tu Ju. Piaopiao, every day in the beast world, individuals are hunted or perish. Ordinary wild beasts in the forest are exceptionally fierce. Females are already rare and precious, lacking any means of defense that a moment's carelessness could lead to death at the claws of wild beasts. Thus, the beast god has decreed such bonds to ensure more male beastmen can protect females and foster more offspring. Tu Ju patiently explained, his gaze filled with anticipation as he looked into Liu Piaopiao's captivating eyes, inadvertently causing his ears to flush red. Liu Piaopiao, witnessing the hopeful yet shy look on Tu Ju's face, nodded, having understood, yet she genuinely could not comply to meet the requirement of 5 male beastmen for the bond. She would take it step by step, as she had always been adaptable. Piaopiao, our Tu Ju is the only second-tier male beastman of the Rabbit clan. You should accept him. Tu Mingming acted as a mediator, her face filled with expectation. Liu Piaopiao looked up at the clear blue sky, hastily changing the subject. It seems it's time to prepare lunch. Where is Jin Min? Jin Min had set out with 30 male beastmen from the Rabbit clan to hunt in a distant area. Expected to return by evening, Tu Ju had arranged for the beastmen to accompany Jin Min in the morning to prevent any accidents among the male beasts of the Rabbit clan. Now that Jin Min had come to their Rabbit clan, they could venture deeper into the forest to hunt. The other female beastmen realized it was time to return to their caves for nourishment. Bidding farewell to Liu Piaopiao before happily dispersing. Once all the Rabbit clan females had departed, Tu Ju gazed at Liu Piaopiao with deep affection. Piaopiao, my heart belongs only to you. If you do not agree, I shall not bond with any other female. Tu Ju's eyes were resolute, unwavering, and he gazed at Liu Piaopiao with longing, his lips pressed together, their line beautifully defined as he awaited her response. Tu Ju, I cannot answer you just yet. Let me adapt for a while before considering bonding with any male beast other than Jin Min. Tu Ju contemplated Liu Piaopiao for a moment, resolving to gradually win her heart, believing that eventually she would accept him. Piaopiao, come to my cave. May I prepare some meat soup for you? One morning, as Jin Min set out for a hunt, he entrusted me with the task of preparing a meal for you. Liu Piaopiao glanced at the stone pot outside the cave. Even if she were to wash the pot alone, she might struggle to lift it. It seemed she was destined to subsist on the charity of others. When Tu Ju led Liu Piaopiao into his cave, he instructed her to rest inside while he personally prepared their meal. Liu Piaopiao recalled how Jin Min would often venture outside to start a fire and roast meat. So she felt little curiosity and instead busied herself exploring Tu Ju's cave. Tu Ju's dwelling was half the size of Jin Min's, featuring a simple wooden bed constructed from logs, adorned with a pristine white hide. At the center of the cave stood a stone table, accompanied by a small stone stool. Among all the caves Liu Piaopiao had encountered in this beastly world, Tu Ju's was the cleanest and most orderly. Against one wall, a multi-tiered wooden rack had been erected, with the lower 2 levels neatly stacked with animal hides. To her surprise, the uppermost layers displayed hides inscribed with symbols. Intrigued, Liu Piaopiao picked one up to examine it. The patterns indeed resembled writing, yet she could not comprehend them. Just as she was about to give up, she found her consciousness drifting into her storage space, where a tome was glowing on the bookshelf. Upon retrieving the ancient book, she discovered that it contained the very patterns from Tu Ju's hides. Remarkably, she could now decipher them. The book detailed the processes of cultivating various plants, including methods of sowing, harvesting seasons, and culinary uses. It was as if she had stumbled upon a new world. Initially dismissive of the storage space gifted to her by the handsome judge, she now found herself filled with curiosity. After perusing other ancient texts, she realized that her space held a comprehensive encyclopedia of all the plants in this beastly realm, alongside descriptions of various herbs. Liu Piaopiao flipped through the pages rapidly, astonished to find knowledge on how to construct looms, build fortifications, and much more. Piaopiao, I've washed the fruit clean for you. Please eat something to tide you over, Tu Ju said, noticing Liu Piaopiao's meticulous examination of his cave without any hint of disdain, which brought him joy. He appreciated that the female he admired did not recoil from him. In the world of beastmen, territorial instincts were strong, and a willingness to accept another's presence indicated neither aversion nor dislike. Tu Ju's arrival interrupted Liu Piaopiao's reverie in her storage space. She turned to see him holding a bright red apple, and her expression lit up with excitement, as if she had encountered a fellow villager. The freshly washed apple gleamed with droplets of water. Thank you, Tu Ju. This apple is truly vibrant. Apple? Piaopiao, is this little fruit called an apple? Tu Ju asked, and upon seeing Liu Piaopiao nod, he took a hearty bite. Clearly enjoying it. I have a few more. I'll give them all to you. Before she could refuse, Tuju stepped outside the cave. Curious about where he had procured the fruit, Liu Piaopiao followed him. Next to Tuju's cave was a smaller one, which she had initially thought belonged to another rabbit beast. A fleeting thought crossed her mind. Beastmen have a strong sense of territory and typically do not favor caves being so closely situated unless they share a common female. Upon entering the smaller cave with Tuju, she soon realized it was where he stored food and prepared meals. Inside, a small fire was crackling, and a stone pot, supported by animal bones, was simmering with meat broth. Beside it was a stone jar filled with clear water, covered with a piece of animal hide to prevent dust, though a corner was currently lifted. Next to the jar stood a two-tiered wooden rack, on which rested a large stone bowl, the very one Tuju had used to serve Liu Piaopiao meat broth on their first encounter, now holding a bone stick presumably for stirring the soup. Beside the large bowl was a smaller, exquisitely polished stone bowl, thinner and more delicate. Liu Piaopiao curiously picked it up to feel its weight. Piaopiao, this bowl is specially made for you that I noticed you struggle to hold my bowl while eating the broth. So I crafted this smaller one just for you, Tuju said, his refined features lighting up with a charming smile, his eyes filled with affection. Liu Piaopiao's cheeks flushed instantly. Tuju gazed at her, entranced, and gently placed his hands on her shoulders. Piaopiao, you are truly beautiful. You don't dislike me, do you? Tuju, I do not dislike you, but I'm still adjusting to accepting other male beastmen. Liu Piaopiao replied, gently pushing his hands away. I will not give up on you. Piaopiao, I will wait for the day you feel comfortable, he assured her. At that moment, a gurgling sound emanated from Liu Piaopiao's stomach, and the broth in the stone pot began to bubble, filling the cave with a rich aroma. Piaopiao, the soup will be ready soon. Please take a seat, Tuju said, gesturing towards the stone stool next to the fire. After speaking, he took the bone stick from the large bowl and began stirring the pot. His tall stature, bent over the pot, made Liu Piaopiao feel a twinge of guilt for merely being a guest. Tuju, you should sit down, she insisted, pointing to the stone stool. Tuju smiled and shook his head, understanding her intent. She was so gentle and entirely different from the domineering and fierce demeanor he had encountered before. In that moment, he wished he could lay bare his heart for her to see, as it was filled with thoughts of her. Then he reached into a leather pouch on the wooden rack and grabbed a handful of small seeds, crushing them into a powder before adding them to the meat broth. Piaopiao, these crushed grass seeds are favored by you females, but unfortunately, they do not store well and can only be eaten during this season. Tuju, you call these crushed grass seeds? They look like wheat seeds to me, Liu Piaopiao remarked, recalling that Jin Min used similar seeds to make porridge for her, which indeed were wheat, albeit unprocessed and slightly inferior in taste. Wheat seeds? Piaopiao, do you recognize plants? Tuju inquired, his pink eyes widening in surprise, eagerly focused on her. Yes, I know some. Tuju, don't you all recognize the plants you consume? Piaopiao, we beastmen do not have knowledge of plants. We can only generally distinguish between those that are poisonous and those that are not. However, I saw that you planted many plants in the soil at the foot of the mountain. Liu Piaopiao thought, concluding that the rabbit tribe must be able to identify some basic plants. Oh, you mean this grass. It is the favorite food of our rabbit tribe, especially the sweet and crunchy fruits that grow from it. Tuju pointed to a corner where some grass was piled up. This is called a carrot. We primarily eat the fruits that grow underground, but it might be a bit early to pull them out now. Piaopiao, you know so many plants. Can you cultivate them? Tuju asked, his excitement palpable that if they could grow more food, the rabbit tribe would not suffer from hunger during the winter or risk becoming prey to wild beasts while hunting in the snow. Liu Piaopiao, recalling the wealth of knowledge in her storage space, puffed her chest with newfound confidence and nodded. I know many plants and how to cultivate them. Tuju was overjoyed, kneeling beside her and taking her small hand in his. Piaopiao, you must be the goddess sent by the beast god to the Zhuang forest. Please teach us your methods of cultivation so that we will not see our kin perish from hunger. Liu Piaopiao was taken aback and exclaimed, I snt their meat and porridge every day. How could so many beastmen starve? Piaopiao, we currently have food because the weather is warm, and both the wild beasts and these crushed grass seeds are abundant. However, as winter approaches, most wild beasts retreat into their caves in droves, and when we beastmen track them for hunting, we risk being bitten or injured. Not to mention, when heavy snow falls, we will no longer find the wheat seeds and suitable grasses you mentioned. Tuju said, his expression growing grave. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, every winter, we lose several male beastmen. Currently, our rabbit tribe numbers over 200, mainly due to our strong reproductive capabilities. Yet, even among other ferocious beast tribes, a significant number of male beastmen perish each winter. Liu Piaopiao noticed the sorrowful gaze of Tuju and suddenly thought to herself, wheat ears are abundant in the forest. Do they not understand the importance of storage? Tuju, these wheat seeds, they are everywhere in the forest. You could collect them, and even if winter comes, you can make soup and survive. Upon hearing this, Tuju furrowed his brow slightly, expressing his helplessness. Piaopiao, the wheat seeds you speak of will sprout and decay if not preserved properly. There is no way to keep them until winter. It turned out that although the beastmen took on human forms, they were utterly ignorant of human civilization and agricultural techniques. Fortunately, she possessed books on cultivation in her space, and she could assist the rabbit tribe in enduring the winter. Tuju, I have a method to preserve the wheat seeds for a long time. Really? Piaopiao, please tell me. This is wonderful. It is the season when wheat seeds are maturing in abundance, that if we can collect them and store them properly, our rabbit tribe will no longer have to worry about food shortages in winter. Tuju gazed at Liu Piaopiao with excitement, his eyes wide open without a blink. Liu Piaopiao smiled faintly and nodded, we simply need to gather the wheat seeds, dry them in the square, and store them in the cave, as long as we ensure they dry for a sufficient time. That's excellent, Piaopiao. During tonight's bonfire ceremony, we shall announce that the male beastmen of the rabbit tribe will go out tomorrow to collect wheat and preserve them using your method. Tuju's joy was palpable. His beloved female was truly wise, undoubtedly a goddess sent by the beast god. He would never let her go. In a small cave, Tuju knelt beside Liu Piaopiao, unabashedly gazing at her with deep affection. The only sound was the bubbling of the beast meat stew in the stone pot. The atmosphere was exceptionally intimate, with Tuju leaning in close enough for Liu Piaopiao to hear the steady rhythm of his heart. Though she tugged at her hands, he showed no intention of releasing her. Tuju realized that Piaopiao did not dislike him. His heart raced, longing for her consent to be his female mate. Tuju, the meat soup is ready. I am a bit hungry. Liu Piaopiao wished to hasten the meal and step outside for some fresh air, fearing that remaining alone with Tuju would lead her to succumb to his affections. Tuju, with his exquisitely delicate features and innocent demeanor, made it difficult for her to refuse him harshly. Piaopiao, it's all my fault. I will serve you the meat soup right away. You must eat more to grow stronger. The mating ability of the leopard beastmen is exceptionally strong, especially during the season, he said as he reluctantly released her small hand. Liu Piaopiao felt quite embarrassed and flushed, quickly retracting her hand. The beastman's directness was something she needed time to adjust to. Tuju was aware of her tendency to shy away, and he found it endearing. Liu Piaopiao took a pinch of salt from a small bamboo tube on the wooden rack and sprinkled it into the stew, stirring it evenly. With one hand, she lifted the steaming stone pot from the fire and poured the soup into a carefully crafted small stone bowl. Initially feeling a bit shy, Liu Piaopiao's eyes widened in astonishment at Tuju's bold cooking skills. Was this how male beastmen prepared food? Reflecting on the fact that both Tuju and Jin Min were 200-year-old male beastmen, she felt reassured. 200 years in the wild indeed made them robust. Yet, from a human perspective, they were merely exquisite young men in their 20s. Liu Piaopiao completed her meal under the intense gaze of Tuju, who watched her with unwavering attention. The portion was just right, and the stew was perfectly balanced. Tuju truly was considerate. After being fully satisfied, Liu Piaopiao seized the opportunity of feeling drowsy, thanked him sincerely, and slipped away to her cave shared with Jin Min. It was not suitable for solitary male and female to linger together for too long, though here no one seemed to mind. Liu Piaopiao lay on the spacious stone bed, resting her head on a pile of thick beast skins. She summoned ancient books from her space, diligently searching for methods on how to dry and preserve wheat, as well as creating food. She meticulously examined each page, knowing she needed to absorb this knowledge to teach the beastmen how to labor. After a while, her eyelids grew heavy, and she unconsciously put the books away for a brief, and in her dreams, an unruly presence lingered, warm lips brushing against hers. Liu Piaopiao, with her eyes still shut, smiled at the familiar sensation and gently responded. Jin Min, with his golden, shoulder-length hair, still glistening with droplets of water, let a few fall onto Liu Piaopiao's cheek, embodying the affection of a newlywed couple. Feeling the heat radiating from Jin Min, she surrendered to his desires, initially thinking she would only sample the moment. But as time slipped away, she forgot the hour. In this beastly world, who would care? Don't, she murmured softly, her voice barely audible. Yet to the ears of one who loved her deeply, it was akin to a blazing fire. Tu Ju had come to summon Piaopiao to the square to guide the rabbit tribe's beastmen on how to collect and preserve wheat seeds for winter. However, before he reached the entrance of Jin Min's cave, his keen senses detected what was transpiring within. Jin Min had already sensed Tu Ju's approach, as if declaring his claim. He intensified his hold, quickening his pace. Liu Piaopiao's voice rose uncontrollably, her mind blank, completely forgetting her surroundings. Time passed unmeasured until the night had fully descended. The square. The bonfire blazed fiercely, the scent of roasted wild boar wafting through the air. The female members of the rabbit tribe sang and danced joyously. Liu Piaopiao felt her body ache from exertion, and she activated her healing abilities, instantly alleviating her fatigue. She realized that after bonding with Jin Min, her spiritual power had grown stronger. Could it be that her abilities would enhance alongside those of her bonded male beastmen? Piaopiao, what are you thinking about? Are you dissatisfied with my abilities? You were clearly quite loud. Jin Min inquired, unable to resist asking as he noticed Liu Piaopiao lost in thought. Liu Piaopiao rolled her eyes. Jin Min, can you not be so blunt for just one day? What does blunt mean? Jin Min replied, his stunning face displaying a foolish expression. Piaopiao, now that you are finished, can you guide the rabbit tribe's beastmen in collecting the wheat seeds in the square? Tu Ju called out from outside the cave, reminding them. Little did he know how much he had been struggling to contain himself, beads of sweat dotting his forehead and chest. Liu Piaopiao felt her mind go blank, her face reddening like a boiled shrimp. Good heavens! Did Tu Ju eavesdrop on us the entire time? Do beastmen have such hobbies? She thought, recalling her experiences with the goat tribe, which had not exhibited such tendencies. This was truly an eye-opening experience. Piaopiao, what is wheat? Jin Min asked, utterly confused at it. Is the crushed grass seeds you cook for me. They are wheat seeds and hold great value. Come, let's go to the square and inform everyone. Liu Piaopiao replied, noticing Tu Ju's politeness as he refrained from entering the cave directly. Dressed in her beastskin dress, she spoke to Jin Min as they made their way to the square. As soon as Liu Piaopiao arrived at the square, she was warmly greeted by Tu Schwerer and Tu Meng, who took her hands and pulled her into the joyful dance of the females. That night, the square was filled with the neatly dressed female members of the rabbit tribe, gathering together to dance, which made Liu Piaopiao's heart swell with happiness. And why little female is truly beautiful. Her eyes crescent-shaped like the moon in the sky. Jin Min gazed at her, entranced. Tu Ju watched Liu Piaopiao, who was dancing and singing with the other female members. Her every smile and frown captivated his heart, and he thought of how she had so willingly embraced the affection of a third-tier leopard beastman that Tu Ju's throat felt tight. This was a gift from the beast god to the females, and he was determined to become her beast husband. Once the singing and dancing had worn them out, and they gradually returned to their small bonfire, Tu Ju took to the center of the square to finalize the arrangements for the following day's wheat collection. 50 male beastmen would venture into the Zhuang forest to gather wheat, while the remaining males would either go hunting or stay behind to protect the females and sort the wheat seeds. After a night filled with singing and feasting, they returned to their cave. Yet one foolish leopard remained unfulfilled, lost in joy and unwilling to leave. With all his might, he kept Liu Piaopiao awake until the late hours of the night. Feeling a gentle caress on her face, Liu Piaopiao, half asleep, furrowed her brow, her eyes still tightly shut. Her lovely face became even more enchanting, causing Tu Ju's beastly instincts to surge. He quickly withdrew his hand and turned his gaze to the cave entrance. where the distant mountains loomed under the glaring sun and the azure sky. Calming his restless heart, Tu-Ju, what brings you here? Awakening to the sensation of a presence not belonging to Jin Min. Liu Piaopiao opened her eyes to behold Tu-Ju, who sat at the edge of the bed, lost in thought. His youthful visage was etched with confusion. Upon glancing down, she noticed a fur pelt draped over her, and a sigh of relief escaped her lips. It was fortunate that Jin Min was aware of her aversion to the cold. He had risen early to hunt, and had taken the liberty to cover her with the pelt. Yet beneath the fur, she found herself in a state of utter emptiness. Piaopiao, it's nearly noon, and you have yet to rise that I came to check on you and to bring you some food, Tu-Ju remarked. Noticing the faint marks on her neck, he continued, Jin Min instructed me not to disturb your slumber this morning, mentioning that you both had been restless throughout the night. Instantly, Liu Piaopiao felt an overwhelming embarrassment wash over her. Her cheeks aflame, she clutched the fur pelt tightly, pulling it up to cover her face, leaving only her eyes visible as they fixated on Tu-Ju. She pondered whether the beastman might suddenly lift the fur covering and drag her from the bed. Utterly oblivious to the concepts of discretion and propriety. Slowly, she turned her head and spotted a bowl of vegetable meat soup and a piece of roasted meat on the stone table. After a moment's hesitation, she said, Tu-Ju, could you step outside for a moment? I need to get dressed. Piaopiao, you may rise without concern. We male beastmen would never force a mating bond without the consent of a female. Unless one were a fallen beast, you need not worry. Her heart sank. It appeared this group of beastmen still had a long way to go before they embraced civilization. Please, just step outside that I will dress. And then you can come back in. All right? I'm not accustomed to exposing myself. As she spoke, Liu Piaopiao's gaze held a hint of vulnerability. Tu-Ju's defenses crumbled at her words. He would do anything for this little female, even if it meant sacrificing himself. He nodded in agreement and turned to leave. Watching him retreat into the cave's entrance, Liu Piaopiao swiftly sprang up, donning her fur dress with remarkable speed. She retrieved a new pair of undergarments from her space. Casting a glance at the remnants of her torn undergarments on the stone bed, her face flushing once more, this eager, foolish leopard must indeed have a penchant for tearing things apart. She must create several more pairs. Piaopiao, are you ready? Tu-Ju inquired from outside, taking his time to enter, as he was learning to adapt to the shyness of this little female. You may come in now, Liu Piaopiao replied, quickly gathering her thoughts. She approached the stone table and sipped the warm meat soup, glancing at the roasted meat beside her. She found it difficult to eat. As a human, she preferred various grains and vegetables over constant consumption of roasted beast meat. Piaopiao, why do you not eat the roasted meat? You appear so small and frail. And Jin Min, before Tu-Ju could finish his thought, Liu Piaopiao interrupted, I cannot stomach roasted meat anymore. I prefer food made from wheat and the vegetables you cultivate. Tu-Ju's eyes lit up at her words. Piaopiao enjoyed eating plant-based foods, which meant she would feel closer to the beastmen who shared the same preference. His hopes soared as his pink, gemstone-like eyes shimmered with excitement. And his exquisitely sculpted features, coupled with his robust, perfectly proportioned physique, left Liu Piaopiao momentarily entranced. Overjoyed, Tu-Ju exclaimed, Piaopiao, you like me too, don't you? He gently cradled her face, leaning in closely, their gazes locking, leaving no room for her to evade. Liu Piaopiao, almost involuntarily, nodded in agreement. Instantly, Tu-Ju's joy was palpable. He lifted Liu Piaopiao in his arms and twirled her around. That I'm feeling dizzy. Tu-Ju, please stop. Liu Piaopiao protested, her stomach unsettled from the meal. As he spun her relentlessly. Realizing he might have been too exuberant, Tu-Ju gently set her down, but upon noticing her unsteady footing, he swept her up into his embrace. Piaopiao, I apologize. I was merely overwhelmed with excitement. I have longed for your acceptance and have thought of you constantly. I wish for you to be my female. His eyes brimmed with affection. Liu Piaopiao, charmed by this adorably enchanting rabbit beast, felt no inclination to resist. A gentle smile graced her lips, her eyes sparkling with warmth. That Tu-Ju's heart raced as he sensed her acceptance, leaning in slowly to close the distance. Tu-Ju, the chief. We have collected some wheat, came the cheerful voice of my sway. However, upon witnessing him holding Liu Piaopiao, she hesitated, feeling as though she had intruded upon a private moment. Nonetheless, dozens of beastmen awaited his guidance in the square. Liu Piaopiao quickly leapt from Tuju's arms, a wave of embarrassment washing over her as her cheeks flushed. Piaopiao, it is too late for you to mate at this hour. Quickly, go down and instruct the beastmen on how to handle the wheat seeds. They have brought back a considerable amount. Rabbit Schwerer stood in the entrance for a mere few seconds before entering the cave, taking Liu Piaopiao's hand and leading her outside as if nothing had happened. Liu Piaopiao sighed internally, realizing that while these beastmen could have numerous males, her own embarrassment was perhaps only a personal struggle. In the square of the rabbit clan, piles of wheat seeds towered over 2 meters high. Piaopiao, how should we dry these seeds? Tuju asked, holding Liu Piaopiao's hand as they approached the square, where all the beastmen eagerly awaited guidance on the mounds of wheat. We need to spread the wheat out on the square to dry it. Just remember to turn it over every so often, Liu Piaopiao explained as she began tossing some wheat onto the ground. Tuju promptly instructed over 30 male beastmen to follow Liu Piaopiao's directions. The power and speed of the beastmen were indeed astonishing. Within the time it took to drink a cup of water, the piles of wheat had been spread out evenly. Next, Liu Piaopiao stepped onto the wheat field. Lacking farming tools, she discarded her only pair of cloth shoes and began to navigate the field with her feet, rolling the wheat over. The other beastmen, witnessing her playful approach to turning the wheat, happily joined in no time. The entire wheat field had been turned upside down by the rabbit clan. When Jin Min returned with the last group of male rabbit clan members after gathering the wheat, the sun was still high, estimating it to be around 4 or 5 in the afternoon. Due to the beastmen's curiosity and diligence, a significant portion of the first batch of dried wheat had already been thoroughly desiccated within half a day's time. Gazing upon the golden expanse, Liu Piaopiao felt a surge of excitement. If she could produce flour, she would no longer have to subsist on meat soup and roasted meat daily, particularly that bland, saltless roasted meat. Subsequently, she informed Tuju to arrange for the male beastmen to store part of the dried wheat in a concealed cave, while the remaining undried wheat would be piled together for further drying the next day. Having organized everything, Liu Piaopiao returned to the cave alone, retrieving a pristine piece of fur and collecting leftover charcoal from Jin Min's cooking outside. Using a bone knife, she carved it into thin strips and, lying on a stone bed, took out a book on making a stone mill from her space. After scrutinizing it, she sketched a simplified diagram of the process, knowing that the beastmen would struggle with anything overly complex. When Jin Min and Tuju entered the cave, they found Liu Piaopiao lying on the stone bed, drawing something with the thin strips of charcoal. As the 2 male beastmen approached, they were taken aback upon seeing Liu Piaopiao's depiction of the stone mill design. In astonishment, they knelt on one knee, placing their right hands over their hearts, gazing at Liu Piaopiao with reverence, that we thank the beast god for bestowing upon us the divine maiden, blessing the beast folk. Liu Piaopiao was momentarily stunned by their sudden display of devotion. What was happening? One of them was her own partner. Was it truly appropriate for him to kneel before her? What are you two doing? Please rise. Liu Piaopiao was utterly bewildered. Piaopiao, in our Zhuang continent, only when the goddess of hope descends do the various beast gods leave behind the sacred scrolls for all beast clans, and only the high priests of the great beast tribes can comprehend them. Yet you can create the sacred scroll yourself. You are not merely a divine maiden. Could you be a high priest of a powerful beast clan? Tuju questioned in amazement. The clans with high priests were indeed formidable. Much like the great beast city of Zhuang, whose high priest was a male ape beast. Sacred scroll. Do you refer to the act of inscribing and painting on this hide as a divine scroll? Liu Piaopiao gestured toward the stone mill blueprint resting under her elbow. Tuju promptly nodded in affirmation. Indeed, Piaopiao, my cave also houses a divine scroll left by the ancestors of the rabbit clan. Alas, since the fall of our sole high priest over 1,000 years ago in the Zhuang forest, no one has been able to decipher the divine scrolls left by the beast gods. Are the positions of the high priest and clan shaman not distinct within your beastkin? Liu Piaopiao had always assumed that the clan shaman assumed the role of the high priest. especially since she had witnessed the clan shaman casting a golden healing light upon Jin Min by reciting ancient beast language. Piapiao, the high priest, is the most powerful entity among all beast clans. They possess the ability to heal beastmen and are well-versed in the divine oracles of the beast gods, understanding all the divine guidance regarding cultivation and improvement, making them the wisest and most revered beings in the beast realm. Seeing that Liu Piaopiao was truly unaware, Tu Ju continued. The clan shaman only inherits a fragment of the ancestor's consciousness, knows a few herbal remedies, and utilizes the simplest ancient beast language for blessings and prayers in the moments before a beastman passes. Could you both rise to speak? And, Jin Min, why do you stare at me like a simpleton? Liu Piaopiao found it amusing that one was kneeling and chattering incessantly while the other sat there like a fool, making her feel like an old matron lecturing two wayward children. Piapiao, I fear you might leave me. Jin Min, contemplating Liu Piaopiao's formidable healing abilities without the aid of beast crystals, as well as her talent for conjuring hides from thin air, felt increasingly anxious, especially as she could inscribe divine mandates today. She was so unique, and he had only just ascended to the third tier of beast power. The more she showcased her extraordinary abilities, the more Jin Min feared he would be unable to protect her. Liu Piaopiao, having yet to encounter other beast clans, remained oblivious to Jin Min's worries. You two should get up. This is not a divine mandate, but rather my drawing of the stone mill blueprint. Tu Ju stood up, curiously examining the blueprint Liu Piaopiao had created. Piapiao, what purpose does this stone mill serve? It appears capable of crushing things. Liu Piaopiao immediately straightened up, handing the blueprint to Tu Ju. This stone mill can be used to grind wheat into flour, enabling the creation of many delightful dishes. Grinding wheat into flour? But it seems it cannot hold much. Can't we use a mortar instead? Jin Min thought that the time spent on this stone mill could have been better used to pound a great deal of flour. Do not underestimate this stone mill. Its utility is vast. You both assist in researching it and produce it. Liu Piaopiao believed in Tu Ju and Jin Min's ability to work the stone. While Jin Min found the endeavor somewhat unnecessary for the sake of wheat, he was determined to exert his utmost effort in whatever task Piapiao assigned. The more Tu Ju examined the blueprint, the more excited he became, calling for Jin Min to join him as they ventured outside. Jin Min transformed into a golden leopard and, with a grand flourish, excavated a large chunk of rock from the stone wall beside Liu Piaopiao's cave. Swaggering down the slope with Itite as Liu Piaopiao stepped out of the cave, she noticed a gaping hole had been dug beside her dwelling by Jin Min stroking her chin thoughtfully. She mused, this could serve as an opportunity to expand this little cave into a kitchen or something similar. Ideally, I could also have a restroom and a bath on the other side for my relaxation. The beastmen here are quite straightforward. They simply go to the back of the mountain to relieve themselves. And she often encountered females squatting amidst the grass. As Liu Piaopiao sauntered leisurely into the square, she was impressed by the initial formation of the stone they were working on. She couldn't help but admire the speed and strength of the male beastmen. Upon seeing Liu Piaopiao approach, Jin Min immediately called out, Piapiao, do not come closer. The dust from the stone mill is too thick. We will be finished shortly. Jin Min. Tu Ju noticed that only a few final touches were needed on the stone mill, pausing his work to pat Jin Min on the shoulder. Piapiao said you are the best at polishing stone tools. The remaining tasks are yours. Upon hearing that Piapiao had praised him in front of Tu Ju, Jin Min couldn't help but grin widely. Of course, you go ahead. I will handle the rest myself. He focused intently on smoothing the stone mill, knowing Piapiao had good taste, completely oblivious to the sly glint that flickered across Tu Ju's face. Tu Ju, what are those small wooden houses at the edge of the square for? Liu Piaopiao pointed toward the wooden houses at the bottom of the hill. Those are the small houses where the squirrel clan resides. Tu Ju replied, dusting off his hands as he approached Liu Piaopiao. The squirrel clan? Why haven't I seen any of their kin in recent days? Liu Piaopiao gazed at the wooden houses, slowly walking forward to inspect them. Tu Ju accompanied her, gradually explaining. Songbai has taken his kin, along with 20 male beastmen from our rabbit clan, to the city of beasts to trade for salt during this warm season. They are expected to return next month. That is all salt sourced from the city of beasts. The goat clan's roasted meat hasn't been seasoned with salt, and the combat effectiveness of the rabbit clan is quite lacking. Yet I can enjoy meat soup seasoned with salt at every meal. Tuju nodded. The only source of salt in the Zhuang continent is the City of Beasts, but we must exchange it with beast crystals. A single first-tier beast crystal can only be traded for a small packet of salt. Beast crystals are obtained only upon the death of beastmen. Your rabbit clan seems to possess quite a bit of salt, and I am curious where you acquire such a large quantity of beast crystals. Our rabbit clan has many females, and we have established a 500-year pact with the tiger and wolf clans in the Zhuang forest. As long as we provide them with females on schedule for breeding, they will grant us 100 beast crystals each year. I see. So the rabbit's reproductive capacity is quite strong, producing 2 to 3 litters annually. The rabbit clan's females, through strategic alliances, have secured a favorable existence for the entire clan. Liu Piaopiao pondered inwardly. As they conversed, Liu Piaopiao and Tuju arrived at the squirrel clan's wooden houses. The craftsmanship of these structures was impressive, with the wooden planks fitting together in a logical and scientific manner. Through the wooden windows, one could see the wooden furniture within. The squirrel clan truly excels in working with wood. These beds, tables, and racks are all skillfully crafted. Liu Piaopiao couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Songbai indeed possesses remarkable wisdom in creating these wooden items. He helped me construct the wooden rack and bed in my cave. When he returns, shall I ask him to create some for you as well? Noticing Liu Piaopiao's evident fondness for the wooden products, Tuju inquired, eager to please. Liu Piaopiao's heart leapt with joy. She needed some warm furnishings, and with the squirrel clan's skilled craftsmen around, why refuse? She smiled and nodded at Baiju. Thank you, Baiju. Piaopiao, your smile is truly beautiful. I like you so much. Tuju said, taking Liu Piaopiao's hand without concealing his affection. Liu Piaopiao was swept away in his fervent emotions, not rejecting his advances, shyly lowering her gaze and curling her lips into a smile. All right, Tuju, while you leave me here to toil away at this wretched stone, you go ahead and charm my little female. Jin Min, finally realizing what was happening, observed them from a distance. If it weren't for Piaopiao's insistence on finishing the stone mill, he would have loved to smash that wretched stone against the scheming rabbit's head. Liu Piaopiao quickly came to her senses, withdrawing her hand from Tuju's firm grasp, realizing that she had indeed been influenced by her surroundings. She swiftly turned and ran toward Jin Min. Seeing Jin Min somewhat upset, Liu Piaopiao immediately wrapped her arm around his, playfully coaxing. Don't be angry. You're my favorite, you know? Jin Min gazed at Piaopiao's adorably pouting lips. Instantly melting away his irritation, he turned and swept Liu Piaopiao into his arms, tossing her into the air, catching her gently just before she fell. Liu Piaopiao felt as if she had returned to her childhood. Experiencing the joy of being lifted high by her father, a sense of deep familial affection, she couldn't help but burst into joyful laughter. Jin Min lifted her several times, fearful of hurting her, before gently setting her down. Piaopiao, I'm not angry anymore. You are the most beautiful female, and it is your right to choose whom you like to. I shouldn't be upset, but I can't help myself. Liu Piaopiao stood on her tiptoes and planted a kiss on his chin. Unable to reach higher. Silly leopard. You are my favorite. Really? Piaopiao, if you ever encounter another male beast, you must still favor me most. Jin Min's enchanting gaze seemed to scrutinize Liu Piaopiao as if she were prey. Waiting for her response that, of course, you are my first love here, silly leopard. Liu Piaopiao felt a pang of guilt, self-psychologizing. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. What is first love? Jin Min, with his striking gray eyes and golden hair, had a handsome and robust physique, yet he often wore a bemused expression. Liu Piaopiao shook her head in exasperation. It simply means you are the one I like the most. Are you satisfied now? Upon hearing this, Jin Min ceased to ponder further and broke into a childlike grin. Tuju, observing Jin Min's infatuated and foolish demeanor, felt a pang of irritation. He hastily approached Liu Piaopiao, a hint of melancholy in his gaze, and inquired, the stone mill has been prepared. What shall we do next? Liu Piaopiao stepped toward the pile of not yet fully dried wheat, grasping a sizable handful of damp grains and placing them into the feeding mouth of the stone mill. Jin Min pushed down on the stone mill. Liu Piaopiao gestured, directing him in his task. After a couple of rotations, a thick paste of flour began to flow from the grinding stone. Ju, if we were to use wheat that has dried completely, we would need to add some water during the grinding process. After allowing this flour paste to dry for a while, we can make noodles. Ju diligently noted this, recognizing that his little female was truly a remarkable presence. This stone mill was the very first in the entire Zhuang continent, a level of ingenuity not even seen in the city of 10,000 beasts. The farming efficiency of the male orcs was astounding. The bonfire ceremony that evening lacked the usual fervent songs and dances, as the orcs were preoccupied with making noodles. Even the females actively participated, and for the first time, the food of the rabbit tribe featured noodles and dumplings. Each small fire pit was adorned with a stone pot, preparing a truly substantial meal. The females had developed a particular fondness for such fare, and the entire rabbit tribe had come to regard Liu Piaopiao as a figure of greater significance than their leader. In the days that followed, the rabbit tribe entered an unprecedented agricultural fervor, harvesting wheat, grinding flour, and drying the grain. The entire tribe busied themselves with preparations for the winter food reserves. Next to Ju's cave, a vast cavern, newly deepened and widened by Jin Min, stored half a cave's worth of dried wheat, with dozens of animal skin bags and one corner filled with pristine white flour. Piaopiao, thank you. These grains have indeed remained unspoiled after more than 10 days. It seems our rabbit tribe will not face starvation this winter, Ju remarked, crouching and cradling the golden grains in his hands, kneading them while smiling. With several months still until winter, we can also store some meat. Liu Piaopiao contemplated preparing some smoked cured meat, aware that the male orcs still possessed their primal instincts. Meat was more prone to spoilage and could lead to illness. She recalled a particularly long winter during her childhood when many orcs perished after consuming frozen beast meat, including 2 females. Ju's eyes fell into a distant reminiscence, tinged with sorrow. Liu Piaopiao sensed his grief and gently crouched down beside him, concern in her eyes, her voice instinctively softening. What troubles you, Ju? You seem quite sorrowful. Ju did not shy away, meeting her gaze and nodding as he slowly recounted, my mother was one of them. The fathers perished alongside the contract backlash. All loss, as a young beast, I became the new leader of the rabbit tribe. And during my first hunt, I encountered a herd of wild boars. Had it not been for Jin Min, I might have met the same fate. Liu Piaopiao, upon seeing his pink eyes glistening with unshed tears, felt a wave of compassion for the burdens he bore at such a tender age. Ju, we will overcome everything. Our rabbit tribe shall never again see orcs perish from hunger in winter. She gently patted Ju's shoulder, offering him comfort. Ju pulled Liu Piaopiao into an embrace, exclaiming, Piaopiao, I now have greater worries. I fear you might leave me, and my mind is filled with thoughts of you. Just as the atmosphere thickened with melancholy, Ju poured forth an earnest confession, leaving Liu Piaopiao momentarily speechless, though she seemed reluctant to part from him. Sensing her lack of resistance, Ju pressed her down, his fervent lips meeting hers, casting aside any semblance of helplessness or vulnerability. Liu Piaopiao slowly closed her eyes, instinctively accepting him. She had initially believed him to be gentle, yet in certain respects, his abilities rivaled that of a foolish leopard. Time slipped away as they exchanged fervent kisses, and Liu Piaopiao felt her body ache from the exertion. When she finally awoke, it was the following morning, and she found Jin Min glaring at her from the edge of the stone bed like a spurned lover. Jin Min, we are in quite a predicament. I've committed the very mistake all females in the beast world inevitably make, she thought, a flicker of guilt washing over her, leaving her unsure of how to begin. Piaopiao, when I went to fetch you last night, the wooden bed in Ju's cave collapsed. Did he encourage you to call out louder? I will make you noodles and everything else you enjoy. Jin Min replied, his tone surprisingly tentative, as if he feared being overshadowed by the increasing number of male orcs vying for Liu Piaopiao's attention. Sensing Jin Min's despondency, Liu Piaopiao leapt into his arms. I am sorry, Jin Min, I truly do not know what happened. I did not refuse him. It was my fault. Jin Min shook his head, pulling Liu Piaopiao tightly into his embrace, the rhythm of his heart pounding fiercely. Piaopiao, even the beast god only wishes to be one of the female deity's mates. As for me, I have long accepted the possibility of sharing you. I simply wish to hold on to you for a little longer. Please do not be angry. I care for you, and she cares for Tuju, Liu Piaopiao thought, feeling a twinge of shame for her own fickleness, the audacity of her heart. Jin Min's expression softened as he cupped her face, planting a gentle kiss upon her lips. Having one more Tuju to protect you is a good thing. When I go hunting, I will no longer worry about whether you have enough to eat or if anyone is caring for you. At that moment, Tuju entered, radiating happiness, holding a small stone bowl filled with food in one hand and a handful of delicate pink wildflowers in the other. On his chest, a golden lotus bond mark had appeared, identical to Jin Min's. Tuju, have you also advanced to the third tier of orc? Jin Min remarked. Sensing his newfound power, Tuju nodded. I ascended after successfully forming a bond with Piaopiao. He gently placed the stone bowl on the table and presented the flowers to Liu Piaopiao. Gazing at her with heartfelt affection, Piaopiao, please tell us, are you truly the goddess appointed by the beast god? You have no beast form. Liu Piaopiao marveled at the situation, reaching out to touch the intricate pattern on Tuju's chest. Then glancing at the identical mark on her own ankle. Did this pattern carry some special significance? I have no idea how it appeared here. I have no beast form. I was born this way. How I came to this beast world is a mystery to me. Tuju, since you're now also Piaopiao's mate, I will be honest with you. Piaopiao possesses powerful healing abilities. She can heal orcs without the need for beast crystals. So we must protect her, Jin Min asserted, his gaze fixed resolutely on Tuju, as though he would not hesitate to eliminate him should he falter. Jin Min, my love for Piaopiao is no less than yours. I will protect her with my life, Tuju replied. Though stunned, he showed no signs of retreat. Liu Piaopiao was deeply moved, her eyes shimmering with gratitude. You both are truly wonderful. After a moment of contemplation, Tuju spoke. The bond marks in the Zhuang continent have never borne such patterns. Jin Min, to avoid unnecessary complications, we need to conceal our bond marks with purple dreamgrass. Purple dreamgrass? Liu Piaopiao settled back onto the edge of the bed, subtly directing her consciousness into the space. Her mental prowess had grown significantly, and upon thinking of purple dreamgrass, a golden glowing ancient tome automatically floated into her hands. Purple dreamgrass grows by the Wanshou mountain, near the sacred spring. Its juice can be applied to bond marks, immediately concealing them. During mating, the bond mark reappears. Herbivorous male orcs benefit from consuming it to enhance their powers. Liu Piaopiao was left utterly speechless. Did this not imply that the marks could merely be covered up, only to reappear after a night's rest? It was merely a temporary solution. However, while the application of purple dreamgrass could conceal the marks initially, they would inevitably resurface. Liu Piaopiao couldn't help but voice her concern, recalling how Jin Min had nearly perished after drinking the sacred spring water from the beast god mountain for her sake. She didn't want her mate to take risks merely to temporarily obscure their bond marks. Upon hearing this, Jin Min, reflecting upon his happiness, immediately grew displeased. That won't do. Piaopiao has a monthly cycle. Using this purple dream grass would be redundant. Liu Piaopiao averted her gaze, unwilling to even glance at Jin Min, for this fool was utterly incapable of grasping subtlety. It is imperative that we strive to elevate our beast ranks to better safeguard Piaopiao. Jin Min, your leopard can excel in hunting. Starting tomorrow, you must venture into the forest for practice. The expression in Tuju's eyes darkened momentarily before he continued. As for us male rabbits, our ability to enhance our beast power is exceptionally slow. Before I bonded with Piaopiao, I only achieved the second rank due to my forebears' prayers to the beast god in their dying moments, transferring all their beast crystals' energy to me. Noticing that both Liu Piaopiao and Jin Min were attentively listening, he hesitated for a moment, his eyes tinged with sorrow. One of my fathers from the Tiger clan, a second-rank beastman, also transferred his power to me. Liu Piaopiao slowly rose, intertwining her arm with his. Tuju, can beast power truly be transferred? Tuju nodded, fixing his captivating black eyes upon Liu Piaopiao. Piaopiao. When a beastman faces death, he may voluntarily petition the beast god to transfer his power to those with whom he has a bond. This can be his own offspring from a bonded female, or any other male beastman he's connected with. It cannot be transferred to those with whom there is no bond. Liu Piaopiao mused. Does this not allow for mutual transfers among family? This divine decree is rather humane. One would not wish for their loved ones to perish. Yet if beast power could be transferred freely, would it not lead to high-ranking beastmen ruthlessly slaughtering and plundering low-ranking ones for their beast crystals? As a person of modern sensibilities, Liu Piaopiao detested the notion of survival of the fittest and bloody carnage. The high priest of the fallen beast city possesses dark incantations that assist the fallen beasts in absorbing energy from beast crystals. However, in the Zhuang continent, no male beastman is willing to become a fallen beast. Tuju grasped Liu Piaopiao's hand, pulling her gently into his embrace, concern flickering in his crystal-like eyes. Piaopiao, the fallen beast city is both formidable and perilous. You must remember to conceal your extraordinary abilities and refrain from leaving the rabbit clan. Nestled in Tuju's arms, with her head resting against his sturdy chest, she felt the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, a true expression of love that warmed her heart. Her voice softened. All right. Do not worry excessively. Without your company, I shall not venture anywhere. Jin Min observed their affectionate exchange, a hint of jealousy flashing across his sculpted visage, and he forcefully pulled Liu Piaopiao into his own embrace. Starting tomorrow, I shall venture out for training each morning and return only by night. You may remain safe within the clan, while Tuju will be responsible for your care. In that moment, he silently vowed to the beast god that he would hunt and train diligently, no longer allowing himself to become complacent. This foolish leopard, Liu Piaopiao thought, as she wrapped her arms gently around his waist. While hunting daily may enhance your beast power, you must also exercise caution and prioritize your safety. I will await your return within the clan. Jin Min's displeasure vanished, and he tightened his embrace around Liu Piaopiao, grinning broadly as if he had just tasted honey. Piaopiao, in all the millennia of our rabbit clan, we have never had a third-rank beastman. I am grateful for the blessing you have granted me. Tuju placed his right hand over his heart and bowed sincerely to Liu Piaopiao in Jin Min's arms, acknowledging that without her bond, he would never have ascended to the third rank. Liu Piaopiao gently extricated herself from Jin Min's embrace. Turning to Tuju, you herbivorous beastmen can enhance your power by consuming purple dreamgrass. Tuju's eyes widened in surprise, sparkling like stars. Piaopiao, how did you know this? Liu Piaopiao decided to reveal the truth, focusing her mental energy to extract an ancient tome. Upon seeing the book materialize in Liu Piaopiao's hands, both Jin Min and Tuju immediately knelt on one knee, reverently placing their hands over their hearts. The beast god has bestowed the goddess upon us. We shall follow her to the death. Liu Piaopiao was taken aback. Please rise. I am no goddess. Whether she was a goddess or not was uncertain, but this tome was indeed a gift from the judge of the underworld, existing in a different space-time, making it difficult for her to explain. Seeing her men kneel before her left her both bewildered and slightly embarrassed. Tuju stood and reached for the tome, but as it left Liu Piaopiao's grasp, it dissolved into nothingness. This left everyone, including Liu Piaopiao herself, in stunned silence. Jin Min quickly stood, grasping Liu Piaopiao's hand with urgency. Piaopiao, you cannot claim you are not a goddess. Only you can touch this divine decree. Very well, if I am a goddess, then so be it, as long as I am not insane. Liu Piaopiao surrendered to the situation, controlling her willpower to summon the tome once more, carefully examining its contents. It turned out that the rabbit clan could enhance their beast power by consuming purple dreamgrass, as well as by cultivating plants, implying that herbivorous beastmen must labor in agriculture to increase their strength. Liu Piaopiao raised her gaze and promptly shared the information she had gathered about enhancing the power of male herbivores through the consumption of purple dreamgrass and agricultural methods with Tuju. Piaopiao, while agriculture is indeed slow, the purple dreamgrass lies at the heart of the beast god mountain, and low-ranking rabbit beasts cannot retrieve it. However, now that I'm a third-rank beastman, I might be able to give it a try. Tuju was filled with anticipation, as he had once deemed the beast god mountain, teeming with exotic beasts, a place he could only dream of entering. Now, to protect Piaopiao, he was determined to risk everything to enhance his power. Jin Min sensed Tu Ju's intentions and interjected. Tu Ju, the beast god mountain is fraught with perilous beasts. Had it not been for my leopard kin's agility, I would not have returned to the goat clan alive after my last encounter. If not for Piaopiao's healing powers, my spirit would have dissipated. Enough of that. Piaopiao, what is the method you mentioned for preserving beast meat? This year, we have accumulated a considerable amount of wheat. If we can store some wild beast meat, we could raise a multitude of younglings during the winter. Tu Ju had already resolved to change the subject. The only way to preserve beast meat is to cure it with copious amounts of salt and then smoke it. But currently, salt is exceedingly scarce and not very feasible. Liu Piaopiao felt a wave of helplessness wash over her, recalling that one first-rank beastman's death could yield only a small pouch of salt. Liu Piaopiao rose and stepped outside the cave, gazing at the distant primordial forest. If her memories serve her correctly, when she had left the goat clan, Jin Min had guided her through this forest. They had encountered numerous lakes, rivers, and ancient stones, all of which likely harbored salt mines. Piaopiao, what are you pondering? Jin Min asked, noticing her distant expression. Jin Min, as you venture into the forest to hunt and train each day, keep an eye out for any minerals, particularly salt mines. Salt mines? What are those? Tu Ju asked, hearing the term for the first time. Liu Piaopiao raised her bright eyes to Tu Ju. They're sources from which salt can be refined. Tu Ju lowered his gaze, slowly speaking. In the vast expanse of the Zhuang forest, all the beast clans trade beast crystals for salt in the 10,000 beast city, which controls the surrounding seas and has had an agreement with the Sea Clan for millennia. Liu Piaopiao contemplated, recognizing that in any time and space, the strong reign supreme, with a few powerful individuals hoarding abundant resources, resulting in a natural selection where only the fittest survive. Piaopiao, tell me the characteristics of salt mines, and I will do my utmost to find them. Jin Min's eyes shone with determination, interrupting her thoughts. Whatever Piaopiao desired, he would strive to fulfill. Salt mine areas will exhibit some exuded saltiness. You can test the taste of white crystalline minerals or the bitter flavor of deep cave water and lake water. Jin Min nodded vigorously, indicating he had taken note. Suddenly, Liu Piaopiao remembered her hunger, her stomach growling. Piaopiao, the noodles have cooled. You do not enjoy cold food. I shall prepare another serving for you, Tu Ju said. Turning to rush back to his cave, Jin Min scratched his head, feeling quite guilty. Piaopiao, I will prepare roasted meat for you, He quickly set to work, kindling a fire outside the cave. Inside, he had a piece of half-cooked roasted meat from the previous evening's bonfire ritual, which he had brought back. Liu Piaopiao wanted to stop him, knowing that without proper seasoning, the roasted meat would be difficult to eat, especially in this heat when it was left over. However, seeing Jin Min's eager demeanor, she refrained from dampening his enthusiasm, thinking that a bite or two wouldn't harm her. After an exquisitely prepared lunch featuring 2 male beasts, Jin Min was preoccupied with honing his hunting skills in the depths of the forest. Accompanied by Tu Ju, Liu Piaopiao, however, was blissfully unaware, indulging in a delightful afternoon nap until the female members of the rabbit clan arrived to invite her to the riverside. Yes, the days grew increasingly warmer. The female rabbits would gather by the river each afternoon to frolic in the water. Piaopiao, can you guess how many tiger cubs Tu Shuer will bear this time? Tu Mengmeng inquired, drawing closer to Liu Piaopiao, who was gently washing her beast-skin garments in the river. Liu Piaopiao was momentarily taken aback by the question. Shuer is expecting tiger cubs. My heavens, this interspecies. It's my first time witnessing such a thing. She admitted her curiosity piqued. Indeed, last year, Tu Shuer had given birth to a litter of 5 wolf pups for the wolf clan, much to the delight of the clan's leader, who had gifted the rabbit clan 2 wild boars that winter. This year, surely, there would be even more tiger cubs. The male beasts of the tiger clan were all robust and handsome. Mengmeng gazed upon them with envy, lamenting that she had yet to meet a male from the tiger clan herself. Mengmeng, with that love-struck expression on your face, I hear you already have 10 male rabbits. Aren't you satisfied? Liu Piaopiao teased, secretly admiring their audacity. Tu Mengmeng, with an air of entitlement, replied, but I have yet to encounter a male from the tiger clan. The union ceremony has already taken place this year. It will be my turn next year. Her face was alight with anticipation. Liu Piaopiao observed her tall, strong, and robust form, feeling a pang of envy. Piaopiao, your physique is too delicate. You surely cannot handle too many male beasts. However, your leopard beast and our Tuju clan leader are both third-tier beastmen. Their prowess is quite rare in our Zhuang forest. If only I had more males, I would surely accompany them every night. Tu Mingming unabashedly expressed her admiration for Jin Min and Tuju. Mingming's unabashed infatuation left the other female beasts feeling awkward. And Liu Piaopiao, gazing at this remarkable woman, could only manage a forced smile, unsure how to respond. Wait, how do you know about Tuju and my affairs so quickly? Liu Piaopiao could not help but inquire. Piaopiao, last night you two shook the wooden bed in the cave so violently that our entire clan is aware. Tu Lan chimed in, splashing a handful of river water on Liu Piaopiao's face. Before Liu Piaopiao could retaliate, Tu Mingming splashed water back at Tu Lan as the sun began to set. The female rabbits engaged in playful splashes while the male beastmen patrolled outside the riverbank. Guarding them, the distant mountains loomed majestically, a continuous range. The water sparkled, crystal clear, as Liu Piaopiao joined in the laughter and joy of the females, savoring a moment of serene contentment. The evening bonfire ceremony commenced as usual. Since Jin Min and Liu Piaopiao joined the rabbit clan, a great beast returned from the hunt every night, instilling a sense of fear and respect among the male beastmen for Jin Min. The entire rabbit clan held Liu Piaopiao in high esteem and affection, especially since she was now the female leader of the rabbit clan, as the females sang and danced in the square. The male beastmen busied themselves with grilling meat and preparing dough. Liu Piaopiao suggested cutting the enormous wild boar into several pieces, allowing the beastmen to roast it themselves, ensuring it would cook thoroughly and taste far better. Where are Jin Min and Tuju today? Liu Piaopiao queried, surprised not to see Tuju anywhere in the square. Jin Min, who was roasting meat, paused at her words. He's gone to Beast God Mountain and has yet to return. What? Jin Min, why'd he go to Beast God Mountain alone? He lacks offensive capabilities, Liu Piaopiao exclaimed, springing to her feet, her brow furrowed with concern. Herbivores occupy the lowest tier of the food chain, especially in the perilous Beast God Mountain. Observing the worry etched on Liu Piaopiao's beautiful face, Jin Min began to pace anxiously, contemplating how devastated Piaopiao would be if Tuju were to perish. Piaopiao, I will finish roasting this meat, and then go look for him at Beast God Mountain. Recalling Jin Min's previous harrowing ordeal, Liu Piaopiao found it difficult to voice her concerns about sending him to rescue Tuju. Nevertheless, her worry for the rabbit intensified. Just then, the golden lotus pattern on her right ankle shimmered, stinging slightly. Simultaneously, atop Beast God Mountain, having narrowly evaded a pursuing Qilin beast, a white otter rabbit, no larger than a golden retriever, was drenched in blood as it desperately sprinted toward the mountain center. However, a 10-meter-long giant python, drawn by the scent of sweet, fresh blood, now blocked its path, its blood-red vertical pupils fixated upon the otter rabbit, poised to strike with lethal precision. Alas, Tuju was far too hasty. While it was said that third-tier male beasts could brave the trials of Beast God Mountain to expedite their training, he, a herbivorous male beast, merely sought to gather some purple dream grass. Today, it seemed, would be his last. Blood loss had rendered him dizzy and sluggish, and now he faced a python as thick as a stone well. Jin Min, Tuju, is in danger, she sensed, the bond of the contract marking her with a psychic connection. Unbeknownst to her, Jin Min could sense it too, the lotus markings intertwining their fates tightly. Without a moment's hesitation, Jin Min abandoned the roasting meat, placing it atop a stone pot set over the fire, transforming into a massive golden leopard and racing into the shadowy forest. Tuju gazed at the looming python before him, filled with despair. The python was his natural enemy. No, he had to escape Beast God Mountain. He had just formed a bond with Piaopiao. Thinking of that radiant and enchanting female, Tuju summoned an unexpected strength. Darting into the dense thicket, utilizing his small size and the towering trees for cover, he narrowly evaded the python's gaping maw several times. The once pristine white otter rabbit was now a bloody specter. Desperately fleeing through the underbrush, pursued relentlessly by a massive python with serrated fangs and a gaping maw, Tuju felt himself nearing his limits. Before him lay an impenetrable boulder with a narrow crevice just wide enough for his beastly form. With every ounce of strength, he leaped inside. The python's head was larger than Tuju's entire body, unable to reach the rabbit concealed within the crevice. Yet it did not relent. The enormous serpent coiled around the stone. Attempting to crush it with brute force, Tuju sensed that death was imminent, and he felt deeply aggrieved. He had only just found his beloved female, and now his soul would dissipate. It was all due to his impulsiveness. While third-tier beastmen could navigate Beast God Mountain, that rule did not extend to herbivorous beasts. Hiding within the stone crevice, Tuju felt the boulder shift as the python constricted around it. Blood flowing freely from his wounds, he sensed his body growing colder, awaiting death, never to see his beloved female again. Suddenly, a beam of golden light shot forth from the distance, hurtling toward the python. The creature, enraged by the attack, turned in fury. It was Jin Min, having arrived, transformed into a colossal golden leopard. With razor-sharp claws, he lunged at the python. The serpent released its grip on the boulder, its gaping maw lunging toward the golden leopard. However, the third-tier golden leopard moved with such speed that the python could not land a single blow, let alone ensnare him. The golden leopard's fangs gleamed like swords, striking with the swiftness of lightning. After several rounds of combat, the python lay defeated, its breath ragged, its flesh torn and exposed. In mere moments, the creature was slain. The magnificent golden leopard stood tall, its proud form approaching the stone cave, urging the nearly lifeless rabbit within to emerge and return to their clan. With great effort, Tuju crawled out of the crevice and transformed into his beastman form, weakly uttering, "Jin Min, I have yet to retrieve the purple dreamgrass." Jin Min, now in his beastman form, regarded him with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. "Tuju, so your entire time at Beast God Mountain was spent evading wild beasts, was it? Huh?" Tuju could only look at Jin Min's boisterous laughter, unable to retort, for he knew the truth of it. He had become the prey of the mountain's beasts. Seeing Tuju covered in wounds, Jin Min's mirth faded. Should this rabbit perish, Piaopiao would surely be heartbroken, and he would lose a capable companion for cooking and household chores on his hunting trips. With a haughty tone, he said, "Get on my back. I will take you to gather the purple dreamgrass." Thus, a colossal third-tier beast, the money leopard, galloped towards the heart of the Beast God Mountain, bearing upon its back a bloodied otter rabbit. The bonfire ritual had concluded, yet the rabbit clan's orcs were well aware that their esteemed leader, Rabbit Jew, had boldly ventured into the depths of the Beast God Mountain and had yet to return. All the orcs of the clan refrained from retreating to their burrows for rest. Remaining in the square, anxiously awaiting their leader, from a young age, Rabbit Jew had demonstrated extraordinary wisdom, mastering the art of cultivation, enabling his kin to survive amidst the perilous beasts that roamed the treacherous Zhuang continent. Rabbit Jew was their revered leader, their hero. Liu Piaopiao felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. Sensing that Jin Min had been gone for 3 or 4 hours, she gazed into the distant forest, where the ominous silhouette of the Beast God Mountain loomed, the highest and most perilous peak in the region. Listening to the accounts of the orcs in the square, she heard tales of enormous, ferocious monsters that resided atop the mountain. Were it not for the barriers set by the Beast God, only the orcs could traverse those lands. Otherwise, those malevolent creatures would undoubtedly seize control of the entire Zhuang continent. Liu Piaopiao was deeply concerned. The rabbit was essentially offering itself as a meal to those beasts. Devoid of any means of defense, It had recklessly ventured in, and she still had no knowledge of whether Jin Min had found it. Given that Jin Min had managed to enter with second-tier beast energy, surely, with third-tier energy, he would be safe. Liu Piaopiao's heart was in turmoil as she paced restlessly, alternating between walking and sitting beside the fire, her eyes fixed on the direction of the Beast God Mountain. Just as the small fire was on the verge of extinguishing, a magnificent money leopard burst forth from the dark forest, its mouth clasping a large bouquet of purple flowers, and on its back lay the otter rabbit, drenched in blood and barely clinging to life. Charging towards the square, It was Jin Min and Rabbit Jew. The male orcs stationed at the edge of the square shouted, "Rabbit E!" in exuberance. "Huzzah! They have returned." The orcs cheered, yet as they beheld the grievous wounds on Rabbit Jew, the festive atmosphere in the square fell into an immediate silence. Liu Piaopiao beheld Rabbit Jew's beast form for the first time, but such severe injuries compelled her to act swiftly to heal him. Jin Min recognized Piaopiao's intentions and signaled for her to leap onto the leopard's back. Upon seeing Jin Min swivel the leopard's eyes toward her, with its front paws firmly planted on the ground, she understood and swiftly rolled onto the back of the money leopard, cradling the injured otter rabbit gently. In a flash, the money leopard darted towards the cave on the hillside. The Rabbit Clan's orcs were struck with shock. "Rabbit E, what shall we do? Rabbit Jew is covered in blood. He seems beyond saving. Where are Jin Min and Piaopiao taking him?" Rabbit Schwer inquired urgently, while the other orcs were at a loss, for their leader was on the brink of death. "Let them stay together. Rabbit Jew may find some peace in his departure." Rabbit E replied, his face a mask of sorrow as he gazed towards Jin Min's cave. Their leader was dead, yet as the guardian beast of the Rabbit Clan, he could not falter. The orcs of the Rabbit Clan wore expressions of grief, the females weeping softly, for their leader was gone, leaving the future of the Rabbit Clan uncertain. Meanwhile, Jin Min observed as Liu Piaopiao gently laid the lifeless, bloodied otter rabbit on a stone bed. Then a radiant golden aura enveloped her hands, and the nearly lifeless Rabbit Jew began to heal at a visible pace, his dim red eyes regaining their clarity and brilliance. What astonished Jin Min and Liu Piaopiao further was that her healing powers had grown even stronger. This time, she did not experience a nosebleed or dizziness, likely due to her bond with the beast. They were rising together. Rabbit Jew transformed into his orc form, disbelief etched across his face, and immediately knelt on one knee, placing his right hand over his heart. "Piaopiao, you are a goddess. Please bless the Rabbit Beast Clan." Liu Piaopiao's heart finally settled as she witnessed the rabbit, once more animated and kneeling before her. And she felt a wave of relief. If she was indeed a goddess, at least her powers could save those she cherished. "Rabbit Jew, please rise. This is my ability, and it will grow stronger as my bond with the beast deepens." Liu Piaopiao gently assisted Rabbit Jew to his feet, reflecting on how his beast form was as captivating as his appearance. Liu Piaopiao's eyes lingered on Rabbit Jew, entranced. "Humph! Had I not arrived at the Beast God Mountain in time, this cunning rabbit would have become a mere morsel in the belly of a giant python." Jin Min muttered, arms crossed, jealousy evident in his tone. Rabbit Jew acknowledged the truth in Jin Min's words and approached him earnestly. "Thank you, Jin Min. I thought I would never see Piaopiao again. Had it not been for you last night, I would have perished, my spirit dissipating. We are brothers, are we not?" Hearing this, Jin Min regarded Rabbit Jew's sincerity and felt somewhat appeased, waving his hand dismissively. All right. You just escaped death. I won't hold it against you." Rabbit Jew smiled at this, taking Liu Piaopiao's hand and patting Jin Min's shoulder with the other. "The bond we share has united us. If your life is in peril, I, Rabbit Jew, shall risk my own to save you." Jin Min felt somewhat uncomfortable with such sentimental exchanges. As a fierce beast of the forest, he was accustomed to solitude and primal hunting, and he clearly was no match for the rabbits in matters of speech. Liu Piaopiao shook her head helplessly, her charming lips curving into a smile. "Jin Min, you are truly remarkable. I did not expect you to bring back Rabbit Jew." Along with the purple dream grass, Jin Min, basking in the praise from his beloved female, felt no inclination to be petty and embraced her tightly, declaring, "Tonight, let Rabbit Jew return his cave. I wish to mate with you." Liu Piaopiao nearly choked on her breath, exclaiming internally, "This fool, this naive leopard, has no concept of subtlety." Rabbit Jew noticed the flush of embarrassment creeping to Piaopiao's ears. He buried his head in Jin Min's embrace and nodded. "Then I shall return to my cave first. It is already midnight. Jin Min, do be cautious. I will take the purple dream grass back." The two male orcs treated such matters as casually as eating or relieving themselves, leaving Liu Piaopiao to wonder if she were to bond with more male beasts. Would they react with the same nonchalance? Jin Min gently laid Liu Piaopiao on the stone bed, and she whispered, "You reek of blood." Jin Min licked her cheek. Wait for me a moment, and swiftly transformed into a money leopard, darting out of the cave. Liu Piaopiao removed the blood-stained pelt from the bed and replaced it with a comfortable one. Caressing the smooth, cool surface of a whole piece of light brown wild boar skin that a pair of strong, bony hands encircled her from behind. Liu Piaopiao did not turn around, leaning against the still warm, dripping chest, teasing gently. You didn't just roll in the river and come back, did you? Why don't you see if you've cleaned up? With that, he pressed down on her, and with a rip, the pelt gave way. After Rabbit Jew returned to his cave with the purple dream grass, he found himself unable to sleep for a long time, but a strange feeling stirred within him as he thought of Jin Min and Liu Piaopiao sharing an intimate moment. It left him feeling rather unsettled. However, recalling that Jin Min had likely felt the same way the previous night, he found some solace. The smoke curled gently, cicadas sang, birds chirped, mountains layered, and the azure sky shone like a mirror. A long, resonant horn echoed from the peak of the Rabbit clan. Liu Piaopiao was startled awake by the sound of the horn and hurriedly dressed. The bone soup noodles on the stone table were steaming, accompanied by a freshly washed fruit, surely Rabbit Jew's handiwork. Jin Min had already risen to hunt in the mountains. Following the sound of the horn, Liu Piaopiao rushed to the cave entrance and could tea that moment. In the square of the Rabbit clan, the male orcs stood in perfect formation, led by Rabbit E, who wielded a spear and called out loudly, "Leader Rabbit Jew! Leader Rabbit Jew!" The nearly 200 orcs responded in unison. Liu Piaopiao observed carefully and realized that the orcs had gathered to hold a ceremony for their leader. Upon seeing Rabbit Jew, who was unscathed, in the center of the square, Rabbit Jew raised his voice. "We, the Rabbit clan orcs, have not seen a male orc of 3rd tier or above for millennia. Were it not for our clan's robust reproductive abilities, we would have long been devoured by other wild beasts and vanished from the Zhuang continent." Over 200 male orcs stood in complete silence, attentively listening. Rabbit Jew continued, "Yesterday I risked the peril of my spirit dissipating to ascend the Beast God Mountain, where I received a revelation from the Beast God. If the Rabbit clan orcs wish to enhance their beast energy, it can only be achieved through agriculture and the cultivation of this purple dream grass, which Jin Min and I risked our lives to bring back." "Rabbit Jew, you mean that agriculture can enhance our Rabbit clan's beast energy, and also that of other herbivorous clans?" Rabbit inquired. "Of course. Agriculture is the means of advancement for all herbivorous clans." With a booming affirmation, Tujue addressed the gathering at tea that moment. A member of the orc crowd inquired, "Tujue, how is it that after sustaining such grievous injuries last night, you appear to be completely healed today?" Tujue had already devised a response, knowing full well that no other orc from their tribe could traverse the Beast God Mountain unscathed. He boldly proclaimed, "Though I was gravely wounded yesterday, I consumed the holy spring water and feasted upon the Zeman grass. Blessed by the Beast God's grace, the assembly of male orcs erupted in thunderous cheers. Long live the Beast God." "Chief Tujue," Liu Piaopiao smiled gently, remarking, "I didn't realize Tujue was such an orator, invigorating the spirits of the orcs with such flair and vividness." Turning back to the cave, she savored the breakfast that Tujue had meticulously prepared for her. Delighting in its exquisite flavors, after satisfying her hunger, she ambled lazily to the fields before the square. Tujue was directing the male orcs in meticulously tidying up a plot of land, while he himself cradled a large bundle of Zeman grass, studying its roots and pondering how best to cultivate it. Upon seeing Liu Piaopiao approach, he instantly flashed a charming smile. "Piaopiao, could you advise me on how to plant this Zeman grass to ensure its survival?" Liu Piaopiao, her eyes narrowing slightly with indignation, retorted, "Tujue, did you risk your life for this?" The notion that he dared to venture alone when he was already prey in the eyes of beasts infuriated her. Tujue's smile gradually faded, his gaze lowering as he spoke softly. "I intended to bring back a substantial quantity for cultivation, making it more convenient for future consumption and enhancing the orc ranks. As long as there is hope for elevation in rank, I can remain by your side like Jin Min in that moment." Liu Piaopiao realized that this timid rabbit had braved perilous risks for her sake, stirring deep emotions within her, akin to a stone cast into a placid lake, sending ripples across the surface. Gazing at Tudu, whose eyes sparkled like pink gemstones and whose features were as endearing as a doll's. She gently caressed the back of his hand and whispered, "From now on, you must not put yourself in danger again." Tujue carefully set down the Zemin grass and enfolded Liu Piaopiao in his embrace. "I understand, and I shall not act so recklessly again. You still need my protection. Chief Tujue, the grass has all been cleared. What shall we do next?" asked a rabbit wielding a large beast bone shaped like a hoe. Gesturing toward the freshly tilled earth behind him, Liu Piaopiao extricated herself from Tujue's arms, seated herself upon the ridge of the field, and delved into the space within her mind to quickly peruse the planting methods for Zemin grass. Before long, she exclaimed, "Tujue, Zemin grass thrives in shady, damp conditions. You should plant it by the riverbank." She pointed toward the nearby stream. "Very well," Tujue replied with a smile, leading the male orcs to swiftly clear away the weeds and reeds along the riverbank. Following Liu Piaopiao's guidance to plant the abundant Zemin grass, in no time, he asked, "Piaopiao, while our male orcs are tending to the crops, what are you doing here?" Rabbit Schwer and Rabbit Meng Meng, accompanied by a group of females, were feeling rather bored and had come to invite Liu Piaopiao to play in the water. "I'm contemplating what else could be planted in this land to prepare for the winter," Liu Piaopiao explained. "Piaopiao, you are so knowledgeable. With the wheat and flour we currently have, we will have more than enough to withstand this winter." Rabbit Meng Meng gazed at Liu Piaopiao with admiration. "That I am considering diversifying our food sources. I heard Tuju mention that during winter, the females will give birth to numerous young rabbits. That wouldn't it be beneficial for their rapid growth if we had a rich supply of food?" "Piaopiao, you are truly remarkable. I admire you greatly." Rabbit Schwer's fervent gaze sent shivers down Liu Piaopiao's spine. "I admire you as well, Piaopiao. You are not only the most beautiful female in the Zhuang forest, but also the wisest and most intelligent." Rabbit Lon chimed in, equally enamored. "That we all adore you. Now that you have joined our rabbit tribe, we will store wheat and have plenty of food, so we won't need to forage for fruits and grasses in the forest anymore." Rabbit Meng Meng grasped Liu Piaopiao's hand with excitement. Seeing their innocent and endearing expressions warmed Liu Piaopiao's heart. Just then, the male orcs who had completed their labor erupted into cheers. Liu Piaopiao raised her eyes to behold a group of male orcs emerging from the forest, adorned in leather skirts and shouldering massive leather bags. The leader, with short brown hair and dark eyes, was of a stature comparable to Tujue. "Songbai, you have finally returned," Tujue exclaimed, giving him a hearty pat on the shoulder. "Tujue, we successfully traded for some salt and other items that the females particularly adore, known as fabric, which is used for making dresses," Songbai grinned. "Excellent, it's good to have you back," Tujue replied, glancing behind him to find only 10 individuals had returned, 6 from the rabbit tribe and 4 from the squirrel tribe, including Songbai. Upon noticing the pain in Tujue's eyes, Songbai's smile faltered, his voice trembling as he recounted, "We lost 8 companions while traversing the marshlands. Later at the Bee City, we exchanged for salt and fabric. But on our return journey, we were ambushed by a band of hyena tribe members who stole our salt and fabric, resulting in the deaths of 12 of our kin during the struggle." Tujue's pink eyes flared with fury, his fists clenched tightly as he spat through gritted teeth. "Hyena tribe, our rabbit tribe shall not coexist with you, Tujue. The hyena tribe slaughtered most of our male squirrels and younglings last year, seizing our tribe's only 2 females. Now that they are aware you have taken us in, I fear they may seek to harass you," Songbai said, furrowing his brow with concern. "Humph, they dare not do so now. Our rabbit tribe's females are currently carrying young from the tiger tribe. For the next few months, they will not dare to attack." Tujue reassured him he knew that the tiger and wolf tribes have been protecting them for years. As every warm season, the females of the rabbit tribe would bear offspring for both tribes. "Tujue, you have a female now." Songbai finally noticed the golden lotus flower mark on Tujue's chest. Tujue beamed. "My little female is named Liu Piaopiao. She is the most beautiful female in the Zhuang forest." He turned to point at Liu Piaopiao, who was surrounded by a group of robust and nurturing rabbit females. Songbai could only see her petite profile, surrounded by the towering figures of the hardy rabbit females, and inwardly lamented Tujue's choice. "What a pity! How could such a frail female bear his offspring?" "Songbai, Your group has faced considerable hardships. You should return and rest well. Tonight, during our bonfire ceremony, I will introduce you to my female and her leopard beast, Tujue concluded, leading the group towards the small wooden hut. Songbai had brought back a large leather package, piquing Rabbit Schwer's curiosity. I wonder what new treasures he has brought back from B City. As long as we have traded for salt, I will be content. It has been ages since I last tasted salt, Rabbit Meng Meng pouted. Liu Piaopiao felt a twinge of guilt as she had been enjoying salted meat soup at every meal, knowing that food distribution within the tribe was determined by the chief. The females chatted about the evening's bonfire ceremony and whether they would receive any salt. But Liu Piaopiao felt hesitant to interject. She mentioned that she needed to return to collect her dried leather garments as an excuse to slip away. As night fell, the bonfire blazed brightly. Ever since Liu Piaopiao suggested dividing the entire wild boar into smaller portions for distribution among the tribesfolk, the variety of food in the square had significantly increased. Tujue proudly brought Liu Piaopiao before the crowd, declaring, "My little female, Liu Piaopiao, may appear frail, but she is intelligent and brave, and she has a formidable leopard beast named Jin Min. Together, we will strive to improve our lives. And the supply of salt will only grow," he proclaimed, eliciting jubilant cheers from the rabbits. Jin Min sat beside the fire, diligently cutting the wild boar meat into smaller pieces and skewering them on branches to roast. At that moment, Songbai stepped forward, holding a small wooden box. "Tujue, this is a special gift I brought back from B City for you and your little female," as he beheld the breathtaking beauty of Liu Piaopiao. His breath caught in his throat, and his heart skipped a beat, filling him with a quiet astonishment. Such an exquisite female could be found among the rabbit clan, and moreover, she was the destined female of Tujue. He recalled the enchanting mermaid Yuzhua, revered as the most beautiful creature of the Zhuang continent, whom he had encountered in the Beast City S arena. Yet, her allure paled in comparison to Liu Piaopiao's captivating charm. This was a perilous situation, should the Beast City discover her existence. Liu Piaopiao opened the gift she received and found a pair of exquisite bone earrings radiating a soft glow. She touched her earlobes. Realizing she indeed had piercings, Tujue, with a gaze full of affection, took the earrings from her hand and gently adorned her with them. Gazing upon Liu Piaopiao's fair complexion and delicate features akin to blooming cherry blossoms, he murmured, "Piaopiao, you are truly beautiful. I adore you." However, upon noticing Songbai standing beside them, lost in a daze, Liu Piaopiao felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, pondering if he was once again. It seemed that she must visit his cave tonight. What treasures did Tujue and Songbai bring back from the Beast City? Liu Piaopiao inquired, noticing Songbai's reluctance to depart, as she pointed towards several animal skin bundles behind Tujue. Almost forgetting, she recalled that these contained the salt and a fabric known as cloth, exchanged by Songbai and the others in the Beast City. Tujue turned around, crouching down to unpack the bundles. "This is hemp fabric," Liu Piaopiao exclaimed in delight, astonished that the civilization of the beastmen had begun to emerge in the Beast City. "Piaopiao, do you recognize this?" Tujue increasingly perceived his female's remarkable intelligence. Believing that she must have been sent to the beast realm by the beast god to guide the beast clan forward, Liu Piaopiao nodded. "This is woven from hemp fibers. We can use it to make clothing, bags, and other ornaments." Tujue, this is indeed referred to as hemp fabric in the Beast City, and the females there wear garments made from it. Tujue marveled at her knowledge, and Songbai gazed at Liu Piaopiao with an expression of infatuation, admiration, and appreciation. Noticing Songbai's unabashed fascination, Tujue stepped forward, positioning himself protectively behind Liu Piaopiao. Songbai shook his head helplessly. With his mere first-tier beast power, how could he ever hope to be Liu Piaopiao's mate? Certainly, her leopard beast would never allow it. Moreover, Liu Piaopiao's gaze towards Tujue and Jin Min was evidently different from how she regarded other males. "Can your female also create this fabric?" Songbai, as the leader of the Squirrel clan, was not lacking in intelligence. He could clearly see that Tujue's female was exceptionally wise. His persistent pursuit of his own dream had led him to inform Liu Piaopiao of the tribe's endeavors in producing flour and cultivating purple dreamgrass. The process of weaving hemp fabric was not complex. It merely required a loom, I've heard that you have considerable knowledge in woodworking. I can sketch out the loom design for you to construct. Tuju suggested. Liu Piaopiao stepped out from behind Tuju, her expression serious, as she contemplated making warm clothing before the weather turned cold. Both Tuju and Song Bai were filled with excitement. How wonderful! Piaopiao, do you realize how precious this hemp fabric is? If we acquire cotton fabric, we could trade with other beast clans ourselves. Tuju's voice trembled with enthusiasm as he held Liu Piaopiao's hand tighter. Just then, Tu Mingming rushed over, grabbing Song Bai's arm. Song Bai, have you also fallen for Piaopiao? You promised me that if we survived the beast city, you would bond with me. The audacity of Tu Mingming. Unabashedly straightforward, left Liu Piaopiao amused as she observed the exchange. Having faced life and death, Song Bai understood the value of life and time. He looked at the adorable Tu Mingming, and with a sudden burst of energy, he lifted her off the ground and strode toward the small wooden house where the Squirrel clan resided. The surrounding beastmen cheered and clapped, their shouts refreshingly direct. Next, Tuju distributed the salt and hemp fabric brought back from the bee city among every female in the tribe. Piaopiao, Song Bai mentioned that the long skirt is quite expensive, so he only managed to acquire one piece. The rest is fabric for you females to sew into skirts, Tuju remarked, suddenly feeling impoverished now that he had his own female and resolved to study more valuable items for trade. Piaopiao, what do we need to do with this hemp fabric? Lu Shuer asked, puzzled. The fabric felt much softer and finer compared to animal skins, promising to be more flattering and comfortable for garments. This hemp fabric can be fashioned into various styles of dresses. Come to my cave tomorrow, and I will teach everyone how to make clothing, Liu Piaopiao instructed, holding the only completed garment in her hands while carefully weighing her options. The other females expressed their excitement, clutching their pieces of hemp fabric, and soon dispersed in eager anticipation of crafting their dresses the following day. Piaopiao, the meat is ready. Come and taste, Jin Min called out, warning her not to burn it again, as just a few bites would not suffice to nourish her for bearing leopard cubs. Tuju took Liu Piaopiao's hand and led her to the fire pit. The meat stew in the stone pot bubbled with a milky white froth, while fresh banana leaves lay on the ground, topped with a handful of washed greens that Tuju tore the greens into small pieces and added them to the stew, seasoning it with a dash of salt. Today's roasted meat had been cut into fine pieces by Jin Min, skewered on a branch, golden and glistening with oil, the aroma wafting enticingly. Piaopiao, is it delicious? Jin Min, like a proud chef, offered her a skewer of roasted wild boar, seasoned with salt. Liu Piaopiao smiled as she accepted the roasted meat, taking a small bite and savoring it. Jin Min, your roasted meat is getting better and better. The simple-minded Jin Min broke into a broad grin, his handsome face lighting up like a blooming flower. Piaopiao, you should also have some soup, Tuju offered, using a spoon fashioned from beast bone to serve her a small bowl of vegetable meat soup, blowing on it gently to cool it before handing it to Liu Piaopiao. With the beastmen in the square well fed and satisfied, the females were embraced and taken back to their caves by the male beastmen. Liu Piaopiao felt the expectant gazes of both men upon her, which made her feel somewhat troubled. The atmosphere grew awkward, and Liu Piaopiao cleared her throat. I think I will stay at Tuju's place tonight. Jin Min, you've had a long day too. You should head back to your cave to rest. Jin Min's smile faltered, but he obediently nodded, leaving with a lingering gaze. Tuju joyfully scooped Liu Piaopiao into his arms and headed toward his cave. They passed by several rabbit clan dwellings, the unabashed sounds of revelry and passion quickening Liu Piaopiao's heartbeat, prompting her to bury her face shyly in Tuju's embrace. Upon returning to Tuju's cave, she noticed that the wooden bed had vanished, replaced by a stone bed adorned with clean animal skins. Piaopiao, this bed will never collapse again, Tuju assured her, his eyes filled with affection as he gazed at Liu Piaopiao. His tenderness palpable, in his arms. Liu Piaopiao entwined her hands around his neck, her cheeks flushed. Upon meeting his intense gaze, she quickly lowered her head, feeling bashful. Tuju's lips curled into a sweet smile as he gently laid Liu Piaopiao on the stone bed, eagerly leaning over her. The stamina of male beastmen was astounding. When Liu Piaopiao awoke the next day, her body ached as if it had been trampled. She secretly activated her healing abilities to restore her vigor and spirit. Upon spotting two Jews seated on a stone bench within the cave, working diligently with a bone needle to sew beige animal skins, she realized he was crafting a little dress, a small outfit, and even a pair of tiny undergarments for her. Her heart warmed at the thought. Noticing her gaze, two Jew asked, Piaopiao, why aren't you sleeping a bit longer? I've already woken up, two Jew. Are you making clothes for me? Liu Piaopiao feigned ignorance. Tu Ju nodded. I washed the animal skin dress you wore yesterday and hung it outside to dry. I'm using it as a template to create a new outfit for you. Liu Piaopiao attempted to rise, but as she lay beneath the animal skins, exposed and unadorned, she simply stretched languidly on the bed. Tu Ju observed his beloved female, her beauty radiating serenity, and smiled indulgently. Piaopiao, the dress will be ready soon. With renewed vigor, he quickened his stitching, and shortly after, he presented her with a lovely, snug-fitting camisole dress and comfortable undergarments. Tu Ju, your craftsmanship is truly remarkable. The stitches are so finely done. Liu Piaopiao exclaimed, feeling as though she had entered a life of luxury, far surpassing her own clumsy attempts at sewing. Piaopiao, henceforth, allow me to take care of such matters. You need not injure your delicate hands, which are so slender and soft. Tu Ju naturally assisted Liu Piaopiao in donning the leather dress he had painstakingly sewn. Observing the snug fit of the leather garment, it accentuated Liu Piaopiao's curvaceous figure. Her exposed skin as fair as snow and glistening like jade. Tu Ju found himself involuntarily swallowing, his gaze deepening with intensity. Upon noticing his demeanor, Liu Piaopiao, aware of his formidable strength, promptly interjected, I am quite famished, and I promised the females I would make linen garments today. Tu Ju was instantly doused with a cold splash of reality. His little female was already hungry, and he felt a pang of guilt. With eyes brimming with tenderness, he said, Piaopiao, I prepared noodles for you, and I shall fetch them right away, and promptly exited. Watching Tu Ju's retreating figure, Liu Piaopiao felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. She had long yearned for love, reveling in the feeling of being endlessly cherished. The sun blazed high in the sky, and the weather was sweltering. Inside Jin Min's cave, a throng of female beastmen from the rabbit tribe had gathered. Liu Piaopiao had previously provided Tu Ju with step-by-step illustrations for making clothing, guiding the females in crafting garments, all drawn from simple ancient dress styles found in a sacred tome. Indeed, Tu Ju was a leader among the beastmen, intelligent, eager to learn, and meticulous, quickly mastering the techniques for sewing linen dresses and patiently instructing each female rabbit. Women have an innate desire for beauty. Typically, their daily lives revolve around eating, sleeping, and bearing young, attended to by the male beastmen. Now, as they engaged in garment making, the female rabbits were particularly earnest. Unbeknownst to them, time slipped by unnoticed, and one by one, they successfully learned to sew their fitted long skirts before departing with satisfaction and joy. Piaopiao, come here and try on a linen dress I made for you. Tu Ju gently pulled Liu Piaopiao closer, preparing to personally untie the leather dress. I can manage on my own. Tu Ju, perhaps you should turn around. Liu Piaopiao felt that bearing herself was not quite in line with her style. Sighing, she acknowledged that her modesty would require gradual acclimatization. Piaopiao, I have seen every part of your body. Come and don this dress. It is incredibly comfortable and soft, with no room for refusal. He took charge, and she resigned herself to his will. Her flowing hair cascaded like ink, her eyes sparkled, her lips resembling pink pearls, and her face bloomed like petals in the soft embrace of the cream-colored linen dress. She appeared ethereal and divine, leaving Tu Ju utterly entranced. His little female was breathtakingly beautiful, akin to a celestial goddess, rendering him spellbound. Piaopiao, you look truly lovely in that linen dress, Tu Ju complimented earnestly. For his little female was the most exquisite and unique among all the beast women. Liu Piaopiao felt as though she had tumbled into a vat of honey, her captivating face lighting up with a smile. Tu Ju, this linen dress is indeed far more comfortable and beautiful than the leather one. There must be plenty of flax stalks in the forest. We should gather them while the season permits. Piaopiao, Are you suggesting that this fabric is made from the flaxstock found in mountains? We typically use them to make ropes, never realizing they could be fashioned into clothing. Tuju mused, examining the linen on Liu Piaopiao's body with keen interest. With a loom, we can create garments from linen, and if we acquire cotton, we could craft even softer and more comfortable fabrics. Liu Piaopiao shared with Tuju the textile knowledge she had gleaned from the ancient tome. Piaopiao, if you draw out the loom design, I will have Songbai construct one. Tuju said, clearly excited. With a beloved little female to care for, he felt a renewed determination to strengthen their tribe and achieve prosperity. Very well, I will draw it now. You should summon Songbai, she replied. First, let me prepare you a meal. My little female must not go hungry. We will seek out Songbai in the afternoon. He reminded himself of his duty as Liu Piaopiao's protector. Liu Piaopiao entwined her arm around his, playfully nudging him with her head. Tuju, you're truly wonderful. Tuju scooped Liu Piaopiao into his arms and carried her towards his cave. Smoke wafted gently in the mountain air, creating a serene atmosphere. In the afternoon, Songbai, take a look at this loom. Do you think it could be constructed? Tuju presented the loom design and steps Liu Piaopiao had sketched. Songbai beheld the clear and detailed drawing on the cream-hued leather, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Tuju, did your little female truly create such a divine design? Tuju nodded. Immediately, Songbai knelt before Liu Piaopiao, placing his right hand over his heart. Thank you, goddess, for your blessings. I shall exert every effort to create this loom. Liu Piaopiao was taken aback, suddenly realizing that in this world of beastmen, there was no written language. Anything she drew would be regarded as divine revelation. She face-bombed, reaching out to assist him up. Songbai, please rise and speak with me. Songbai gazed at the enchanting, gentle little female before him, filled with utmost reverence. She lacked the petulance often associated with the most beautiful female in the Beast City. Liu Piaopiao remained oblivious to Songbai's admiration, only noticing his blind adoration, which inflated her modest vanity, causing her to beam with a smile. Songbai, I trust your craftsmanship will surely bring this loom to life. With a loom, the rabbit tribe can weave fabric. Songbai rose slowly, nodding earnestly at Liu Piaopiao. I shall make every effort to refine the loom. Please grant me a little time. Of course, I have complete faith in you. You are the only one in the rabbit tribe capable of crafting wooden furniture. Liu Piaopiao affirmed. Indeed, every beastman had their unique talents. Eagerly, Songbai, upon seeing Liu Piaopiao and Tuju exit his wooden hut, gathered his 4 squirrel tribe companions to venture into the mountains in search of timber to construct the loom. Piaopiao, I will lead 10 male beastmen to collect flax stalks not far from the forest. You should stay in the tribe. Tuju was not idle. He had assigned other male beastmen to hunt in the mountains. Tu-E, accompanied by 50 male beastmen, was tasked with patrolling the rabbit tribe to ensure the safety of the females and the food supplies. Currently, the only one who could venture out to gather flaxstalks was Tuju himself. Leading 10 male beastmen from Tu-E's patrol. Tuju, the females can also assist with collecting flaxstalks, Liu Piaopiao insisted, eager to contribute, feeling as if she had been pampered like a pig, eating and sleeping without labor. The forest is rife with wild beasts. It is unsafe for you females to venture out, Tuju replied. Liu Piaopiao longed to explore beyond the rabbit tribe's borders, pleading, Tuju, I wish to play in the forest. I have heard that Dream and Shui Er mentioned the female rabbits used to frequently forage for wild fruits and grasses. Tuju, gazing at his beloved little female's pleading expression, could not help but gently caress her beautiful face. Speaking softly, indeed, we are grateful to the beast god for sending you to us. Now, the female rabbits need not worry about food shortages, which is why we have refrained from sending them into the forest for labor lately. Liu Piaopiao persisted, wrapping her arms around his strong arm in a playful manner. Please allow us to go. With over a dozen male beastmen to protect us, we will be fine. Tuju shook his head. Piaopiao, you are far too beautiful. Both Jin Min and I would rather not risk you being discovered by other high-ranking male beasts. It was that he feared someone would steal his beloved away. That could be easily remedied, Liu Piaopiao quickly replied. I will wrap myself in cotton cloth, covering all but my eyes. How does that sound? I am utterly bored with this mountain, this square, this land, and this river. Tu Ju could not bear to see Liu Piaopiao disappointed. Seeing her unwavering determination to go, he thought he would remain close by her side, nodding in agreement. If you cover yourself, I will call upon the female members of the tribe to join us in gathering flax stalks at the edge of the forest. Liu Piaopiao was overjoyed, dashing towards Jin Min's cave while gently running her fingers through her cascading hair. Soon, when Liu Piaopiao reached the square and stood among a group of females, she had braided her hair into 2 plaits, draping a piece of linen cloth that had yet to be secured over herself. Piao, you are truly beautiful. Dressed like this, you resemble a goddess, Tu Lan remarked, admiring Liu Piaopiao, who wore the linen dress and had braided hair, the cloak-like linen enhancing her beauty, making her even more captivating than if she had revealed her feminine features. Exuding an aura that was sacred and untouchable. Indeed, those who were pleasing to the eye appeared even more enchanting when draped in linen. Piao, you are stunning, Tu Meng echoed, her eyes filled with envy. The other females marveled, noting how the more modestly Liu Piaopiao dressed, the more her radiant beauty shone, untouched by the mundane world, resembling a forest goddess. Tu Ju felt a twinge of regret for agreeing to take Piao into the forest. Yet as he observed her filled with anticipation, ready to embark, he resigned himself to fulfilling his promise. Liu Piao scanned the area, surprised to find the playful Tu Shui absent, and curiously inquired of Tu Meng. Meng, why hasn't Ti Shui come out? Tu Meng swiftly explained, Shui is expecting cubs from the tiger tribe and is due to give birth in a few days. Tu Ju, the tribe leader, has instructed her to remain within the tribe's territory. Liu Piaopiao failed to notice that Tuxuir was expecting, her face a mask of astonishment. How can Shui be about to give birth when her belly hasn't grown at all? Tuming looked at Liu Piaopiao with a bemused expression. Piaopiao, how can you be so wise at times, yet completely oblivious at others? Our rabbit females give birth within a month, and since she is carrying only 5 tiger cubs, her belly certainly won't swell significantly. My goodness, this is a revelation. In order to avoid being perceived as a fool by the beastmen, Liu Piaopiao chose to quickly silence herself, pretending to understand. Thus, under the protection of 10 male beastmen from the rabbit clan, over 30 adult females ventured into the forest to gather flax stalks. Exotic flowers and fruits flourished, towering trees stood tall, and the wild grass nearly reached Liu Piaopiao's thighs. Fortunately, the mountains and forests frequently traversed by the beastmen had formed small trails over the years. Wrapped in a cloth that concealed her entire body save for a pair of black, jewel-like eyes, she walked in front of the rabbit females, curiously admiring the beauty of the primeval forest. Before long, they arrived at a vast expanse covered in flax stalks at the foot of a mountain. All the beastmen began to spring into action, pulling the flax stalks from the soil, while Rabbit Jew instructed them to bind the stalks into bundles. The females, having not had the chance to frolic for many days, seized the opportunity to chase butterflies, gather flower crowns, and play with insects and birds. The area was filled with the sounds of laughter and merriment from the rabbit females, while the male beastmen smiled indulgently, their labor undeterred. Rabbit Jew stood atop a height, carefully observing everything around. At that moment, his senses heightened, he shouted loudly. There is the presence of outsiders. The heightened senses of a third-tier rabbit beast made him acutely aware. Piaopiao, come back. Rabbit Jew rushed towards Liu Piaopiao, shouting, Rabbits, we have outsiders. Protect the females. Instantly, all the rabbit females ran towards the dozen or so male beastmen nearby. In the blink of an eye, over 40 rabbit beastmen clustered together, with Rabbit Jew leading 10 male beastmen. Armed with long spears, encircling more than 30 females in the center, a deafening roar echoed, reminiscent of a tiger's mighty call, as a group of 50 individuals, their stature comparable to the male rabbit beastmen, but with muscles that were robust and impressive, advanced towards the rabbit clan. Behind them, a striking male beastman with short brown hair and amber eyes, features as exquisite as a painting and a nose that was elegantly defined, rode slowly on a tiger the size of a massive bull, emanating an overwhelming pressure. Rabbit Jew felt his courage diminishing. He hadn't anticipated that the impressive figure riding the tiger was now a third-tier beastman, who disdainfully remarked, "Rabbit Jew, I never expected to see you here." Now, a third-tier beastman, Rabbit Jew no longer feared the oppressive aura, but the others in his clan were visibly intimidated. Yet, for the safety of their females, no male beastman would falter. They stood resolute. Shielding the females, Huzay, I did not expect you to appear here. Rabbit Jew was somewhat taken aback. As the leader of the Tiger Clan, Huzay had never ventured near the territory of the Rabbit Clan. I've heard that many of the beastmen you sent to Wansho City have perished at the hands of the Hyena Clan. Recently, our Tiger Clan's cubs are about to be born, and we have come to personally protect the pregnant females and bring the cubs back to the Tiger Clan. Huzay was indeed there for the sake of the Tiger Cubs. The Tiger Clan had only 2 females, and this year they had each given birth to just 1 cub. Upon hearing that the Rabbit Clan's females were carrying multiple tiger cubs, he had to send tiger beastmen to ensure their protection. The females carrying tiger cubs have remained within the clan. You need not worry. Rabbit Jew subconsciously felt that the entrance of the Tiger Clan into the Rabbit Clan was too overpowering. And deep down, he was reluctant for Piaopiao to be discovered by Huzay spoke, his thin lips parting. Rabbit Jew, the Hyena Clan has already planned to raid and invade the Goat Clan. I advise you to quickly bring the rabbit females back and refrain from wandering outside. You might end up being captured. What? Invade the Goat Clan? Liu Piaopiao gasped in horror, immediately thinking of Jin Min's adoptive mother and the innocent, lovely Yang Yunyan. Hearing the soft, melodious voice of the female, Huzay's heart skipped a beat. Having lived for 300 years and being one of the few third-tier beastmen in this desolate forest, he had never been moved by any female until now. This moment, even a single word from her made his heart race. His cold gaze shifted to observe behind Rabbit Jew, where a petite female, completely wrapped in fabric, was visible only by her captivating, radiant black eyes. Rabbit Jew swiftly shielded Liu Piaopiao's small head, stating, "She is my little female. She once lived in the Goat Clan, so your news is quite a surprise." Upon noticing the unique contract lotus pattern on Rabbit Jew's chest, Huzay was astonished. What kind of beast clan female is this? The contract pattern is so peculiar. The Hyena Clan has already reached an agreement with the Wolf Clan and will invade the Goat Clan in the coming days. I am here to protect your Rabbit Clan, Huzay stated factually. Rabbit Jew was taken aback. The Hyena Clan had indeed allied with the Wolf Clan. Without the protection of the Tiger Clan, their Rabbit Clan would surely be invaded and plundered. Huzay, you are the hero of the desolate forest. Throughout these years of clan conflicts, you have never taken sides or engaged in pillaging. I hope you will uphold the agreement between the Tiger Clan and the Rabbit Clan this time and assist us in resisting the Hyena Clan. Rabbit Jew, uncertain of the Wolf Clan's intentions, understood that the Rabbit Clan lacked offensive capabilities. They were too weak and could only seek Huzay's protection. The ambitions of the wolves are considerable. Rabbit Jew, without my Tiger Clan as protection, you are destined to vanish from this desolate forest. Huzay coldly replied, his desire being merely to remain in the Rabbit Clan until the female gave birth to tiger cubs, then to take the cubs and the females bound by contract with the Tiger Clan away. Indifferent to the lives of the male beastmen, a sentiment he refrained from voicing, Liu Piaopiao was deeply concerned for the Goat Clan, anxious to inform Jin Min immediately. However, Jin Min had recently been hunting ferocious beasts on Beast God Mountain to enhance his beast power and would not return to the clan until nightfall. Huzay, please bring your clan and accompany us back to the Rabbit Clan. Rabbit Jew, for the sake of his clan's safety, had no choice but to seek Huzay's shelter. Huzay remained silent, merely nodding politely. Thus, a throng of rabbit beastmen, with a dozen male beasts shouldering bundles of flax stalks, made their way back to the Rabbit Clan's territory, the females chattering animatedly about the robust and valiant tiger males, especially lauding Huzay, the Tiger Clan leader, as the most formidable and handsome. Following behind, the 50 Tiger Clan males, rarely encountering so many females, felt their blood surge and silently vowed to protect the beautiful rabbit females with all their might. And so, they marched onward, lively and grand, toward the territory of the Rabbit Clan. As night fell, the Rabbit Clan's bonfire ceremony officially commenced. Jin Min led the rabbit beastmen, having successfully hunted 2 large wild boars and several big wild rabbits. Sitting by the fire, upon seeing a massive golden leopard with a wild rabbit the size of a hippopotamus in its mouth, Liu Piaopiao rushed toward him. The golden leopard immediately tossed the wild rabbit onto the empty ground in front of the bonfire, and the rabbit beastman stepped forward to process and divide it. Transforming back into his beastman form, Jin Min grabbed a nearby male rabbit beastman's animal skin skirt and, with a playful grin, wrapped it around his waist. He felt ecstatic. His little female had rushed into his embrace after a day apart, clearly missing him. Just as Jin Min intended to embrace Liu Piaopiao, he noticed the blood of the wild rabbit still staining his chest. What was he to do? He couldn't soil his little female's beautiful new skirt. She looked lovely in the dress she wore today. Unbeknownst to Liu Piaopiao, Jin Min was deeply concerned about how charming and valiant he appeared. She longed to throw herself into his embrace. Hastily, she informed him, "Jin Min, it's bad news. The Tiger clan has brought word that the Hyena clan and the Wolf clan have conspired to invade the Goat clan." The joyful and playful Jin Min's expression instantly faltered, his face registering shock. "Is that true?" At that moment, Rabbit Jew and Huzei approached, and Jin Min immediately turned to Huzei. "What are you doing here?" Upon seeing the identical contract lotus pattern on Jin Min's chest as that of Rabbit Jew, Huzei smirked slightly. "I never expected that. After just a few months, the foolish little leopard of the Goat clan has actually become a third-tier beastman." "You old tiger." "Huzei, is it true that the Wolf clan and the Hyena clan have conspired to invade the Goat clan, as Piaopiao mentioned?" Jin Min's eyes blazed with intensity, demanding a definitive answer. "The Goat clan had his clan shaman mother." "Piaopiao?" Huzei cast a glance at the petite female beside him, delicate and frail like a young cub, her expression of disdain transforming into profound sympathy for Jin Min. This fragile female, who seemed as if she might perish with a mere pinch, evoked a sense of pity in Jin Min. Liu Piaopiao discerned the discord between Huzei and Jin Min. Sensing an unpleasant history lingering between the two upon noticing the tension, Tuju quickly intervened, stating, "Huzei, this is my and Jin Min's female. Her name is Liu Piaopiao." In the sweltering heat, Huzei regarded her, his brows furrowing slightly in distaste. "Your female, harboring some infectious disease." Liu Piaopiao silently cursed the foul old tiger for his insolence. Ignoring him, she rolled her eyes and turned her head away towards Jin Min. "Huzei, tell me, is it true that the Hyena clan and the Wolf clan have colluded?" Jin Min clenched his fists, baring his teeth as if Huzei were the very leader of both clans. "You foolish leopard, return at once. You might reach the Goat clan by dawn, just in time to collect your goat mother's remains. But let me tell you, that journey will be a death sentence." Huzei's tone was harsh, yet his words held an undeniable truth. "Piaopiao, if I do not return, go to the city of beasts. You will surely find a male to protect you." Jin Min lifted the numb cloak draped over Liu Piaopiao and embraced her head, planting a deep kiss upon her before transforming into a magnificent golden leopard, casting one last reluctant glance at Liu Piaopiao before darting into the forest like a flash of lightning. "Jin Min," Liu Piaopiao cried out helplessly, tears streaming down her face. The clan shaman was his mother. How could he bear to witness her being humiliated by the Wolf and Hyena clans? Liu Piaopiao dared not conceal her feelings. But seeing Jin Min venture alone to rescue his kin filled her with an overwhelming sense of dread, nearly causing her to stumble. Tuju immediately wrapped her in his arms, eyes brimming with concern. "Piaopiao, do not fret. Jin Min is a third-tier beastman. It is rare for him to encounter an opponent in the Zhuang forest. He will surely return safely." With tear-filled eyes, Liu Piaopiao looked up at Tuju. "Is that true?" Tuju hesitated to disclose the grim reality. The Wolf and Hyena clans were numerous, and Jin Min was effectively walking into a trap. "What a beautiful female," Huzei mused, captivated by Liu Piaopiao's visage. It was no wonder Tuju had sought to shield her. Such exquisite beauty was surely meant to belong to him. Huzei's gaze was unabashedly filled with desire. Liu Piaopiao sensed the shift in Huzei's demeanor. His previous disdain had transformed into an intense longing. Realizing this, she wrapped her arms around Tuju's neck and buried her face in his embrace. refusing to look at Huzei, the old tiger who merely reveled in the spectacle. Little female, this time the wolf and hyena clans are mobilizing their entire forces to attack the goat clan. The wolf clan's leader, Wolf 2, is a three-tier beastman aged 400 with 200 warriors. While the hyena clan boasts over 250 D, oh, you truly believe your foolish leopard can survive this? Liu Piaopiao immediately turned to Huzei, her eyes wide with disbelief. Is that true? What should we do? Panic engulfed her, and in a moment of desperation, she slapped her own face. Tu Ju quickly set her down, grasping her hand to prevent her from striking herself again. Piaopiao, do not panic. Why are you hurting yourself? Tu Ju's heart ached for her. He wished to cradle Liu Piaopiao in his palms, fearing she might shatter, and could not bear to see her inflict harm upon herself. Huzei was utterly taken aback. This little female was capable of such profound sorrow and self-reproach for a male beastman, despite it not being her fault. In his heart, Huzei found himself inexplicably drawn to her, a feeling far beyond mere words. Liu Piaopiao's emotions spiraled out of control as she wept. She could not bear the thought of something happening to Jin Min. She loved him dearly and blamed herself for not having planned more carefully before revealing the situation regarding the goat clan. The beastmen in the square gathered around Liu Piaopiao as she cried uncontrollably. Piaopiao, what troubles you? Tu Shuer asked, her face etched with concern. Seeing Piaopiao's distress brought her pain as well. Piaopiao, do not cry, whimpered Tu Mingming, unable to hold back her own tears. The other females looked on with reddened eyes, feeling their hearts ache. Piaopiao had always been the most beautiful and wise female among them, providing for their needs, and now she was inconsolable. Little female, I can go to rescue that foolish leopard. Huzei's deep voice cut through the commotion. Liu Piaopiao, as if grasping a lifeline, halted her tears. Her beautiful face a picture of sorrow and hope as she looked to Huzei with pleading eyes. Huzei, I implore you, save Jin Min, however. I have conditions. Our tiger clan can only muster 50 warriors. And if the wolf and hyena clans deploy their entire forces, we will be outmatched, sacrificing ourselves to save your foolish leopard. A hint of a wicked smile curled Huzei's lips as he regarded Liu Piaopiao. What conditions? As long as I, Liu Piaopiao, can fulfill them, I shall not break my word. Looking deeply into Liu Piaopiao's eyes, Huzei spoke slowly. My condition is simple. If I bring Jin Min back, you shall become my female. His words sent shockwaves through the crowd. Liu Piaopiao's eyes widened in surprise, her heart filled with turmoil. She loved Jin Min, yet if she did not agree, he would be lost. After a long moment of hesitation, she gritted her teeth and replied, Very well, I accept your terms. With her affirmation, Huzei transformed into a magnificent tiger, even larger than a golden leopard, with a powerful roar. The 50 warriors of the tiger clan instantly morphed into towering tigers, their forms flashing as they raced into the depths of the forest. The swift gust of wind they created tousling Liu Piaopiao's hair, strands brushing against Tu Ju's face. Tu Ju felt utterly useless. As a male beastman of the rabbit clan, even at the third tier, his abilities were limited to evasion, speed, and longevity, lacking any offensive power. Huzei had taken advantage of the situation and secured Piaopiao's promise, leaving Tu Ju feeling deeply unsettled. Piaopiao, the tiger clan is so powerful. You can rest easy now, Tu Lan exclaimed with admiration. Contemplating forming bonds with several male tigers to strengthen their clan's ties, that I will seek to bond with several male tigers. Tu Ju, do not worry. With our rabbit clan females present, the tiger clan will surely protect us. Tu Mingming declared boldly, I too wish to bond with the male tigers. Our rabbit clan will be safe. Other females echoed her sentiments, voicing their decisions. Watching the unity among the rabbit clan females, Tu Ju's heart began to ease. In this world of the survival of the fittest, the rabbit clan held a significant advantage. They possessed the largest number of females among all clans, with robust reproductive capabilities. Despite the loss of many male beastmen each year, their population remained over 200. This was indeed a blessing from the beast god in the expansive rabbit clan square. All the beastmen wore expressions of worry, silently awaiting news, unwilling to retreat to their dens for rest, even as the night deepened. Liu Piaopiao remained by the fire, her gaze fixated on the forest where Jin Min had vanished. Piaopiao, are you tired? Perhaps you should return to the den to rest while I wait for Jin Min, Tu Ju suggested, observing the worry etched on her tear-stained face and her frail appearance. Liu Piaopiao shook her head, her eyes resolute. Tu Ju, I will wait here for his return. You should send the others to rest. It is already late. Tu Ju nodded and then stood up, calling out. Jin Min and the Tiger Clan have gone to the Goat Clan. The journey is long, and they will not return until tomorrow afternoon. Everyone, please return and rest. The males should conserve their strength and be prepared. He then instructed the rabbits responsible for the clan's safety to patrol the perimeter throughout the night with 30 male rabbits. Piaopiao, although they are swift, they should have just arrived at the Goat Clan by now. The round trip will take until tomorrow. You must rest. Without waiting for Liu Piaopiao's nod of agreement, Tu Ju embraced her and strode towards his cave. When Jin Min arrived at the Goat Clan, flames danced in the night and wild beasts roared. The male goat beasts had suffered devastating losses, with more than half of them slain. The wolves and hyenas attacked mercilessly, leaving no chance for the male goats to survive. The clan leader, Yang Hao, had bravely led the charge, leaving behind a lifeless goat beast, while the wolf pack toward its corpse, seeking the precious beast crystal within. In a frenzy, Jin Min plunged into the fray. Engaging in a fierce battle with the wolves, the female goats, bound and held captive in the square, cried out in agony. Look, it's Jin Min, the clan shaman exclaimed in astonishment, her face streaked with tears. The shaman recognized the little leopard she had raised, who had returned recklessly, and shouted urgently, Foolish child, why do you come back? You must flee. The third-tier golden leopard possessed incredible speed and hunting prowess, swiftly dispatching several male wolves and injuring dozens more. The wolf leader, Wu Tu, was furious, having not anticipated the emergence of a third-tier golden leopard. Hadn't the hyena clan claimed that the leopard had long departed? In an instant, he transformed into a massive gray wolf of equal stature to the leopard, his sharp claws and fangs matching those of his adversary. The two ferocious beasts clashed, raising clouds of smoke and dust, while the surrounding male beasts dared not approach. Before long, both the golden leopard and the gray wolf were covered in bloody wounds. However, the wolf's fangs were venomous, and soon the leopard began to sway unsteadily from the effects of the wolf poison. Just as the giant wolf lunged to deliver a fatal bite to the leopard's throat, the shaman, having broken free from her bindings, leaped forward to intercept the lethal blow. The giant wolf hesitated upon realizing the figure before him was a female. He could not bring himself to attack, yet his momentum was too great to halt, and he collided with her. The shaman fell to the ground, coughing up blood, and collapsed beside the weakened Jin Min, her heart aching for the injured leopard. Why did you return? You must go. Jin Min transformed into his beastman form, the golden lotus pattern on his chest gleaming brilliantly. The shaman gasped in shock. Jin Min, quickly, return to seek your little female, the lotus contract. It is, after all, the sacred mark of the goddess of hope. She had recalled this from the ancestral teachings, having long believed that the resurrection of the goddess of hope was merely a legend. It had turned out to be true. Now, no one among the beastmen of Zhuang Forest remembered this prophecy, and she had erred in declaring the goddess of hope as ominous. Wounded gravely, the shaman spat out another mouthful of blood. Having lived for over 400 years with her own mate recently killed by the wolves, she felt devoid of any hope for survival. Jin Min was heartbroken. This was the very mother who had rescued him from the icy wilderness and raised him. You must leave. You cannot face them alone. Go. The shaman, enduring excruciating pain, slowly rose to her feet, shielding Jin Min behind her. Seeing his shaman mother on the brink of death, Jin Min immediately transformed into the golden leopard, charging at Wu Tu for a final confrontation. Suddenly, an explosive surge of power and uncontrollable emotion propelled the leopard to its peak speed, and in a moment of distraction, it tore open the wolf's throat. Blood gushing forth. Not good. The wolf leader, several second-tier male wolves lunged at Jin Min in a frenzy, having already traversed a long distance and now outnumbered, along with being severely injured from battling the wolf leader. Jin Min was nearing exhaustion, his speed gradually diminishing, with wounds deep enough to expose bone. Run, child. You must flee. The shaman was pinned down by 3 female wolves. The beast god had decreed that males must not kill females. But this did not prevent the females from turning on each other. Amidst the chaos, one of the wolf females brandished a long bone knife, lunging at the shaman. "Stop!" Yang Yunyun, having freed herself from her bindings, charged forward to engage the wolf females. She shoved the knife-wielding female aside, but 2 others rushed at her, pinning her down. Yang Su's mother immediately rushed to join the fray, battling fiercely against the wolf females. Her clan leader's male had perished, and her son was gravely wounded. Even her male wolf had been killed by their own kind while protecting her. The 3 remaining female goats were bound too tightly to escape. And the 2 hyena females, witnessing the scene, razor-bone knives and executed them. After Liu Piaopiao departed, only 7 females from the goat clan remained. Yang Mei, who had been protected by a male beastman from the hyena clan, was initially left unharmed. However, now that the wolves and hyenas had become bloodthirsty, 5 females surrounded her. The 2 hyena females exchanged glances and charged at the immobilized Yang Mei with their blood-stained bone knives. "Stop! I am a female of the hyena clan. You cannot kill me." Yang Mei trembled, raising her hands in surrender. "You goats are incapable of nurturing. You deserve to die." One hyena female swung her bone knife at Yang Mei, who narrowly evaded but still suffered a deep cut on her arm, blood gushing forth. "You cannot kill me. Lu Qi, the clan leader, save me!" she cried out desperately. "Stop!" Lu Qi, the hyena clan leader, intervened. The successful assault on the goat clan was largely thanks to Yang Mei and her male hyena, who had delivered the warning. In the distance, 3 female wolves had managed to bring down one of the females, while the other 2, armed with bone knives, murdered Yang Su's mother. Yang Yunyun was driven to madness, for Yang Su was her beloved mate, and his mother was akin to her own. The 2 wolf females, for a moment, hesitated to kill Yang Yunyun, merely inflicting numerous wounds from which blood flowed profusely till a thunderous roar echoed through the battlefield, a tiger's roar. It was Tiger Clan leader Lu Qi, his brow furrowed. What was the purpose of Tiger Zay's arrival? When Tiger Zay arrived with 50 fierce tiger warriors at the Goat Clan square, the chaos ceased immediately. Transforming into his beastman form, he cast a piercing gaze at Lu Qi. "Lu Qi, your hyena clan indeed revels in thievery. Lu Zay, our hyena clan and the wolf clan have come to reclaim our territory. 700 years ago, this was once our mountain range." Lu Zay sneered disdainfully. "Lu Qi, if memory serves, this land was abandoned by your hyena clan to avoid starvation, prompting your migration southward. Now that the Goat Clan has thrived, you seek to reclaim it? This does not concern the Tiger Clan." The Wolf Clan leader, Wu Feng, interjected, standing beside Lu Qi. Tiger Zay surveyed the area. Over 100 male goats lay dead, and the remaining few were gravely injured. Devoid of any fighting capability, the foolish leopard was now a mangled mess, barely clinging to life. He had only promised Liu Piaopiao to bring Jin Min back, not necessarily in one piece. Observing the wolves and hyenas, who had lost only 50 or 60 males but still had over 300 remaining, Tiger Zay realized he and his allies only numbered 51. Outnumbered, he noted that the wolves and hyenas dared not confront him. "Lu Qi, Wu Feng, I am here to take them away, not to engage in conflict with you." Tiger Zay stated plainly that Wu Feng understood that both he and Lu Qi were second-tier males, and together they were no match for Tiger Zay. He glanced at his brother Wu Tu, who lay lifeless from the golden leopard's attack, and felt a twinge of fear. Tiger Zay's combat prowess far surpassed that of the golden leopard. After a brief hesitation, Wu Feng spoke. "Everyone can leave, but that golden leopard cannot. It must die for slaying our leader." Tiger Zay approached slowly, examining the golden leopard's numerous wounds, most inflicted by wolf fangs. He shook his head. "Wu Feng, the foolish leopard is gravely injured and has also been poisoned by wolf venom. Its chances of survival are virtually non-existent, that I must take its body." He refrained from expressing his true intentions. Without Jin Min, he could not return to his beloved little female. Lu Qi and Wu Feng exchanged glances before nodding in agreement. Lu Qi said, "Fine, you can take them all, but leave the females." Tiger Zay's eyes glinted with murderous intent as he replied with a low, impatient growl. "I want them all." For the first time, the tiger warriors witnessed the slaughter of so many females by the wolf clan, and their expressions turned bloodthirsty. A chorus of tiger roars erupted. For the tiger clan was no weakling like the goat clan. Lu Qi and Wu Feng felt the menacing intent emanating from Tiger Zhe and his tiger warriors, their hearts pounding with trepidation. Although they are numerous and powerful, the strength of Hughes should not be underestimated, especially considering that the fierce beasts of the tiger clan are currently ablaze with fury. Very well, take them all away, Lang Feng remarked, casting a glance at the two injured females, one of whom was on the brink of death. The golden leopard bore the most grievous wounds. Had it not been for its status as a third-tier beastman, it would have long since succumbed to its injuries. Additionally, around 10 male goats from the goat clan were bleeding profusely. Thus, the male beasts of the tiger clan, bearing Jin Min, the wounded male goats, and the critically injured Yang Yunyun, alongside the injured Yang Mei and the barely breathing clan shaman, hastened towards the territory of the rabbit clan. The clan shaman, before even reaching the rabbit clan, glanced at the golden leopard, which was being carried by Hughes, its chest heaving visibly as it drew its last breath. A faint, strained smile graced its lips. "Child, may the goddess grant you healing." The tiger beast carrying the shaman sensed the female's life slipping away and let out a mournful roar, accelerating towards the rabbit clan. The tiger beasts all quickened their pace. In the square of the rabbit clan, all the beastmen gathered, their gazes fixed upon the distant forest, with noon approaching and the glaring sun high in the sky. The beastmen showed no fear of the scorching heat, standing resolute alongside their rabbit clan leader and the leader's young female, as the echoing sound of a horn rang from the highest point of the rabbit clan. A cry rang out. "Look, the tiger clan is returning," Bunny called out excitedly. Soon, the male beasts of the tiger clan appeared, carrying the injured individuals into view. Upon their return to the square of the rabbit clan, Jin Min and Liu Piaopiao's eyes brimmed with tears as they rushed to Jin Min's side. The foolish leopard bore wounds even more severe than during their excursion to Beast God Mountain, with injuries deep enough to reveal bone, compounded by wolf fang poison, rendering it completely unconscious. Liu Piaopiao, disregarding all else, immediately focused her mental energy to invoke her healing abilities. Her hands shimmered with a golden radiance, more dazzling than the blazing sun, as all the beastmen in the square stared in astonishment at her. As Liu Piaopiao's golden light caressed the dying golden leopard, a miracle transpired. Its grievous wounds, once a grotesque display of flesh and bone, began to heal at a visible rate. Except for the rabbit clan leader, all the beastmen gasped in shock and dropped to their knees before Liu Piaopiao, their right hands pressed against their hearts, astonished that she was the high priestess appointed by the beast god. In mere moments, the critically injured Jin Min was restored to health, swiftly transforming into a beastman. Liu Piaopiao retrieved a beast-skin skirt from her space, wrapping it around his waist. The beastmen present were left speechless, afraid to even breathe. Liu Piaopiao was not only the high priestess, but also the goddess bestowed upon the Zhuang continent by the beast god. "Piaopiao, quickly, save the clan shaman," Jin Min cried out in desperation. Hughes, with a cold gaze, replied, "The clan shaman is already dead." "No." "Mother," Jin Min wailed, rushing to embrace the lifeless shaman. Liu Piaopiao hurriedly attempted to use her healing abilities. Yet the shaman remained unresponsive, despite her efforts to maintain her mental focus, which was beginning to waver. The rabbit clan leader quickly steadied Liu Piaopiao, urging, "Stop, Piaopiao. Your healing abilities can only mend the living." The clan shaman has been gone for some time. Two streams of tears traced down Jin Min's sculpted visage as Liu Piaopiao, filled with compassion, knelt and gently cradled his head. "High priestess, I beseech you, save Yunyun. She is on the brink of death," pleaded the severely injured male goat, Yang Su, whose arm had been bitten off and whose face was pale and weak. Liu Piaopiao snapped back to reality. Realizing they were all gravely wounded, she could not afford to hesitate. She rushed to Yang Yunyun's side. She was still alive, though her body was riddled with deep cuts from bone knives that had yet to stop bleeding, her entire being icy and fading. Liu Piaopiao immediately unleashed her healing abilities, and Yang Yunyun felt her consciousness slowly returning. the pain dissipating. Upon opening her eyes, she saw the beautiful Piaopiao, and for a moment, she wondered if she were dreaming. Observing that Yang Yunyun was healing and regaining awareness, Liu Piaopiao swiftly turned her attention to the other injured male goats, invoking her healing powers upon them as well. In this manner, the male goats, who had seemed doomed to perish, were restored to their former selves under Liu Piaopiao's healing. Even Yang Su, who had lost all 4 limbs, saw new limbs sprout forth. A thunderous cheer erupted. The beast god has granted us a goddess. May she be our high priestess of the Zhuang forest. The rabbit clan leader, with a look of devotion, took Liu Piaopiao's hand and led her to the center of the square. Kneeling before her, Piaopiao, you are now our high priestess of the Zhuang forest. Please heal and bless your people. May the high priestess bless her people. The crowd echoed in unison, bowing their heads in supplication. My goodness, how can I bestow blessings when I know not how? Liu Piaopiao stood in a daze, her mind racing. She focused her consciousness on her space, searching for any guidelines on how to bestow blessings upon the beast folk, but found none. After pondering, she realized that as the newly appointed high priestess, she ought to follow some procedure. The space quickly yielded a stack of blank parchment. Liu Piaopiao was astonished to discover that her abilities had indeed upgraded, and her space was evolving as well. Could she conjure a lighter? No, but a box of matches appeared on the shelf. As her space could function in such a manner, she resolved to explore it further when time permitted. Meanwhile, in the square of the rabbit clan, all the beastmen, including the clan leader, knelt before Liu Piaopiao, who conjured a scroll of white divine parchment from thin air. Liu Piaopiao pretended to gesture randomly with her fingers, then took out a match and struck it. The beastmen were dumbfounded as their high priestess summoned divine fire. Subsequently, Liu Piaopiao ignited the parchment, tossing it into the air as it neared incineration. In her haste, she thought, "Oh dear, I almost burned my delicate hands. I've sought the beast god's guidance to bless the beast folk. Everyone, please rise," she declared, feeling a twinge of guilt for having kept them kneeling for so long. "Thank you, high priestess," the crowd roared. Meanwhile, Yang Mei seethed with resentment, bitter that Liu Piaopiao had become the high priestess. The rabbit clan honored the clan shaman with burial rites according to their ancestral customs on the mountain behind, leaving Jin Min somewhat relieved, for he had seen the clan shaman's final moments. The population of the rabbit clan swelled by a third, presenting some logistical challenges regarding housing, as the clan leader. Rabbit Jew extended a courteous offer. "Hughes, you may temporarily reside in my cave. As for your clan, you will need to devise your own arrangements. Rabbit Jew, we of the Tiger Clan will excavate the adjacent mountain, creating several caves for your people." Hughes replied thoughtfully, considering that Rabbit Jew's cave was closer to Piaopiao. He added, "However, I will still reside in your cave." Hughes had already resolved to relocate his entire clan to the vicinity of the Rabbit Clan, as his small female was now among them. Rabbit Jew intended for his clan to excavate a massive cave themselves, squeezing in until Rabbit Schwer gave birth to tiger cubs, but it appeared that Hughes was intent on establishing a home nearby. Nevertheless, he could not dwell on this now, and needed to first arrange accommodations for the newly joined goat clan. Yang Su, as the son of the goat clan leader, you shall now lead the goat clan. Welcome to our rabbit clan. Yang Su clasped his hand over his heart and bowed respectfully to Rabbit Jew. "Thank you, clan leader Rabbit Jew, for your hospitality. We of the goat clan shall abide by rabbit clan's customs and strive to contribute our strength." Rabbit Jew nodded and turned to lead Yang Su to inspect suitable living quarters for the goat clan to excavate their cave. That moment, Hughes, who had been standing silently, spoke up. "Rabbit Jew, I shall accompany you. Our tiger clan's claws can more easily carve through this hard mountain." Rabbit Jew glanced at Hughes and did not refuse. Thus, the territory of the rabbit clan expanded once more, doubling in size. The might and ferocity of the Tiger Clan indeed established them as the rulers of the Zhuang forest. The nearby mountain was completely cleared, and the square at the base connected seamlessly to the territory of the Rabbit Clan. Meanwhile, Liu Piaopiao stood in her cave, exclaiming, "Rabbit Jew, I am feeling quite displeased. You intend to move all your belongings here." Jin Min, arms crossed, stood at the entrance of the cave, forbidding Rabbit Jew from entering. "But my cave has already been given to Hughes. Our rabbit clan lacks sharp claws, making it exceedingly difficult to excavate caves. In the depths of her pink-hued eyes, Tu-Ju was filled with a sense of grievance. Her voice soft and embodying an innocent fragility. Liu Piaopiao watched as Tu-Ju, clutching a bundle of animal skins, was unjustly blocked from entering the cave by Jin Min, and her heart ached for her. Jin Min, please allow Tu-Ju to come in, she implored. This moment. Jin Min's gaze fell upon the lotus contract tattoo resting over Tu-Ju's heart. After all, they were family, and it was unthinkable to deny her entry. With a pout, he muttered, "Humph, I shall be the first to mate tonight." Liu Piaopiao was momentarily speechless, her cheeks flushed. How could this foolish leopard bring up such matters? However, having invited Tu-Ju to stay, it seemed, Tu-Ju's beautiful eyes narrowed into crescent moons as she gently placed her animal skins upon the stone table, scanning Jin Min's cave. It was quite spacious, yet rather crude. She quickly moved her wooden frames, table, and stools over, not sparing the stone vat either. Liu Piaopiao observed as Tu-Ju effortlessly lifted the stone vat with one hand while carrying a stone stool with the other. Had she truly thought her to be innocent and delicate? Such a formidable beast, Tu-Ju intended to move even the kitchenware over. Liu Piaopiao glanced at the large hole carved out by Jin Min from the raw stone nearby, suggesting that Tu-Ju could excavate a 20-square-meter cave for cooking and storing food and water, making things more convenient. Piaopiao, haven't you always wanted a bathroom? I can dig one out on the other side for you, Jin Min offered, reveling in Liu Piaopiao's admiration for his impressive excavation skills. Her expression filled with awe and adoration. Standing outside the cave, Liu Piaopiao observed the dust-covered Jin Min and took out a small piece of cloth she used for washing, gently wiping the dirt and sweat from his face. Is there any way to create a drainage system for my bathroom? Liu Piaopiao longed for the days of having a proper restroom. Piaopiao, do you wish for the bathroom to have a shower and a toilet that drains outside the cave? Tu-Ju comprehended Liu Piaopiao's intentions. Seeing Tu-Ju's cleverness lit a spark in Liu Piaopiao's eyes as she nodded fervently. Yes, Tu-Ju, that is exactly the kind of bathroom I desire. After contemplating for a moment, Tu-Ju smiled and said, I can ask the pangolin beastman to help us drill a hole to discharge the wastewater to the foot of the back mountain. Liu Piaopiao was thrilled, but considering the unsightly nature of direct drainage and the potential for pollution, she retrieved a book on wastewater treatment from her space and perused it carefully. We can store the wastewater in a septic tank to use as natural fertilizer for nourishing our fields. Tu-Ju, we could excavate a larger septic tank at the foot of the back mountain, a sizable pit for the wastewater to settle, which can then be used to fertilize vegetables and fruits. Tu-Ju recalled how the beastman's waste, deposited on the back slope, had only served to nourish the lush grass despite being trampled daily. Liu Piaopiao's idea of fertilization was undoubtedly sound. Piaopiao, I will arrange for our tribe members to invite the pangolin beastmen to help us carve a passage from the bathroom to the foot of the back mountain. Tu-Ju agreed. Recognizing the perfection of Liu Piaopiao's design, as the foot of the back mountain offered ample flat land for cultivation. Just then, Jose approached Liu Piaopiao, stating, Piaopiao, the septic tank you mentioned is quite simple. Our tiger tribe acts swiftly. I am willing to serve my little female. Jose's sharply defined lips were slightly curved in a smile, his rugged features only enhancing his handsomeness. You insufferable tiger. Piaopiao is mine and Tu-Ju's female. When did she become yours? Jin Min, who was diligently digging a pit, instantly transformed into his beastly form, quickly wrapping a fur skirt around his waist. Jose smirked coldly, his voice deep and resonant. Foolish leopard, I rescued you from the wolves and hyenas. Piaopiao promised to mate and bond with me. Jin Min turned to Liu Piaopiao, shock evident on his face. Piaopiao, this despicable tiger is both old and cunning. You cannot become his female. Liu Piaopiao had not anticipated Jose's swift arrival to demand she fulfill her promise, and his directness left her questioning whether she could backtrack and claim last night had been merely a temporary measure. Gazing into Jose's unwavering, icy expression, the answer seemed clear. She could not. Jin Min, you went to the goat tribe alone last night. Had Jose not intervened, you might never have seen Piaopiao again. Tu-Ju noted, Recognizing that their kind valued trust above all why little female, I shall come to claim your promise tonight. Rest assured, I am far more robust than those two and will satisfy you, Jose proclaimed, exuding an air of royalty with his deep voice that brooked no refusal. Liu Piaopiao felt her cheeks flush, reaching her ears. She could not deny he was handsome, charming, and undeniably dominant. You wretched tiger, Jin Min roared, transforming into a massive golden leopard and lunging at Jose at the same time. The aloofly handsome Jose morphed into a formidable third-tier tiger, his size dwarfing that of the golden leopard. Liu Piaopiao, witnessing such a colossal tiger, felt a thrill of fear despite having seen the tiger beast form of the tribe last night. The proximity in broad daylight was daunting. Fortunately, Tu Ju pulled her into an embrace. Holding her tightly in a gentle voice, he reassured her, Piaopiao, do not fear. Jose will not harm you as a male beast. He is clearly infatuated with you. Sensing the little female's trepidation, Jose pivoted and leapt down to the plaza. With Jin Min swiftly following in pursuit as third-tier beasts, the tiger and leopard clashed in a fierce display of biting, crashing, and wrestling. The rabbit tribe's beastmen rushed out to watch. The females cheered enthusiastically. With Liu Piaopiao growing increasingly anxious about potential injuries, Tu Ju, let's go down. I hope Jose and Jin Min do not harm one another too gravely, Liu Piaopiao declared as she dashed toward the foot of the mountain. The beastmen gathered, cheering. Jose is so formidable. Jin Min cannot possibly be his match, Tu Shuer exclaimed with excitement and admiration. Jin Min is so swift, and his form is so majestic. Look, Jose cannot even land a hit. Tu Lan's eyes sparkled with infatuation. I must find a tiger beastman. They are truly impressive, and I adore them. Tu Mingming unabashedly expressed her crush. Jose and Jin Min are both the beastmen of the high priest. Do not harbor foolish dreams, Tu interjected, dousing the enthusiasm of the rabbit tribe's females, particularly targeting Tu Lan, whom he fancied. I heard there are over 200 male beasts in the tiger tribe. We certainly won't steal the high priest's male beastmen, Tu Lan retorted defiantly, intent on provoking Tu. You will not succeed. Jose is one of the highest-tier male beasts in the entire Ziyuan forest. And he only has eyes for the high priest. Tu, slightly irked, turned his head away, refusing to look at Tu Lan any longer. Humph, I shall find a male tiger to bond with tonight, Tu Lan declared angrily as she headed toward the tiger tribe. Tu was taken aback, swiftly stepping forward to hoist her onto his shoulder, guiding her back to his cave. He had previously confessed his feelings for Tu Lan, and she had not outright rejected him. The surrounding beastmen erupted in cheers. The enormous tiger clamped its jaws around the golden leopard's neck, but did not bite down hard, flinging it forcefully onto the plaza. Liu Piaopiao rushed forward, kneeling beside Jin Min. Jin Min, please stop fighting. You cannot win right now, so why subject yourself to such suffering? Jin Min transformed back into his human form, his eyes swollen, nose bleeding and mouth bruised. His once handsome face was now a swollen mess. Did Jose specifically target your head? You bear no serious wounds elsewhere, Liu Piaopiao noted, producing a fur skirt for Jin Min to wear. Preparing to use her healing abilities. Just then, Jose shifted back to human form, grabbing her wrist, startled by her delicate grip, afraid to apply too much pressure. When Liu Piaopiao turned, she found her head aligned with Jose's waist. The astonishing size startled her, prompting her to retrieve a fur skirt from her space and toss it to him, calming her nerves. This is the beast world. You'll get used to it. After a moment, she asked, Jose, why are you holding on to me? A hint of displeasure flickered in her eyes. Piaopiao, let him feel pain for a while. It might teach him a lesson, Jose remarked with a hint of pity. Jose, you wretched tiger, are you jealous of my looks, taking pleasure in striking my face? Jin Min clenched his fists, ready to step forward and engage in a dispute. Liu Piaopiao immediately restrained him, saying, don't fight. If you act out again, I might just get angry. Both Jin Min and Jose simultaneously quelled their tempers, for they certainly did not wish to incite displeasure in their cherished little female. As that would only benefit Tu Ju. As they turned, they caught sight of Tu Ju standing nearby, doing nothing to mediate, wearing a look of amusement. Piaopiao, It hurts so much. Jin Min finally realized that the cunning rabbit was merely feigning weakness to elicit sympathy for Piaopiao, a trick he had now learned himself. Liu Piaopiao promptly employed her healing abilities, gently caressing Jin Min's face. There, it shouldn't hurt anymore, right? There's still a bit of pain. Jin Min clutched his heart. Liu Piaopiao leaned her head against his chest, feeling his powerful heartbeat, preparing to use her healing abilities once more. Piaopiao, a kiss from you, and the pain will vanish, Jin Min said with a mischievous grin. With a peck, Liu Piaopiao stood on her tiptoes and kissed his handsome face. The foolish leopard's face instantly brightened with a radiant smile, appearing utterly endearing. Liu Piaopiao found herself smiling in response. Huze looked on with disdain, surprised that after months apart, this foolish leopard had not only ascended to a third-tier male beast, but had also grown smarter. Stepping forward, Huze placed his right hand over his heart and bowed respectfully to Liu Piaopiao, "My most esteemed high priestess. Your promises are as unquestionable as the divine will of the beast god. I shall arrange for our clan to prepare for tonight's ceremony. Please make your preparations." Without waiting for Liu Piaopiao's response, he turned and walked towards the hill where the tiger clan resided. Liu Piaopiao looked up at the sky. Evening was still 3 or 4 hours away. It seemed she must accept Huze's intentions. However, gazing at his imposing figure, her mind conjured an image of his chiseled, godlike features, and she found herself quite taken with him. "Piaopiao, you like Huze, don't you? Are you eager to mate with him tonight?" Jin Min observed Liu Piaopiao staring at Huze's back and immediately felt a pang of jealousy. Liu Piaopiao was truly exasperated with this foolish leopard and playfully slapped his head. "It's not because of you," she huffed, turning to walk towards the cave. "Piaopiao, don't be angry. I prepared the bathing area for you." Jin Min quickly caught up and scooped Liu Piaopiao in his arms, rushing towards the cave on the hillside. The Tuju shook his head in resignation and shouted, "Where's the rabbit? He and Toulon are busy mating and having rabbit offspring." Tu Meng Meng responded loudly. Tuju looked up at the sky, realizing the rabbit clan would soon welcome more younglings. He then called upon several male rabbit beastmen and instructed them to invite the pangolin beastman to assist with the drainage system. As night fell, the rabbit clan square was ablaze with bonfires, a scene of unprecedented revelry. With the sound of tiger roars, a massive tiger emerged from the forest, carrying a pure white otter rabbit as large as a bull in its jaws. It strode steadily and majestically to the center of the square, followed by a dozen other fierce tigers, each bearing substantial game. Tuju's thoughts were a whirlwind of expletives. What was this arrogant tiger up to? The ceremony tonight was made so grand, yet he had hunted such a precious, pristine white otter rabbit from the beast god's mountain, resembling Tuju's own beast form. Moreover, his clan was impressively powerful. In mere moments, they had captured such an abundance of game from the forest. The tiger clan possesses formidable hunting prowess. "I admire them," one female exclaimed. "I admire them too," echoed the other females of the rabbit clan. The massive tiger gently placed the pure white otter rabbit in the center of the square, transforming into the beastman Huze. The tiger clan members presented him with a skin skirt, which Huze donned with care, meticulously working on the enormous rabbit. Liu Piaopiao watched Huze as he diligently prepared the prey, his focused demeanor accentuating his prominent nose and elegantly curved lips, his strong chest and well-defined muscular arms. He was utterly captivating. Her own principles had completely shattered. Huze held up a piece of soft, pure white otter rabbit skin, his eyes filled with affection. He knelt before Liu Piaopiao, presenting the exquisite skin with solemnity. "My most esteemed high priestess, please accept my genuine offering." The entire assembly of rabbit beastmen fell silent, eagerly anticipating her acceptance of the skin. Liu Piaopiao reached out to accept the skin, her beauty radiant as she smiled. "Thank you." Huze's face lit up with joy as he lifted Liu Piaopiao into his arms, and the tiger clan erupted in jubilant cheers. "High priestess." "Chief Huze." The rabbit clan's beastmen joined in, chanting, "High priestess, high priestess." Leaning against Huze's robust chest, Liu Piaopiao noticed the fervor of the beastmen and couldn't help but embrace their enthusiasm, smiling brightly. Huze was overjoyed. He had always believed he would never encounter a beloved female to bond with. After 200 years, he had honed his skills by hunting at the beast god's mountain annually, finally becoming the first among the beasts in this wild forest to reach third tier. Upon seeing Piaopiao, he fell deeply in love with the exquisite little female, so soft in his embrace. He feared even the slightest pressure might harm her. Huz. Put me down. Liu Piaopiao noticed Jin Min's displeasure and frown. While Tuju focused intently on preparing noodles, his expression unreadable. Huz gently set her down. Placing his right hand over his heart, Piaopiao, I like you. I vow to the beast god to protect you with my life. Gazing into Huze's amber eyes, with his sharply defined features and serious tone, Liu Piaopiao found herself nodding involuntarily. That old tiger, at his age, still spouting such flattery. Jin Min scoffed. Foolish leopard, today is the happiest day of my 300 years. I won't hold it against you. Huze ignored him, determined not to let this silly leopard disrupt his good fortune. Piaopiao, are you hungry? I've made you some noodles. Try them. Tuju offered, presenting a bowl of noodles with vegetables and meat broth. After blowing on them for a moment, he handed them to Liu Piaopiao. Tuju, you're so kind. Liu Piaopiao smiled sweetly as she accepted the bowl. If you enjoy them, I will make them for you every day. Tuju affectionately ruffled her hair. Liu Piaopiao beamed with joy, then turned to see Jin Min sulking, offering him the bowl. Jin Min, take a bite. Tuju's noodles are truly delicious. I don't like noodles. Jin Min pouted, somewhat petulantly. Liu Piaopiao noticed skewers of roasted meat over the fire, knowing they were prepared by Jin Min for her. She reached for a skewer, blowing on it a few times before taking a bite. Her face lighting up with satisfaction. The meat you roasted is delicious. Jin Min, it's my favorite. Jin Min finally brightened. Piaopiao, this is the tenderest piece from the wild boar. Eat more. Liu Piaopiao nodded with sparkling eyes. Yes, Jin Min, you should eat too. In truth, both Jin Min and Huze preferred raw meat, often consuming their prey whole in the forest before returning to the clan. Liu Piaopiao shared the roasted meat from the fire with the three male beasts. And the atmosphere grew warm and harmonious. The female rabbits were entertaining the newly arrived young Mimi, who was singing and dancing joyfully. Liu Piaopiao couldn't help but admire young Mimi, despite having lost nearly all her male beasts, had quickly attracted a throng of over a dozen male rabbit beastmen. Piaopiao, shall we return? Huze gently lifted Liu Piaopiao, not waiting for her response as he headed towards the cave. Liu Piaopiao understood what was to come. Since she had agreed to accept him, there was no need to push him away. However, the smell of blood on him was quite strong. She gently pushed against his chest. Huze, can we wash in the river first? You have a lot of beast blood on you. I intended to bring you back to the cave first, but if you want to go to the river, I can take you now. He responded. Liu Piaopiao simply murmured her agreement. Beastmen possess keen senses, especially a high-tier beast like him. Huze carried Liu Piaopiao, immediately turning towards the riverbank outside the square. Let's go a little further. I fear encountering other beastmen, Liu Piaopiao said, not wanting their intimate moment to be witnessed. All right, I'll take you to a secluded spot. As Huze finished speaking, he hurled Liu Piaopiao into the air, instantly transforming into a colossal tiger, and he deftly caught Liu Piaopiao, securely placing her upon his broad and formidable back, and raced upstream. The moon tonight was resplendent, casting gentle beams of silvery light that rendered the primeval forest dreamlike and ethereal. It was the sweltering summer season, and a cool breeze swept through, prompting Liu Piaopiao to suddenly realize that the night forest possessed a unique beauty of its own. Before long, Huze brought Liu Piaopiao to a waterfall's pool upstream, where the cascading waters roared incessantly. Beneath the waterfall, the pool was not deep, and the stones within had been polished smooth by the relentless flow of water. Huze cradled Liu Piaopiao as he gradually waded into the pool, gently unfastening her linen garments. The fiery glint in his amber eyes revealed the predatory essence of a tiger, causing Liu Piaopiao to feel a flicker of trepidation. He was even more robust than Jin Min, and his impressive stature was astonishing. She knew she had to prepare herself mentally, lest she find it overwhelming. Blushing profusely, she stammered, I will wash up first, and you should wash too. Her timid demeanor was utterly endearing. Despite their mutual shyness, countless females had previously attempted to entice him over the past century, baring themselves and resorting to provocative words, yet none had succeeded. However, Liu Piaopiao was different. Even a shy glance from her quickened his heartbeat. Especially now, for even the lightest touch ignited a deep, unquenchable yearning within him that a wicked smile flickered across his handsome, inscrutable features as he murmured in a low, gravelly voice, "Let me help you wash." With an overwhelming and domineering presence, he advanced without granting her a chance to escape, feeling as though he had waited for centuries, stifled for far too long, in this moment. He could only rely on the primal instincts of a male beast. "Take it easy." Her words became muddled, drowned out by the roaring waterfall and the sounds of their shared delight. Liu Piaopiao lost track of time amid the tumult, eventually returning to the cave. Just as the moon began to wane, during the darkest hour before dawn, she slept soundly until the afternoon that Huzhe refrained from hunting today. He was usually relentless, always venturing out for practice, regardless of thunderstorms or blizzards. Rabbit Jew had already visited 3 or 4 times, repeatedly preparing food that grew cold and had to be remade. Observing the delicate, bruised figure in his arms, he realized he had exerted no force at all. He would be more cautious next time. Liu Piaopiao awakened from hunger, feeling the scorching warmth of his embrace, a sensation that was devoid of Jin Min and Rabbit Jew's essence, before realization dawned upon her. Upon opening her eyes, she found herself in Rabbit Jew's former cave. "Are you hungry? I'll go prepare some roasted meat," Huzhe said, rising to take action at that moment. Rabbit Jew entered with a small stone bowl filled with vegetable dumpling soup. "Piaopiao, hurry and get up to eat. You've slept until nearly sunset," Rabbit Jew said, concern evident in her eyes, unable to chastise her. Just then, Huzhe felt the lotus bond upon his chest resonate, and a surge of beastly power coursed through him. He had ascended to the 4th tier of male beasts. Rabbit Jew sensed the overwhelming pressure, her heart racing and head throbbing painfully. Huzhe, quickly suppress your aura. I feel terribly unwell. Rabbit Jew's complexion grew pale as she realized, with horror, the magnitude of 4th-tier male beast pressure. It was terrifying. She could hardly fathom the strength of a 5th-tier being. Was it true that ascending to the divine was possible? Liu Piaopiao wrapped herself in a fur pelt, swiftly getting out of bed to use her healing powers on Rabbit Jew, whose complexion gradually regained its rosy hue. I apologize, Rabbit Jew. I didn't realize I would break through to the 4th tier at such a moment. Huzhe expressed his guilt, rendered momentarily at a loss. Huzhe, the pressure of the 4th tier is too intense. It feels as if my beast crystal is about to explode, Rabbit Jew confessed candidly, revealing the overwhelming weight of a high-tier male beast dominance, which left lower-tier beastmen with no choice but to submit. Piaopiao, did my sudden ascension to the 4th tier have anything to do with our bond? Huzhe discerned the cause. Liu Piaopiao nodded. Both Jin Min and Rabbit Jew ascended to the 3rd tier after forming bonds, and now you have ascended to the 4th tier after ours. Huzhe's face lit up with excitement as he embraced Liu Piaopiao. Piaopiao, this secret must remain between us. I fear that the high-tier male bees from the 10,000 Beast City and the Fallen Beast City might discover it. Yes, only the 4 of us shall know, Liu Piaopiao reassured him, her heart warmed by the knowledge that her male beast cared for her deeply. Piaopiao, you should eat first. It will taste awful if it gets cold. This is the 5th time I prepared it for you today. Rabbit Jew gently lifted the stone bowl and offered it to Liu Piaopiao. Liu Piaopiao felt deeply touched by Rabbit Jew's attentive care. Thank you, Rabbit Jew. Silly Piaopiao, taking care of you is what I ought to do, Rabbit Jew replied with a smile, her pink eyes sparkling like crystals, her delicate features both gentle and enchanting, under the affectionate gazes of the 2 male beasts. Liu Piaopiao savored her meal and prepared to return home. Great Priest, clan leader Rabbit Jew, hurried to Songbai's little wooden house. Rabbit Meng Meng exclaimed joyfully as she dashed into Huzhe's cave. Meng Meng, has Songbai's loom been completed? Liu Piaopiao inquired excitedly. Rabbit Meng Meng nodded vigorously. It's finished. We're just waiting for you, Great Priest, to guide us on how to use it. All right, let us go now. Liu Piaopiao declared, and the group hurried down the mountain towards the small wooden house. At that moment, a crowd of curious beastmen had gathered in front of Songbai's wooden house. Can this peculiar contraption really weave linen? Yang Mei questioned skeptically. It certainly can. This is a divine design drawn by our great priest. Rabbit Schwerer proclaimed proudly. It looks so strange. Who knows if it can weave anything at all? Yang Mei thought to herself, recalling how the females of the entire rabbit clan had insisted she wear bee skins to conceal her proud bosom that day, which only fueled her irritation. Yang Mei, the wisdom of our great priest is beyond doubt. You'd best keep quiet, Rabbit Lawn admonished her sharply. Liu Piaopiao was clearly the female from the goat tribe that Jin Min found in the forest. Why can't I mention her? Yang Mei retorted haughtily. The goat tribe has now joined our rabbit clan. Piaopiao is one of our great priest's esteemed females. Rabbit Lawn shot back defiantly. You all, relying on your numbers to bully me. Yang Mei, infuriated, turned to leave. These detestable rabbit clan females were fairer and more beautiful than she, despite her relentless attempts to entice the male beasts of the rabbit clan the previous night. She had been unsuccessful. As Liu Piaopiao brushed past the fuming Yang Mei, she felt bewildered by the hostile gaze that shot her way. Piaopiao, don't pay her any mind. She still thinks of herself as a pampered female from the goat tribe. Rabbit Meng Meng said disdainfully, as she disliked Yang Mei for attempting to entice not only Songbai, but also her other male beasts, albeit fruitlessly. Let us go see the loom. I can hardly wait. After all, exchanging bee skins for cloth is a significant step toward civilization, Liu Piaopiao said eagerly. Before long, Songbai had indeed proven himself a master craftsman. The loom was a success. Liu Piaopiao gazed at the loom, filled with delight. Piaopiao, what shall we do next? The flax stems we collected are still piled in the square, Rabbit Jew asked, looking to Liu Piaopiao for guidance. The flax stems need soaking in water to soften. Then we can extract the fibers to weave cloth. So, let us soak the flax stems in the river, Rabbit Meng Meng suggested, believing it to be a viable plan. Liu Piaopiao shook her head. Meng Meng, soaking them in river water will cause them to float away. We need a substantial number of water jars. How many water jars do you require? With our Tiger Clan's assistance, there's no need to worry, Jose confidently addressed Liu Piaopiao, his gaze warm with affection. Liu Piaopiao nodded. Since there was readily available labor, it must be put to use. Jose, please craft 20 larger stone jars to be placed at the edge of the square. It will also make it convenient for our clan to store water in the future. Understood. I will arrange it at once, he replied, hastily making his way towards the cluster of caves where the Tiger Clan resided. Subsequently, Liu Piaopiao organized everything, witnessing her clansmen laboring diligently, her heart brimming with satisfaction. Great priest, where do you think this loom should be placed? Songbai inquired, glancing at the apparatus he had crafted with his own hands, honestly unsure of how to operate it. Let's place it here for now. Once the flax stems have soaked and softened, we can extract the fibers to make linen, Liu Piaopiao said, her gaze shifting to Jose, who was already lifting a large water jar. Fill it with clean water from the river. Yes, Jose gazed upon his beautiful female companion. He found himself filled with an unusual joy while commanding himself to work. The male beasts of the Tiger Clan watched their leader dutifully undertaking the simplest of tasks. Unable to suppress their astonishment, females transform the chieftain, and love alters the mind. Previously, it was only the chieftain, Jose, who would instruct them to labor. The orc warriors swiftly gathered hemp and processed it. Liu Piaopiao approached the loom, having already utilized her spiritual awareness to enter the space and learn the method of operating the weaving machine. She was now merely mimicking what she had observed. Piaopiao, your wisdom is truly remarkable. This hemp is effortlessly woven and rolled by the machine, gradually transforming into fabric, exclaimed Tuju, his face alight with surprise. Indeed, the rabbit clan can allocate orcs specifically for weaving, eliminating the need for them to venture out for hunting. Tuju nodded in agreement, affirming, though they go out to hunt daily, they hardly catch anything. Our orc warriors can now enhance their abilities through weaving and agriculture. At that moment, a group of tall, lean male orcs with rugged features, dark hair, and dark eyes appeared before the small wooden cabin. The leader, bowing respectfully with a hand over his heart, addressed Liu Piaopiao, High Priestess. Clan Leader Tuju, we have cleared the tunnels in all your caverns that we hope this meets your satisfaction. Thank you, Chuan Xiong Clan Leader. Please stay with us and partake in tonight's bonfire ceremony of the Rabbit Clan before departing. Liu Piaopiao replied, also placing a hand over her heart in gratitude, that we are also grateful for the wheat you have provided us. Clan Leader Tuju, the Pangolin clan, sincerely thank you both, Chuan Xiong. The Pangolin leader displayed remarkable humility and courtesy. As night fell, the Rabbit Clan commenced their most vibrant bonfire ceremony, a moment eagerly anticipated by the orcs. It was the time when the clan would distribute food following the return from hunting. In the hearts of the Rabbit Clan, since the arrival of the High Priestess who had brought the third-tier leopard beast, and now also a fourth-tier tiger beast, the scarcity of food had become a thing of the past. They had previously lacked the capacity for offense and seldom hunted large wild beasts, making the bonfire ceremony exceedingly rare. However, times had changed. The Rabbit Clan now enjoyed an abundance of food, bolstered by the joining and protection of the fierce beast clans. No longer the vulnerable Rabbit Clan of the desolate Zhuang Forest, subject to coercion and forced to send females for breeding. High Priestess, let us dance. Meng Meng rushed to Liu Piaopiao's side, eager to join the females in merriment. Meng Meng, may I ask you to call me Piaopiao instead? Liu Piaopiao suggested, feeling that there was no need for excessive formality among kin, lest she elevate herself too high and risk a fall. Piaopiao, let us dance. Meng Meng laughed, pulling her along. Piaopiao, I'm here too. We shall live in the same clan from now on. Yang Yunyan beamed upon seeing the radiant smiles of the females. Her mood significantly lifted. Yunyan, you're my very first friend in the Zhuang Forest. Liu Piaopiao replied, her affection for the simple-minded and straightforward orcs evident. Are we friends? Yang Yunyan asked, her joy palpable at the thought of having the High Priestess as her friend. Of course, we are all good friends, Liu Piaopiao affirmed, genuinely cherishing this group of earnest and forthright orcs. But a circle of females gathered around the bonfire, singing and dancing, while the males watched with delight. In this place, devoid of other forms of entertainment, the bonfire ceremony served as the clan's most lively and engaging activity. Meanwhile, in the distant forest, a pair of wolf eyes gleamed with a green glow. Fierce and watchful, fixated on the Rabbit Clan's bustling square, Huze sensed the presence of a lurking beast, his gaze sharp and distant. Stupid tiger, why are you staring blankly at the forest when we have yet to settle tonight's mating rites? Jin Min fumed upon seeing Huze, who had become a fourth-tier male beast, realizing he could no longer overpower him. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to voice his grievances. We shall let strength speak for itself. Huze replied, his tone grave. You, do not dare to use your beast form. Do not presume I fear you. Jin Min retorted defiantly. He was unwilling to back down. Matters could be negotiated, but Piaopiao was non-negotiable. He had to be with her tonight. Foolish leopard, this is your declaration. Should I bring you down, you shall not contest with me tonight. Huze slowly rose, flexing his wrists, ready to show this foolish leopard a lesson. Go for it, Jin Min. Yang Su cheered. Well done, Tiger Clan leader. The Tiger Clan orcs applauded. Over 200 male orcs encircled Jin Min and Huze, instantly transforming the Rabbit Clan square into a battleground. What is happening? Liu Piaopiao inquired, perplexed. Piaopiao, Huze and Jin Min are brawling over tonight's mating rites, Tuju explained, approaching Liu Piaopiao with a smile. Will these two ever cease? Such antics are known to all, Liu Piaopiao remarked. Feeling utterly embarrassed, two males thinking with their lower heads. The two combatants, surrounded by male orcs, unleashed a flurry of fierce punches. You old, stinking tiger, Jin Min shouted, clutching his bleeding nose as he charged forward once more. Foolish leopard, still as dim-witted as ever. If you cannot win, you call me brother, Huze countered, landing a punch squarely on Jin Min's approaching face, deliberately holding back his strength to avoid inflicting severe damage. You despicable, shameless old tiger. 100 years ago, you deceived me into retrieving that beast crystal. Today, I must make you pay, Jin Min charged, intercepting Huze's punch and retaliating with a kick to his knee. You fool, are you serious? Huze swiftly subdued Jin Min, both of similar stature and belonging to fierce beast clans. However, the disparity in strength was not overly significant in their orc forms, leading to a fierce and unyielding grappling match. After a prolonged struggle, both emerged bruised and battered. Liu Piaopiao, exasperated, turned to leave, throwing over her shoulder, "Let them fight. When they're on the brink of death, call me to heal them." Tu was immensely pleased, hoping these two males would continue to fight until dawn, thus sparing her own affairs from disruption. Upon returning to the cave where Jin Min and Tu resided, Liu Piaopiao found it transformed. The cave now featured wooden chairs, shelves, and cabinets, with a bouquet of beautiful wildflowers adorning the table, but a wooden door had also been crafted, rendering the cave warm and inviting instead of cold and hollow. The adjacent bathroom had been fitted with a toilet and a stone tub for bathing. "Piaopiao, come try out this stone tub. I've had the Tiger Clan orcs make it larger. We can both bathe together without issue," Tu said, her exquisite face radiating innocence as she grinned mischievously. "Tu, did you arrange all of this?" Liu Piaopiao inquired, her pink eyes shimmering like a spring pond. "Oh, you like it?" Tu asked gently. Wrapping her arms around Liu Piaopiao's shoulders, their hearts racing in the tender closeness. Such a gentle and beautiful rabbit beast left Liu Piaopiao unable to utter a refusal by late at night. As Liu Piaopiao succumbed to a deep slumber, Jin Min and Huze, their faces swollen and bruised from their brawl, limped toward the cave entrance, awakening to the ambiguous scent in the air. They soon realized that their struggle had left them battered and half alive, only to have unwittingly benefited the cunning rabbit. In the territory of the Wolf Clan within the Zhuang Forest, are you saying that Yang Su of the Goat Clan and that third-tier golden leopard have survived? Lang Feng exclaimed incredulously, his eyes wide. The golden leopard had seemed on the brink of death, and the male orcs from the Goat Clan were largely left in disarray, their limbs viciously torn. "Chieftain, they truly have not perished. Moreover, the severed limbs have miraculously regrown unharmed. I witnessed it with my own eyes," a wolf scout asserted confidently. "Furthermore, I have confirmed that the Rabbit Clan has summoned a high priestess. It must be her healing abilities that restored them." Lang Feng furrowed his brow in deep thought, pacing back and forth. "This is no ordinary healing ability. What tier of beast is their high priestess?" The scout immediately raised his head. "Chieftain, the high priestess is not a male beast. She is a female. A female? Impossible. There has never been a female high priestess in the Zhuang continent." Lang Feng glared suspiciously at the messenger. "Chieftain, it is indeed a female. With the Tiger Clan present, we dare not approach to investigate further." The Wolf Clan scout's gaze was resolute, leaving no room for doubt at that moment. Wolf Peak halted his steps and proclaimed loudly, "Summon a few more second-tier wolf beasts to keep watch near the Rabbit Clan. Once you ascertain the situation, return to report." "Yes, clan leader." The Wolf Clan scout turned and swiftly transformed into a colossal wolf beast, letting out a piercing howl as several similarly imposing gray wolves followed suit, racing towards the Rabbit Clan in the cave of Liu Piaopiao. Upon awakening, she opened her eyes and exclaimed, "Ah!" Instinctively, she flipped her hand, startled by the sight of Zhu Tu stand before her. With a swift motion, she struck his grotesque head, feeling as though her hand had collided with a solid rock. The pain made her wince, instantly bringing her to full alertness. "Piaopiao, it's me. Hurry and heal my injuries. It hurts so much," Jin Min mumbled through his swollen, purple sausage-like mouth. With a chuckle, Liu Piaopiao couldn't contain her laughter and shot him a sidelong glance, her tone teasing. "You deserved it. Clearly outmatched, yet you insisted on fighting. Were you not just asking for trouble?" "Piaopiao, he intends to leverage the pressure of a fourth-tier beastman to claim your mating rights. And I shall not permit that," Jin Min declared, his pig-like visage adorned with a self-important air. Liu Piaopiao found it hard to look at him, quickly lowering her gaze. Was she smiling? "Piaopiao, I am your first male beast husband. He should address me as brother. You once said I was your favorite, did you not?" Jin Min fixed his passionate gaze upon Liu Piaopiao, clasping her hand to his heart, continuing, "Piaopiao, can you feel how fast my heart beats for you?" Hearing this, her heart warmed. She was indeed touched by Jin Min's unreserved affection. Yet when she lifted her gaze to behold his pig-like head, with eyes swollen as if stung by a bee, despite the supposed tenderness in his squinted eyes. Liu Piaopiao burst into laughter. "Ha ha! Jin Min, stop talking. Let me heal you first. In this state, you are hardly fit for confession." Immediately, Liu Piaopiao activated her healing abilities, golden light enveloping him, restoring his once radiant and handsome features. Jin Min gingerly touched his face, and a radiant smile broke out, resembling that of an innocent child. He pulled Liu Piaopiao into his embrace, exclaiming, "Piaopiao, I love you so much. You cannot stop liking me just because of that foul old tiger." Nestled in Jin Min's broad, sturdy arms, the rhythmic thumping of his heart resonated in her ears. How could she not adore him? She reached out, gently caressing his chiseled visage, her voice imbued with tenderness. "Silly leopard, how could I not like you? You are my favorite." Upon hearing this, Jin Min's smile grew ever brighter, his voice trembling with excitement. "Really, Piaopiao, you say I am your favorite?" Looking into his delighted and satisfied expression, Liu Piaopiao nodded, although internally she mused, "A woman's words are but deceptive. I cherish all three of you. Should Huzhe or Tuju inquire in the future, I shall respond similarly." Jin Min, overjoyed, embraced Liu Piaopiao tightly. Occasionally planting fervent kisses atop her head, he was the male beast she cherished most. How could he not be thrilled? "Piaopiao, it's time for breakfast," Tuju announced, holding a stone bowl filled with a viscous porridge in one hand and a clean leaf topped with small steamed buns in the other. "Tuju, you actually made steamed buns?" Liu Piaopiao exclaimed, her spirits lifted at the sight of improved sustenance. The exquisitely handsome Tuju nodded, responding with a gentle smile. "Did you not mention being weary of noodles and meat soup?" Jin Min recognized that it was time for Piaopiao to eat, gently releasing her from his embrace. Liu Piaopiao eagerly leaped from the bed, snatching a steamed bun from Tuju's hand and taking a bite. "Delicious! Tuju, how did you make these buns? You even understand how to ferment flour." "I used lime made from wood ash to treat the dough, allowing it to rise," Tuju replied, somewhat shy, not disclosing that he had been experimenting with flour specifically for Liu Piaopiao. Once he had accidentally dropped it into the lye-treated water meant for bee skins, resulting in the dough becoming fluffy and soft when steamed. "Tuju, you are truly brilliant. I shall share my ideas with you at the first opportunity," Liu Piaopiao declared, her admiration evident. Tuju felt a bit bashful, shyly scratching his head, elated that Piaopiao enjoyed the food he prepared. "Ahem, Piaopiao, could you heal me as well?" Huzhe appeared at the cave entrance, his pig-like face swollen. Upon seeing Huzhe's appearance, Liu Piaopiao couldn't help but laugh. "Huzhe, when you and Jin Min fight next time, could you refrain from only hitting the face?" Huzhe replied. Looking aggrieved this time, it was that foolish leopard who struck first. Jin Min leaped off the edge of the bed, his voice charged with indignation. "You foul old tiger, who struck first? You are simply jealous that I am more handsome than you." "Piaopiao favors my looks," Huzhe retorted, his pig-like visage now even more unappealing with his swollen, purple lips contorted to one side. Liu Piaopiao, a connoisseur of beauty, found a heart to bear. She approached Huzhe, placing her hand upon his face as a gentle golden light emanated from her palm. Gradually, his unsightly features began to fade, revealing a strikingly handsome face with a prominent nose, sharp eyebrows, and defined lips. In broad daylight, at such close proximity to such a handsome visage, Liu Piaopiao felt her heart race. Huzhe, noticing the affection in his beloved's eyes, gently grasped her still outstretched hand, his voice deep and laced with seductive allure. "Piaopiao, are you satisfied with my appearance?" Liu Piaopiao felt her cheeks flush, thinking, "Goodness, what am I doing in broad daylight?" Yet upon considering that her handsome man enjoyed her gaze, she decided to indulge a moment longer without concern. Meanwhile, Jin Min and Tuju watched with a tinge of jealousy as Jin Min grumbled, "Humph, that foul old tiger always steals Piaopiao's attention." Tuju chuckled, shaking his head. "Piaopiao, hurry and finish your meal." He wished for her to eat well, grow strong. Otherwise, how could she endure the likes of them? "You two are acting strangely today. Why have you not gone hunting?" Liu Piaopiao inquired, her curiosity piqued as she continued her breakfast. "How could I possibly hunt in such a state? It would tarnish my imposing and handsome image," Jin Min huffed. Piaopiao, the foolish leopard, and I shall head out now. Although, I'm a fourth-tier beast. Being the only one at this level makes it difficult to ensure your safety. Jose stated. Foul old tiger. Who wants to hunt with you? Jin Min expressed his disdain that Jose scoffed. Foolish leopard. I've been honing my skills at Beast God Mountain since the second tier. If you wish to elevate to the fourth tier quickly, you should go there. With that, he transformed into a massive tiger and leaped down the mountain. Foul old tiger. Once I reach the fourth tier, I will knock out your tiger teeth, Jin Min declared, swiftly transforming into a giant golden leopard, racing out of the cave, unfortunately shattering the wooden door in the process. Jin Min, if you do not return tonight, I shall make you pay, Liu Piaopiao shouted, stomping her foot at the damage done to the cave's entrance, though the leopard, moving too swiftly, did not hear her. Piaopiao, do not be upset. I will make another door shortly. Let us see how much hemp fabric has been woven today, Tuju said, taking Liu Piaopiao's hand as they strolled outside. Tuju, we can increase the weaving of our hemp fabric. Let's song by create more looms that if we can find cotton, we may produce even softer cotton cloth in the future. Liu Piaopiao conversed with Tuju as they walked. What is cotton like? It is a soft, fluffy white flower atop a low shrub that I wonder if it grows in the Zhehuang forest. Liu Piaopiao pondered, uncertain of the plant's existence and their surroundings. I could see that moment. Liu Piaopiao accidentally kicked a small stone with her toe, glancing down to see her only pair of cloth shoes nearly worn through at the toes, with concern etched on his face. Tuju scooped Liu Piaopiao into his arms. Piaopiao, are you all right? Your skin is different from our females. Even a small stone can injure you. I'm fine. It's just that my shoes are about to fall apart. I accidentally kicked a stone, and my toe is sore, she reassured him. Allow me to observe. Tuju gently set down Liu Piaopiao, crouched down, and removed her shoes, taking note of her slightly reddened toes. Liu Piaopiao hurriedly waved her hand, saying, It's nothing. Tuju, let us continue our journey. Tuju, holding Liu Piaopiao's faded and worn cloth shoes, scrutinized them for a while before speaking. Piaopiao, I shall craft you a new pair of shoes. Would you teach me how to make the soles firmer? Shoes are essential items, and Liu Piaopiao retrieved an ancient book on crafting cloth shoes from her space, flipping through its pages. Tuju, do we need bamboo for these shoes? Bamboo shoe husks, combined with cotton fabric? The husks must be used for the soles, and hemp fabric is also indispensable. Piaopiao, the upper part of your shoes does not seem to be made of hemp. Tuju remarked as he closely examined the shoes in his hand. The pair I wear is fashioned from cotton fabric, necessitating cotton, Liu Piaopiao pondered, recalling her own journey into this body, dressed in a cotton ancient skirt and cotton shoes. We do not yet have cotton, but I shall also make you a few pairs of hemp shoes. Tuju tenderly helped Liu Piaopiao into her cloth shoes and carried her down the hillside. Nestled in Tuju's embrace, Liu Piaopiao felt a sense of security and happiness. She cherished the feeling of being cared for and loved at that moment, before a row of wooden houses by the square. A series of wooden frames had been erected, adorned with unbleached, off-white hemp fabric that swayed gently in the wind, heralding the dawn of agricultural civilization in this primal beastly world. High Priest, look at this fine, soft fabric. We no longer need to exchange beast crystals for it in the beast city. Songbai exclaimed excitedly upon seeing Liu Piaopiao approach, his voice trembling with enthusiasm. This is wonderful, Songbai. You are truly remarkable. We can create several weaving machines, and henceforth, the rabbit clan can exchange their self-woven fabrics for resources from other beast clans. Indeed, High Priest, we shall follow your directives, Songbai replied respectfully, his hand pressed to his heart. Piaopiao, for the shoes, we can find bamboo shoot husks not far from our clan's back mountain. We can gather some now. Tuju took Liu Piaopiao's hand, eager to craft her cloth shoes. For what he lacked most at the moment was hemp fabric. Tuju clan leader, are you heading to the bamboo grove? The inquisitive Tu Mingming asked. Tuju nodded. I intend to collect some bamboo shoot husks to make shoes for Piaopiao. Shall we accompany you? Tu Mingming suggested, bringing along Yang Yinyun and Rabbit Lawn, a group of females eager to assist in drying and washing fabric. Upon hearing the clan leader's intention to visit the bamboo grove, they realized it had been a while since they had enjoyed bamboo shoots. Excellent. Let us go together. Ming Ming, Yinyun, it is perfect timing for all of you females to learn how to make cloth shoes. Liu Piaopiao cheerfully invited all the females in the clan to join in the shoemaking process. Wonderful. Piaopiao, we have long desired the shoes you wear. Your soles are so soft. Surely it is due to the shoes? Tu Mingming said, her eyes filled with envy. Liu Piaopiao glanced down at the feet of the beastly females, dark and broad. Their soles were thick with calluses. Wearing shoes made walking more comfortable and protected their feet from injury. I will teach you how to make cloth shoes. We are grateful to our esteemed high priest, the females said, placing their hands over their hearts in gratitude, knowing that it was the high priest who led them to a better life. Liu Piaopiao smiled sweetly, beckoning everyone to follow her as they walked towards the bamboo grove under Tu Ju's guidance. The bamboo grove was lush and green, with the leaves rustling softly in the gentle breeze. Liu Piaopiao pointed to an area abundant with bamboo shoots husks and said, "Let us gather the husks here." The group of females dispersed to busy themselves. Piaopiao, be careful. The bamboo shoots husks have many fine hairs. Do not touch them, warned the vigilant guards of the rabbit clan, their concern evident as they observed the delicate skin of the young female, reminiscent of a newly born beast. Unlike the other females of the clan, whose skin was toughened against the branches, he felt that the females were akin to the males in their ruggedness and did not require shoes that I understand. Tuju, I will collect some fine bamboo to take back. I wish for song by to craft a flute. Liu Piaopiao expressed, wishing to teach the beastly folk to utilize musical instruments, making their night bonfire rituals more enjoyable. High priest, what is a flute? Asked the curious guard, Rabbit E, who patrolled the rabbit clan and safeguarded the females, that a flute is a small musical instrument made from this fine bamboo, with holes drilled into it, allowing for the play of enchanting melodies. Liu Piaopiao explained patiently. Like the songs of larks? Those are lovely and resounding. Tu Mingming chimed in, her curiosity piqued. Liu Piaopiao, aware that the beastly folk had never encountered musical instruments, smiled gently and said, "It will sound even more beautiful than a lark song. When Songbai completes the flute, you shall know." Tu Ju gazed at her tenderly, a smile of indulgence gracing his lips. "All right, I shall gather some fine bamboo for you." With strong, slender arms, he effortlessly snapped several long, straight pieces of bamboo. The females collected a considerable amount of bamboo shoots and husks, clamoring to return quickly and request song by to craft the flute. Unbeknownst to them, a lone male wolf beastman lurked in the dense underbrush nearby, his expression one of shock and disbelief. "Songbai, right here, create a round hole and apply this thin piece of beast hide at this position." Liu Piaopiao patiently guided Songbai on how to drill holes and create the bamboo flute. Songbai nodded, fully comprehending. "High priest, rest assured, I shall complete it promptly. Piaopiao, what shall we do with these bamboo shoots husks?" Yang Yinyan asked, holding a large bundle of husks, utterly perplexed. Liu Piaopiao took a husk, removed her cloth shoes, and measured the size against her foot, using a bone knife to cut the husk into the same shape as her sole. She then cut out a piece of hemp fabric of the same size. Thus, she layered the husk between multiple layers of hemp fabric and, using a bone needle and hemp thread, meticulously stitched the sole together, all the while instructing the others that Tuju gently took the sole from her hands, saying, "Piaopiao, allow me to handle this." He had noticed that his little female had only theoretical knowledge but lacked practical experience. With remarkable strength, Tuju swiftly completed the thick hemp shoe sole without breaking a sweat, while the other females had already grasped the method of crafting the soles and began working diligently. "You must measure the soles according to your own foot size," Liu Piaopiao reminded them, having seen Tu Mingming attempt to cut according to her shoe size. "Understood, Piaopiao, you are truly clever," Yang Yinyan replied earnestly as she meticulously crafted her sole. Soon, everyone had completed their work, and one could not help but admire the immense strength of the beast folk. Then Liu Piaopiao proceeded to teach them how to sew the shoe upper, and one by one, they learned with remarkable proficiency that moment. Songbai handed over a finely polished, impeccable bamboo flute. "Songbai, you are a master craftsman." Liu Piaopiao marveled at Songbai's skill, secretly amazed that everyone possessed unique talents. Feeling bashful from the praise of his revered high priest, Songbai awkwardly scratched his head to Tu Mingming. Noticing her male's embarrassment, chuckled, "Piaopiao, you have sung Songbai's praises to the heavens. It is your excellent teaching." The other females joined in laughter, exclaiming in unison, "Our esteemed high priest, it is indeed your exceptional guidance." At this, Liu Piaopiao felt a twinge of embarrassment, managing only a few awkward chuckles. "Piaopiao, how does one play this flute?" Yang Yunyun inquired with great curiosity. "With this slender bamboo, once it is perforated, can it truly produce a sound akin to that of a lark?" Liu Piaopiao brought the bamboo flute to her lips, gently blowing a melodious tune. The sound was crisp and pleasant, reminiscent of a flowing mountain spring or the joyous songs of birds in the forest. With her hair styled in 2 braided pigtails, her brows arched gracefully, her eyes dark and sparkling like jewels, long and thick lashes framing her delicate nose and cherry-like lips, she stood there playing enchanting melodies. The onlookers were entranced, their eyes filled with awe, as they regarded their high priest as a goddess chosen by the beast gods to grace the world. After she finished playing, Liu Piaopiao smiled and said, "As long as you follow certain fingerings and control your breath, you can produce beautiful sounds." "Piaopiao, may I have a turn?" Yang Yunyun asked, her eyes wide with admiration. "You blow the flute as if a goddess has descended upon us." Yang Yunyun bore an expression of eager anticipation. Liu Piaopiao burst into laughter. "Of course, Yunyun, here you go." Yang Yunyun eagerly seized the bamboo flute and attempted to play it, only to produce a cacophony of sounds, inciting a chorus of laughter from those around her. "You must do it this way," Liu Piaopiao instructed, rising on her toes and guiding Yang Yunyun's fingers to teach her how to play the simplest of notes. "Do re mi fa so?" Yang Yunyun was astounded. She could play the flute. Her face lit up with excitement, nearly causing her to leap with joy. "Piaopiao, you are truly remarkable. You've taught me how to play the flute." Piaopiao, the sole female priestess of our Zhuang continent, was undeniably the wisest of all. Jin Min gazed at her with admiration. Liu Piaopiao felt as though she might float away. She relished the moment. Was she truly such a vain woman? Perhaps morals could be cast aside. Clearing her throat, she addressed the gathering. "Everyone, focus on your tasks at hand. Continue to learn. This winter, we shall have ample food, warm clothing, and shoes. Our future will only grow brighter. Grateful for the beast god's blessing upon us through the great priestess of the Zhuang forest. We shall keep this in our hearts." Two Jews stood and faced Liu Piaopiao, placing his right hand over his heart, and spoke earnestly. All the beastmen in the square turned to Liu Piaopiao, standing tall with their right hands over their hearts, shouting in unison, "We thank the beast god for bestowing the great priestess upon us." Initially, Liu Piaopiao had been merely enjoying herself, but witnessing the reverence of the crowd ignited a profound sense of responsibility within her. "Piaopiao, try on the shoes I made for you," Tu Ju suggested, crouching down to help Liu Piaopiao into the freshly crafted cloth shoes. Tu Ju, your hands are truly skilled. "They are incredibly comfortable," Liu Piaopiao exclaimed. Utterly satisfied, with Tu Ju by her side, she felt she could easily live like a rice bug. Seeing Piaopiao's delight, Tu Ju smiled indulgently. "I shall make you several more pairs, so you can alternate." "Very well, thank you, Tu Ju." Liu Piaopiao gently assisted him to his feet. Just then, a series of tiger roars echoed through the valley, causing the towering trees in the distant forest to sway that a pack of tigers was approaching. Tu Ju instinctively shielded Liu Piaopiao behind him, while the male rabbits rushed to the square, armed with spears. "That is Tiger Zay. There is no need to be afraid," Tu Ju called out loudly. A throng of at least 200 ferocious tigers appeared, each carrying bundles of beast hides, some even bearing the corpses of wild animals on their backs, advancing towards the rabbit tribe. At the forefront was a particularly massive tiger. Imposing and regal, Tiger Zay himself, Tu Ju commanded the tribe to clear a space in the square. The giant tiger landed in the center and instantly transformed into the beastman Tiger Zay. Accepting the bundle from a nearby tiger and swiftly wrapping the hide around his waist as he approached Liu Piaopiao. "Piaopiao, Tu Ju, I have relocated the tiger tribe here. Henceforth, we shall be one family." Tiger Zay stated, placing his right hand over his heart in a gesture of respect, his deep, affectionate gaze fixed upon his little female. Wherever she went, he would follow. "Welcome, Tiger Tribe," Tu Ju replied, placing his hand over his heart in return, honoring the customary greeting. With the addition of the tiger tribe, the rabbit tribe would no longer have to fear incursions from other ferocious beasts in the Zhuang forest. Tuju, with the tiger tribe here. We shall hunt together, without distinction, Tiger Zhe proclaimed, his sincerity evident, as he was known to keep his word. Tuju nodded in satisfaction. Tonight's bonfire ceremony will celebrate the enduring friendship between our two tribes. Tiger Zhe acknowledged with a nod. Very well, Tuju. This is your territory, and from now on, you shall have the final say in all matters concerning our tribes. The tiger tribe cherished hunting, while Tuju excelled in governance and management of the community. As night fell, the rabbit tribe's bonfire ceremony grew increasingly lively. The expansive square was illuminated by over 100 small fires, with the central bonfire towering magnificently, flames leaping high into the sky as the massive trees blazed. The female rabbits, upon seeing nearly 200 robust tiger males, were filled with excitement and joy, urging Liu Piaopiao to play the flute for everyone's amusement. But a melodious tune resonated through the air, and the beastmen in the square gazed entranced at the stunningly beautiful great priestess, their admiration for her buried deep within their hearts, revealing only their profound respect. Their great priestess was a goddess not to be defiled. At that moment, Tiger Zhe turned his gaze toward the dense forest. With heightened senses typical of a fourth-tier beastman, he swiftly transformed into a colossal tiger and dashed away. A wolf howled, followed by a thunderous roar from Tiger Zhe, prompting the tiger beastmen in the square to morph into fierce tigers and charge into the dark forest. Soon, a series of howls echoed, gradually fading away. In a short while, the tigers returned to the square, carrying several slain giant wolves in their jaws. Tiger Ze's claws sunk into the largest wolf's chest, tearing it open, revealing a beast crystal, the size of Liu Piaopiao's fingernail, gleaming with a crimson glow like crystal, now clutched between his claws. Immediately, Tiger Zhe transformed back into his beastman form, the beast crystal still radiating a red light in his hand. The tiger beastman promptly fastened a hide skirt around him. That was a second-tier wolf beast's crystal, and the rabbit males were astonished. The tiger tribe was immensely powerful, able to dispatch a second-tier wolf beast in an instant. The rabbit beastmen felt a wave of relief knowing that a fourth-tier male beast of the tiger tribe was their great priestess's mate. Tiger Zhe, the wolf tribe has been lurking among us rabbits with ulterior motives, Tuju said, stepping forward to gaze at the beast crystal in Tiger Ze's hand, worry etched on his face. One has escaped. It surely returned to warn the wolf tribe, Tiger Zhe remarked, turning to Liu Piaopiao, his voice low and serious. You intend to? Jin Min stood up and approached Tiger Zhe, having already deduced his intention to eradicate the wolf tribe. Tiger Zhe nodded, his gaze fierce. To be on the safe side, both the wolf and hyena tribes must be eliminated. That I will join you. Jin Min gritted his teeth, fists clenched. Tiger Zhe did not refuse and nodded. All tiger males, follow me to annihilate the wolf and hyena tribes. Tiger Zhe called out loudly, then transformed into a massive tiger, his roar echoing deafeningly as 20 tiger males remained to protect the females while the rest followed him into the forest to pursue the wolf tribe. Piaopiao, wait for our return. Jin Min glanced back at Liu Piaopiao before swiftly transforming into a gigantic leopard and darting away at lightning speed. Liu Piaopiao was still processing the sudden hunt for the wolf and hyena tribes. Piaopiao, do not worry. Tiger Zhe is a fourth-tier tiger beast. He is the king of this Zhuang forest, and no male beast can rival him. Tuju gently took Liu Piaopiao's hand, offering her comfort. Liu Piaopiao understood that if the wolf and hyena tribes could slaughter the goat tribe, they had likely done the same to other vulnerable groups. Tuju, will the hunting in the forest never cease? Liu Piaopiao questioned, gazing at the lifeless bodies of the wolves on the ground, their beast crystals extracted. They were not mere wild wolves, but wolf tribe beastmen, and Liu Piaopiao felt a pang of sympathy. Piaopiao, the mightiest beast tribe in this forest, the tiger tribe, will not permit the wolf and hyena tribes to indiscriminately slaughter other weaker tribes. Moreover, Tiger Zhe does not wish for your identity as the great priestess to be revealed. Tuju said, pulling Liu Piaopiao into his embrace as they sat beside the fire. But eventually my identity will be discovered by other tribes. Won't it? Liu Piaopiao expressed her concerns. noticing her reluctance to partake in the slaughter. Tuju slowly explained, the wolf tribe often collaborates with the hyena tribe to seize females from weaker tribes, selling them to the Beast City and the fallen Beast City. Tiger Zay is merely maintaining order in the Zhuang forest. Tuju, did your rabbit tribe also suffer at their hands? Liu Piaopiao observed a hint of vengeful satisfaction in Tuju's eyes. Tuju did not shy away from the question, his pink eyes meeting Liu Piaopiao's gaze. Last winter, the wolf tribe used our rabbit tribe as food, as leverage to abduct 10 of our females, all of whom were sold to the fallen Beast City. Liu Piaopiao sensed Tuju's fingers tightening unconsciously. He harbored a deep-seated hatred for the wolf tribe. Tuju, from now on, our rabbit tribe will no longer be bullied by the wolf tribe. Liu Piaopiao placed her small hand on the back of his hand. Tuju's expression softened, and he smiled slightly. Piaopiao, it is the beast god's blessing that you have come to us. This winter, we need not worry about food. Then he gently stroked Liu Piaopiao's head with his other hand. However, without Tiger Zay's arrival, the wolf tribe would have come to take you away. In the savage realm of beasts, where the law of the jungle prevails, I find myself far too compassionate. Liu Piaopiao suddenly realized that her mindset required yet another adaptation. Meanwhile, an injured second-tier wolf beast hastened towards the wolf pack with utmost urgency, pursued closely by a horde of tiger beasts. After a prolonged sprint, the leader of the wolf peak cried out, "Run! The tiger clan is coming!" as he transformed into a beastman, enduring excruciating pain while shouting. Within the cave, Wolf Peak, engaged in copulation with his mate, immediately withdrew and rushed outside. What is happening? He wondered, his arousal still evident. Chief, there's a female high priestess from the rabbit clan. Our warriors intended to approach under the cover of darkness, but they were discovered by the tiger clan, who are now on their way here. The messenger, a wolf beast, trembled in fear. Had he not taken a shortcut to escape, he would surely have been slaughtered by the tigers. How many are there? Wolf Peak had barely finished his question when the sounds of tiger roars echoed through the wolf territory. Instantly, he transformed into a massive gray wolf and charged down the slope. As he landed, a gigantic leopard lunged at him. Over 200 wolf beasts poured out of their den, howling as they attacked the leopard. Seizing the opportunity, Wolf Peak deftly dodged, while the other wolves swarmed to tear the leopard apart. Tiger Zay rushed forward, leaving a trail of shredded flesh and blood in his wake. Other tigers quickly joined the fray, engaging in a fierce battle with the massive wolves. Amidst the chaos, Wolf Peak stealthily retreated, slipping into a nearby river to wash away the scent of beasts, fleeing downstream for his life. In this battle, the wolf clan suffered devastating losses, with only 3 females remaining. All the males were annihilated by the tiger clan. What shall we do next, Tiger Zay? Jin Min, now in his beastman form with only minor injuries, inquired. Let us return to the clan, heal our wounded males, and then eliminate the hyena clan. Tiger Zay, witnessing the loss of several of his kin and numerous injuries among the others, recognized the need to conserve strength. Dawn. Liu Piaopiao, hearing the tiger roars, immediately rose and made her way to the plaza. Piaopiao, I'm fine. It's just a minor injury. Jin Min reassured her, noting her pained expression as she gazed at the claw marks on his chest. Her concern was palpable, revealing her deep affection for him. You must take care of yourself and avoid unnecessary injuries, she admonished gently, using her healing powers to restore his wounds to their original state. Yes, my high priestess. Jin Min felt warmth spread through him. Grateful for her care. I am also in pain. Tiger Zay spoke in a low voice, the words escaping through clenched teeth. Liu Piaopiao had already detected his minor scratch on his arm. Had he returned a moment later, it would have healed on its own. Yet his eyes betrayed something deeper. Now, you two must ensure your own safety and avoid injury, she said softly after using her powers. Piaopiao, there are still dozens of injured tiger beasts. Rabbit Jew interjected, casting a glance at Tiger Zay. Liu Piaopiao exerted her healing abilities with vigor, and to her astonishment, a brilliant golden light emanated from her hands, simultaneously healing dozens of wounded tiger beasts. The onlooking beastmen were awestruck, kneeling with hands over their hearts, chanting in unison, We thank you, High Priestess. Your divine power knows no bounds. Liu Piaopiao felt a tremor in her heart. Realizing she had ascended to the pinnacle of divine prowess. Tiger Zay, you have just defeated the wolf clan, and your warriors are exhausted. Rest well before confronting the hyena clan, Rabbit Jew observed, noting that the tiger clan had also lost several males in the battle. Tiger Zay nodded, acknowledging his need for rest. Piaopiao, come with me, Jin Min exclaimed, excitement radiating from him as he took Liu Piaopiao's hand and dashed towards the cave, elated that they had avenged the wolf clan. Piaopiao, you. Liu Piaopiao's words were cut short as Jin Min tossed her into the air, transforming into a leopard that whisked her away towards the cave. Rabbit Jew could only shake his head, bemused by the eager leopard's antics. Upon their return to the cave, Jin Min placed Liu Piaopiao on the stone bed, disregarding her protests, and proudly declared, I've cleaned myself in the river. Close the door. You foolish leopard, Liu Piaopiao scolded, playfully hitting his robust shoulder. It's not as if others are unaware. Why close the door? She retorted before leaning down to, It must be closed. Otherwise, I won't acknowledge you. She feigned anger. Turning her head away, startled, Jin Min quickly jumped off the stone bed, and in an instant, darkness enveloped the cave, the wooden door blocking all light. You just returned from battle, having not rested all night. Liu Piaopiao's words were interrupted by Jin Min's lips meeting hers, soft and insistent. What followed was a display of his incredible stamina as they engaged in a passionate embrace, leaving no room for refusal. Only indulgence, as the afternoon wore on. Rabbit Jew gently pushed open the wooden door of the cave, allowing a beam of light to filter in. He was met with the sight of Liu Piaopiao nestled against Jin Min's chest. Peacefully asleep, he hesitated, contemplating whether to invite Piaopiao to the back mountain to plant vegetables for tea that moment. The light disturbed Liu Piaopiao's slumber, causing her to slowly open her eyes upon seeing Rabbit Jew at the entrance. She felt a twinge of embarrassment and pulled the animal hide over her head. Rabbit Jew chuckled, shaking his head. Piaopiao, it's time to eat. I'll take you to the back mountain to plant vegetables. With a blush, Liu Piaopiao peeked at Jin Min's handsome sleeping face, then quietly got dressed, tiptoeing out of the cave and softly closing the wooden door behind her. After their meal, Rabbit Jew led Liu Piaopiao to the expansive lands of the Rabbit clan's back mountain. Rabbit Jew, your clan's beastmen are naturally skilled in agriculture, Liu Piaopiao praised as she observed the neatly planted seedlings resembling cabbages in the fields. Piaopiao, our herbivorous clan, must labor to elevate our beast ranks. This is surely the will of the beast god. You mentioned that very few from the Rabbit clan have reached Tier 3. Liu Piaopiao inquired, intrigued as Rabbit Jew, now a Tier 3 male beast, stood as the highest-ranking herbivore in the entire Zhuang forest. Indeed, in all these years, I am the only one to have ascended to Tier 3, Rabbit Jew confessed, lowering his head, taking Liu Piaopiao's hands in his. His eyes filled with affection. The beastmen working in the field cheered. High Priestess, Rabbit Jew, share a kiss. Liu Piaopiao quickly withdrew her hand, clearing her throat. Everyone, focus on your work. Otherwise, I shall punish you by denying dinner. Understood, High Priestess, the beastmen replied with hearty laughter. Meanwhile, in what was once the territory of the Goat clan, now overtaken by the Hyena clan, Liao Qi cried out in panic. Run! Tiger Zay has become the king of the Zhuang continent. He has ascended to Tier 4. He was in disarray, his body marred by numerous injuries inflicted by the leopard, blood seeping from his wounds. Wolf Peak, did Tiger Zay do this to you? Liao Qi asked. His eyes wide with shock. It was that Tier 3 leopard, but last night, Tiger Zay led that leopard and the entire tiger clan to annihilate my wolf clan, Wolf Peak replied, his eyes filled with hatred as he hung his head in sorrow. Liao Qi gasped in disbelief. If the wolf clan, slightly stronger than his own, had been wiped out by the tiger clan, his hyena clan could not afford to confront them directly. Wolf Peak, how did you provoke the tiger clan? I sent wolf beasts to spy on the rabbit clan, intending to wait until winter to seize a few females to sell in the beast city. Wolf Peak lamented, regret washing over him. He paused before continuing, little did I know that the Tiger clan had already taken residence in the Rabbit clan, and Tiger Zay has become the mate of Rabbit Jew. Liao Qi's eyes widened in disbelief. Tiger Zay, he has a mate now. How many females have we sent him? When has he ever accepted one? Wolf Peak nodded. We learned that the mate is the high priestess of the rabbit clan. The female high priestess? Liao Qi exclaimed, his eyes bulging. There has never been a female high priestess in the entire Zhuang continent. Having lived nearly 400 years, Liao Qi had never heard of such a being. Wolf Peak's clan had sent multiple scouts to confirm the information before the Tiger clan discovered them. He was certain of its truth. Liao Qi, this is absolutely true. Otherwise, Tiger Zay would not have immediately led that leopard and the entire Tiger clan to hunt down my wolf clan. A female high priestess? If we can lay our hands on it. The glimmer of greed shone in Liege's eyes. Lang Feng, fully aware of his intentions, understood the urgency of evading the Tiger clan for the time being to preserve their strength. He quickly said, the Tiger clan will undoubtedly come to hunt your hyena clan. It is of utmost importance that we hide for now. Liege recalled that the third-tier wolf beast, Long Tu, had perished at the jaws of a third-tier golden leopard. Let alone the fourth-tier Hughes. He would never confront them head-on. He immediately instructed the entire hyena clan to gather their pelts and hunted meat and retreat back to Zhuang Mountain. Zhuang Mountain, characterized by rugged rocks and caves, offered ample concealment for the hyena clan and served as their ancestral home. Once they returned to Zhuang Mountain, the hyena clan could scatter and evade the risk of annihilation by the Tiger clan. I will accompany you, Lang Feng declared, having lost his kin and now relying on the hyena clan for survival. Liege nodded, appreciating that Lang Feng shared his sentiments and was a kindred spirit that must be included. As night descended, Hughes arrived at the square and let out a mighty roar. Hughes, tonight we go to the hyena clan. Be extra cautious, Liu Piaopiao warned as she approached him. Hughes pulled her close and bestowed a domineering kiss, saying, wait for my return. Just then, Jin Min was about to grab Liu Piaopiao, but Hughes struck his head with a firm hand, growling, foolish leopard, let us move. If we delay any longer, the hyenas will have retreated into their holes. With a fearsome roar, a pack of fierce tigers and a single golden leopard surged into the forest. After racing through the night, they reached the territory of the goat clan, which had been seized by the hyena clan. Damn it, these hyenas are nothing but cowards, Jin Min, now transformed into a beastman, exclaimed in frustration. Lang Feng was still alive. He must have escaped to warn the hyena clan, which had already retreated to Zhuang Mountain. Hughes observed as he gazed into the distant forest. Shall we pursue them? Jin Min inquired urgently. Hughes shook his head. Zhuang Mountain is full of rocks and caves. The hyena clan will scatter in that forest. And we won't be able to locate them all. Are we just going to let the hyena clan off the hook? Jin Min fumed. Hughes shot him a glance. We will wait until they return to Zhuang Forest to wreak havoc, and then we will capture them all in one sweep. Humph, you old tiger, always such a coward, Jin Min couldn't help but retort. Foolish leopard, you are the one being foolish, Hughes shot back before transforming into a massive tiger, roaring as he headed homeward, intent on finding his little female. Dazed, Liu Piaopiao wondered who was nibbling at her. She frowned in displeasure, as the forceful kiss nearly deprived her breath. This was not the rabbit's way. Startled, she opened her eyes wide, only to find Hughes before her. What? You didn't expect me. Hughes noticed the hint of displeasure in her astonished eyes that no, I just didn't anticipate your return so early. It's still not dawn. Is it? Liu Piaopiao averted her gaze toward the cave's entrance, where no sliver of sunlight pierced through the wooden door's crack. It is still night, and Rabbit Jew and Jin Min have gone to my cave. Was this their tacit understanding? Liu Piaopiao felt utterly speechless. Focus a bit more. Hughes' voice was laced with a husky tone, his throat bobbing slightly. Curious, Liu Piaopiao gently touched the spot. You are playing with fire. Hughes' voice grew even deeper. With that, he launched a fervent advance, leaving Liu Piaopiao's mind blank and her body softening involuntarily. She could only submit to Hughes' whims, as if he intended to meld her into his very being. This tumultuous encounter caused them to sleep well into midday. Liu Piaopiao was awakened by the sound of a horn from the rabbit clan, while Hughes remained asleep beside her. The wooden door, left partially ajar, had been opened by someone. She guessed it must be Rabbit Jew. Turning her head, she admired Hughes' striking features, his prominent brow, tightly shut eyes, delicate lashes, a nose sculpted like a fine blade, and the distinct curve of his thin lips, lacking the usual dominance and sharpness. At this moment, he resembled a slumbering deity. Liu Piaopiao felt an overwhelming fondness, realizing that Hughes embodied her aesthetic ideals. "Have you had your fill of gazing? Is my little female satisfied with her husband's appearance?" Hughes smiled subtly, rolling over to pin Liu Piaopiao beneath him. "No, the Rabbit clan is sounding the horn." "There must be outsiders," she protested, pushing against his solid chest. "Whoever they are, no Beast clan dares to cause trouble in Zhuang Forest now," he replied, preparing to continue. Piaopiao, Rabbit Jew, pushed open the half-closed wooden door and, upon seeing the state of the two on the stone bed, continued as if nothing were amiss. "The leader of the hippopotamus clan has come personally to seek your help." Hughes immediately rose, donning his pelt skirt, perplexed. How does the hippopotamus clan know of Piaopiao? What do they want from her? Rabbit Jew's expression turned grave. The hippopotamus clan is aware that the Rabbit clan in Zhuang Forest has a high priestess. Hence their visit. Hughes quickly grasped the gravity of the situation, glancing at Rabbit Jew. The news of Piaopiao being the high priestess has likely spread throughout Zhuang Forest due to Langfeng. Soon, it would undoubtedly attract the covetous eyes of the two beast cities. Gently supporting Liu Piaopiao's fragile shoulders, he urged, "Piaopiao, do not go out that I will drive them away." But Liu Piaopiao seized his arm. Shaking her head, "Hughes, if it is fate, we cannot avoid it. Since all beast clans know of my existence, there is no need for further concealment. Let us see what they require." "You are right, but this time the hippopotamus clan comes with a plea and has brought their sincerity," Rabbit Jew concluded, taking Liu Piaopiao's hand as they made their way toward the square, with Hughes following closely behind. Before long, in the Rabbit clan square, a group of male beastmen from the hippopotamus clan arrived, bringing a substantial amount of pelts, fruits, and 50 first-tier beast crystals. The leader of the hippopotamus clan knelt before Liu Piaopiao as she approached, placing his right hand over his heart. "Please, High Priestess, save our hippopotamus clan." The dozen or so clansmen behind him followed suit, kneeling and covering their hearts, their voices filled with desperation. Liu Piaopiao spoke softly, "Please rise and tell me what has transpired." The leader of the hippopotamus clan stood, his face etched with sorrow. "High Priestess, our hippopotamus clan has recently faced a severe outbreak of illness. Many clansmen are suffering from vomiting and diarrhea, and some young ones are succumbing to the pain. We have heard you possess miraculous healing abilities, and thus we have come to seek your aid." Liu Piaopiao furrowed her brows, glancing at Hughes and Rabbit Jew. Hughes' displeasure was evident as he declared sternly, "How did your hippopotamus clan's troubles come to involve the Rabbit clan? Piaopiao is my little female. Without my consent, she cannot go to your clan." The leader of the hippopotamus clan knelt again, hand over his heart. "High Priestess, I beseech you, since the beast god has granted you presence in Zhuang Forest, we are all your subjects." The other hippopotamus clansmen knelt in unison, their voices pleading, "We implore you. High Priestess, save your subjects." Liu Piaopiao felt a wave of uncertainty wash over her. She pondered. Having arrived here in a daze, possessing a healing power unlike any other beastman, could it be that the beast god had indeed bestowed this strength upon her to alleviate the suffering of these creatures? She looked down at the group from the hippopotamus clan, all with red-rimmed eyes filled with hope, and after a moment of hesitation, she replied, "I can try." "Where are your ailing clansmen?" The hippopotamus clan members' faces lit up with joy. "High Priestess, our sick clansmen are too weak to come to your esteemed presence. Please follow us to the hippopotamus clan's territory." As Hughes prepared to refuse, Rabbit Jew intervened. "Hughes, since Piaopiao is the only high priestess in Zhuang Forest, I believe it must be a blessing from the beast god for all beast kind. We cannot obstruct this." Hughes understood the divine responsibility of the high priestess, but selfishly wished to prevent Piaopiao from being discovered by more high-tier beastmen seeking to claim her. Rabbit Jew was well aware of his thoughts. They too feared losing Piaopiao to another. Yet it was no longer possible to keep it hidden that it was better to allow all beastmen to show the respect that the high priestess deserved. "Hughes, I wish to visit the hippopotamus clan, that if my healing abilities can help their clansmen recover from their ailments, I would be very happy," Liu Piaopiao said earnestly, looking intently at Hughes, seeing the determination in the eyes of his beautiful and kind little female. Hughes could only nod in agreement. Piaopiao, I will bring along over 100 beastmen from the Tiger Clan to accompany you. Liu Piaopiao smiled gently. All right, Piaopiao, I shall await your return at home to return soon. Tuju adjusted Liu Piaopiao's garments, fully aware that she had her own space where she stored the clothes and shoes he had made for her, thus alleviating any concerns he might have had about carrying luggage. Observing the reluctant expression on Tuju's face, Liu Piaopiao embraced his waist, rose on her toes, and softly kissed his chin. Do not worry. Jose will keep me safe. You take care of the home. And await my return. Tuju lowered his head and bestowed a deep, lingering kiss filled with reluctance. Jose, unable to bear the sight any longer, transformed into a colossal tiger, letting out a resounding roar that startled Liu Piaopiao, who shivered at the intention behind it. The fierce beasts of the Tiger Clan, upon hearing their leader's roar, swiftly mobilized 100 warriors, transforming into mighty tigers, leaping into the square to await the escort of their high priestess. The leader of the Hippo clan, filled with elation, exclaimed, "Thank you, esteemed high priestess. Please accompany us back to the Hippo clan. Your presence is a blessing from the beast god and a woman of breathtaking beauty." Clad in a cream-colored linen dress and sporting 2 braided pigtails, rode upon a gigantic tiger, weaving through the primal jungle, trailed by 100 fierce tigers. The Hippo clan's warriors raced ahead, leading the way. They journeyed from noon until the approach of dusk, the summer evenings still far from dark. The Hippo clan resided along the riverbank, their surroundings dotted with huts constructed from thatch and mud. Spaced every 3 to 5 meters apart, a glance at the scene revealed an uncivilized African village, the paths of the tribe littered with filth. Liu Piaopiao, perched atop the massive tiger, had no desire to dismount, for the air was thick with the stench of excrement. Upon hearing the tiger's roar, the Hippo clan's members emerged from their rudimentary thatch and mud huts, while the clan's territory boasted a square, albeit one marred by filth, rendering it nearly unwalkable. The transformed tigers, now in their beastman forms, exchanged glances, their eyes fixated on the heaps of hippo dung beneath their feet. They fervently wished for the high priestess to promptly cure this wretched congregation of hippos, so they could depart immediately. Jose, now in beastman form, noticed Liu Piaopiao seeking a slightly cleaner patch of ground, standing upright, and swiftly enveloped her in his embrace. Esteemed high priestess, our Hippo clan members are equally carefree and disorganized. I ask for your understanding. The Hippo clan leader discerned Liu Piaopiao's discomfort at the sight of the ground strewn with excrement and quickly ordered 20 healthy clan members to clean the square of the filth. To facilitate Liu Piaopiao's movement, the Hippo clan leader commanded that enormous leaves, far larger than banana leaves, be laid down to create a clean green path connecting each sick member's thatch and mud hut. Only then did Jose gently set Liu Piaopiao down, allowing her feet to touch the ground. High priestess, I implore you, please save my child. He is on the brink of death. A frail female member of the Hippo clan, aware that the leader had summoned the high priestess, hurriedly approached Liu Piaopiao, kneeling with one knee and clutching her chest. Take me to him, Liu Piaopiao urged, immediately channeling her healing abilities towards the emaciated female, who clearly suffered from a severe illness. In an instant, the frail beastwoman's skin began to swell, her pallor gradually replaced by a healthy hue as she returned to a state of vitality. Thank you, most esteemed high priestess. It is the blessing of the beast god that has brought you to us. The Hippo clan leader, witnessing the miraculous recovery of the once feeble beast child, expressed boundless gratitude, shouting in excitement. Liu Piaopiao quickly retreated from the hut, struggling to suppress her nausea from the overwhelming stench. Holding her breath, she hastened back to the square, taking deep breaths. High priestess, we have over 100 members bedridden. I beseech you, save them as well, the Hippo clan leader pleaded, trembling with urgency. Bring all the sick members to this square. I can heal them together, Liu Piaopiao declared, resolutely unwilling to set foot inside their Hippo clan dwellings again. The odor far too repugnant. The Hippo clan leader nodded fervently. Very well. High priestess, I shall summon them to be brought out. He then turned, loudly instructing the able-bodied members of the Hippo clan to carry out the incapacitated individuals and gather the able ones in the square. As Liu Piaopiao surveyed the multitude of ailing individuals, she exerted all her strength, unleashing a brilliant healing light. With each step she took, golden radiance enveloped the beastmen, restoring their health. The members of the Hippo clan erupted in thunderous cheers. High Priestess, High Priestess. Witnessing her healing powers aid so many beastmen filled Liu Piaopiao's heart with joy and emotion. Thank you, esteemed High Priestess. All the members of our Hippo clan have recovered. Please, stay with us tonight and partake in our bonfire ceremony. Accepting our worship, the Hippo clan leader earnestly requested of Liu Piaopiao, I cannot bear the thought of consuming or drinking anything in such a filthy place. Liu Piaopiao lamented inwardly. No, thank you, Hippo clan leader. Piaopiao's beastmen await her return in the rabbit clan, so we cannot linger. Jose swiftly interjected, unable to endure the stench of this horrid place himself, as this gentle and beautiful female was far too precious. Hippo clan leader, we have yet to express our utmost loyalty to the High Priestess. Do you not see? The Hippo clan leader urged desperately. Before he could finish, Liu Piaopiao promptly replied, Hippo clan leader, your people have been healed and restored. There is no need for further concern. However, I noticed that their ailments likely stemmed from consuming contaminated food, leading to food poisoning and dehydration. Food poisoning. What shall we do? High Priestess, the Hippo clan leader asked, his face a mask of anxiety. Liu Piaopiao meticulously surveyed the surroundings of the Hippo clan's territory, even the nearby river tainted with filth. Indeed, hippos were nature's waste producers. And Liu Piaopiao shook her head, reiterating, Hippo clan leader, your people must have been ill for quite some time. Am I correct? Yes, High Priestess. There have been instances of our members suffering from vomiting and diarrhea for some time. But we thought it was merely a common occurrence. We never anticipated the situation would escalate to such severity. The Hippo clan leader admitted helplessly. Have you considered that hygiene may be the issue? The vomit and excrement carry the potential for contagion, Liu Piaopiao surmised, recognizing the root of the problem. Their lack of sanitation had led to rampant dysentery. Please, High Priestess, guide your people, and we of the Hippo clan shall surely comply. The patriarch of the Hippo tribe immediately pressed his hand to his heart and beseeched Liu Piaopiao, you must ensure that all the filth of the Hippo tribe is thoroughly cleansed, preferably in a location distant and devoid of any orc habitation, where it can be buried in a pit. Furthermore, lime should be scattered in all the areas where the tribe resides, left to cover for several days before being swept clean. Liu Piaopiao shared with them the most primitive methods of disinfection and sterilization that she knew. High Priest, we shall adhere strictly to your instructions. The Hippo patriarch bowed deeply, nodding in agreement. Patriarch, to prevent the recurrence of similar dysentery outbreaks in the future, it is imperative that you maintain hygiene in your living areas. Excrement must be disposed of in designated locations. Liu Piaopiao felt compelled to elaborate. The Hippo patriarch, visibly embarrassed, nodded repeatedly. Thank you, High Priest. Upon visiting the rabbit tribe's territory today, I have come to realize the cleanliness that a tribe's living quarters ought to possess. We shall rectify this. Liu Piaopiao considered their recent misfortune, certain it would remain etched in their memories, and spoke gently. Patriarch, as you too drink from this river, it is vital that you no longer pollute it with waste that it shall never happen again. Rest assured, High Priest, the Hippo patriarch finally understood the root cause of the annual deaths among his kin due to severe gastrointestinal distress, vowing never to allow such ailments to arise from their negligence again. Piaopiao, since our tasks are complete, let us return. Upon saying this, Jose lifted Liu Piaopiao into his arms, tossing her into the air, and seamlessly transformed into a towering, majestic tiger, catching her with grace and roaring as he raced back along the path they had come. In an instant, hundreds of tigers followed closely behind. As dusk began to settle, the tigers prepared to accelerate, when Liu Piaopiao exclaimed, Jose, halt! I have discovered something remarkable. She had spotted a vast grove of soapberry trees, their abundant pods nearly ripe. All the tiger beasts came to a halt. Transforming back into his orc form, Jose gazed at Liu Piaopiao with curiosity. Piaopiao, These plants are inedible, I am aware, but they can be used for bathing, Liu Piaopiao replied, her eyes sparkling with delight at the sight of the soapberries. Very well, I shall gather some for you. Huzhe shook the tree vigorously, causing an abundance of soapberries to fall. Liu Piaopiao joyfully collected them, stowing them away in her space, grateful for the opportunity to cleanse her hair. The tiger beasts watched in awe as the high priest gathered the soapberries, only to see them vanish from her hands, leaving the tigers dumbfounded and devoid of their usual ferocity as they neared the rabbit tribe's territory. Liu Piaopiao witnessed the tigers leaping into the river, many of the male tigers unable to endure the stench of filth, transforming back into orc form to scrub themselves vigorously. Huzhe, let us go to a more secluded spot to wash up before returning. Liu Piaopiao remarked, certain the tiger's claws bore remnants of waste. Today had been overwhelmingly odorous. The massive tiger spun around, carrying Liu Piaopiao upstream. They arrived at the nighttime waterfall, and Liu Piaopiao eagerly leaped from Huzhe's back into the pool. Retrieving a soapberry from her space, crushing in her hand to produce bubbles, and applying it to her inky black hair, washing it gently. The enormous tiger frolicked in the river downstream, splashing water in great arcs. Piaopiao, allow me to assist you in washing your hair, Huzhe called out, feeling the pungent odor of the hippo tribe wash away. He promptly transformed back into his orc form and joined Liu Piaopiao in the pool. Liu Piaopiao handed him a soapberry. Crush it and lather it for me. Huzhe took the small berry in his large hand, gently pulverizing it. All right, as he began to tenderly massage the rich, flowing strands of her hair, inhaling the fragrant aroma of the soapberry and the alluring scent of Liu Piaopiao herself. With her back turned to him, Liu Piaopiao sensed Huzhe's breathing grow heavier, and an unexpected sensation pressed against her lower back. The moonlight was dim, concealing her flushed cheeks. Piaopiao, I feel overwhelmed. Please bear with me. Huzhe's voice became husky, and he swiftly enveloped her in his arms, drawing her close. Moments later, soft sounds of pleasure filled the air, rising and falling in rhythm with the moonlight, creating an atmosphere that was particularly. After what felt like an eternity, the figure behind her seemed tireless, continuing again and again until Liu Piaopiao's voice grew hoarse, and she was utterly spent, unable to endure any longer. Only then did he reluctantly lift her from the water and head toward the rabbit tribe. The next day, Liu Piaopiao awoke to find herself in Huzhe's cave, with Jin Min sitting before her, his face a mask of anger. Piaopiao, you have finally awakened. Why did you not return to the cave with me and Ju after coming back with that foul tiger last night? Jin Min's displeasure was evident. Liu Piaopiao felt embarrassed, having been far too weary the previous night, and besides, she had spent the night in Huzhe's cave before. She struggled to find the right words. Jin Min, Piaopiao did not eat anything last night. Please don't fuss, Ju interjected, entering with a bowl of meat soup and steamed buns. Ju, Jin Min, I was simply too tired after a late night. So Huzhe brought me back here, Liu Piaopiao explained awkwardly, finding it challenging to manage the numerous male beasts. Humph, Ju said you went to assist the hippo tribe, yet you were secretly mating with Huzhe. Jin Min's eyes flared with anger as he noticed the marks on Liu Piaopiao's neck. Liu Piaopiao's face flushed crimson at his words, and she quickly covered her head with the animal skin she wore. You silly leopard, can't you speak more subtly? Jin Min yanked the skin from her grasp and pulled Liu Piaopiao into his embrace. Piaopiao, that foul tiger is of a higher beast rank than I and possesses considerable strength. Is it not true that he can satisfy you better? Do you not like me anymore? This jealous, foolish leopard's antics made Liu Piaopiao wrap her arms around his sturdy waist, shyly replying, silly leopard. How could I not like you? Please don't always be upset. All right. Then am I your favorite? Jin Min asked bluntly, disregarding Ju's presence. Ju paused, intrigued by the question, as he too wished to know who Liu Piaopiao favored most. Regardless of whom she preferred, he cherished her deeply, his thoughts consumed by her. Liu Piaopiao caught a glimpse of Ju's still figure and slowly replied, I like you both, otherwise I would not have bonded with you. A sigh of relief washed over Ju, and a smile crept onto his lips. Piaopiao, eat first. You must be famished. Jin Min tightened his hold around Liu Piaopiao, his voice tinged with anxiety, Please don't let Jose's presence diminish your feelings for me. I cannot bear the thought of losing you. Silly leopard, I cannot be without you either. That I like you. As well as Tuju, Liu Piaopiao tightened her grip around his strong waist. Then I want you now. Jin Min gently released Liu Piaopiao from his embrace, holding her shoulders as his gaze burned into hers. Liu Piaopiao glanced at Tuju, uncertain of how to proceed. Jin Min's soft lips silenced her protests, and he pressed her down onto the stone bed, eager to ascertain her feelings for him. Liu Piaopiao turned to Tuju, hoping for rescue, yet the rabbit's gaze burned with equal intensity as he slowly loosened the animal skin skirt around his waist. Liu Piaopiao secretly activated her healing abilities, feeling invigorated and free from fatigue and soreness, resigning herself to the unfolding events. Time flowed by, summer giving way to autumn. Piaopiao, I have found the salt mine you mentioned. Jin Min exclaimed excitedly, rushing into the cave with a rock coated in white crystals. Liu Piaopiao's face lit up with joy. Let me see. Jin Min smiled as he handed it to her. Liu Piaopiao examined the stone closely, attempting to pry it apart with all her might, yet remained unyielding, not even a faint crack appearing. She struck it against the stone table beside her. But it still did not break. Piaopiao, what are you doing? Jin Min stood there, dazed, watching Liu Piaopiao, who resembled a she-monkey, as she clutched a stone, smashing it against the table and then pressing it hard against her knee. Liu Piaopiao, with a glint of mischief in her eyes, handed him the rock. Crack this open for me, huh? My little female. Can this small stone truly stump you? Jin Min chuckled, taking the rock and with a gentle squeeze. It crumbled into fine pieces. Here you go. Ha ha. He laughed, finding great amusement in Piaopiao's earlier antics. Suddenly, with a sharp slap, Liu Piaopiao struck his forehead in frustration. Ouch! That slap felt no different than hitting a stone. She grimaced, her face contorting in pain. Jin Min, instantly filled with concern, grasped her hand that had struck him and blew on it gently. Piaopiao, I'm sorry, I was just having fun, joking around. Next time, don't hit me with your hand. Use a stone instead. Liu Piaopiao shot him a glare, looked at the shattered rock in his hand, picked up a piece, and licked it lightly, confirming its bitter taste. Jin Min, where did you find this rock? She exclaimed in delight. That it takes quite a journey, but there are many such stones in that area, and there's also a spring with bitter water seeping from the rocks. How wonderful! If it's a salt mine, we can refine our own salt, Liu Piaopiao said, her joy palpable. With autumn approaching and the weather growing colder, having enough salt would allow them to store meat for the winter. Jose had informed her that in the deep winter, wild beasts became scarce, and even their tiger clan would face severe food shortages, often going hungry in this desolate forest. Even the mightiest tiger clan could suffer hunger, let alone the other beast clans. Piaopiao, can we really refine our own salt? Tuju, who had just entered the cave, was immediately stirred by Piaopiao's words. Liu Piaopiao nodded. Yes, but Jin Min, you must take me to verify whether it's a salt mine. Of course, let us go right now, Jin Min responded, attempting to pull Liu Piaopiao outside. No, we must wait for Jose to return and go together. Tuju interjected, reaching out to stop Jin Min. Without that stinky old tiger, I can still protect Piaopiao, Jin Min retorted, pulling Liu Piaopiao outside the cave, where he tossed her into the air. Instantly transformed into a mighty golden leopard, he sped down the mountain with her. Tuju watched as Jin Min dashed away in the blink of an eye, worry etched on his face. Jin Min was always so impulsive and reckless. The wind whipped past Jin Min's ears as he raced at incredible speed, leaving Liu Piaopiao exhilarated, feeling as if she were riding a motorcycle. Towering trees of the primordial forest and wild grasses adorned in yellow blurred past them, and the ground was carpeted with thick golden leaves. As they rode the magnificent golden leopard, they marveled at the beauty of nature and soon arrived at the base of a steep cliff. The leopard crouched down slowly, allowing Liu Piaopiao to jump off and land on the ground, the leaves crunching beneath her feet. Piaopiao, this is the spot. Look at the spring water seeping out. It has the bitter taste you mentioned, Jin Min explained, wrapping himself in a skin skirt as he spoke. Liu Piaopiao extended her hand to catch the spring water oozing from the rocks, tasted it, and her delicate brows furrowed immediately. After a moment, her face broke into a radiant smile. This is indeed the salt mine region. Wonderful news, Jin Min. Piaopiao, will our rabbit clan have salt from now on? Jin Min exclaimed, lifting Liu Piaopiao high in excitement. Yes, Jin Min, our rabbit clan will have salt from now on. This is fantastic. We will no longer need to barter with beast crystals in the Beast City. Liu Piaopiao looked down at Jin Min, her smile bright and joyous. Jin Min gently set Liu Piaopiao down, holding her close, wishing he could merge her into himself, his voice tender. Piaopiao, you must be sent here by the beast god, always bringing us miracles. Jin Min, this is a gift from nature. We simply need to make use of it, Liu Piaopiao replied, wrapping her delicate arms tightly around Jin Min's sturdy waist. Birds in the forest chirped merrily, and the autumn wind rustled the nearby trees. Jin Min held her close, feeling an overwhelming affection that seemed insufficient, slowly leaning down to give her a gentle kiss. Liu Piaopiao tilted her neck back, the significant height difference between them making the intimacy feel particularly profound, as if it could cure 1,000 years of cervical issues. Just as they were lost in the moment, a deafening tiger roar echoed through the air, causing Liu Piaopiao to nearly bite her tongue in fright as the bee-skin skirt fell to the ground. Fool! How many times must I tell you not to bring Piaopiao deep into the forest alone? Hu Zhe, now in his beastman form, approached angrily, clutching the fallen skirt. Humph, you foul old tiger, who dares to take Piaopiao away from me with me around? Other than you? Jin Min glared at him, his temper flaring. For Hu Zhe had always been a thorn in his side. For a century, he had remained foolish, showing no signs of progress. Hu Zhe's eyes were icy, his voice deep and menacing. Who are you calling a fool? You, stinky old tiger, despicable and shameless. Jin Min had been enduring Hu Zhe for far too long. Fury ignited in Hu Zhe's eyes, and Liu Piaopiao quickly raised her arms to shield Jin Min. You two need to talk it out. Stop resorting to violence every time you're alone together. Piaopiao, you don't understand. He is a despicable scoundrel, Jin Min said, gently holding Liu Piaopiao's arm, his frustration evident. Piaopiao, don't listen to this fool's nonsense. He is simple-minded and brutish, so don't go off alone with him. Jin Min snapped at Hu Zhe, unable to contain his anger. Say that again. Who is it that tricked me into giving away the second-tier beast crystal I found in the forest 100 years ago? Hu Zhe snickered derisively. To call you foolish is to overrate you. That beast crystal belonged to our tiger clan, that I merely chose not to snatch it from you when I saw how young you were. You stinky old tiger, you clearly deceived me into giving you the beast crystal in exchange for your Qilin beast. Jin Min's indignation grew, recalling how Hu Zhe had been the only beastman to deceive him over the past 2 centuries. Hu Zhe dismissed further explanation with a curt, the beast crystal belonged to my father, while the Qilin beast was one I nearly died to hunt down on Beast God Mountain. Neither will ever be yours. Jin Min was about to argue further when Liu Piaopiao covered his mouth, halting him. Jin Min, don't dwell on it. Hu Zhe wouldn't lie. That beast crystal was indeed his father's. He could have easily beaten you and taken it, but he didn't. Liu Piaopiao finally understood why Jin Min had harbored such dislike for Hu Zhe from the beginning. It stemmed from a childhood deception when Hu Zhe had kindly taken away the beast crystal he had found. Hu Zhe turned to Liu Piaopiao, explaining, Piaopiao, at that time, I had no intention of harming the young golden leopard who was only 100 years old. However, that second-tier beast crystal was left behind by my father, and I had to retrieve it. Liu Piaopiao stepped closer to him, her voice gentle. I understand. You could have hurt Jin Min to reclaim your belongings, but you chose not to. Bullying the weak is not your style. Hu Zhe, she said, her touch light as she patted his shoulder. You are upright and kind. Hu Zhe's face flushed slightly, and just as he was about to respond, a group of enormous vultures appeared in the sky, circling ominously above them. Not good. It's the Vulture Clan, Hu Zhe exclaimed, panic-stricken, immediately pulling Liu Piaopiao behind him and releasing his 4th-tier beast pressure. Jin Min swiftly transformed into a 3rd-tier golden leopard. If the vultures dared to approach Piaopiao, he would surely pounce and eliminate them. The vultures, initially intent on swooping down to seize the female below, felt the oppressive force of the 4th-tier beast and began to falter in the air, their hearts aching painfully. Additionally, with a lightning-fast 3rd-tier golden leopard on the prowl, The Vulture clan leader realized they stood no chance against Huzei and Jin Min after circling twice in the air. They retreated in disappointment that Huzei shot a cold glare at Jin Min. Fool. If they're essay next time, I'll snap your neck. The money leopard instantly bared its teeth, revealing its fierce fangs. However, upon reflecting on the possibility of having brought Piaopiao out alone, he realized that had it not been for Hugh's presence, Piaopiao could very well have been seized by the Vulture tribe. At once, his bravado diminished, and the massive leopard's head hung low in shame. Hughes, it's all right. I will be more cautious next time. Without you and Jin Min by my side, I won't venture out alone again. Liu Piaopiao felt a surge of apprehension. It was evident that the Vulture tribe had intended to approach and capture her. Piaopiao, let us return, she said, promptly transforming into a colossal tiger, its forelimbs resting on the ground. Liu Piaopiao embraced the tiger's neck, and with a swift motion, the tiger tossed her onto its broad, majestic back. The ethereal beauty of the young maiden perched atop the powerful fourth-tier beast, accompanied by a robust third-tier money leopard. Turned back towards the mountain path from which they had come. As night fell and the autumn chill deepened, the rabbit tribe's lively bonfire ceremony unfolded, with the beastmen exuberantly celebrating. Recently, Rabbit Schwerer had given birth to 5 tiger cubs, and the entire rabbit tribe was abuzz with excitement. Many female rabbits were also expecting young, rumored to be sired by both the tiger and rabbit tribes. Rabbit Jew, it is indeed fortunate that some females of the rabbit tribe are once again expecting tiger cubs. Hughes mused, considering that the tiger tribe had only 2 females, with the opportunity to bear cubs just once a year. Having only recently arrived at the rabbit tribe, the females could give birth multiple times a year. Rabbit Jew, feeling a mix of joy and concern, nodded. Several have also conceived rabbit offspring, typically born in winter. Our rabbit tribe has ample food supplies, but your tiger tribe faces a dire shortage of beast meat. Both Rabbit Jew and Hughes had been anxious about the meat situation for the upcoming winter, as most of the cubs were male and without enough beast meat, especially for the tiger tribe. Survival would be exceptionally challenging. Hughes, we can excavate the salt mine. We can bring back the brine to refine enough salt. Liu Piaopiao articulated her plan thoughtfully. Rabbit Jew grasped Liu Piaopiao's hand excitedly. Will we truly have an abundance of salt? Liu Piaopiao smiled gently. Indeed, we shall never lack salt again, so rest assured. Tomorrow, I will gather the tiger tribe to commence mining the salt, she continued. Piaopiao, please instruct me on how to proceed. Hughes recalled that Jin Min had taken Piaopiao to the salt mining area that afternoon, and he had memorized the terrain. Hughes, today we will create a large pit to collect the brine from the mountain crevice, allowing the salt water to accumulate there. You must bring back that brine. Liu Piaopiao explained, gazing into Hughes' eyes. Very well. I will lead 100 beastmen from the tiger tribe to begin the excavation tomorrow. Liu Piaopiao nodded in satisfaction. Rabbit Jew spoke softly. Piaopiao, what preparations must we make within the tribe? Prepare several large stone cauldrons in the square and gather enough firewood. The brine must be continuously boiled until the water evaporates and the salt remains. Rabbit Jew listened intently and nodded. Piaopiao, I understand. Rabbit Jew's comprehension and leadership skills were indeed the best among the beastmen. Piaopiao, they all have tasks to attend to. What about me? Jin Min, sitting beside the fire roasting beast meat, appeared discontented. Liu Piaopiao chuckled. In a few days, you can venture into the mountains to hunt more wild beasts. Once we extract the salt, we can cure and smoke the meat for preservation. That Jin Min's face brightened with a grin. All right, I will surely hunt many wild boars. You love wild boar meat. Hughes found Jin Min's eagerness amusing, but it also irritated him to see Jin Min flaunting his good humor. Do you expect us all to wear the same sour expression as you do? Piaopiao remarked, let us ignore him. It seems he believes the world owes him something. Jin Min shot Hughes a glare, then grinned again, offering Liu Piaopiao a skewer of roasted meat. Here, Piaopiao, eat more. Tonight, sleep with me and Rabbit Jew. Liu Piaopiao paused as she reached for the skewer, feeling the intense gazes of the 3 males upon her. After a moment of contemplation, she murmured, tonight, I will stay in Hughes' cave. Jin Min's enthusiasm for the roast meat instantly waned, while Rabbit Jew focused intently on stirring the meat broth in the stone cauldron, concealing his emotions. Hughes, in high spirits, urged Piapiao to eat more and faster. A sudden gust of cold wind swept through, prompting Rabbit Jew to glance at Liu Piapiao, who was adjusting her linen skirt, his eyes filled with concern and tenderness. Piapiao, the weather has turned cold. You should stay in our cave. I have laid down thick animal hides for you, and I have added firewood beneath the stone tub in the bathing area, so you can bathe in hot water. Liu Piapiao looked up at Rabbit Jew, whose attentiveness warmed her heart, and she linked her arm with his. Then you should rest in the cave tonight as well. Jin Min grumbled. That's my cave. I won't leave. Liu Piapiao suddenly burst into laughter. If Hughes wishes to, he may come over tonight. What? No way. I detest that old tiger. He is not allowed in my cave. Jin Min exclaimed, his voice rising in agitation. The once lively square fell silent, with many beastmen couples who had been playfully flirting startled by Jin Min's outburst. Hughes' cold voice broke the stillness. Then you can move into the shabby cave I currently inhabit. Wherever Piapiao resides, I will be there as well. With that, he promptly stood and began to gather his belongings. Intent on moving immediately. Piapiao, why do your beast husbands live separately? Isn't it inconvenient? Yang Yunyun asked curiously, her voice raised. Indeed, Piapiao, my tiger tri-males have all moved into my cave. Rabbit Schwer looked at Liu Piapiao with confusion. How can a bonded union still involve separate living quarters? Rabbit Meng Meng lamented on behalf of Hughes. Yes, High Priestess, our tribe leader Hughes is also your beast husband. You cannot show favoritism. The males of the tiger tribe began to murmur amongst themselves. Goodness, you gluttonous beastmen, do you dare intrude upon the affairs of my household? Liu Piapiao thought to herself, maintaining a facade of awkward laughter as she spoke timidly. Not at all. I am united in heart with them. Please do not read into it. There is absolutely no favoritism. Liu Piapiao wished to avoid the tale of a tiger tribe leader who had traversed great distances in search of a wife, only to feel neglected in the depths of the Zhuang forest. Beastmen could be quite the gossipers. Unsurprisingly, this night proved to be a long one. Hughes had already moved his animal hides and a large bag filled with beast crystals, seemingly thousands of them, into Jin Min's cave. Piapiao, take these, from now on, keep them all. Hughes gestured toward the package filled with beast crystals resting on the stone table. Hughes, your tiger tribe truly deserves its title as the king of the Zhuang forest. Possessing such an abundance of beast crystals, Rabbit Jew marveled. Hughes was indeed wealthy. He observed that all the crystals were of second tier or higher, with a single second-tier crystal being worth over 100 first-tier crystals. These have been accumulated over many years by the tiger tribe. We usually exchange first-tier crystals in the Bee City for necessities, Hughes explained. Over the years, he had no female companion and only sought out salt for sustenance. Hughes, these are the hard-earned possessions of your tribe. You should manage them as you see fit. Liu Piapiao felt somewhat undeserving of such wealth, especially since they belong to the tiger tribe. Take them, for they are mine, and you are my little female. These beast crystals can be exchanged for treasures from other tribes. Hughes' commanding voice carried a hint of displeasure, as if Liu Piapiao's reluctance to accept them implied disdain for him. All right, I shall accept them. Your belongings are mine, Liu Piapiao said with a cheerful smile as she stored them in her space. Recognizing them as her man's accumulated wealth, a softness crossed Hughes' stern features as he pulled Liu Piapiao into his embrace. You are my little female. All that is mine is yours, especially the treasures of the tiger tribe. Liu Piapiao sensed Jin Min's resentful gaze upon them and forced a smile. Everyone, wash up and rest early. There is work to be done tomorrow. I will go freshen up first, she said, fleeing to the adjacent bathing area, her thoughts racing. Jin Min and Hughes are at odds. Living under the same roof might prove troublesome. Do you really have to make things difficult for me at every turn? The deep, resonant voice of Hughes echoed through the air. Jin Min, arms crossed, bore an expression that was both infuriating and comical. I'm the first beast husband of Piapiao, and by rights, both you and Tuju should refer to me as brother. Tuju paused in his task of tidying the bedding, turning around without uttering a word, his gaze fixated on the two formidable beasts, his expression one of amusement. You merely have better luck by encountering Piapiao before us. Among our male beastmen, strength is the measure of worth, Hughes remarked coldly, barely sparing a glance at the foolish leopard. Oh, you think I fear you? If not for Piaopiao intervening, I would have relished the opportunity to teach you a lesson. Jin Min retorted, cracking his knuckles as he eyed the scowling Hughes. Hughes scoffed dismissively, his voice icy. You imbecile! Had it not been for your incessant clinginess to Piaopiao for healing, I would have broken your legs long ago. Who is it that shamelessly clings to Piaopiao for treatment? Jin Min was nearly driven to madness by the old tiger's taunts, feeling both impotent in combat and speech. Why don't you both step outside and settle this with a duel? Tuju kindly suggested. Simultaneously, Hughes and Jin Min turned their gazes toward him. Tuju, do not harbor any illusions of monopolizing the situation. I shall not be stepping out tonight, Hughes declared, striding directly toward the cave's entrance. Intent on assisting Piaopiao with her bath, Jin Min finally grasped the reality. Every time he and Hughes had clashed, upon returning to the cave, he would find that sly rabbit nestled comfortably with Piaopiao. Sleeping soundly, the dimwit had finally awakened to the truth. Humph, Tuju, do not think I am oblivious to your schemes. Each time you incite me and Hughes to brawl outside, you covetously seize the chance to mate with Piaopiao. I shall not fall for your tricks again. With this, Jin Min transformed into a massive golden leopard, deliberately exposing his fangs in an attempt to intimidate the crafty rabbit, before turning and sprinting out of the cave to wash himself in the river. For Piaopiao favored his pristine appearance, Tuju noticed the dress he had crafted for Piaopiao hanging on the wooden rack, along with a thick linen bath towel. He gently took them in hand and made his way to the adjacent bathing area. That night, time and again, it mattered not to Liu Piaopiao who was right or wrong. She only knew that these were the individuals she cherished most. Awakening from a deep slumber, she found that Hughes had already taken the tribe to commence mining for salt. While Jin Min braved the elements to hone his skills on Beast God Mountain. Piaopiao, forgive us for our lack of restraint last night, Tuju reflected, observing the bed where Piaopiao remained asleep until the afternoon. Her body marked with various bruises that a twinge of guilt washed over him. Liu Piaopiao, upon seeing Tuju's exquisitely perfect visage, found her heart warmed by the self-reproach and concern glimmering in his eyes as she grasped the large hand that caressed her face. Her voice now hoarse. Tuju, please do not bicker any longer. I hold no favoritism. In my heart, you three are equally important. Tuju nodded enthusiastically, his pink-hued eyes filled with affection. Piaopiao, could you perhaps use your healing abilities to restore your voice and alleviate these marks? It pains me to see you thus. Liu Piaopiao lowered her gaze to her chest and arms, her face flushing crimson as she playfully chided. It's all your fault, and you dare to speak. Witnessing her bashful demeanor made Tuju's heart race once more. Piaopiao, if you do not rise soon, I may not be able to restrain myself any longer. Liu Piaopiao's almond-shaped eyes widened. I shall rise at once. Quickly bring me something to eat. Internally, she thought, if she lingered any longer, this rabbit would devour her entirely. Who said rabbits were feeble? These beastmen possessed endless strength. As evening approached, with the sun yet to set, Hughes returned bearing a large vat of brine. Following Liu Piaopiao's instructions, Tuju began boiling the salt water over a roaring fire, the water in the stone pot gradually evaporating. When night descended, the plaza of the rabbit tribe was alive with a roaring bonfire. Several large stone pots simmering away, the water fully evaporated, leaving behind a thick layer of white salt clinging to the pot's wall. As the tribe members witnessed Tuju extracting the pristine solid salt, a chorus of admiration erupted. Great priest, mighty indeed. Piaopiao, we have succeeded. From this day forth, we shall have salt. Tuju exclaimed, cradling the salt as he looked at Liu Piaopiao, his excitement palpable. Thank the beast god for bringing you to the Zhuang forest. Henceforth, the females of our forest shall no longer need to consume raw blood. Liu Piaopiao, too, felt immense joy. They were steadily progressing towards civilization. Tuju, Hughes, we are no longer in want of salt. The wild game we have hunted can be cleaned and preserved with salt for several days before being smoked, allowing us to store it for the entire winter. Liu Piaopiao took a piece of beast meat that Jin Min had cut, personally applying the salt to the meat while explaining the process to the beastmen, who listened intently, their eyes filled with admiration for the great priest, who was seen as wise and resourceful. divinely appointed by the beast god. Before the winter arrived in the rabbit tribe, vast fields of cabbage and radishes flourished on the back mountain, while the plaza was adorned with hanging cured meats, and the cave was stocked with winter provisions of wheat and flour. The young tiger cubs transformed into children, babbling their first words, while the rabbit tribe's beastmen wove cloth, crafted garments, and fashioned shoes, the entire community resonating with laughter and joy. In the bamboo grove behind the rabbit tribe, a tall female was entwined beneath a robust male beast, their bodies tangled for quite some time. Find an opportunity to lure Liu Piaopiao here. The vulture tribe will set an ambush in this bamboo grove, spoke Lang Feng, who was entangled with Yang Mei, betraying his own female that Tu Ju had been constantly by Piaopiao's side. Seeking the right moment, while jealousy flickered in Yang Mei's eyes. Why should Liu Piaopiao receive Tu Ju's affection? Tu Ju was the most handsome male beast in the entire rabbit tribe, and she had fantasized about him countless times in her dreams. You wretched woman, best behave yourself. Just moments ago, you were with Tu Ju, and now you are yearning for something else, aren't you? Lang Feng gripped Yang Mei's chin firmly, then leaned in to kiss her fiercely. Yang Mei felt her time in the rabbit tribe had been dismal. She had failed to entice a single male beast, and only Lang Feng's arrival could quench her fervent desires. The two beasts engaged in a passionate entanglement deep within the bamboo grove, and the patrolling members of the rabbit tribe would mistake the sounds of their coupling for their own, showing no curiosity to observe. Such occurrences were commonplace among the beastmen in the following days. Hughes led a significant portion of the tiger tribe's males to attend to the salt mine, while Jin Min relentlessly pursued hunting. As the weather grew colder, several pregnant females of the rabbit tribe reported diminished appetites. Liu Piaopiao began experimenting with making pickles. Piaopiao, what are you doing? Yang Mei entered Liu Piaopiao's cave, observing her busily preparing some large cabbages. Yang Mei, what brings you here? Where Yun Yun and the others? Liu Piaopiao was somewhat surprised, as Yang Mei was not typically friendly toward her. Piaopiao, do you despise me? I know I should not have bullied you in the goat tribe, but I have also received my comeuppance. My male beasts have all died. Yang Mei sobbed, revealing her sorrow that in truth, she was indeed heartbroken and felt quite lonely. Yang Mei, do not cry. The past is the past. I hold no grudges, and you should try to let it go. All right, Liu Piaopiao believed that she could not bring herself to be cruel, as the beastmen were straightforward and innocent. She did not wish to bring sadness upon her tribe members. Yang Mei, seizing Liu Piaopiao's hands with excitement, thought to herself, what delicate and soft hands. No wonder Tu Ju and the others cherish her so. Piaopiao, you are the most esteemed great priest. I know you will not hold our transgressions against us. Liu Piaopiao smiled gently, her voice soothing. Yang Mei, let us look forward, for things will only get better. Yes, Piaopiao? What are you making? Liu Piaopiao glanced at the cabbage in her hands. I am preparing pickled cabbage. Once it is properly fermented, it will be delicious, and the females will surely enjoy it. Pickled cabbage. The females of the rabbit tribe seem to prefer bamboo shoots. It rained a few days ago, and there are plenty of fresh bamboo shoots in the back mountain. Shall we go gather some? With an expression of sheer excitement, Yang Mei's eyes sparkled as Liu Piaopiao recalled that sour bamboo shoots might also be a delectable dish. The bamboo grove at the rear of the mountain was not far off, so she nodded and followed Yang Mei outside. The leader of the Tu Ju tribe was observing the Zimeng grass by the riverside, seemingly noting that the grass had begun to bear seeds. Piaopiao, do you think the seeds of the Zimeng grass can germinate on their own? While leading Liu Piaopiao towards the rear mountain, Yang Mei engaged her in conversation. The Zimeng grass indeed resembled purple amaranth, and there was no doubt that its seeds could sprout everywhere, but of course they can. Liu Piaopiao patiently explained, but they require the warmth of spring to thrive, as the Zimeng grass does not grow during the winter. She hoped that the beastmen would acquire more agricultural knowledge, which would also aid in enhancing their beast ranks as they passed by the fields at the back of the mountain. Yang Yin was busy pulling up radishes, her hands covered in mud. Where are you going, Piaopiao? She inquired. Yang Mei and I are going to gather bamboo shoots. We shall return shortly, Liu Piaopiao replied with a smile. All right, Piaopiao, but don't wander too far, Yang Yin said, somewhat puzzled as to why the leader of the Tu Ju tribe was not accompanying her. Before long, Liu Piaopiao and Yang Mei arrived at a bamboo grove on the rear mountain. Why have all the bamboo shoots in front been pulled up? Liu Piaopiao wondered upon seeing the freshly uprooted shoots. Perhaps the female members of the rabbit tribe have already come by. Piaopiao, let us search ahead. There are still plenty. Yang Mei urged her to run. Slow down. Ouch, you're pulling my arm too hard. Liu Piaopiao's words were cut short as Yang Mei delivered a punch, rendering her unconscious. So weak. I didn't even exert much force, and she fainted. What kind of high priest is this? Yang Mei gently lifted Liu Piaopiao and dashed deeper into the bamboo grove that a group of male beastmen from the vulture tribe caught sight of the unconscious Liu Piaopiao in Yang Mei's arms. Their eyes filled with obsession and astonishment. They had never encountered such a beautiful female before, not even among the myriad enchanting females of the fallen beast city. The leader of the vulture tribe, trembling with excitement, took Liu Piaopiao into his embrace and transformed into a massive black vulture, soaring into the sky. As for Yang Mei, the vulture tribe would not overlook any solitary female. A male vulture seized her and ascended into the heights. Let me go. I am a female of the Wolf Peak. Yang Mei struggled desperately, but in an instant they had risen to great heights. Looking down, she saw the world shrink into insignificance, and fear gripped her, rendering her immobile, terrified of being carelessly dropped by the male vulture. Several enormous vultures flew over the rabbit tribe, and Tuju looked up at the sky, unable to discern clearly due to the altitude. A sense of unease creeping into his heart. That moment. He spoke in anger. Leader Tuju, the destruction of the Ximen grass does not appear to be the doing of wild beasts from the forest. Tuju nodded. There are some footprints here. They belong to a female in cloth shoes. Who dares to ruin such a vast expanse of Ximen grass? Our female members of the rabbit tribe are well aware of its significance. He could not fathom it. The females of the rabbit tribe knew that the Ximen grass helped their herbivorous males elevate their ranks. The Ximen grass had left behind numerous seeds, which would sprout more next year, but alas. Tuju immediately sprang to his feet and raced up the hillside towards the tribe, calling out, "Where has the high priest gone?" Just returning from the fields at the rear mountain. Yang Yunyan replied in confusion. Leader Tuju, Piaopiao has gone to the bamboo grove at the rear mountain. Tuju's mind raced back to the direction where the vultures had first appeared high above, his face turning pale with fright. That moment, an unprecedented series of continuous horn blasts echoed throughout the rabbit tribe. The horns sounded incessantly until Jose rushed back upon hearing the news. Tuju felt as though his heart were shattering. His Piaopiao had been taken by the vulture tribe. The speed of the vultures was unmatched by land beastmen, and in no time they had distanced themselves from the rabbit tribe in the desolate forest. Silent and undetectable. Jose, who had just returned to the rabbit tribe, was filled with rage, yet he understood that even if Tuju were by Piaopiao's side, he could not thwart the aerial marauders. The vulture tribe. Tuju, you guard the rabbit tribe well. I shall seek out Piaopiao. Jose suppressed his anger and immediately transformed into a colossal tiger, unleashing a series of roars that resonated throughout the valley. Instantly, hundreds of male beastmen from the tiger tribe transformed into fierce tigers, racing into the forest behind the enormous fourth-tier tiger. Meanwhile, high above, battered by the cold winds, Liu Piaopiao finally regained consciousness, enduring a splitting headache as she opened her beautiful eyes, adorned with thick lashes. What the hell? How high up am I? She felt as though she were naked, the fierce wind stinging her skin. After moving slightly, she realized she was firmly held in the iron-like grip of two gargantuan eagle talons. Suddenly, it dawned on her that she had been knocked out by Yang Mei. She looked up through the gaps in the massive steel-like claws and saw the pitch-black body of the vulture. With several other enormous vultures circling around her, that a wave of despair washed over her. This is it. I've been captured by the vultures to know. I must think of a way out. Liu Piaopiao suddenly had a bright idea. In her space, there were plenty of soap pods as well as beast crystals, hides, clothes, and shoes. She extracted a soap pod from her space, licked it a few times, and then tossed it down towards the ground. The senses of the fourth-tier tiger and third-tier leopard were exceptionally keen. Jose and Jin Min would undoubtedly be able to trace her scent. Thus, along the way, Liu Piaopiao continuously coated the soap pods with her saliva and scattered them on the ground. This small item was difficult for the enormous vultures to detect. After a while, just as Liu Piaopiao felt as if her front teeth might be blown away by the chilling wind, the enormous vulture finally descended slowly to the ground. The vultures immediately transformed back into beastmen. Liu Piaopiao looked up at the vulture beastman, cradling her, her heart sinking. What the hell? This is truly the ugliest male beastman I have ever seen since arriving in the Zhehuang forest. His features were quite pronounced, yet what was up with his head? A few sparse hairs, neither full nor bald, utterly marred the view. Honorable High Priestess, welcome to Zhehuang Mountain. My name is Tu Chi, and I am the leader of the vulture tribe in this territory. Tu Chi's heart raced upon seeing the little female in his arms awaken. She was the most exquisite creature he had ever laid eyes upon. Her soft body and skin as flawless as snow, her face even more enchanting than the most beautiful females in Beast City. Liu Piaopiao struggled to free herself from his grasp, her voice laced with displeasure. Leader Tu Chi, your manner of invitation is rather impolite. Please set me down to a S if she were a precious gem. Tu Chi gently lowered Liu Piaopiao to the ground, covering his heart with his right hand in a gesture of respect. His eyes filled with affection. High Priestess, please forgive my rudeness. From now on, this will be your domain. Just then, Yang Mei charged forward, indignant and furious. Leader Tu Chi, the Wolf Peak clearly stated that you would take Liu Piaopiao away to sell her in fallen Beast City. How can you treat her with such courtesy? Tu Chi's fury ignited instantly. This foolish female dared to tarnish his image in the High Priestess's eyes. With a furious roar, he commanded, sell this ugly female of the goat tribe to fallen Beast City. Yes, leader, replied the vulture beastman who had just seized Yang Mei. No, let go of me. I'm a female of the Wolf Peak. You cannot treat me this way. Yang Mei shrieked in despair. Tu Chi scoffed coldly. Fool, the Wolf Peak has his bonded female, well taken care of among the hyena tribe. When did you become his female? Yang Mei felt no shame whatsoever, insisting loudly, you should ask Wolf Peak, although we are not bonded. I have mated with him multiple times. He will not abandon me. Tu Chi suddenly smirked with malicious amusement. Very well. Let her go. I wish to see how the female of Wolf Peak will react upon encountering you. Then, Tu Chi turned his gaze gently towards Liu Piaopiao. Honorable High Priestess, please follow me. Liu Piaopiao discreetly surveyed her surroundings, barren mountains and steep cliffs, realizing that escape was nearly impossible. There was no need for futile struggles. Nodding, calm, and unhurried, she slowly asked, Leader Tu Chi, where do you intend to take me? Tu Chi's heart was filled with excitement as the voice of the little female was as enchanting as her appearance. Utterly heart-wrenching. The only regret he felt was when he glanced down at the binding mark on his chest, but he was determined not to let such a beautiful little female escape, vowing to confine her within the bald eagle tribe forever. High Priest, this is the territory we share with the hyena tribe. Tu Chi gestured towards the precipice ahead. The cliffs within the mountains are the abode of our bald eagle tribe, while the cave in a lower area ahead belongs to the hyena tribe. This is the lair of the hyena tribe. Liu Piaopiao observed the living conditions of the hyena tribe ahead. The caves were scattered, lacking a communal square, and the paths were rugged and treacherous. Not wishing to engage further with these ugly male beasts, Liu Piaopiao quietly followed behind Tu Chi. Before long, a cacophony of barks erupted from a group of hyenas, and several beastmen from the hyena tribe emerged from the scattered caves. Tu Chi, you truly are the sovereign of the skies in the Zhehuang forest. This little female must be the High Priest. Correct? Liu Chi approached, his eyes filled with astonishment. What a beautiful little female. She must be the goddess sent by the beast god. He then covered his heart with his right hand, speaking gently, Most esteemed High Priest, we welcome your arrival. I am Liu Chi, the chieftain of the hyena tribe. Liu Piaopiao felt no fondness for them, thinking to herself, a band of robbers and hypocrites, with a face full of barely contained anger. She coldly replied, Chieftain Liu Chi, since you are aware that I am the High Priest, conspiring with Chieftain Tu Chi to abduct me is truly contrary to the will of the beast god. Liu Chi seemed oblivious to Liu Piaopiao's barely concealed fury, smiling broadly. High Priest, you are the High Priest of the Zhehuang forest, not solely belonging to the rabbit tribe. We are all your subjects. What is your intention in abducting me? Why the need for subterfuge? Liu Piaopiao did not wish to waste her breath, knowing that as a female and a high priest, they would not dare to harm her. High priest, please feel free to reside with us in the hyena tribe for the time being, Liu Qi said, instructing his tribesmen to escort Liu Piaopiao to a secluded cave while assigning 2 male beastmen to guard the entrance. Chieftain Liu Qi, where is Wolf Peak? I am his female. Yang Mei shamelessly stepped forward, introducing herself. Liu Qi was well aware of the scheming nature of the goat tribe and the illicit relationship between Wolf Peak and the two. Wolf Peak had already informed him of the situation. This female could not remain. Wolf Peak has arranged your departure. You may go in peace, Liu Qi stated, glancing at Tu Qi. Tu Qi coldly commanded the male beastman behind him. Immediately sell her to the fallen beast city. No, you cannot do this to me. Wolf Peak promised to take me back to the wolf tribe. He will care for me for life. Yang Mei screamed. Hurry, take her away. Wolf Peak would not see this ugly female again, and Liu Qi displayed his impatience. Yang Mei completely lost control, realizing that their plan was to lure Liu Piaopiao out and sell her to the fallen bee city. Why was it her instead? Unwilling, she shouted. Wolf Peak, you bastard. Liu Piaopiao, you shameless woman. May you all meet a terrible fate. Tu Qi frowned and bellowed. Take her away. The male beastman grasping Yang Mei suddenly transformed into a massive bald eagle. Its formidable claws seizing her body as it flapped its expansive black wings, disappearing into the skies above the Zhejiang Mountains in an instant. After witnessing the bald eagle tribe's beastmen take away the bothersome Yang Mei, Wolf Peak emerged from Liu Qi's cave, glancing at Tu Qi and Liu Qi, asking, what do you plan to do with Liu Piaopiao? Tu Qi's eyes sparkled with greed, his voice laced with lewdness. Such a beautiful little female. I will not let her go. Liu Qi looked at Tu Qi. She is the female of Huzhe. If she remains in the Zhejiang Mountains, the tiger tribe will surely come looking for her. Wolf Peak, recalling how the tiger tribe had slaughtered all the males of his wolf tribe, seethed with unbridled hatred. The female of Huzhe is someone we can toy with before selling her to the beast city. She is the only female high priest. Worth a fortune. Tu Qi surveyed the binding marks on their chests, realizing they could no longer become the contracted males of this little female. However, tasting that delightful flavor would still be worthwhile. With that thought, he grinned lewdly. Even if the tiger tribe arrives quickly, they cannot outpace the bald eagle tribe. Let us savor the high priest's essence now. The three exchanged glances and strode towards the cave where Liu Piaopiao was imprisoned. Inside the unfamiliar cave, Liu Piaopiao wore an expression of anxiety, wondering if Huzhe and Jin Min would be able to find her here. Along the way, she had discarded soap pods tainted with her scent, and now she once again delved into her consciousness, striving to control her mental energy to conjure up some means of escape. Alas, it was in vain. She could only suppress her growing unease. My esteemed high priest, are you satisfied with your accommodations? Tu Qi appeared at the cave entrance, grinning lewdly as he fixed his gaze upon Liu Piaopiao. Satisfied? You must be jesting. Liu Piaopiao felt a strong aversion upon seeing this bald man. Before she could speak, Wolf Peak, following closely behind Tu Qi, rushed into the cave, seizing Liu Piaopiao's shoulders with astonishment and excitement. The little female of Huzhe, you're truly beautiful. Liu Piaopiao pushed against his hands that gripped her shoulders with all her might, shouting, release me. I am the high priest appointed by the beast god. Wolf Peak refused to relent, forcefully tearing away Liu Piaopiao's burlap dress. Leaning in to overpower her, Tu Qi yanked Wolf Peak aside, his voice tinged with displeasure. Why do you get to go first? She's the one I brought back. Liu Qi was also unwilling. Wolf Peak was currently trespassing on his hyena tribe's territory. He immediately pushed Wolf Peak aside, declaring, Wolf Peak, we are on Zhejiang Mountain, the territory of the hyena tribe. You must abide by the rules. His gaze then turned greedy and infatuated as he looked at Liu Piaopiao. Liu Piaopiao quickly realized that these three ugly males intended to force themselves upon her. With her dress torn, she swiftly retrieved a new burlap gown from her space and donned it. Relieved that she still wore undergarments, as Tu Qi and Liu Qi prepared to advance, they were astonished to see Liu Piaopiao's gown materialize out of thin air. Startled, they instantly withdrew their lewd hands. Kneeling on one knee, their right hands pressed against their hearts, voices trembling, "Esteemed High Priest, please forgive our offense." They now fully believed that Liu Piaopiao was indeed the goddess sent by the beast god, the esteemed high priest of the Zhuang forest. Wolf Peak, too, was taken aback, immediately kneeling on one knee, his eyes devoid of lewdness, replaced by fear of the beast god. Suppressing her dread, Liu Piaopiao adjusted her gown. Contemplating that these three vile beastmen feared the beast god's wrath, she needed to project the authority of the high priest to dominate the situation. Otherwise, she would not escape their impending violation. Steadying her voice, she proclaimed, "I am the high priest appointed by the beast god to the Zhuang forest. Your actions are utterly unreasonable, and the beast god shall surely deliver punishment upon you, leading to your utter destruction." Ignoring the slight tremor in her hands would make her even more intimidating. "Please forgive us, High Priest. It was all Wolf Peak's idea." Liu Qi quickly pointed at Wolf Peak behind him. Liu Qi nodded vigorously in agreement. "High Priest, it was all Wolf Peak's doing. We shall never dare to disrespect you again. Please forgive us." Liu Piaopiao understood that she had no means to harm them. Suppressing her disgust, she coldly ordered, "Leave at once, and do not disturb my communion with the beast god." "Very well, High Priest. We shall take our leave," Tu Qi replied, rising immediately to exit the cave. With Wolf Peak and Liu Qi hastily following suit, the three no longer harbored any lewd thoughts towards the high priest. They needed to devise a long-term plan. Once they had exited the cave, Liu Piaopiao exhaled a long sigh of relief. Glancing to the side, she saw the animal hides on the stone bed were still smoldering. She now hoped that Huzhe and Jin Min would find her soon, for she was uncertain how long she could maintain this As Wolf Peak exited the cave, where Liu Piaopiao was held captive, he grew increasingly suspicious, voicing his thoughts. This high priest should possess only healing abilities. She lacks strength, and her body feels exceedingly delicate, as if it would shatter with the slightest pressure. As Tuki clutched Liu Piaopiao, feeling her soft, delicate form, he suddenly realized and spoke up, "Indeed, the high priestess lacks any offensive capabilities." Liu halted his steps and turned to the two. "But she is the high priestess appointed by the beast god to oversee the Zhuang forest. We must not desecrate her." Lang Feng interjected vehemently. "Are we to let her return?" Tuki flashed a greedy smile. "How could we possibly let her go? Such a beautiful female high priestess, devoid of any means to defend herself, will surely yield an astonishing quantity of beast crystals from the beast city and the fallen beast city. Perhaps even a promise of a city of our own." The avarice in Liu and Langfeng's eyes intensified, and they eagerly gazed at Tuki. "Then let us send her to the beast city arena. If they promise us a city, we shall never have to endure these miserable days in the Zhuang forest again." They were averse to residing in the fallen beast city, where the ferocious stray beasts would offer no mercy to ordinary male beasts. In the beast city, however, numerous small towns existed where no tribe could enter without the Lord's permission. The trio immediately retraced their steps to the cave of Liu Piaopiao. Just then, a deafening roar of a tiger echoed through the air. "Not good, Hughes has come," Lang Feng shouted. Hundreds of giant tigers charged into the hyena clan's territory from the west. Hearing the tigers roar, Liu Piaopiao rushed out of the cave. In an instant, Lang Feng transformed into a massive gray wolf, blocking her path. "Hughes, I'm here, Hughes!" Liu Piaopiao cried out. "Tuki, take her away quickly," Liu commanded, stepping forward to cover Liu Piaopiao's mouth and nose. Tuki picked up the tattered burlap dress from the ground, tore it into strips, and swiftly bound Liu Piaopiao's hands behind her back, stuffing a piece of cloth into her mouth to stifle her cries, disregarding her struggles as he held her tightly, and exited the cave, instantly transforming into a gigantic vulture, soaring into the sky. The fourth-grade tiger, witnessing the vulture carrying Liu Piaopiao, released its pressure and followed the vulture's flight path. Liu Piaopiao saw the tigers desperately sprinting below and a familiar figure of a golden leopard in the distance. Their forms grew smaller until they vanished from sight, leaving only the verdant jungle and flowing mountains. Unable to scream, Liu Piaopiao desperately kicked at the iron-like talons of the vulture, but her struggles proved futile. Leaving her in a state of helpless tears, At that moment, Liu Piaopiao felt utterly abandoned, as if the heavens and earth had conspired against her. Without her male beast's protection, fear gripped her heart. Meanwhile, the tigers were fiercely battling the hyena clan and the vulture clan, their anger boiling over as they had kidnapped the esteemed high priestess. As night descended, the Zhuang Mountains were strewn with the corpses of hyenas and vultures, soaked in blood. Langfeng, where did Tuki take Piaopiao? Hughes inquired, his chest stained with the blood of the hyena clan, his gaze icy as he stood over the prostrate Langfeng, who had lost an arm. Cough, cough, Hughes, your clan has annihilated mine. Huh? Your female will never be found again. Langfeng laughed maniacally, blood spilling from his lips, fully aware that he was at Hughes' mercy and had no chance of survival. He would never reveal Liu Piaopiao's whereabouts. He wished to see Hughes and that golden leopard lose their beloved female. Hughes' eyes narrowed dangerously as he pressed down harder. Where is Piaopiao? Speak, and I shall grant you a swift end. Langfeng looked up at Hughes, laughing defiantly. Hughes, you will not find her. Your female will never return. Ha ha! Hughes' expression darkened as he viciously crushed one of Langfeng's legs. Langfeng cried out in agony, then sneered, Hughes, Liu Piaopiao has already been sold to the lord of the fallen beast city. If you have the ability, go seek her there. Langfeng's eyes were bloodshot as he glared at Hughes, inwardly vowing, Hughes, though you're a fourth-grade male beast, the fallen beast city is a place from which you shall not return. Hughes, recalling how the vultures had sold the females they had captured to the fallen beast city over the years, did not suspect deceit. With a sudden forceful step, he snapped Langfeng's neck. Hughes, that bastard Liege has fled. Transforming into the beastman Jin Min, covered in blood and seething with rage. We must go to the fallen beast city. Tuki has sold Piaopiao there. After issuing his command, Hughes instructed his clan members to return to the rabbit tribe's territory to guard their land and the females of both tribes. In an instant, he transformed into a massive tiger, heading toward the fallen beast city, remembering the soapberries Piaopiao had scattered along the way. If he reached the fallen beast city, his clever little female would surely leave them clues. With her hands bound and a cloth stuffed in her mouth, Liu Piaopiao felt icy cold, and her consciousness fading as she gradually succumbed to unconsciousness. The vulture realized that his clan and the hyena clan were no match for the tiger clan, and knew he must seek the protection of the lord of the beast city. The beautiful high priestess would be sufficient to secure the rewards he desired. He dared not rest during the flight, soaring through the night until noon the next day. Feeling the little female in his grasp grow still, he panicked and quickly landed in a forested area. High priestess, please wake up. Tuki transformed into a beastman, cradling the frostbitten Liu Piaopiao and gently shaking her as he called out. The autumn air was already frigid, and given the vulture clan's swift flight, Liu Piaopiao had long since succumbed to hypothermia and remained unconscious. Terrified, Tuki tore the cloth from Liu Piaopiao's mouth and released her bound hands. Liu Piaopiao, please wake up. Wake up. Tuki gently patted her pale, lifeless face, her lips a ghastly shade of purple like tea that moment. Tuki was filled with dread, his heart racing. He could not allow such a precious high priestess to perish before him. He scanned the surroundings and suddenly spotted red mulberries in the forest, his eyes lighting up that if she consumed this fruit, her body would feel as if it were ablaze with warmth, surely saving the freezing little female. Tuki gently laid Liu Piaopiao on the ground beneath the mulberry tree, plucked a ripe berry, and pried open her frostbitten lips, feeding her the juice that, oh warm, my throat hurts. Liu Piaopiao awoke, the sharp pain and burning sensation in her throat jolting her into consciousness. She slowly opened her heavy eyelids, only to be met by the sight of a bald man, causing her to startle and push away the hideous male beast with all her might. Little female, wonderful, you finally woke up? Tuki exclaimed with delight in his eyes. Liu Piaopiao wished to curse this ugly creature, but suddenly felt the pain in her throat intensify, realizing her vocal cords were damaged, and she could not speak. Frantically, her eyes reddened with tears, she pointed at her mouth and waved her hands in distress. Tuki suddenly understood that the red mulberry was extremely potent. Little female, do not worry. This is a red mulberry. Eating it will warm you up, but you will be unable to speak for several days. Please bear with it. Tuki hoped to spend the next 3 days reaching the beast city, where he could sell Liu Piaopiao for a good price, disregarding whether she could speak or not. Liu Piaopiao was infuriated, controlling her mental energy to attempt her healing powers, but after several attempts, she found no golden light in her hands. Her healing ability had failed at this moment. She was alarmed and could not voice her concerns. Where was her space? Immediately, she focused her consciousness and was relieved to find she could enter her space. In her space, she approached the bookshelf and summoned her thoughts to inquire about the red mulberry. A golden glowing ancient book caught her eye. She took it and read about the red mulberry. Consuming its juice suppresses abilities, causes hoarseness, and restores after 4 days. Damn it, this wretched vulture has turned her into a mute. She must take revenge for this grievance. Liu Piaopiao stomped her feet in frustration. Little female, in 3 days, we shall arrive at the beast city, where countless delicacies, beast crystals, and the jewels and shells you females adore await. With a swift transformation, Tuki morphed into a colossal bald eagle. Liu Piaopiao hastily retrieved a thick piece of beast hide from her spatial storage, wrapping it around her body, for she was determined not to succumb to unconsciousness in the frigid heights once more. The enormous talons of Tuki formed a cage, ensnaring Liu Piaopiao within. However, he exhibited a modicum of compassion as they passed through a grove of wild fruits, plucking a selection of berries and some walnut-like nuts for her. He had no intention of allowing such a precious and beautiful young female to perish from hunger or cold. Liu Piaopiao harbored great admiration for Tuki's stamina. This wretchedly ugly bald eagle had not only hunted and devoured a gigantic wolf, but had also found time to relieve himself, all while tirelessly soaring through the skies. Unbeknownst to her, Tuki had come to the realization that he could no longer survive in the marsh wilderness. Hughes would not spare him, that he needed to reach the city of beasts as swiftly as possible, using Liu Piaopiao as leverage to secure the Lord's promise for sanctuary within the city. After enduring 3 days and nights of restless flight, Liu Piaopiao finally caught sight of a distant, vast citadel, encircled by towering stones, within which lay countless fortresses. For a moment, she was taken aback. Was this truly the city of beasts spoken of by the beast folk? The ruling class of the marsh wilderness? As Tuki gently descended to the ground and approached the gates of the city of beasts, a remarkably burly third-tier lion beast halted him, inquiring loudly. Tuki, what price do you intend to set for the young female in your grasp? I bring with me a treasure beyond compare. Tuki tightened his grip around Liu Piaopiao, who was swathed in the beast hide, revealing only her eyes. A mere young female could be worth a fortune? The lion guard scoffed. Be cautious with your boasts, lest the lords take offense and knock your teeth out, I assure you. I am not exaggerating. We must head to the arena so that the 4 city lords can witness the beauty of the most exquisite female in the marsh wilderness. Tuki was brimming with confidence, intent on prompting a bidding war amongst the 4 lords of the city of beasts. The highest bidder would claim Liu Piaopiao. Before exiting the city, he left behind 50 first-tier beast crystals. The lion guard coldly remarked, paying no heed to whether Liu Piaopiao had been acquired through nefarious means. Very well, Tuki replied with a smile, and the guard swiftly granted them passage to ate this moment. Liu Piaopiao was consumed by rage. Was the city of beasts not the ruler of the marsh wilderness? Did they not regulate the actions of beast folk who abducted females? Liu Piaopiao felt a profound sense of insecurity. Unfamiliar with the customs of the city of beasts, and unsure whom to turn to for help, Tuki seemed to sense her distress, tightening his embrace around her. Do not harbor hopes that Hughes or that third-tier leopard beast will come to your rescue. In this city of beasts, only third-tier beast folk reside, while the 4 lords are all 4th-tier strong beasts, with the leaders of the lion and ape tribes nearing 5th tier. Liu Piaopiao, powerless to escape, turned her head disdainfully away. This repugnant bald eagle was an eyesore, and she was grateful he lacked any foul odor, despite the thick hide that separated them. Indeed, the city of beasts was a significant advancement in civilization compared to the marsh wilderness. Within the stone walls lay various fortresses, and the beast folk occasionally glimpsed females clad in linen dresses, adorned with pearls and shell-like ornaments. The male beast folk donned linen robes, though most preferred leather skirts. as hunting seemed to be their intrinsic nature. Liu Piaopiao, feeling like a bumpkin, curiously surveyed her surroundings. The city of beasts was patrolled by numerous male beasts wielding spears, and astonishingly, they possessed iron tools. Tuki carried Liu Piaopiao through the city for quite some time. She struggled to free herself, but he only held her tighter. You would do well to remain compliant. I shall not release you. We are nearing the arena, where you will be showcased before the mightiest beast tribes. After a considerable distance, Liu Piaopiao beheld a vast square, encircled by massive stones, resembling a stadium she had seen in her modern world. With an enclosed fighting arena at its center, would they be competing beasts or humans? The guard at the arena's entrance inquired of Tuki. Humans. It is the young female I carry, Tuki replied eagerly, his voice tinged with excitement. Lion Yu, take note of this female. She will soon be up for bidding. The guard commanded a tall, robust female adorned with white lion ears, clothed in a linen gown and barefoot. Her neck adorned with a pearl necklace. Hand her over to me, Lion Yu said impassively, grasping Liu Piaopiao's slender arm and pulling her from Tuki's embrace. This is the most precious young female in the marsh wilderness. Lion Yu, you must keep a close watch on her, Tuki urged, following closely behind Lion Yu and Liu Piaopiao. What is your name? Young female. Remove your beast hide. I must inspect you, Lion Yu coldly demanded. Casting a dispassionate gaze at Liu Piaopiao, speechless with rage, Liu Piaopiao shot a glare at Lion Yu and tightened her grip on the hide. Internally fuming, she thought, I am being treated like livestock by these beast folk traders. I am furious, Lion Yu. Noticing Liu Piaopiao's unwillingness to comply and her tightening grip on the hide, frowned. A young female should be more compliant, that if no one bids for you, prepare for a fate in the fallen beast city. Lion Yu, the young female mistakenly consumed a red mulberry and has lost her voice. She must be intimidated by the arena's imposing presence. Tuki interjected with a smile, attempting to defuse the situation. I've seen many females like you, Lion Yu scoffed, scrutinizing Liu Piaopiao's frail form. Such a weak female. No male beast would be willing to spend a fortune on one, yet to mature and incapable of bearing offspring. With that, Lion Yu lost interest in Liu Piaopiao, taking her place behind the arena's platform, waiting for the bidding to commence. That moment, a massive third-tier silver wolf was locked in a fierce battle with a larger third-tier black bear. The scene reeking of bloodshed. After several rounds of savage attacks, the silver wolf was soon overpowered, transforming back into a beastman. Raising its hands in surrender, a tall male beastman clad in a linen robe ascended the platform, announcing loudly, "Today, the one qualified to reside in the city of beasts is the Black Bear clan's beastman." Cheers erupted from the crowd seated before the platform. As the applause gradually diminished, the robed beastman continued. Today, we have another female. Let her owner make a bid. Tuki seized Liu Piaopiao's arm and dragged her toward the platform. Enraged, she struggled against his grasp, but she could not escape the iron grip of his hand. When Tuki reached the center of the platform, he finally released her arm and shouted, "This young female starts at a minimum bid of 10,000 first-tier beast crystals." A wave of astonishment and ridicule swept through the crowd. Was the bald eagle beastman out of his mind? Laughter erupted from the Black Bear clan leader, seated on a prominent stone chair. Beside him sat an extraordinarily beautiful female and a strikingly handsome male beastman. The handsome male, his features sharp and refined, spoke with a displeased tone. "The only female worthy of 10,000 crystals is Ruo. Tread carefully, lest I strip you of your feathers." Tuki, alarmed, quickly clarified, "Esteemed lords, the young female I possess is the most beautiful in the marsh wilderness. She is also the high priestess of the marsh forest." At this proclamation, the beast folk erupted in loud skepticism. Impossible. There has never been a female high priestess in the marsh wilderness at this moment. A magnificent male beastman, resembling a celestial deity, spoke slowly from a neighboring stone chair. "Remove her beast hide." As the bald man heard the words, he forcefully tore away the entire piece of beast skin that enveloped Liu Piaopiao from head to ankle. In a state of exasperation, Liu Piaopiao could only curse inwardly. How could a pure human like herself be auctioned off by this group of brutes? They were truly the epitome of savagery. What a beautiful little female. The beastman exclaimed in awe, marveling at her beauty. Yet could a mere 100,000 beast crystals truly be amassed even by the 4 great lords of the beast city? One male beast lamented, filled with regret. Humph, for such a young female. What right does she have to command such a price? At that moment, a stunning female beast, seated upon a stone chair, straightened her impressive figure and disdainfully spoke. Only she knew the jealousy and shock that surged within her heart. She had never imagined discovering such an extraordinarily beautiful female in the Zhuang forest, one who bore not a trace of beastly form. Her skin as pure and white as winter's ice and snow, her visage so enchanting that no male beast could remain indifferent to her allure. Liu Piaopiao, too, felt a spark of astonishment. This female was the most beautiful she had ever encountered among beastmen. Ignoring the delicately crafted blue fish beside her, she was truly exquisite. Her skin a rare alabaster absent in beast females, her blue eyes bright and captivating, her features distinct, and her figure perfectly curvaceous, a top-tier beauty. Yet, it seemed she held little affection for Liu Piaopiao. Liu Piaopiao mused silently. Indeed, such a lovely little female, the chief of the Black Bear clan, one of the 4 great lords of Beast City, sighed after his reflection, nodding toward the male beast clad in a long robe beside the arena. Fetch 100 first-tier beast crystals and allow her to demonstrate the healing abilities of the High Priestess. What? Liu Piaopiao was momentarily bewildered. Having consumed the red mulberry fruit, she was rendered mute, her healing powers ineffective. How could she possibly demonstrate anything? Liu Piaopiao vigorously shook her head, for she was indeed unable to perform, especially since her healing abilities did not rely on the power of beast crystals. Didn't he expect this little female to be mute? The stunning female on the stone chair sneered. No, esteemed lords. This little female is named Liu Piaopiao. She is indeed the high priestess of the Zhuang forest. Currently, she cannot speak due to having eaten the red mulberry fruit, but she shall recover soon. The bald man hurriedly clarified that 100,000 first-tier beast crystals I shall offer, regardless of whether she is the high priestess. Her unparalleled beauty is worth it. The chief of the Black Bear clan spoke in a deep voice, his gaze never leaving Liu Piaopiao since he had glimpsed her true visage. 110,000 beast crystals, remarked another male beast, seated on the opposite stone chair, who had just torn away Liu Piaopiao's beast skin, his profile resembling a celestial being, embodying unmatched grace. Wow. Liu Piaopiao thought, this male beast possessed the most handsome profile she had ever seen in the beast world. The females here were certainly blessed. Was there no limit to their handsomeness? Liu Piaopiao couldn't help but indulge in a moment of infatuation. Lion Bay, did you not vow to dedicate your life to the beast god and refrain from forming contracts with females? The chief of the Black Bear clan questioned the male beast who had just raised the bid. Xiongzhen, this little female is but a youngling. I merely value her identity as High Priestess. Lion Bay straightened his posture, fixating on Liu Piaopiao upon the platform. Just days prior, he had received word of a female High Priestess appearing in the Zhuang forest, and to his astonishment, it was indeed true. Damn, this incredibly handsome male beast bears a disfigured face on the other side, a ghastly scar marring his left cheek. Liu Piaopiao thought, a fleeting sense of regret washing over her. If sensing Liu Piaopiao's disappointment, Lion Bay immediately turned his head away in self-consciousness, presenting only his perfect half-face towards the arena. Esteemed lords, Liu Piaopiao is not a youngling. She is already of age, and she has 3 beast husbands in the Zhuang forest. The bald man interjected, fearing Liu Piaopiao would not fetch a good price. Liu Piaopiao smiled faintly, rolling her eyes, seizing the opportunity while the bald man sought to ingratiate himself with the lords below. She summoned her inner strength, delivering a swift kick to the bald man's lower regions. The bald man howled in pain, clutching himself and curling up in agony. The male beasts below emitted sympathetic hisses. Ha ha, this is amusing. Is this little female from the Wildcat clan? 12,000 beast crystals. This lord will take her. Xiongzhen shot a glance at Lion Bay, conveying a look of determination that warned him not to interfere. She is the High Priestess and cannot belong solely to your Black Bear clan. Lion Bay rose, unleashing an overwhelming beastly pressure. In that moment, all male beasts in the arena, except for the elder of the monkey clan seated on the stone chair, broke into a cold sweat, struggling to breathe under Lianbai's formidable presence. Lianbai, what do you intend to do? The handsome elder of the monkey clan beside the beautiful female inquired. Since the little female is the high priestess of the Zhuang forest, we cannot claim her for any single beast clan. She is the high priestess of Beast City, Lianbai asserted firmly, his tone leaving no room for doubt. Our monkey clan's high priestess has dedicated years of service to Beast City. Are you suggesting this little female replace the position of Yuan Shi? Yuan Lin, one of the 4 great lords of Beast City, frowned in discontent. Yuan Lin, for years we other clans have provided countless beast crystals to support Yuan Shi as high priest. Yet he has only regarded Beast City as the territory of your monkey clan. Now that a new high priestess has emerged, my lion clan is determined to retain her for all beasts of Beast City. Lianbai declared, striding towards the arena to approach Liu Piaopiao. What a dominating male beast, half of his face divine, the other half grotesque. Liu Piaopiao's heart raced in fear, causing her to instinctively step back. Seeing Liu Piaopiao retreat, the bald man reflexively seized her, yanking her forcefully towards Lianbai. The excessive force left bruises on her arm. Let her go. You seek death. Lianbai kicked towards the bald man. Pooh! The bald man had not anticipated Lord Lianbai would suddenly injure him. Trembling as he stammered, Lord Lianbai, Liu Piaopiao was found with great difficulty. Please adhere to the rules of the arena and hand over the beast crystals. The bald man no longer harbored hopes of entering Beast City. He merely wished to gather 100,000 beast crystals to purchase a fortress in the fallen Beast City for refuge. Lianbai, since Piaopiao is our high priestess of Beast City, my Black Bear clan is willing to contribute the beast crystals. Xiongzhen quickly approached the arena, readily agreeing. What a beautiful little female. Up close, her beauty was even more intoxicating. She exuded a fragrance unlike any other female, and this little female must belong to him. Xiongzhen gazed at Liu Piaopiao, his eyes fixated without a blink. Liu Piaopiao, upon seeing the tall and robust, relatively handsome Xiongzhen, felt an overwhelming sense of predation in his gaze, causing her to instinctively retreat behind Lianbai. Since she is the high priestess of Beast City, the 4 great lords will each contribute beast crystals, Yuan Lin announced loudly, revealing his ulterior motive, as long as all 4 great lords contributed beast crystals. Such a beautiful little female would rightfully belong to the 4 great beast clans collectively. Lianbai knelt before Liu Piaopiao, one knee on the ground, hand over his heart. Esteemed high priestess, the beast god has sent you to Beast City. Please bestow blessings upon your people. Liu Piaopiao carefully analyzed the situation before her. She must recognize the times and secure her position as the high priestess of Beast City. Otherwise, judging by the expressions of Xiongzhen and the other beasts, if she were not the high priestess, she would surely become their plaything. Liu Piaopiao glanced at the beast contract tattoo on Xiongzhen's heart, recognizing he clearly had a female, yet was openly bidding for her. It seemed that these top-tier male beasts could act with impunity. In an instant, Liu Piaopiao retrieved matches and a long roll of parchment from her space, gesturing aimlessly with her fingers. They wouldn't understand regardless. Striking a match, she ignited the parchment and tossed it into the air. Having done this once before, she was now familiar with the act. All the beasts were astounded to witness Liu Piaopiao conjuring divine edicts and divine flames seemingly out of thin air. She truly was the high priestess appointed by the beast god. All beasts knelt on one knee, right hands over their hearts. Esteemed high priestess, please bless your people. Even Xiongzhen and the bald man knelt in sincere reverence. The male beasts entirely abandoning their covetous gazes towards the beautiful little female, now looking at Liu Piaopiao with admiration. Esteemed high priestess, please take residence with the lion clan. I, Lianbai, vow to the beast god to protect you with my life. With unwavering determination, Bei gazed longingly at Liu Piaopiao, slightly tilting his head to one side, fearing that his disfigured visage might frighten her. Esteemed high priestess, we humbly invite you to reside with the Black Bear clan. He earnestly implored, unwilling to be left behind. Liu Piaopiao scrutinized the beast known as Bei, Despite his grotesque half-face, he emanated an aura of righteousness. A woman's intuition, as always, proved accurate. In this moment of silence, Liu Piaopiao gently supported Sherbei with her hand and nodded in acknowledgement, but a glimmer of surprise flickered in Sherbei's eyes as he proclaimed loudly, "The High Priestess of the Bee City shall reside with the Lion Clan." With utmost care, Sherbei guided Liu Piaopiao down from the arena. As they departed, Liu Piaopiao glanced back and caught sight of a robed beastman at the edge of the arena, who handed a large sack of beast crystals to Tuki. Along their path, other beastmen respectfully parted to make way for Liu Piaopiao. Upon exiting the arena, Sherbei gently lifted Liu Piaopiao into the air. In an instant, he transformed into a magnificent, snow-white lion. With a graceful leap, his broad back securely caught Liu Piaopiao as she descended, that a torrent of expletives rushed through Liu Piaopiao's mind. Being tossed so high by the lion was a disconcerting experience. In retaliation, she fiercely yanked a handful of his long mane, deliberately plucking a few strands. The great white lion's mouth twitched. To him, it felt as though the little female was merely scratching an itch. A breathtaking beauty rode atop the colossal white lion, galloping towards the grand fortress of the Lion Clan in Bee City. Upon arrival, the white lion immediately transformed back into his beastman form, and the guards of the Lion Clan swiftly provided Sherbei with a pelt to wrap around his waist. Liu Piaopiao caught a glimpse of the scene, her ears flushing with a hint of pink. "Esteemed High Priest, it is our utmost honor to host you. Please follow me," Sherbei said with profound respect, inviting Liu Piaopiao towards the heart of the fortress. Liu Piaopiao offered a slight smile and nodded silently in response, closely following him. Upon noticing her smile, Sherbei paused, captivated by her fragrance and beauty. He had thought his heart had become numb after 4 centuries of solitude. Yet upon seeing Liu Piaopiao today, he could not help but feel his heart race uncontrollably. He raised a hand to touch the disfigured side of his face, secretly concealing his intense affection for her, fearing that she would not reciprocate his feelings given his appearance. Sherbei settled Liu Piaopiao in the most spacious and comfortable stone room at the highest point of the Lion Clan's fortress. While he took residence next door, as night fell, Sherbei personally brought her roasted meat and steamed egg custard. The roasted meat was surprisingly seasoned with cumin and chili powder, bringing Liu Piaopiao to the brink of tears with happiness. After months of eating nothing but salt-grilled meat and noodle soup, she felt overwhelmed with joy. Unable to resist, she indulged in several pieces until she felt thoroughly stuffed. "High Priest, please eat a little more," Sherbei urged, nudging the half-eaten pottery jar of roasted meat towards her. Liu Piaopiao vigorously shook her head. She genuinely could not consume any more. "High Priest, you are eating far too little. Today, the beastmen spoke of you having 3 beast husbands." Sherbei began, intending to remark that with her petite frame, it would be challenging to garner their affections. However, upon gazing into Liu Piaopiao's strikingly beautiful eyes, he refrained from continuing, believing Sherbei was engaging in casual conversation. Liu Piaopiao nodded vigorously, confirming that she indeed had 3 beast husbands. An awkward silence ensued, as one could not speak while the other was overwhelmed by self-doubt. Liu Piaopiao laughed softly, gesturing towards the spacious stone bed behind her, indicating her desire to rest. "High Priest, do you require rest?" Sherbei inquired. Liu Piaopiao nodded emphatically once more. "Then please rest. I will be next door. Should you need anything, simply knock on the stone wall," Sherbei said, retrieving a piece of jade from a wooden cabinet and presenting it to her. "High Priest, if you require anything, you may use this to knock on the wall." Liu Piaopiao graciously accepted the jade with both hands. Smiling and nodding as she examined the exquisite piece of white jade, she mused, "This is such fine jade. Using it to knock on the wall feels quite extravagant." Sherbei thought to himself how beautiful the little female looked when she smiled. He felt an overpowering urge to remain close, fearing that he might lose control and succumb to his desires, for her scent was intoxicating. After retrieving several thick pelts from the cabinet, he laid them on the stone bed, observing Liu Piaopiao yawning, indicating her fatigue. Only then did he slowly exit the room. Liu Piaopiao was indeed quite tired, The days of exposure to the elements and constant vigilance had left her yearning for a peaceful slumber. Meanwhile, within the fortress of the monkey clan, the enchanting mermaid Yzuo was in a foul mood, relentlessly smashing pearls, shells, pottery, and bowls in her chamber. Why must you be so upset? Yuan Lin entered the room, wrapping his arms around Yzuo in comfort. What do you think I'm angry about? You all claim I'm the most beautiful female in the entire Zhuang continent. Yet today, Bei allowed a seemingly unremarkable high priestess to reside in the Lion clan. Yzuo fumed. The more she reflected on it, the angrier she became. Once, she had boldly confessed her feelings to Bei, only to be rejected. In her frustration, she had turned to Yuan Lin, the wise and wealthy leader of the monkey clan, and the monkey clan's high priest, Yuan Shi. Subsequently, Bei had spent years honing his skills on Beast God Mountain, returning with a disfigured face, leaving her heartbroken. Yet today, she discovered that not only Bei, but even her current partner, Yuan Lin, harbored feelings for Liu Piaopiao. Having always been hailed as the most beautiful female in Beast City, Yzuo could not bear the thought of someone surpassing her beauty. Her heart brimmed with jealousy and resentment. Vowing inwardly, Liu Piaopiao, you must disappear. Ruo, if Bei were to take a female, wouldn't that make things easier? Yuan Lin thought of Bei's stubbornness and felt a wave of frustration. He also recalled that his female, Ruo, had openly confessed her feelings to Bei multiple times. He would ensure that Bei was driven out of Beast City as the morning sun poured over Liu Piaopiao's stone bed. Her long eyelashes fluttered, and her delicate, snow-white arms emerged from the plush beast skin blanket. High Priest, you are awake, Bei called softly, having been vigilantly watching over the little female's slumber for quite some time. The sleeping Liu Piaopiao appeared as radiant as the moon in the sky, and he realized he had completely succumbed to her charm. In the past, many females in Beast City had sought his affection, yet he had felt no inclination. Now, however, he was filled with an intense yearning for Liu Piaopiao. Could it be that after 4 centuries of solitude, he could no longer suppress the surge of emotions? Upon awakening, Liu Piaopiao found herself staring at Bei's breathtakingly handsome profile. She processed the realization that he was one of the lords of Beast City. Her instinctive wariness flared. Perhaps he valued her status as high priestess and was reluctant to let her go. She wondered if Zhe and Jin Min would be able to find her here. High Priest, you are awake. Come, get up and eat something. I have already instructed my kin to prepare your favorite dishes, Bei said, treating her with unprecedented care. Liu Piaopiao observed that he seemed devoid of malice and lacked the predatory and lewd gazes of the other beastmen from the previous day. So she offered a slight smile and nodded in acceptance. Bei returned her smile, but suddenly recalled his disfigured half-face and instinctively turned his head away. Liu Piaopiao, not overthinking the matter, acknowledged her hunger. Getting up to eat was her immediate priority as she needed to nourish her body, knowing Zhe and Jin Min would surely come for her. Bei led Liu Piaopiao into the fortress, to a vast hall with towering stone walls that a colossal stone table dominated the center, surrounded by an assembly of Lion Clan beastmen, numbering over 100, including several lion females. Among them was the lioness who had overseen Liu Piaopiao in the arena, Lion Yu. As Liu Piaopiao entered the hall, behind Bei, all the male beastmen fixated their intense gazes upon her, leaving her feeling somewhat embarrassed and flustered. High Priest, these are the clan members who have awaited your arrival at the Lion Clan fortress today. Our clan has 300 members in Beast City, and those present are here to welcome you, while the others are patrolling and guarding the city as per the clan's customs. After Lion Bei finished speaking, he gracefully bowed, extending a hand towards Liu Piaopiao. Esteemed High Priestess, allow me the honor of escorting you to your seat and introducing you to our kin. Liu Piaopiao responded with a gentle smile, placing her delicate hand atop Lion Bei's large palm. Following his lead, they made their way to the head of the stone table in the grand hall. The elevated position, originally belonging to the city lord, was adorned today with 2 stone chairs. High Priestess, please take a seat. Lion Bei's voice was deep and soothing, yet only he was aware of the intensity of his heartbeat as Liu Piaopiao's small hand rested within his own. Liu Piaopiao politely smiled again and gradually sat down. At that moment, a group of a dozen female beastmen entered the hall, carrying wooden trays laden with roasted meat, creamy broth, and bread, presenting them to the assembled guests. Upon seeing the food before her, Liu Piaopiao felt a wave of surprise. The beast city had pottery, yet here lay dishes enriched with creamy soup and bread. That instant, Lion Bei's serious and steady voice resonated. This is Liu Piaopiao, the high priestess of our beast city. Now residing with the Lion clan, we must ensure her safety and all her needs. Yes, Chief, the Lion clan will certainly provide the utmost care and protection for the high priestess. High priestess, please enjoy the food. It has been specially prepared for you. This creamy broth is provided by the alpaca clan, and this bread is crafted by the ape clan, a favorite among the females. Lion Bei nudged the ceramic plate filled with food toward Liu Piaopiao. She nodded politely, smiling, and gracefully picked up the wooden spoon beside the stone plate, savoring the meal. The pressure of having breakfast was palpable. As the male beasts openly stared at Liu Piaopiao, their gazes hot and bold, making her feel quite uneasy. After filling her belly, she quickly stood, offering a slight smile to the crowd before hastening back to her room. This place felt so foreign, and she truly lacked a sense of security. She longed for her three male companions. City Lord, how can the little female serve as the high priestess of the beast city if she lacks healing abilities? Just as Liu Piaopiao departed, Lion Yu, with a serious expression, questioned Lion Bei. Lion Yu, have you exceeded your bounds? Lion Bei's countenance darkened. City Lord, Lion Yu merely harbors some doubts. It is only natural for the populace to question a high priestess who cannot even resolve her own fiery poison from the red mulberry. Sitting beside Lion Yu, her beast husband, Lion Zongqing, spoke candidly. Upon hearing this, Lion Bei's eyes flashed with displeasure, his gaze turning sharp as he released a pressure of fourth-level beast energy. Lion Zong, are you questioning the judgment of your city lord? Lion Zong's forehead broke out in a cold sweat, his heart aching as he bowed his head, trembling. City Lord, that was not my intention. The high priestess was captured from the wilderness forest by the vultures. If she were indeed the high priestess of the wilderness forest, high-level beastmen would surely come to reclaim her. Currently, she is alone and has yet to demonstrate her healing abilities. It is not unreasonable for everyone to harbor doubts. Lion Bei retracted his pressure, casting a faint glance at the crowd. So all of you harbor doubts about the high priestess? Although the other beasts of the Lion clan feared the city lord's pressure, they still nodded earnestly. Lion Bei felt an intense anger swelling within him. Most of the Lion clan had been healed by the ape clan's high priestess, Yuan Shi, and thus held skepticism toward the female high priestess. He seemed to have no other means to pacify his kin. Just then, the leaders of the Black Bear clan, Xiongzhen, and the ape clan, Yuan Lin, entered the hall uninvited, addressing all the gathered clansmen of the Lion clan. Lion Bei, it is entirely normal for your kin to doubt the identity of the little female high priestess. For millennia on the wilderness continent, there has never been a female high priestess. Yuan Lin proclaimed loudly as he approached Lion Bei. Yuan Lin, just days ago, news emerged from the wilderness forest of a female high priestess. Liu Piaopiao's arrival, not a confirmation of that rumor. Lion Bei lifted his gaze, coldly regarding Yuan Lin. Behind Yuan Lin, Xiongzhen grinned with a hint of malice. Lion Bei, regardless of whether the little female is a high priestess, she was purchased by the four city lords and is not merely your personal little female. Lion Bei's lips curled into a cold smile. Xiongzhen, Liu Piaopiao has now taken residence in my Lion clan. Do not harbor any designs on her. Lion Bei, are you threatening me in the capacity of Liu Piaopiao's beast husband? As the city lord of the beast city? Xiongzhen's expression turned icy, fixing a fierce gaze upon Lion Bei. Their difference. While Liu Piaopiao is in my Lion clan, no one shall lay a finger on her. Lion Bei's eyes gleamed with intensity, glaring at Xiongzhen that a trace of mockery flickered in Xiongzhen's eyes. Lion Bei, once the most beautiful female of the beast city, invited you to be her bonded beast. Yet you declined, and now you wish to offend the three major beast clans for the sake of a little female. Seeing Lion Bei turn his head away, ignoring him, Xiongzhen continued his taunt. Should I praise your late awakening to the matter, or commend your selfless devotion for a little female? Have you forsaken your responsibilities to the four major clans of the Beast City? Lion Bei tightened his fists, his voice growing colder. What brings you two to the Lion Clan today? Speak plainly. Yuan Lin stepped closer to Lion Bei, a wicked smile gracing his lips. Lion Bei, since Liu Piaopiao is the high priestess of the Beast City, in 3 days, we shall hold a competition among the high priestesses. You wish for Liu Piaopiao to compete against Yuan Shi in healing abilities? A flicker of concern crossed Lion Bei's eyes. Yuan Lin appeared confident, a smile gracing his face. The identity of a high priestess is of the utmost importance. The high priestess of the Beast City has always been Yuan Shi of the Ape Clan. If Liu Piaopiao were to lose to Yuan Shi, the Beast City would not recognize her as a high priestess. Yuan Lin, the Beast City is not solely governed by your Ape Clan. Lion Bei was on the verge of losing his patience. Lion Bei, the Beast City is not determined by your Lion Clan either. For a century, the four major beast clans have jointly governed the Beast City without overstepping bounds. And now, you wish to openly oppose the three major clans for the sake of a little female? As a 4th-level beast, nearing 5th level, Yuan Lin does not fear your pressure to in 3 days. If Liu Piaopiao triumphs over Yuan Shi, how will you respond? Lion Bei, though uncertain within, was determined not to allow Liu Piaopiao to fall into a disadvantageous position. Xiongzhen burst into laughter. Lion Bei, you have lived for 400 years. Have you perhaps become senile? Liu Piaopiao appears delicate and youthful, merely a little female, while our Yuan Shi High Priestess is already a 4th-level beast. With just 100 2nd-level beast crystals, he can heal the wounds of over 10 beastmen. How could a little female possibly prevail over the High Priestess Yuan Shi, knowing the vast disparity in power? Why would you still allow Liu Piaopiao to participate in the competition? Lion Bei questioned in a deep voice. Lion Bei, if you desire a female, we will not obstruct you. However, the High Priestess of the Beast City is not a title just anyone can hold. Yuan Lin's eyes gleamed with menace as he gazed intently at Lion Bei. Lion Bei's defined lips curled into a faint smile. In 3 days, we shall meet at the arena. You may take your leave now. Lion Zong stood, extending a hand toward the 2 city lords, signaling their departure. In 3 days. Should Liu Piaopiao lose to the High Priestess Yuan Shi, she will merely be a little female of the 4 major beast clans. Lion Bei, I am most eager to discover what such a beautiful little female tastes like, Xiongzhen remarked, licking his lips in a lewd manner. Upon hearing this, Lion Bei's fury ignited, releasing his beast energy pressure. Xiongzhen, also a 4th-level beast, felt a hint of discomfort but was still prepared to battle Lion Bei, immediately retaliating with his own 4th-level beast energy pressure. Seeing the situation escalate, Yuan Lin quickly positioned himself between them. Speaking out, the 2 city lords of the Beast City should not come to blows over a little female. Xiongzhen, do not forget that you have a bonded female. Xiongzhen immediately retracted his aggressive stance, smiling lightly. I was merely jesting. Lion Bei, since you are fond of that little female, be sure to keep a close watch on her. With that, he turned and strode away. Lion Bei, in 3 days. Bring Liu Piaopiao to the arena, Yuan Lin concluded, swiftly exiting the hall. Once Xiongzhen and Yuan Lin left the Lion Clan fortress, Xiongzhen's playful smirk faded, revealing a glimmer of resentment in his eyes. Yuan Lin. Liu Piaopiao is a female we both acquired with beast crystals. Why must her identity and whereabouts now be dictated by Lion Bei? Yuan Lin clapped Xiongzhen on the shoulder, his gaze fierce. Lion Bei has always acted independently, frequently opposing our collaboration between the Beast City and the fallen Beast City. This time, we can leverage Liu Piaopiao's situation to our advantage and eliminate him. Xiongzhen nodded slightly and leaned closer to Yuan Lin. Whispering, Xianglei is very close to Shirbi. It will be quite challenging to persuade him to join us against Shirbi. Yuan Lin furrowed his brow slightly. Indeed, Xianglei was difficult to rally. Though maintaining his neutrality would not pose much of a challenge, Xiongzhen grinned. As long as we can eliminate Shirbi, the city of 10,000 beasts will be at our command. For the Xiang tribe is the most foolish and compliant. Meanwhile, Huzei and Jin Min have been tirelessly journeying for 4 days and finally arrived at the Fallen Beast City. Want to enter the city? Are you aware of the rules of Fallen Beast City? A 3-tiered red-eyed tiger beast stood at the city gates, flanked by dozens of its kind, blocking their path. Huzei nodded and presented a 2nd-tier beast crystal. Dear Guardian, please allow us passage. The fallen beast weighed the 2nd-tier beast crystal in its hand, a smirk appearing at the corners of its mouth. You may enter, but you must leave the city by evening, or tonight will mark your demise. Huzei reined in his sharp demeanor and nodded in agreement. Yes, we understand the rules. The red-eyed beast nodded and waved its hand to allow the other guards to step aside. Upon entering the city, Jin Min curiously looked around. Foolish leopard, stop gawking. If the bald eagle sells off Piaopiao, we only need to gather intelligence at the arena, Huzei admonished, aware of the fallen beast's evident hostility and the risks of attracting their ire with careless observation. Stupid tiger, I got it. I just want to find Piao quickly, Jin Min replied, lowering his head obediently to follow Huzei. The two soon arrived at the arena of Fallen Beast City, where Huzei handed a 2nd-tier beast crystal to the arena's guardian beast with a welcoming smile. In the past 2 days, has any bald eagle tribe brought a small female from the Zhehuang forest? She's petite and exceptionally beautiful. The guardian beast, holding the 2nd-tier crystal, felt elated. 1 crystal was enough for a few days of indulgence in the female city. Its attitude became exceedingly cordial. Indeed, a bald eagle tribe did bring a female recently, but she was quite ordinary in appearance and has already been purchased by the lord of the female city. What is the female city? Jin Min could not help but inquire. The guardian beast grinned wickedly at Jin Min. Is this your first time in Fallen Beast City? The female city is a place where male beasts linger. Even many leaders from the city of 10,000 beasts visit. Huzei felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. This foolish leopard had a knack for speaking out of turn. He quickly bid farewell with courtesy. Thank you. If any females from the Zhehuang forest come in the future, please keep an eye out for us. You will not be disappointed. The guardian beast smiled and nodded. Of course. I will certainly remember your generous nature. Huzei nodded in acknowledgement and playfully smacked Jin Min on the back of the head. Let us go. We should check out the female city. The guardian beast watched as Huzei and Jin Min hurriedly departed, muttering to itself. Looks like the lord of the female city has guests again. Huzei, do you know about the female city? Jin Min asked, rubbing the sore spot on his head with curiosity. Huzei shot him a sidelong glance and replied coolly. It's a place where male beasts seek female companions, using beast crystals. Jin Min was taken aback. What? If Piao is sold in the female city, how many bonded male beasts would that entail? Huzei's frustration surged, and he gritted his teeth. Fool! Only bonded male beasts or fallen beasts go to the female city. With a disdainful look, he shot him a glare and hastily walked away. Hey, Huzei, what's with your attitude? Humph. Knowing so much about the female city, you must have had thoughts of your own, Jin Min muttered quietly, watching Huzei's retreating figure. Foolish leopard. If it weren't for the urgency of finding Piao, I would gladly smash that mouth of yours. Huzei retorted sharply, glancing back. Jin Min immediately clamped his mouth shut and hurried after him. Now is not the time for a quarrel with the foul tiger. Huzei made his way down the street. He presented 1st-tier beast crystals to several fallen beasts, eventually discovering the location of the female city. Truth be told, it was his first time in Fallen Beast City, and he was indeed unfamiliar with it. The female city had been mentioned only by the older male beasts in his tribe. The two hastened toward the direction of the female city, their hearts racing with urgency. Huzei quietly warned Jin Min, conceal your aura. The fallen beasts here are not to be trifled with. Keep your mouth shut about things that should not be said. Jin Min obediently nodded this time, closely following Huzei. Finally, they arrived at the entrance of the female city, where 2 towering guards blocked their way. Their gazes unfriendly. One of them extended his palm. To enter the female city, show us your credentials. Huzei produced 2 1st-tier beast crystals, and the guard's demeanor transformed instantly, welcoming them with smiles. Gentlemen, you may enter. Once inside the female city, a peculiar fragrance enveloped the air, mingling with various suggestive and unabashed sounds. Huzei's brow furrowed. while Jin Min scanned the surroundings for Piaopiao's figure. "Is this your first time in my female city?" A fourth-tier male beast asked, flanked by two females clad in scanty cloth covering their vital areas. To Huze nodded. "To be honest, we are here to find someone." "Please, esteemed lord, grant us a favor." Huze recalled having heard that the lord of the female city was a fifth-tier snake beast, while the one before him was a fourth-tier wolf beast. The red-eyed wolf beast raised an eyebrow at his words, a smirk curling at its lips. "Looking for someone? It must be a female. Those who come to my female city may leave, provided you can pay the price." Huze maintained a respectful attitude. "Esteemed lord, we seek our bonded female, named Liu Piaopiao. Please, grant us a favor. We are willing to pay any amount of beast crystals." The red-eyed wolf beast appeared puzzled. "We do not have any female by the name of Liu Piaopiao here. Esteemed lord, she is a small female brought from the Zhehuang forest by the bald eagle tribe. We have verified at the arena that she was indeed purchased by your female city," Huze stated firmly, his gaze unwavering on the red-eyed wolf beast. The red-eyed wolf beast scrutinized Huze and Jin Min closely, thinking to itself, "The two beasts have considerable ranks. While I am also a fourth tier, I cannot easily suppress the tiger beast." Its tone softened. "The bald eagle tribe did bring a female from the Zhehuang forest. Do you wish to have her?" Then, the red-eyed wolf beast glanced at the lotus bond markings on Huze and Jin Min's chests, a calculating smile crossing its face as it continued. "You may see her for 10 second-tier beast crystals." Huze and Jin Min exchanged wary glances, the meaning clear in their eyes. Without beast crystals, they would force their way in. Huze nodded and retrieved 10 second-tier beast crystals from his pouch. At that moment, he felt a pang of anxiety. He had only 100 second-tier beast crystals with him, and if more were needed later to buy Piaopiao, he would have to resort to force. The red-eyed wolf beast accepted the 10 beast crystals, wearing a beaming smile. "Gentlemen, this way, please." Before long, they spotted a sturdy, dark-furred female cowering in a corner, covered in numerous wounds. "It's Yang Mei," Jin Min exclaimed in fury. Huze clenched his fists in anger, voice steely. "Esteemed lord, although this female hails from the Zhehuang forest, she is not the one we seek." The red-eyed wolf beast feigned ignorance, adopting a look of innocence. "This female was indeed brought by the bald eagle tribe to the arena and purchased by me personally." "I do not know the one you are looking for." Huze realized he had been tricked, but now was not the time to dwell on the beast crystals. Jin Min's rage boiled over. It was this Yang Mei who had deceived Piaopiao into leaving the rabbit tribe. Jin Min stepped forward, gripping Yang Mei's neck and lifting her, his gaze fierce. "Where have you taken Piaopiao?" At that moment, Yang Mei regretted helping that wretched creature from Wolf Peak who had tricked Liu Piaopiao. Having been sold into this female city, she encountered nothing but fallen beasts indifferent to the fate of females. During her first encounter with a fallen beast, she had met a particularly twisted and sadistic wild boar beast, which had exploited its form to mate with her, inflicting torment upon her and leaving her covered in injuries. She was terrified, wanting nothing more than to escape this place. Seeing Jin Min, she immediately begged, "Jin Min, please take me out of the female city, and I will tell you where Liu Piaopiao is." She was utterly unaware of where the Wolf Peak and his companions would take Liu Piaopiao. He only wished to deceive Jin Min into bringing her out of the fallen beast city. A normal male beast would never inflict cruelty upon their female counterparts. Huze stepped forward, grasping Jin Min's hand, urging him to loosen his grip on Yang Mei's neck. "Wolf Peak is dead. The hyena tribe and the vulture tribe have been eradicated, and you have no idea where Piaopiao has been taken by Tu Chi." Jin Min glanced back at Huze, barely managing to maintain his composure. If he were to kill a female and force her into becoming a fallen beast, he would never be able to be with Piaopiao again. Huze, "What shall we do now?" Jin Min's heart raced with anxiety. "Chief, this female has collaborated with the wolf tribe to slay several contracted male beasts of her own goat tribe." Huze turned to address the onlookers among the red-eyed wolves, speaking earnestly. The red-eyed wolf's cold, bloodthirsty gaze fixated on Yang Mei, his voice deepening. "Very well, from now on, you shall serve a number of fallen beasts who have been harmed by females." Yang Mei, terrified, wept and pleaded for mercy. "No. Please, chief, spare me. I will do anything you ask, just don't make me serve fallen beasts. Humph. In our fallen beast city, your life is a blessing bestowed by the beast god, so make the most of it. The red-eyed wolf concluded, turning to Hu Zhe and Jin Min. Gentlemen, there are no females here that you seek. However, if you require a female to alleviate your desires, I have plenty of strong, beautiful, and enchanting females from various tribes that Hu Zhe immediately interjected, declining with courtesy. Chief, since our female is not here, and you have taken 10 of our second-tier beast crystals, I hope, as fellow male beasts, you will not let this wicked female off easily. We shall not disturb further. Farewell. As Hu Zhe and Jin Min exited the gates of the female city, Jin Min's eyes were filled with urgency. Hu Zhe, what do we do? Where has Piaopiao gone? Hu Zhe pondered for a moment, then looked up at Jin Min. I suspect Tu Chi has likely taken Piaopiao to the 10,000 beast city. He surely knows he cannot return to the Zhe Huang mountain now. Why the 10,000 beast city? Although Jin Min was puzzled, he closely followed Hu Zhe. Tu Chi is greedy for wealth. And the 10,000 beast city offers high prices from powerful beast tribes. We must rely on instinct to search there. Very well, let us head to the 10,000 beast city now. Jin Min declared, and immediately, he and Hu Zhe hastened towards the city gates. Once outside the fallen beast city, they transformed into a formidable giant tiger and a sleek leopard, racing towards the direction of the 10,000 beast city. As night fell, within the lion tribe's fortress, Liu Piaopiao stood alone at the highest point of the chamber, gazing out the stone window at the vast beast city, a multitude of fortresses illuminated by flickering flames. Her voice had returned, and with a strong will, the golden light in her hands reappeared. I end this savage beast world. Aside from her healing ability, she had no other means of survival. In the past few days, she had controlled her consciousness repeatedly to enter the space. But aside from the shelves filled with ancient texts and the ability to conjure matches and rice paper, she found nothing else of use. Liu Piaopiao felt a profound sense of helplessness, with the faces of Hu Zhe, Jin Min, and Tu Ju repeatedly surfacing in her mind. Esteemed High Priestess, please forgive my intrusion. Lion Bei spoke softly, approaching Liu Piaopiao in just a few strides. Lord Lion Bei, you are too courteous, Liu Piaopiao replied slowly, tilting her head slightly to admire Lion Bei's stunning profile. Lion Bei's eyes sparkled with delight as he gently grasped Liu Piaopiao's shoulders. High Priestess, your voice is back? Liu Piaopiao nodded, casting a glance at Lion Bei's hands that held her shoulders. The hint of panic flickered in Lion Bei's eyes. The little female must have been frightened by his unattractive appearance, causing him to instinctively withdraw his hands. I apologize, High Priestess. You must have been startled by my looks, Lion Bei mused, for the first time considering his own appearance. Liu Piaopiao shook her head, offering a gentle smile. Lord Lion Bei, I'm grateful for your care these past few days. I do not find you frightening at all. Lion Bei brightened at her words. The little female's voice was as enchanting as her appearance, and he gazed tenderly at Liu Piaopiao. High Priestess, in 3 days, you will need to compete in healing arts against the High Priest of the Ape Tribe, Yuan Shi. However, rest assured, I will provide you with countless beast crystals to ensure your victory. Liu Piaopiao looked puzzled. You will provide beast crystals for me? Lion Bei nodded earnestly, his gaze unwavering. Our lion tribe possesses ample beast crystals, as long as the elephant tribe does not intervene. The combined beast crystals of the black bear tribe and the ape tribe would not surpass ours. Liu Piaopiao understood, recalling that her male beast had mentioned before that the high priest used the energy contained within beast crystals to perform healing arts. But her own healing ability did not require them. Liu Piaopiao smiled slightly. Lord Lion Bei, I have never seen how other high priests heal beasts, but my healing ability does not require beast crystals. Lion Bei was taken aback, filled with excitement. High Priestess, are you truly saying that? Yes, Liu Piaopiao affirmed with a nod. What can I prepare for you for the duel in 3 days? Lion Bei did not wish for such a lovely little female to be defeated by Yuan Shi. Liu Piaopiao gazed out the window, speaking softly. Lord Lion Bei, if I win against the high priest of the ape tribe, could you allow me to leave the 10,000 beast city? A pang of sadness crossed Lion Bei's heart, his eyes filled with hurt, his voice low. Esteemed high priestess, Are you dissatisfied with your treatment here in the 10,000 Beast City? Liu Piaopiao quickly shook her head, her voice tinged with sorrow. No, Lord Lion Bei, you have treated me very well, but this is not my home. I have a beast husband, and I wish to return to their side. However, other beast tribes will not permit you to leave the 10,000 Beast City. If in 3 days you defeat Yuan Shi, you will be the most esteemed high priestess of the 10,000 Beast City. Lion Bei swiftly concealed his jealousy, his voice filled with refusal. Liu Piaopiao, hearing this, lowered her eyes, her thick lashes fluttering like the wings of a butterfly, her tone distant. Lord Lion Bei, I am tired and wish to rest. Lion Bei sensed Liu Piaopiao's discontent. But he spoke the truth. Other lords would not allow a high priestess with healing abilities to wander alone, that if she were to lose to Yuan Shi, she might be contested and imprisoned by the Black Bear tribe and the Ape tribe. Yet he failed to realize that his current actions felt like imprisonment to Liu Piaopiao. Once Lion Bei exited the room, Liu Piaopiao let out a sigh of relief. Standing by the window, she leaned out to peer below. Estimating a height of around 15 or 16 meters, and she noticed male lion beastmen patrolling the ground below, that a chill ran through her. Attempting to escape by jumping from the window would be quite difficult. She feared not only failing to escape but also sustaining injuries. At this moment, Liu Piaopiao felt utterly powerless, helpless, and overwhelmed by anxiety. Esteemed High Priestess, the Lord has instructed us to assist you with your bath, Lion Yu announced, fulfilling her duty, her tone decidedly unfriendly. She was accompanied by 2 other females. Please thank Lord Lion Bei for me, Liu Piaopiao replied politely. Understanding that she was currently in someone else's territory, it was wise to be flexible rather than stubborn. Lion Yu was taken aback by her response, muttering, So you really aren't mute? Come with me. Liu Piaopiao sensed Lion Yu's disdain towards her and obediently followed them into the adjacent bathing chamber. The massive bathing pool was filled with hot water, and the entire room was shrouded in steam. High Priestess, please remove your garments, Lion Yu said impatiently, her thoughts racing. This foolish little female stands in the bathing room, curiously looking around, yet she hasn't taken off her clothes for ages. And were those things on her feet? Lion Yu, could you all step outside first? I would like to bathe alone. Liu Piaopiao felt a bit shy. The 3 females were staring at her intently, making it difficult for her to undress. Liu Piaopiao, right? You can call me Lion Yu. I advise you to behave. This bathing room is reserved for our Lord, and the chamber you're staying in is also his bedroom. Lion Yu was already beginning to lose her patience, clearly reluctant to serve this fussy little female. Liu Piaopiao instantly felt displeased, her voice tinged with anger. Lion Yu, is it? Since you are here to serve me a bath on the orders of your lord from Shibiqing, I find myself in need of your assistance no longer. You may leave. If you cannot tolerate me, then I assure you, the sentiment is mutual. You think I wish to remain here. It is your lord who has confined me in this place. You may bathe yourself. With that, Shiyu tossed aside the tray in her hands, turning away in anger. Behind her, 2 female attendants exchanged glances, one of whom, sporting fluffy lion-like ears, playfully regarded Liu Piaopiao and said, Esteemed High Priestess, please allow us to assist you with your bath, lest the Lord punish us. Noticing their lack of malice, Liu Piaopiao nodded and smiled. Would you be so kind as to turn your backs for a moment? I need to undress. The other Rabbit Clan female shook her head, pleading, Esteemed High Priestess, please let us help you. Without further ado, she began to gently peel away Liu Piaopiao's linen dress. The 2 beast women were far stronger, and Liu Piaopiao stood little chance against them at a height of 1.75 meters. With arms that rivaled her own in girth, they swiftly removed her dress, revealing her undergarments, and their eyes widened with curiosity. Esteemed High Priestess, what is this small garment that covers your chest? Asked the lioness, her eyes filled with wonder. This is a brassiere, designed to protect the chest. All girls should wear one, Liu Piaopiao explained, imparting a lesson on the importance of privacy. And what purpose does this serve below? Inquired the rabbit female, reaching to tug at Liu Piaopiao's undergarment. That is a pair of panties. Thank you, but I can manage on my own. Liu Piaopiao quickly replied, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment as she stepped into the bath, hastily undressing herself. With a splash, the 2 females discarded their own garments and approached Liu Piaopiao, ready to assist her with her bath. Liu Piaopiao, a modern southern woman, had never experienced such pampering before, and she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. The closed environment felt vastly different from bathing in the river with a group of females in Zhuang Forest. She felt shy under their attentions, yet she steeled herself to endure their ministrations. The rabbit female gently scrubbed Liu Piaopiao's back, exclaiming, "Esteemed high priestess, your skin is so smooth, akin to that of a young cub. I have heard you have 3 beast husbands. How can such a delicate frame endure their coupling?" The lioness, while delicately washing Liu Piaopiao's slender, fair arms, inquired with curiosity. Liu Piaopiao chuckled shyly. "Hee, you know how it is. It's all in nature of things. Oh dear, can the beastman not be a bit more discreet? We are not that familiar with each other. Esteemed high priestess, you are quite beautiful. Your beast husbands must adore you. Do you have a favorite among them?" The lioness stood before Liu Piaopiao, her gaze unyielding. Was this lioness overly inquisitive? Liu Piaopiao sensed that she wasn't as hostile as Shiyu and smiled gently. "They are all wonderful. I hold affection for each of them, so you can simultaneously endure the company of your 3 beast husbands. Esteemed high priestess, you are not as fragile as you appear," the rabbit female remarked in awe. Liu Piaopiao felt a flush of embarrassment. Their discussion had delved too deeply for her comfort, but could we perhaps change the subject? You seem quite fascinated by my husbands. The lioness shook her head. Laughing heartily, "We are not curious about your husbands. Rather, we are intrigued by your petite stature." With that, she playfully poked at Liu Piaopiao's sides. Unable to contain herself, Liu Piaopiao joined in the laughter, teasingly returning the gesture. Thus, the 3 females engaged in a playful exchange, giggling and frolicking in the spacious bath. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Sherbei lay on a stone bed, his heart racing as he listened intently to every word exchanged by the young females. Captivated by her every expression and demeanor, even envisioning her shedding her garments, in the rugged wilderness, a formidable tiger and a massive leopard raced towards the direction of the beast city without pause. The tiger halted, its amber eyes fixated on a dense thicket ahead. The leopard, tilting its head in confusion, looked at the tiger. In an instant, they transformed into beastmen. Jin Min, ahead lies Liao Qi, Huze whispered as he fastened the beast's skin around his waist. "Is that so? I shall seize him," Jin Min exclaimed, but Huze swiftly restrained him. "Liao Qi is accompanied by several high-ranking beastmen. We must proceed with caution. Regardless of who it is, we must apprehend him and demand to know where Piaopiao has been taken," Huze asserted. Jin Min nodded, his expression resolute. "Very well, if you find yourself overmatched, do not hesitate to flee. Liao Qi is flanked by 2 4th-tier beastmen. Am I a coward?" Jin Min shot back defiantly. "Are you a fool? If you cannot win, retreat. It's foolishness to seek death." Ignoring the warnings, Jin Min was determined to capture Liao Qi. In a flash, he transformed into a leopard and sped ahead like lightning. Huze followed suit, shifting into a tiger. The massive tiger charged into the temporary resting grounds of Liao Qi and 3 Elephant Clan beastmen. Liao Qi was startled, looking to his companion Xianghua for help. "Xianghua, they're the ones who annihilated my hyena clan and stole the females' hides and provisions we prepared for you." Simultaneously, the leopard lunged forward, and Liao Qi transformed into a gigantic hyena. A fierce battle ensued between the 3rd-tier hyena and the 3rd-tier leopard. The 3 elephant beastmen, Xianghua and Xianglin, both 4th tier, were accompanied by a 3rd-tier elephant beastman. Xianghua transformed into a colossal gray elephant, swinging its trunk like a mighty tree, aiming to strike the leopard. The tiger leapt forth, its powerful claws tearing into the elephant's trunk. In no time, another elephant transformed into a massive gray elephant. In the dense forest, a hyena, a tiger, and a leopard battled against 3 giant elephants, causing trees to topple and birds to scatter. The leopard clamped down on the hyena's neck, dragging it aside, as the gray elephant, its nose partially bitten off by the tiger, prepared to stomp on the leopard's belly. The tiger, engaged with the 2 other elephants, charged at the gray elephant, while the leopard quickly turned to sever the gray elephant's throat. Blood gushed forth like a fountain. The hyena's hind legs were bitten off. rendering it unable to stand, and it transformed into a bloodied beastman. The leopard and tiger swiftly shifted back into beastmen, with Jin Min stepping on Liu Qi's back, demanding, "Where has Tuki taken Piaopiao?" Liu Qi struggled in vain, while the two giant elephants quickly transformed into beastmen, rushing to the side of the elephant beastman with a severed neck. The gray elephant turned into a blood-soaked beastman. Gasping for breath, Xianghua, "Brother, hurry back and tell father to avenge me." With that, he breathed his last. The two orc warriors from the elephant tribe swiftly removed the fourth-grade beast crystal from the elephant fire, casting a fierce glare at Hu Zhe and Jin Min before turning and disappearing into the forest. They were no match for these two formidable high-ranking beastmen. Coughing, Liu Qi grimaced in pain, but spoke defiantly. "Liu Qi, even without your words, I know that Piaopiao is in the city of beasts," Hu Zhe said as he crouched down, lifting Liu Qi's chin with gentle force. With a crack, Liu Qi's jaw shattered, blood spilling from his mouth. "Grant me a swift end," Liu Qi mumbled, glaring at Hu Zhe. "You truly deserve to die," Hu Zhe declared, reaching through Liu Qi's chest to extract a radiant third-grade beast crystal with his bare hands. Jin Min kicked Liu Qi's lifeless body aside, and the two exchanged a glance before transforming into their beast forms, hastening towards the city of beasts. Liu Piaopiao had enjoyed 3 days of lavish hospitality among the lion tribe, with Bei even sending a generous supply of well-fitted dresses and a necklace made of pearls, adorned with shimmering colorful gemstones. Yet, Liu Piaopiao chose not to wear any of it, instead donning the linen dress and shoes crafted by Tu Ju for herself. Draped in the otter fur cloak made by Hu Zhe, "Noble High Priestess, please accompany me to the arena." Bei entered Liu Piaopiao's chamber, his voice exceedingly gentle at that moment. Liu Piaopiao stood by the window, clad in a white otter fur cloak, which accentuated her breathtaking beauty, every frown and smile tugging at his heartstrings. "Bei, if I win against Yuan Shi today, I do not wish to remain in the city of beasts." Liu Piaopiao reiterated her desire, aware that it might be futile to express it, yet Bei's demeanor remained exceptionally courteous. "My esteemed high priestess, are you dissatisfied with the lion tribe?" Bei inquired cautiously, his tone imbued with an unfamiliar humility. Liu Piaopiao smiled slightly. "Not at all. The lion tribe treats me with great respect. But this is not my home that I wish to return to my own kind." Bei had been quietly observing Liu Piaopiao over the past few days. She often gazed forlornly out the window. Longing for her formidable beast companion had a pang of sorrow course through him, and after a moment of silence, as if making a significant decision, he slowly spoke. "High Priestess, should you triumph over Yuan Shi, I will not detain you and will escort you back to your tribe." Liu Piaopiao's eyes brightened, gratitude and joy evident as she looked at Bei. "Thank you, Lord Bei." The perfect contours of Bei's lips formed a bittersweet smile. "Piao, may I call you that?" Liu Piaopiao beamed and nodded vigorously. "Of course, Lord Bei. I hope you'll fulfill your promise and let me leave." "Very well, Piao. Do you not have even a shred of nostalgia for the lion tribe?" Bei's voice grew softer, lacking conviction. Liu Piaopiao met Bei's gaze, filled with anticipation and an indescribable sadness. She quickly lowered her head. "Lord Bei, my arrival here was not by choice. I merely wish to return to my familiar tribe and hope for your understanding." Bei inhaled deeply, forcing a smile. "I understand, Piao. Let us go. The powerful beast clans of the city of beasts await you." With that, he turned and walked ahead of Liu Piaopiao, his back radiating an overwhelming sense of desolation. Upon exiting the lion fortress, Bei transformed into a magnificent white lion, his snowy mane enhancing his regal appearance. The white lion, holding a beast-skin skirt in its mouth, knelt before Liu Piaopiao, inviting her to mount its back, exuding a certain charm that belied the majesty expected of a lion king. Thus, a stunningly beautiful woman clad in a snow-white otter fur cloak rode upon the back of a colossal white lion. Behind them, Yu rode on the back of a large brown lion, followed by dozens of lion warriors, a grand procession of lion beasts making their way towards the arena. At the front of the arena, for massive stone chairs stood, only Bei's seat remaining unoccupied. As Liu Piaopiao walked beside Sherbei into the arena, the assembled beastmen marveled at her exquisite beauty. Dressed in a white otter fur cloak, with waist-length hair cascading like ink, only small braids at the sides of her head kept her face framed. From head to toe, she was modestly attired yet undeniably captivating to the beastmen. Among the crowd, Yu Jiruo, seated between Yuan Lin and Yuan Shi, glared at Liu Piaopiao with envy as she entered. "Brother, is that little female Liu Piaopiao?" Yuan Shi exclaimed, stunned by her beauty, unable to bear the thought of harming such a lovely creature. Yuan Lin nodded, thinking to himself, how could he not comprehend Yuan Shi's feelings? Liu Piaopiao was simply too beautiful, and he was secretly enamored, confident that he would claim her one day. The female high priestess is too enchanting. If I were Yuan Shi, I could never bring myself to defeat such a little female. One beastman exclaimed that I too believe she must be a divine maiden sent by the beast god. She is truly stunning. The beastmen did not shy away from openly praising Liu Piaopiao's beauty. Liu Piaopiao felt a tinge of embarrassment. She was there to compete, not to be a spectacle for their amusement. Humph. If Liu Piaopiao cannot best our Yuan clan's high priest today, she must remain with us and serve our entire clan as a slave. Yu Jiruo's sharp voice rang out, venomous malice gleaming in her eyes. Sherbei furrowed his brow, whispering to Liu Piaopiao, "Do not worry. I will ensure your safety." He then cast a cold glare at Yu Jiruo, his voice firm. "Liu Piaopiao is already the high priestess of my lion tribe. It is not up to the Yuan clan's females to dictate her fate." Yu Jiruo seethed with anger. The once gallant and godlike Sherbei had ignored her, yet now he was fiercely protective of Liu Piaopiao. Just as she was about to erupt, Yuan Lin pressed firmly on her leg, a hint of menace in his grip, causing her to sulk in reluctant silence. Though she was Yuan Lin's female and enjoyed the best treatment in the entire Beast City, she dared not openly defy him. Sherbei, if this little female truly possesses powerful healing abilities, it would be a boon granted by the beast god, a blessing for the city of beasts. A towering beastman declared loudly, standing an impressive 2 meters tall, appearing to be around 40 years of age in Liu Piaopiao's eyes. Zhonglei, she is merely the female that the bandit beastmen of Zhe Huang Forest captured for auction a few days ago. I have never seen her healing abilities, and last time, I do not know what trick she used to startle us. Yu Jiruo said disdainfully, casting a provocative glance at Liu Piaopiao. Sherbei, should Liu Piaopiao lose to Yuan Shi today, we of the Black Bear tribe also have the right to claim her. She is a female purchased with over 10,000 beast crystals by our 4 great beast tribes. Xiongzhen glared at Liu Piaopiao, his eyes filled with lewd desire. Xiongzhen, as long as I, Sherbei, am here, you shall not lay a finger on Piaopiao. Sherbei's icy gaze pierced Xiongzhen. Let us focus on the competition first. If Liu Piaopiao loses, we 4 great beast tribes will have a right to decide her future, Yuan Lin declared loudly, nodding at Yuan Sh at that moment. 2 battered orc warriors from the elephant tribe hurriedly approached the front of the arena. Father, the elephant fire was killed by the tiger tribe leader and the 3rd-grade golden leopard in the Zhe Huang forest. The one speaking was the recently returned Xiang Lin. What? Xiang Lei stood up immediately, disbelief etched on his face as he looked at Xiang Lin. Xiang Lin extended his bloody hand, revealing a 4th-grade beast crystal, causing Xiang Lei to collapse onto his stone chair in anguish. Upon hearing the news, Liu Piaopiao felt her heart race, her face turning pale. It was Zhe and Jin Min Sherbei noticed Liu Piaopiao's distress. Gently grasping her tense hand and murmuring softly, "Piaopiao, do not be afraid. I am here to tea this moment." Liu Piao's heart was racing with anxiety. It seemed that she and the Beast City were truly fated to be at odds. Her man had slain the son of the Beast City, yes, Lord, and now she was to be punished. Humph, a tiger clan from the Zhehuang forest, Xiang Lei. It was high time to teach those lowly beasts roaming in the forest a lesson. Yuan Lin stood up, proclaiming loudly before striding onto the enormous arena. The tiger clan of the Zhehuang forest must pay for their transgressions, and the orc spirits surged as they shouted in fervor. All the beasts present were above the 3rd tier, with extraordinary senses, and the news of the tiger clan killing the son of the leader of the 4 great beast tribes quickly spread. Silence fell as everyone had witnessed Xiang Lin and his kin, covered in wounds. Perfectly timed, our high priest, Yuan Shi, would duel with Liu Piao to heal them both. Yuan Lin's voice boomed, and the crowd fell into a hush. Yuan Shi slowly ascended the arena, and upon reaching the center, he turned to Liu Piao. Liu Piao, please come forward. Yuan Lin called out. Shi Bei gently patted Liu Piao's hand, saying, regardless of the outcome, with me here, no one can harm you. Hearing this, warmth coursed through Liu Piao's heart, and she nodded slightly, feeling as if she were being pushed onto the stage, and she stepped forward slowly. Xiang Lin, bring your kin up here. Yuan Lin beckoned to the injured Xiang Lin, who nodded in acknowledgement. In a short while, Liu Piao and Yuan Shi stood on either side of the arena, while in the center stood the battered Xiang Lin and another third-tier beast. Yuan Lin glanced at Liu Piao, unconsciously displaying a hint of tenderness. Liu Piao, you may choose your healing target first, he said, confident that her healing abilities would not be particularly advanced, especially when faced with the enchanting beauty of the young female. Liu Piao was momentarily bewildered. She was curious about how the beast priest utilized beast crystals to heal orcs, and thus shook her head. Please allow Lord Yuan Shi to demonstrate his healing abilities first. Yuan Lin interpreted her hesitation as a sign of insecurity. Even if Liu Piao were to lose to Yuan Shi, he would protect her, as long as she was willing to heed his words. High Priest Yuan Shi, please proceed. Yuan Lin gestured towards Yuan Shi across from Liu Piao. Dear young lady, even if you were to lose to me today, our tribe will not make things difficult for you. Yuan Shi said gently as he approached the center. The closer he got, the faster his heart raced. He truly did not wish to harm such a charming and delicate young female. Yuan Shi chose Xiang Lin, for his wounds appeared to be more grievous than those of the other beast. He then produced a second-tier beast crystal and activated his beast abilities, 4 fourth-tier beast patterns shimmering on his forehead. The beast crystal glowed crimson as it adhered to his palm, gently gliding over Xiang Lin's numerous wounds. Instantly, the wounds began to heal at a visible rate, though his face remained pale from blood loss. How magnificent is High Priest Yuan Shi! The orcs erupted in admiration. Observing Yuan Shi's display of abilities, Liu Piao noticed the glow of the beast crystal in her hand dimming, resembling a worthless piece of black-brown stone. So this was how the beast priest harnessed the power contained within beast crystals. Alas, healing an orc consumed varying amounts of beast crystals depending on the severity of the wounds, and these crystals were extracted from the hearts of deceased orcs. Was this the power of life exchanged for death? A pang of compassion welled up within Liu Piao. Liu Piao, now that Yuan Shi has performed his healing art, having restored Xiang Lin with just 1 second-tier beast crystal, the injured Xiang clan beast is now your responsibility. Yuan Lin reminded the dazed young female, pondering, was she perhaps overwhelmed with fear? Without beast abilities, how could she utilize the beast crystal to heal this injured beast? The onlookers began to question her capabilities, but she can summon divine fire, and she is so beautiful. She must be the goddess favored by the beast god. One orc shouted, his eyes reflecting a belief in beauty as justice. Such a lovely young female. Even if she isn't a high priest, I would still revere and cherish her, another beast added. The male orcs were straightforward, easily swayed by Liu Piao's beauty. Just then, a familiar call echoed, and Liu Piao nearly burst into tears. Jin Min, Huze. She spotted 2 male orcs forcibly entering the arena from behind, her heart swelling with excitement as she lifted her dress and rushed toward them. However, before she could take 2 steps, Yuan Lin seized her arm. Liu Piao, you are now the female of the beast city. With all her might, she pushed against Yuan Lin's grip. Let me go. That is my beast husband. You must release me. Father, it was they who killed Xiang Hua. Xiang Lin leapt from the arena, swiftly making his way to the front row of stone seats where Xiang lay. Saturday, close the gates. Since you have come to us, today shall be the day you pay for your blood debts. Yuan Lin bellowed. No. Jin Min, Huze, you must leave. Liu Piao cried out anxiously. The 2 third-tier male orcs quickly shut the arena doors with a thunderous crash. Liu Piao, Huze, and Jin Min immediately charged onto the arena, intending to rescue Liu Piao from Yuan Lin's grasp. Yuan Lin, cradling Liu Piao, leaped back to the front row of stone seats. Liu Piao struggled desperately, pounding on Yuan Lin's back. "Let me go! Release me!" Her efforts were futile, and in frustration, she bit Yuan Lin's shoulder. "What is this, an impenetrable fortress? I nearly lost my front tooth." Her face flushed with rage. "Release her!" Hu Ze dashed forward, grabbing Yuan Lin's arm and pulling Liu Piao into his embrace. Meanwhile, on the arena, Xiang Lin transformed into a fourth-tier ferocious elephant, while below, Xiang Lei leapt onto the stage, morphing into a massive gray elephant nearing the fifth tier, engaging in a fierce battle with the transformed tiger and leopard. The third-tier leopard, despite its agility, struggled to withstand the onslaught of the fourth-tier elephant. Though the tiger was fourth tier, it found itself at a disadvantage against Xiang Lei, who had already reached a higher tier, and had to divert its attention to assist Jin Min in fending off Xiang Lin's lethal strikes. After several exchanges, the leopard's forelegs were trampled by the ferocious elephant, while Xiang Lin suffered a bite that severed his trunk. Xiang Lei, too, was mauled by Hu Ze, blood and flesh torn asunder. The ferocity of the beast surpassed that of the herbivorous orcs, as the leopard and tiger engaged the two high-tier elephants, gradually gaining the upper hand. Liu Piao watched the arena intently, her heart racing, palms sweating profusely. Just as the leopard was about to sink its teeth into Xiang Lin's neck, a massive black bear, Xiongzhen, transformed and leapt onto the arena, biting down on the leopard's hind leg and violently tossing it aside. The leopard's leg was nearly severed, blood spraying like a fountain. "No, Jin Min!" Liu Piao cried out, her heart breaking as she forcefully broke free from Hu Ze's embrace and rushed toward the arena. Hu Ze was taken aback, never expecting her to dare enter the battlefield of the male beasts. Before he could react, Liu Piao had leapt onto the back of the wounded leopard, shielding its body with her own. "Stop!" Hu Ze shouted, releasing a powerful aura of beast energy. The ferocious elephant, tiger, and black bear on the arena immediately transformed back into human forms. "Jin Min, you'll be fine," Liu Piao thought, her heart aching as tears streamed down her face like a broken string of pearls. Her pristine white rabbit fur cloak was stained with the leopard's blood. Regaining her composure, she activated her healing abilities, golden light radiating from her hands as she placed them upon the leopard's injured body. Under the golden halo of Liu Piao's palms, the nearly lifeless leopard's leg began to regenerate at a visible pace, and its wounds rapidly healed, prompting the leopard to transform back into its human form. Liu Piao quickly conjured a bee-skin skirt and tied it around Jin Min's waist. "Did you all see that? The petite female truly embodies the formidable power of a high priestess." Eliciting gasps of amazement from the orc crowd, Lion Bei, Yuan Lin, Xiongzhen, and even the high priest Yuan Shi all gaze at Liu Piaopiao in astonishment. Instantly, all the orcs respond, kneeling on one knee with their right hands pressed against their hearts. Their voices reverent. "Noble high priestess, you are a blessing from the beast god." Liu Piaopiao finds herself at a loss, uncertain whether to feel anger or to graciously ask them to rise. "Piaopiao, we have searched for you for so long," Jin Min exclaims, embracing Liu Piaopiao tightly. "Jin Min, I have missed you all so much," Liu Piaopiao replies, returning the embrace with fervor. Hu Ze swiftly approaches Liu Piaopiao and Jin Min, shielding them and casting a vigilant glance at the crowd, observing the hundreds of orcs in the arena kneeling in reverence. Liu Piaopiao steadies her composure and declares loudly, "Now that you know, I am the beast god's appointed high priestess. Please do not trouble me or my beast husbands any further." The orcs respond in unison. "Noble high priestess, we shall not trouble you." Yuan Lin, still in shock, slowly rises. "Noble high priestess, you are now the female of our 10,000 beast city. As for your beast husbands, that is a private matter between the elephant clan and them." This cunning Yuan Lin implies that the elephant clan intends to trouble Hu Ze and Jin Min, suggesting that 10,000 beast city cannot intervene. Liu Piaopiao inwardly curses him for his baldness and impotence that we merely wish to take our female away. The lord of 10,000 beast city should not interfere. Hu Ze asserts firmly, "Little tiger, Liu Piaopiao is now our female in 10,000 beast city. You cannot take her," Xiongzhen states, preparing to attack Hu Ze and Jin Min again. Xiang Lei, despite his numerous wounds, watches as Yuan Shi swiftly retrieves a beast crystal to heal him. Today, this tiger and leopard shall not leave 10,000 Beast City alive, Xiang Lei proclaims, transforming into a massive elephant and emitting a deafening trumpet. Realizing their intent, Liu Piaopiao immediately releases Jin Min and interjects, "Spare Huzai and Jin Min. I am willing to negotiate." Liu Piaopiao understands that the orcs of the Black Bear clan and Elephant clan have not yet acted. Once they heed the Lord's command, Huzai and Jin Min will surely not survive 10,000 Beast City. Her healing abilities can only target those still breathing. No, Piaopiao, we must take you away. Jin Min insists, clutching Liu Piaopiao tightly, unwilling to lose her again. Aware of Jin Min's stubbornness, Liu Piaopiao calls out to Huzai. "Huzai, listen to me. Take Jin Min and leave 10,000 Beast City. We will find a way to get me out later." Huzai feels a sharp pang in his heart, fiercely pulling Liu Piaopiao from Jin Min's embrace and holding her tightly, wishing to merge her into his very essence, not wanting to part for even a moment. However, the current situation does not afford him the luxury of sentimentality. He must take Jin Min and plan for the future to know this foul tiger and leopard cannot leave. Xiang Lei growls, transforming back into his beast form in anger. "Xiang Lei, what must you do to let them go?" Liu Piaopiao steps forward, meeting Xiang Lei's gaze unflinchingly. Xiang Lei points at Jin Min and Huzai, his eyes wide. "They've killed my son, Xiang Hua. They must pay with their lives." Liu Piaopiao glances at Xiang Lin, who is being healed by Yuan Shi. His severed trunk has not regrown. Yuan Shi can only heal his external wounds. The healing powers of the beast crystal cannot restore lost limbs. "Xiang Lei, your other son, Xiang Lin, is currently missing his trunk. That I can heal him, but please spare my males." Upon hearing Liu Piaopiao's words, Xiang Lei hesitates, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his eyes. But soon he bellows, "Humph, do you think this can compensate for my son Xiang Hua's death?" Liu Piaopiao stabilizes her emotions, forcing calmness, and replies slowly, "Lord Xiang Lei, if an elephant loses its trunk, it has undoubtedly lost half its life. I believe that across the entire Zhuang continent, I am the only high priestess capable of restoring Xiang Lin to his full beast form." Xiang Lei is both furious and agitated. Liu Piaopiao speaks the truth. Xiang Hua is dead, and they cannot afford to lose Xiang Lin, a fourth-tier male beast. It is exceedingly difficult for herbivorous males to advance in their ranks. If not for the fallen beasts assisting their clan in harnessing the power of their forebears, he and his two sons would never have attained the fourth tier. After a long contemplation, Xiang Lei finally exhales deeply. "Very well. If you can heal Xiang Lin, I will spare them." Liu Piaopiao breathes a sigh of relief. "Thank you, Lord Xiang Huzai and Jin Min exchange glances, filled with reluctance as they look at Liu Piaopiao. Liu Piaopiao approaches Xiang Lin's beast form, activating her healing powers. Golden light radiates as the severed trunk rapidly regenerates, and Xiang Lin immediately returns to his former state. Free of the pallor of injury, the boundless power of the High Priestess stirs the hundreds of orcs in the arena to cheer loudly. Yuan Shi glances at Yuan Lin, and both reveal their dissatisfaction. "Huzai, Jin Min, hurry and leave," Liu Piaopiao urges as she turns to them. "Want to leave? In 10,000 B City, you must wait for the agreement of all four city lords." Xiongzhen blocks their path. "Xiongzhen, you have no quarrel with my males. Why must you make things difficult for us?" Liu Piaopiao glares fiercely at Xiongzhen. Xiongzhen smirks wickedly. "High Priestess, you are now one of us in 10,000 B City, and your males have killed our elephant clan leader. According to the rules of 10,000 B City, blood must be repaid with blood. Xiongzhen, do not go too far. You and Lord Xiang Lei have already injured my males." Liu Piaopiao thinks to herself, had it not been for her healing powers, Jin Min would have long since been slain by that wretched black bear and Xiang Lin. "Let them go." Lion Bei dashes to Liu Piaopiao's side, gently embracing her. "Lion Bei, what do you mean by this? These two males have killed Xiang Lei's son, and you have always maintained good relations with Xiang Lei. It seems that for the sake of a beautiful female, brotherly bonds mean little." Xiongzhen's words are laden with provocation. Xiang Lei has already promised the High Priestess not to trouble these two males. "You have no right to stop them from leaving." Lion Bei stands firm in front of Huzai and Jin Min. "What if I do not let them leave today?" then you may try. Will it be a duel between you and me, or will it be a battle between the Black Bear clan and our Lion clan? Lion Bay's eyes darken as he speaks coldly. What? The two lords of 10,000 B City are prepared to clash over two inferior males from the Zhuang forest. Yuan Lin interjects, stepping onto the platform and pulling Xiongzhen away from Lion Bay. Lion Bay, Liu Piaopiao is the female of our four great beast clans that if you wish to let her males go, it is possible, but Liu Piaopiao must agree to our conditions, Xiongzhen states. Staring intently at Liu Piaopiao. What conditions? Liu Piaopiao meets his gaze. You must reside in the Black Bear clan's fortress. That is impossible. Lion Bay vehemently objects that he knows Xiongzhen's intentions all too well. Then do not blame me for being impolite. Xiongzhen bellows, unleashing a surge of powerful beast energy. Lion Bay, seeing this, refuses to back down, stepping protectively in front of Liu Piaopiao. Xiongzhen, do not go too far. I will never allow Piaopiao to reside with your Black Bear clan. Just as tensions rise, Yuan Lin declares loudly, let Liu Piaopiao reside with the Ape clan. That would be fair. Turning to Lion Bay, he continues, since Liu Piaopiao is our four great beast clans' purchased female, and now the high priestess of 10,000 B City, she does not belong solely to your Lion clan. Lion Bay furrows his brow, about to protest, but Liu Piaopiao shakes her head, stopping him. Liu Piaopiao looks at Yuan Lin. If you let Hu Zhe and Jin Min leave today, I will agree to reside with the Ape clan. Liu Piaopiao realizes that the covetous and predatory glint in Xiongzhen's eyes means she must avoid excessive contact with him. Clearly, they will not allow her to reside with the Lion clan any longer. Regardless, she is a captive wherever she stays. The Ape clan, led by Yuan Lin, should pose less risk to her safety. Yuan Lin glances at Xiongzhen and slowly states, since the High Priestess has spoken, let these two males depart. With a wicked grin tugging at the corners of his mouth, Xiongzhen remarked, little female, I shall spare your two male beasts today, merely for your sake, should I encounter them again. Do not expect my courtesy to remain in a fit of anger. Jin Min yearned to confront him, but was restrained by Hu Zhe. Piao. Hu Zhe whispered gently into Liu Piaopiao's ear. Holding her tightly, I will find a way to rescue you. Tears streamed down Liu Piaopiao's face as she clung to her man, each drop scorching Hu Zhe's heart with immense pain. He longed to fight the beasts of Wanshou City at that moment. Yet he pondered who would protect Piaopiao should he perish alongside Jin Min. He resolved to return and gather his kin to rescue her from Wanshou City. Piaopiao, I cannot bear to leave you, Jin Min implored, pulling Liu Piaopiao's arm, his eyes glistening with emotion. Releasing Hu Zhe, Liu Piaopiao turned to embrace the foolish leopard, standing on her tiptoes to plant a gentle kiss on his lips. Be obedient. Leave with Hu Zhe. You must not come to harm. I will wait for you. Jin Min tenderly caressed the tear-streaked face of Liu Piaopiao, his voice trembling. Piaopiao, I cannot bear to part with you. You must go. You are no match for them. Once more, Liu Piaopiao rose on her toes to whisper in his ear, Jin Min, I love you. You must remain safe. Jin Min's heart was a tumult of joy and sorrow. His Piaopiao loved him dearly, yet he was compelled to leave her alone in Wanshou City. A flicker of pain crossed Hu Zhe's eyes as he drew Liu Piaopiao into his embrace. You love him, but what of me? Liu Piaopiao believed her voice was barely audible, just enough for Jin Min to hear it, of course. Uttering such words was merely a strategy to convince the foolish leopard to escape. Sensing Hu Zhe's despondency, she tightened her hold on him and softly murmured, I love you too, Hu Zhe, very much. Therefore you, Jin Min, and Tu Ju must not come to harm. You must leave quickly. Hu Zhe felt a wave of relief wash over him as he lowered his head to press his lips firmly against Liu Piaopiao's delicate mouth. After a moment, he released her and swiftly took Jin Min away. The entrance to the arena was flung open by two beasts of the ape tribe, and as Hu Zhe and Jin Min reached the threshold, they turned back for one last look at Liu Piaopiao. Go. Liu Piaopiao's voice trembled with suppressed sobs. She too felt the pang of parting. In an instant, the two transformed into a colossal tiger and a golden leopard, vanishing from the arena's entrance in the blink of an eye. Once they disappeared, Liu Piaopiao buried her face in her hands and collapsed to the ground, wailing uncontrollably, her heart heavy with grievance. How dare these high-ranking beasts confine me in this wretched place? I merely wish to cry. The onlooking beastmen were at a loss. Their high priestess wept with the innocence of a young female. Shifting their reverence to sympathy, Piaopiao, do not cry. Have we not ensured the safe departure of your male beasts? Lion Bei knelt down, gently enfolding Liu Piaopiao in his arms. Leave me be, Liu Piaopiao protested, pushing against Lion Bei's chest, but to no avail. Enough, do not cry. Lion Bei soothed, his tone gentled. Is this truly our high priestess? Cry like a weaned cub. How utterly ridiculous, Yuji Ruo remarked. Sauntering onto the stage with an air of derision, Liu Piaopiao raised her tear-streaked face to glance at her, only to look away, disinterested in her unfriendly tone and expression. Ignored, Yuji Ruo simmered with anger. Do not be so ungrateful. Silence. Yuan Lin interjected, a hint of irritation in his voice as he firmly grasped Yuji Ruo's arm. Surprised, she had never witnessed Yuan Lin's anger directed at her. The pressure made her wince, and she dared not provoke him further. After a moment, Yuan Lin released Yuji Ruo's arm and turned his gentle gaze toward Liu Piaopiao. Esteemed High Priestess, may we address you as Piaopiao? He inquired politely, extending a hand to invite her to dismount. Liu Piaopiao glanced at Yuji Ruo, who was glaring at her, and offered an awkward smile. Yuan Lin, you are too kind. You may all call me Liu Piaopiao. She then patted the horse's back, which slowly knelt down, allowing her to gracefully dismount. Piaopiao, I have instructed my kin to prepare a room for you. Please follow me, Yuan Shi said with a smile, stepping forward to guide her. Liu Piaopiao nodded politely. Thank you, Lord Yuan Lin and High Priest Yuan Shi. Yuan Shi led Liu Piaopiao to a room on the second floor, the last one at the end of the hall. Inside, it was furnished with a wooden bed, a wooden cabinet, and a jade table. Most considerate of all, a small wooden table by the window held a piece of obsidian mirror, polished to a sheen by the sharp claws of the beasts, reflecting her image with crystal clarity. As Liu Piaopiao stood before the mirror, she took a moment to admire her stunning beauty. Even a slight furrowing of her brow evoked sympathy. Piaopiao, are you satisfied with our arrangements? Yuan Shi inquired, gazing tenderly at her lovely profile. Liu Piaopiao nodded. High Priest Yuan Shi, I appreciate your efforts. It is our honor to host you in our ape tribe, Yuan Shi replied warmly. High Priest Yuan Shi, I'm feeling a bit weary today and would like to rest, Liu Piaopiao said, her demeanor betraying her fatigue. Noticing her fragile state, Yuan Shi nodded. Piaopiao, please rest well. I will instruct the slaves to attend to your needs. With that, he gently exited her room. Once alone, Liu Piaopiao carefully removed the rabbit fur cloak stained with Jin Min's blood. Shedding her defenses as she lay upon the bed covered in animal pelts, her heart heavy with sorrow, she currently lacked the strength to escape Wanshou City. Meanwhile, in Yuji Ruo's room, she furiously smashed furniture and hurled exquisite wooden boxes filled with countless pearls and colorful gems. Have you finished your tantrum? Yuan Lin bellowed in frustration. Humph. Yuan Lin, do not forget that you and Yuan Shi are my beasts. Why does Liu Piaopiao deserve such a spacious room? Yuji Ruo retorted. She is the high priestess of Wanshou City and deserves the respect of all beastmen. Do not be so angry. A voice interjected. Yuan Lin stepped forward, lifting her effortlessly and laying her upon the spacious wooden bed. In an instant, the two found themselves entwined, their hearts laid bare. I could see that moment. The visage of Liu Piaopiao, stunningly beautiful and captivating, flooded Yuan Lin's mind, and it could hardly contain the surging passion that rippled through the room. Before long, High Priest Yuan Shi entered, his gaze darkening. With remarkable speed, he tore away his bee-skin skirt and hastened towards them. As usual, skilled in her art, tilted her head in eager compliance. Meanwhile, in another part of the chamber, the lion kin, Lion Bei, reclined on the massive stone bed once occupied by Liu Piaopiao. The soft bee skin still bore the alluring warmth of the female scent. As Lion Bei caressed the skin, it felt as though he were brushing against her very form. His blood surged with primal energy, the full moon above amplifying his discomfort. My lord, allow me to serve you, he implored. Lion Yu, wrapped in the unwashed garments Liu Piaopiao had worn, sought to mask the scent of the lioness. And no wonder Lion Bei had not noticed her presence sooner, as she approached his bedside. Intending to touch him, Lion Bei erupted in fury, kicking her away. "Get out! Do not touch anything that belongs to Piaopiao." "Why not? My lord, have you not noticed my feelings for you all these years?" Lion Yu retorted defiantly. Lion Bei, refusing to even meet her gaze, coldly commanded, "Leave, and do not make me repeat myself." "You will never have Liu Piaopiao," Lion Yu longed to declare. "You are already half disfigured. I am the one who truly cares for you." Sitting upright, Lion Bei's eyes turned icy as he spat out a single word. "Leave." Seeing the chilling intensity in his gaze, Lion Yu fled in panic. Lion Bei traced the contours of his scarred face. An unfamiliar sadness settling over him, a sense of profound isolation. As night fell, Liu Piaopiao awakened, exclaiming, "Esteemed High Priest, you are awake." She noticed a frail young female standing beside her wooden bed, with pointed cat ears and large round eyes. "What is your name?" "High Priest, I am called Mao Zi," the young female replied with a shy smile. Liu Piaopiao returned the smile. "How old are you?" Mao Zi appeared to be of similar height, around 1.65 meters, a stature considered juvenile among beastkin. "High Priest, I'm already of age," Mao Zi answered, somewhat bashfully. "Are all the adult females of your catkin so slender and petite?" Liu Piaopiao inquired with curiosity. Mao Zi shook her head, her expression darkening. "That I am a slave of the human ape tribe. When we were still young, we consumed growth-inhibiting herbs." Liu Piaopiao's thoughts raced. Could it be that certain twisted males here have peculiar preferences? She shuddered at the implications. The world of beastkin was far more complex than she had imagined. Rising slowly, Liu Piaopiao adjusted her garments. "High Priest, will you dine in your room or join the Lord in the hall?" Mao Zi asked cautiously. Liu Piaopiao smiled warmly. "I will dine in my room. I would appreciate your assistance." Mao Zi immediately shook her head in protest. "Esteemed High Priest, please do not say it is a trouble. I am your servant, and it is my duty to care for you." Seeing Mao Zi's timid demeanor stirred something within Liu Piaopiao. The law of the jungle dictated survival of the fittest. Had she not possessed healing abilities, she might have met the same fate as Mao Zi. Yet, reflecting on her current circumstances, she could only scoff. Even with her powers, she remained a captive, confined and controlled. "Please enjoy your meal. This was personally prepared for you by the Lord," Mao Zi said, gently placing a platter on the jade table. Liu Piaopiao offered her a slight smile and took her seat on the wooden stool. The platter held golden brown bread, rich meat broth, several pieces of well-cooked meat, and sliced fruits resembling snow pears. With a wooden spoon, Liu Piaopiao savored the meal. Though the bread lacked fluffiness, it was fragrant, the broth perfectly seasoned, and the spiced meat was exceptionally delicious. The human ape tribe indeed demonstrated culinary prowess. After dinner, Liu Piaopiao gazed out the window towards the distant fortress of Bee City, its towers rising like mountains, flickering with the glow of flames, while her heart yearned for the deeper woods beyond. "Ah, Liu Piaopiao, do you long for your beast, wishing to return to the Zhuang forest?" Yu Zhuo, flaunting her voluptuous figure in a creamy, white linen gown, entered the room adorned with lustrous pearls and colorful gemstone bracelets, even sparkling gems gracing her ankles. "You are the female of Lord Yuanlin, are you not? Is it so strange to wish to return to my own kin?" Liu Piaopiao replied coolly. "Why have you come to Bee City, you wretched female?" Yu Zhuo spat, incensed at Liu Piaopiao's indifference. She stepped forward and struck Liu Piaopiao across the face. "Chief, the Lord has specifically ordered that the High Priest be treated with utmost respect." Mao Zi murmured timidly from the side. "You insolent slave. Say another word, and I shall silence you." Yu Zhuo glared at Mao Zi, who immediately lowered her head. Fearful, she had experienced Yu Zhuo's cruelty before, having been bullied by the other females in the tribe simply because her name shared a syllable with Yu Zhuo. "Is that what strength do you possess to bully a female? I have no desire to stay in Bee City. It was your lord who forced me to remain here," Liu Piaopiao retorted, her anger flaring that if only her strength matched Yu Zhuo's, she would have relished the chance to retaliate. "You little wench, seeking punishment. Are you?" Yu Zhuo advanced, seizing Liu Piaopiao's hair. Enraged, Liu Piaopiao summoned a heavy, ancient tome from her spatial pocket, striking it against Yu Zhihua's face. The tome's copper edges grazed Yu Zhihua's skin, causing her to wince in pain as warmth seeped from the cut. Rushing to a nearby obsidian mirror, Yu Zhihua gasped, "How dare you mar my face?" She turned, seething with rage, ready to attack Liu Piaopiao. "Stop!" Yuan Lin's commanding voice rang out as he grasped Yu Zhihua's hand. Flinging it away, Yu Zhihua stumbled back, her expression a mix of resentment and grievance as she stared at Yuan Lin. "I am your female. This wretched creature has scarred my face." Tears welled in her eyes as she continued. "Are you infatuated with her? I want her gone. She does not belong in the human-ape tribe. Silence. If you do not calm down, I shall confine you to the cellar." Yuan Lin's eyes glinted with severity. Yu Zhihua's eyes widened in disbelief as she gasped, "Yuan Lin, you are my bonded beast, and you would imprison me for this wretch?" At that moment, Yuan Shi rushed into the room, assessing the scene before him. He approached Yu Zhihua, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulders. Ruo, it is nothing. The wound will heal shortly. Do not quarrel with your brother." With that, he produced a first-tier beast crystal, channeling his healing abilities to gently mend Yu Zhihua's cheek. As she felt the restoration, she leaned against Yuan Shi, tears glistening in her eyes. "Lord Yuan Lin, you must see, I am ill-suited to remain in your tribe," Liu Piaopiao said, her face swollen from the earlier encounter. She could have healed herself, but chose not to. Leaving this tumultuous place would be ideal. "Piaopiao, I assure you, this is the last time. Please remain at ease within the human-ape tribe," Yuan Lin implored, hand pressed to his heart in a gesture of respect. "Yuan Lin, if she does not wish to stay, let her return to the lion kin. I cannot bear to see her," Yu Zhihua lamented, feeling the grip of jealousy as she sensed Yuan Lin's heart had been drawn to Liu Piaopiao. How could this wretched creature capture the affections of her beast? In the absence of her presence, Yuan Lin indulged himself in every whim and desire. Yet at this moment, she felt a profound resentment. "Lord City Master Yuan Lin, I wish to return to the Lion Clan. Do you think that would be permissible? This way, I can still remain within the confines of the Beast City." Liu Piaopiao was reluctant to engage in the palace intrigues surrounding him, especially with Yu Zhihua, who harbored palpable hostility toward her. It would be prudent for her to make a swift exit. "Piaopiao, you are a shared female among our 4 great beast clans. It is impossible for you to reside solely within the Lion Clan. I promise to return you to the Lion Clan in a month's time." Yuan Lin's thoughts were consumed with the desire to win over Liu Piaopiao within this month, to have her as his beloved and transform her into the high priestess of his human simian tribe. He believed that by fulfilling all her desires, he could win her heart. "However, I do not wish for your female to harbor resentment towards me. Unless absolutely necessary, please ensure she does not come to my chamber." Liu Piaopiao could only settle for this compromise, hoping Yuan Lin would honor his promise. Yuan Lin nodded. "Very well, from now on, I shall not allow Ro to disturb you in your quarters. You may rest assured in the human simian tribe." After saying this, Yuan Lin turned and departed, dragging the furious Yu Zhihua along with him. Before exiting, he instructed Mao Zi, "Take good care of Piaopiao. Otherwise, you shall face my wrath." "Yes, Lord City Master," Mao Zi hurriedly replied. "I'm sorry, Piaopiao, I apologize on behalf of Ro for the injury on your face." Yuan Shi approached Liu Piaopiao, attempting to reach out and caress her swollen cheek. Liu Piaopiao instinctively blocked his hand, softly replying, "It is nothing serious. I can heal this minor injury myself. Please, High Priest Yuan Shi, leave now. I am quite fatigued and wish to rest." Yuan Shi observed Liu Piaopiao's distant demeanor, his expression inscrutable, and gently nodded. "Piaopiao, do take care. Tomorrow, I shall take you to the hunting grounds of Beast City." Liu Piaopiao merely wished for him to leave quickly. She glanced at him and nodded. Yuan Shi smiled faintly and slowly exited the room. "Mao Zi, please close the door behind you and take your rest as well," Liu Piaopiao gently instructed. "Yes," Mao Zi quietly complied, carefully shutting the wooden door. "Damn it, how long must I remain in this wretched place?" Liu Piaopiao felt lost and helpless. In comparison, she found herself feeling somewhat safer among the Lion Clan. She approached the window and peered down. The second floor of the human simian tribe was not particularly high. Could she escape at night? With this thought in mind, Liu Piaopiao pulled over a wooden stool and sat by the window, stealthily observing the patrol patterns of the male beasts. It seemed that groups of 3 or 5 took turns on duty, and Liu Piaopiao diligently noted their shift changes. Meanwhile, in the lion clan, Sherbei lay restless on his stone bed, his mind filled with visions of Liu Piaopiao's every smile and frown, as well as the scene of her embracing and kissing the male beasts in the arena. Reluctant to part, what was happening to him? He felt an intense yearning for Piaopiao and jealousy at the sight of her with those 2 males. His heart was in turmoil. He quickly rolled out of bed, leaped from a window, and transformed into a massive white lion, racing toward the human simian tribe. Liu Piaopiao, like a vigilant owl, kept watch from the window, scrutinizing the patrolling male beasts if she were to tear the burlap into strips. Descending to the ground floor wouldn't be too difficult. However, the vast square would make it easy for the beastmen to spot her halfway through. Frustration welled within her. Perhaps it was best to sleep for now. Her escape plan had already hit a snag before it could be set in motion. Unbeknownst to her, Sherbei concealed his presence, lingering outside the walls of the human simian tribe for quite some time, leaving only as dawn's light began to break. On that winter's morning, the glaring sunlight offered no warmth. Mao Zi stood silently at the foot of Liu Piaopiao's bed, unwilling to disturb the high priestess's slumber. After waiting for a considerable time, without any sign of activity from Liu Piaopiao's chamber, Yuan Shi, unable to contain his impatience, entered. High Priest Yuan Shi. Yuan Shi immediately gestured for silence towards Mao Zi, softly approaching Liu Piaopiao's bedside. What a stunning little female! As she slept, her alabaster skin resembled the most translucent jade, and her delicate features seemed to be meticulously sculpted by the beast gods themselves. Yuan Shi sat gently at the edge of her bed, quietly admiring the slumbering Liu Piaopiao. Previously, he had believed that Ro was the most beautiful female in the Zhuang continent, but Liu Piaopiao's appearance had stirred an uncontrollable affection within him. As noon approached, Liu Piaopiao remained in deep slumber, and a hint of worry began to surface in Yuan Shi's eyes. Was the little female unwell? Unable to resist, he reached out to touch her forehead. Liu Piaopiao slowly opened her eyes to find a man's face hovering close. Startled awake and desperate for relief from her pressing need, she nearly wet the bed. High Priest Yuan Shi, why are you in my room? I need to get up and freshen up. You understand, right? Could you please step outside for a moment? Liu Piaopiao managed an awkward smile. Yuan Shi smiled gently. Piaopiao, we agreed to go to the hunting grounds today. It is already noon. Please rise and join me for a meal in the hall. Please, High Priest Yuan Shi, I will be ready shortly. Could you step outside for a bit? Liu Piaopiao quickly sat up, reassured by her attire, though she knew they were not overly concerned about such matters. Very well. I shall wait for you outside, Yuan Shi replied before exiting Liu Piaopiao's room. High Priestess, these garments and jewels were prepared for you by Lord City Master. He instructed the servants to assist you in dressing, Mao Zi said while helping Liu Piaopiao change clothes and style her hair. Once Liu Piaopiao had washed and dressed, she stepped out of her room. Yuan Shi's eyes lit up with undisguised admiration as he beheld her transformed appearance. Liu Piaopiao wore a flowing white gown, draped with a vibrant red fox fur cloak, adorned with a necklace and jeweled headpiece that rendered her ethereal and resplendent. Piaopiao, you are truly beautiful. I shall take you to the hall. Lord Yuan Lin and the beastmen of the human simian tribe await your arrival. Yuan Shi spoke with a hint of reverence. Thank you. High Priest Yuan Shi, please lead the way. Liu Piaopiao responded politely. In no time, they arrived at the spacious dining hall on the first floor, which was as grand as that of the Lion Clan, with a massive stone table filled with the beastmen of the human simian tribe. Upon seeing Liu Piaopiao enter, their eyes were drawn to her with awe and fascination. Liu Piaopiao felt her cheeks flush with warmth. While she desired beauty, the naked admiration of so many still embarrassed her. She was, after all, a woman of modesty. Piaopiao, welcome to our human simian tribe. Yuan Lin stood, placing a hand over his heart and smiling courteously. Welcome, High Priestess, to our human simian tribe. All the beastmen in the hall bowed and shouted in unison. Liu Piaopiao smiled in response, her voice bright. Thank you all. Piaopiao, please, this is the lunch we specially prepared for you. I hope it meets your satisfaction, Yuan Lin said, guiding Liu Piaopiao to the seat of honor beside him. Liu Piaopiao noticed Yu Zhuo seated on the opposite side, glaring at her with intensity. She politely stated, "Lord City Master Yuan Lin, I am fine sitting here," pointing to the seat beside him before slowly taking her place. Yuan Lin said nothing further, merely nodding to the slaves behind him. Soon, a procession of about 20 females entered the hall, carrying trays of food. Liu Piaopiao observed that her and Yu Zhuo's platters contain a roasted fish, baked bread, sliced fruits, and a bowl of vegetable meat soup, while the other beastmen were served only large portions of roasted meat and broth. The human simian tribe had taken great care in providing for her, causing Liu Piaopiao's aversion to them to diminish slightly. After enjoying a hearty meal, Liu Piaopiao followed Yuan Lin and the group of beastmen to the hunting grounds within Beast City. Piaopiao, Sherbei caught sight of the little female he had longed for and could not sleep without, his heart skipping a beat. "Lord Sherbei, you are here too." Liu Piaopiao looked at Sherbei, whose eyes sparkled with excitement, causing her to feel a tinge of embarrassment. Sherbei nodded. "Today there is an exceptionally rare snow fox in the hunting grounds. I will surely win it for you." Liu Piaopiao was taken aback, pointing to herself. "For me? Lord Sherbei, you need not be so courteous." A fleeting glimmer of disappointment crossed the eyes of Sherbei, but he swiftly regained his composure, gazing tenderly at Liu Piaopiao. "The fur of the snow fox is exceptionally beautiful, far surpassing that of your rabbit fur. I shall win it for you." Suddenly, Liu Piaopiao recalled that Huzhe had used rabbit fur as a gift for his own bonding ceremony. Could it be that Sherbei intended to present a pelt for the same purpose? That simply would not do. Liu Piaopiao immediately waved her hands in refusal. "Lord Sherbei, I cannot accept your gift. Is there not a rule here that a female must agree to a bond upon receiving a gift? I do not consent." Sherbei's expression darkened abruptly, his gray eyes lowering in dismay. "Ha ha, Sherbei, how does it feel to be publicly rejected while professing your feelings to a young female?" Xiongzhen laughed heartily, striding toward Liu Piaopiao. "Xiongzhen, I merely wish to win that snow fox for Piaopiao. I make no demand for her to become my bonded female," Sherbei replied, his tone icy as he glanced at Xiongzhen. "Sherbei, you were once the most handsome male in the Beast City. Even the most beautiful female, Yu Zhuo, pursued you relentlessly for years, yet you paid her no heed," Xiongzhen said lightly, casting a glance at Liu Piaopiao before continuing. "Do not forget that a century ago, in front of all the beastmen in the city, you swore an oath to the beast god, declaring that you did not need a bonded female and that your sole focus was to elevate your beast rank and protect the Beast City." Yu Zhuo recalled how Sherbei had made such a vow to reject her confession, a flicker of pain and resentment crossing her eyes as she sneered. "Humph, Sherbei, back then, the females of Beast City were enamored with your handsome appearance. But now, who would desire a male whose beauty has been utterly destroyed?" Sherbei gazed at Liu Piaopiao's enchanting visage, and upon hearing Yu Zhuo's mockery, his gray eyes dimmed. How could he, in his current state, be worthy of such a captivating female? "I have also resided among the Lion clan, and Lord Sherbei's intention to present a gift is merely a gesture of goodwill," Liu Piaopiao mused. Recalling her days of leisure within the Lion clan, it was evident that Xiongzhen and Yu Zhuo were targeting Sherbei. Thus, she resolved to stand by Sherbei, as the enemy of my enemy is my friend. "Piaopiao, will you accept the snow fox I present to you?" Sherbei's heart leaped with joy, akin to that of a lovesick youth, eagerly anticipating Liu Piaopiao's nod of affirmation. Liu Piaopiao smiled gently. "Since Lord Sherbei has proclaimed the snow fox's fur to be exceptionally beautiful, I believe I shall certainly adore it." "Excellent," Sherbei replied, turning swiftly to stride toward the Lion clan's territory. The hunting grounds were considerably larger than the fighting arena of the Beast City. The rules of the hunting grounds dictated that a few rare and precious beasts would be released within the arena, occasionally including exotic beasts hunted from the Beast God Mountain, such as today's snow fox, which was as large as a cow, with its snow-white and exquisitely soft fur. Each major beast clan sent forth a male beastman to enter the hunting grounds. In the arena, 3 enormous iron cages held a massive 10-meter-long python, a snow fox the size of a cow, and a gigantic tiger resembling an elephant. The sight of the enormous python sent shivers down Liu Piaopiao's spine, reminiscent of the terrifying scenes from the movie Anaconda. The beasts released in today's hunting grounds were all highly aggressive, particularly the python and snow fox, both exotic creatures from the beast god mountain. The python's gallbladder was sought after for its potent antidote, while the snow fox's pelt was a coveted garment among females, with a commanding roar from the male beastman overseeing the hunting grounds. Sherbei transformed into a magnificent snow-white lion and raced into the arena. Xiongzhen, unwilling to lag behind, immediately morphed into a massive black bear, leaping alongside the white lion. Yuan Lin, I too desire that snow fox. Yu Zhuo purred, entwining her arm with Yuan Lin's in a display of flirtation. In the past, whenever she had played the coquette, Yuan Lin would always indulge her desires. Yuan Lin cast a sidelong glance at Liu Piaopiao. Contemplating, the snow fox's size was ample enough to be divided into two, allowing both Ro and Liu Piaopiao to don splendid cloaks. Very well, Ruo, I shall personally win it for you and Piaopiao, he declared, leaping into the hunting grounds and instantly transforming into a colossal ape-like beast. Liu Piaopiao was taken aback, astonished by the sight of the handsome and refined Yuan Lin transformed into a gorilla of yak-like proportions. Yu Zhuo shot a furious glare at Liu Piaopiao, her desire to monopolize the snow fox clashing with her disdain for this interloper. That moment, the iron cage creaked open and the enormous python lunged forth, coiling around the nearest black bear, while the tiger sprang out, aiming for the ape-like beast. The snow fox leaped from its cage, and the white lion surged forward in pursuit, sensing the overwhelming force and pressure of its predator. The snow fox bolted backward in a panic. The white lion closed in swiftly, while the ape-like beast seized the tiger by its hind leg and hurled it toward the white lion. Leaping after the fleeing snow fox, simultaneously, the black bear found itself ensnared by the python, which opened its gaping maw, preparing to swallow the bear whole. Liu Piaopiao felt a wave of nausea wash over her at the horrific sight, nearly losing her composure. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the black bear, despite its smaller size, managed to tear the python in half as it breathed its last. The python's massive head remained agape. The black bear immediately charged toward the direction where the snow fox had fled. Meanwhile, the white lion swiftly severed the tiger's neck with a powerful bite, discarding the lifeless body several meters away. Then, the white lion, black bear, and ape-like beast engaged in a fierce struggle, tearing into one another. Liu Piaopiao watched the hunt with bated breath as the black bear and ape-like beast coordinated their attacks against the white lion. Initially, the white lion evaded their assaults, not retaliating against the ape or the black bear. Yet the black bear, in a frenzy, managed to tear away a chunk of flesh from the white lion's foreleg, while the ape-like beast leaped onto the lion's back, sinking its teeth into the lion's most vulnerable point, the belly. Blood gushed forth from the white lion's body. Sherbei go! Liu Piaopiao sprang to her feet, shouting fervently. The white lion, as if invigorated by her encouragement, forcefully shook off the massive ape and lunged at the black bear with lightning speed, biting down on its forelimb and flinging it several meters away. The black bear's limb was left mangled, exposing bone beneath the gory wound, while the ape-like beast, realizing the white lion's change in demeanor, retreated, no longer daring to charge. The snow fox darted around the arena, but the white lion's explosive speed allowed it to swiftly seize the snow fox by the neck. The fox's sharp claws raked across the lion's head. But after a brief struggle, it fell silent. The white lion, with a magnificent snow fox in its jaws, gracefully approached Liu Piaopiao's position at that moment. The male beastman presiding over the hunting grounds bellowed. Today, the snow fox belongs to Lord Sherbei, the python to Lord Xiongzhen, and the tiger to Lord Yuan Lin. The gathered beastmen erupted in thunderous cheers, proclaiming the might of their lords. The white lion discarded the snow fox and transformed back into the beastman Sherbei, his clan members promptly adorning him with a pelt skirt. Dressed in regal attire, Sherbei hastily approached Liu Piaopiao, his face beaming with joy, yet his features, a striking blend of celestial beauty and grotesque disfigurement, rendered his smile oddly unsettling. Piaopiao, I have won the snow fox. I shall personally craft a magnificent cloak for you. Liu Piaopiao noticed that the beautiful half of his face bore a deep gash, blood trickling from the corner of his eye to his lip, while his arm had been savaged by the black bear, leaving a gruesome wound. "Sherbei, how can you still smile? Wounded as you are," Liu Piaopiao exclaimed, quickly harnessing her mental energy to unleash her healing abilities. Instantly, golden light enveloped Sherbei's abdomen, shoulder, and then his face. The wounds visibly healed at an astonishing pace, and, as the golden light illuminated his features, the gash on his face rapidly closed, while the disfigured side began to regenerate at a remarkable speed. The once jagged and gruesome scars vanished, revealing an extraordinary beauty akin to that of a celestial being, his chiseled features captivating and breathtaking. His long white hair seemed to radiate a divine glow, and his deep gray eyes sparkled with allure, leaving Liu Piaopiao momentarily entranced. "Piaopiao, what is the matter with you?" Upon witnessing the complete healing of his wounds, Sherbei could not help but marvel at the prowess of the priestess. Piaopiao, who had been appointed by the beast god to her words, Liu Piaopiao offered an awkward smile, saying, "It's nothing, Sherbei, you are fully recovered now. Thank you for securing the snow fox for me." Sherbei knelt on one knee, placing his right hand over his heart. "My esteemed priestess, it is an honor to have won the snow fox for you, and I am utterly humbled by your favor." Liu Piaopiao gently assisted him to his feet, replying, "Thank you, but please do not be so formal." In her heart, Liu Piaopiao could not suppress her thoughts. Such a breathtakingly handsome man kneeling before her filled her with a sense of guilt. As a beauty enthusiast, she found it hard to bear. "Sherbei, your face has healed," Yuzuru exclaimed, gazing at the man she once longed for. I could see that moment. Yincher swiftly harnessed the power of the beast crystal to heal the injured Yuan Lin and Xiongxin. The group soon gathered before Liu Piaopiao. "Little female, are you not being a tad biased? Why did you only heal Sherbei? You are our shared priestess of the 4 beast clans." Xiongxin frowned in displeasure, his fists clenched tightly, his gaze scrutinizing Liu Piaopiao. "Xiongxin, Yincher has already healed your injuries. Piaopiao has done nothing wrong," Sherbei interjected, moving his robust physique to shield Liu Piaopiao, completely concealing her petite figure adorned in a fiery red fox fur cloak behind his muscular form. Upon seeing Sherbei as perfectly healed and strikingly handsome face, Xiongxin's eyes flashed with envy. "Sherbei, all 3 of us, yourself, Yuan Lin, and I, sustained severe injuries, yet Liu Piaopiao only utilized her healing powers on you as the priestess of the Beast City. This is quite unjust, and everyone has witnessed it." "Enough," came Yuan Lin's deep voice. "Xiongxin, Sherbei was the most gravely injured. It is only right that Piaopiao prioritized his healing." Liu Piaopiao stepped out from behind Sherbei, her gaze resolute as she addressed the crowd. "I am the priestess of the Zhuang continent. I will do my utmost to heal all injured beastmen. Xiongxin, had Yincher not been present today, I would have healed you as well. So please refrain from making baseless assumptions." Xiongxin scoffed. "I hope you keep your word." He shot a glare at Sherbei before turning to leave. Yuan Lin approached Liu Piaopiao, his tone gentle. "Piaopiao, I believe in you. Although I did not secure the snow fox for you today, I shall gift you a siren silk dress when I return. You will surely adore it." "Yuan Lin, I do not even possess a siren silk dress. How can you bestow one upon Liu Piaopiao, this outsider female? I cannot agree to that." Yuzuru interjected angrily, rushing forward to voice her opposition. "Ruo, Piaopiao is our most esteemed priestess in the Beast City. Any female should receive the finest things first." "Cease your fuss," Yuan Lin replied, his eyes darkening as he glared at Yuzuru. "No. Why should I? Since Liu Piaopiao arrived in the Beast City, she has taken everything from me. Yuan Lin, if you continue to protect her, I shall leave the Beast City and return to the Fish Tribe," Yuzuru declared, her eyes filled with resolve. "Ruo, that cannot happen. I will not allow you to return to the Fish Tribe. You are a female of our human ape clan. Listen to me. I will bring you a new siren silk dress when I next visit the Yazan continent." Yincher consoled her softly, wrapping his arm around her shoulder. "I do not wait for next time. This siren silk dress must be mine. I despise Liu Piaopiao," Yuo exclaimed, her fury reaching its peak as she raised her hand and slapped Liu Piaopiao across the face, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Sherbei immediately roared in anger. "Get away! Is this how your clan treats our most revered priestess? Slap. Yuanlin swiftly retaliated, delivering a blow to Yuzuruo with a dark expression. Take her away and confine her to the cellar. Two male beastmen from the human-ape clan stepped forward to seize Yuzuruo and escort her away. Yenshur shook his head in resignation. Following after, Furo was his female. Piapiao, come back with me to the Lion Clan. Shirbei said, pulling Liu Piapiao tightly into his embrace, his gaze unwavering. No, Shirbei, Piapiao is the shared female of our 4 beast clans. She has promised me that she will reside in the human-ape clan for this month. Yuanlin countered sternly, then turned to Liu Piapiao, speaking softly. Piapiao, you promised me yesterday that you would stay with the human-ape clan for a month. I trust you will not go back on your word. Damn it, Liu Piapiao thought. Is it not permissible for me to go to the Lion Clan? Shirbei is incredibly handsome, and there are no palace rivalries. Is it not enticing to simply live off the fat of the land? Liu Piapiao envisioned this in her mind. Lord Yuanlin, since your female is quite averse to my residing in the human-ape clan, for the sake of harmony among your clans, I believe it is prudent for me to stay in the Lion Clan. After all, it is better to die as a friend than to die as a foe. Integrity means nothing here. Besides, I never agreed to stay in your human-ape clan for a month. That was your assertion. Liu Piapiao mused, her thoughts ringing loudly in her mind. Piapiao, Ro, will no longer target you. The beastmen of the human-ape clan eagerly anticipate your long-term stay, Yuanlin said, addressing the assembled human-ape clan. Esteemed priestess, please follow the city lord back to our human-ape clan. The group of several dozen human-ape beastmen suddenly knelt on one knee, placing their hands over their hearts, collectively imploring Liu Piapiao. Liu Piapiao found herself at a loss for words. Piapiao, we of the Lion Clan also eagerly await your arrival. Come with me. Shirbei noted Liu Piapiao's hesitation and spoke with conviction. Liu Piapiao looked between the kneeling human-ape clan and the resolute Shirbei. Her heart tumultuous. Biting her lip, she devised a plan. Gentlemen, your enthusiasm makes it exceedingly difficult for me to decide. How about this? I shall first accompany Shirbei to the Lion Clan for half a month, then spend the following half month in the human-ape clan? What do you think? Liu Piapiao offered a seemingly harmless smile. Esteemed priestess, the human-ape clan has Yenshur as the high priest, while the Lion Clan has already hosted you recently. Since no consensus can be reached on your residence, why not consider staying with our elephant clan? Proposed Xianglei, the lord of the elephant clan, his voice booming. Liu Piapiao is the shared female of the 4 beast clans. Her residence should not solely be determined by the human-ape and lion clans. Having witnessed Liu Piapiao's formidable healing abilities, Xianglei was unwilling to let such a precious priestess slip away. Liu Piapiao found herself in a dilemma. For if Xiongjin were to return, her decision would undoubtedly become more challenging. Presently, she was in a precarious position, unable to offend anyone. Just as she was caught in this quandary, Yuanlin spoke with a slight smile. As our esteemed priestess, Liu Piapiao is also the shared female of the 4 beast clans. Starting today, let us rotate her residence among our 4 clans. This way, it seems fair. Xianglei nodded in agreement. His voice resonating, Lord Yuanlin's suggestion is indeed commendable. The elephant clan concurs. Shirbei, what do you think? Yuanlin inquired, looking Shirbei. After a moment of silence, Shirbei responded, that is acceptable, but I hope each beast clan can guarantee Piapiao's safety. Then it is settled. This month, Liu Piapiao will reside in the human-ape clan, and next month, she will move to the lion clan, Yuanlin proclaimed loudly. Shirbei's gaze softened as he looked at Liu Piapiao beside him. Piapiao, I will frequently visit you in the human-ape clan, so do not worry if Yuzuruo troubles you again. The human-ape clan will no longer harbor her. Liu Piapiao met Shirbei's concerned gaze and smiled warmly. Thank you, Shirbei. I trust that Lord Yuanlin will ensure his female will not cause me any more distress. Sighing, she mused, what does it matter where I stay? After all, I cannot escape the beast city. I am merely a captive, with no control over my fate. Liu Piapiao felt a wave of frustration wash over her, yet she could not afford to offend these beastmen. It was indeed a constraining situation. Piapiao, please come with us back to our clan. The human-ape clan will hold a grand ceremony for you tonight, and you are sure to enjoy it. Yuan Lin said, gazing at Liu Piaopiao with utmost tenderness, reaching out to take her delicate arm. Meanwhile, Yuzuo had been sent back to the human-ape clan, and Yinshi, concerned for her, personally accompanied her to provide comfort. Yinshi, I do not want to stay in the cellar. Do not confine me. Yuzuo pouted, playfully embracing her male, Yinshi, as she nestled against his robust waist. But brother is quite angry today. Why have you been so disobedient, seeking to trouble Liu Piaopiao? Yinshi asked, his heart filled with love for his female. Holding her tightly, his tone incredibly gentle, I will no longer lay a hand on her, nor will I contest what rightfully belongs to me. Please do not confine me, Yuzuo promised, leaning in to kiss Yinshi tenderly. The strength of a male was always formidable, and Yinshi found it difficult to resist the advances of his beloved female. Embracing her, he swiftly overpowered her, laying her upon the spacious wooden bed. Soon, the creaking of the bed resonated, growing increasingly intense, as though it might splinter apart. Within the room, the soft moans of the woman intertwined with the man's low gasps echoed. When Yuan Lin returned to the Eight People tribe with Liu Piaopiao, they ascended the staircase together, traversing the lengthy corridor. As they approached the open door of Yu Zhua's chamber, a figure was visible within, moving about. Liu Piaopiao's face flushed crimson in an instant, and Yuan Lin felt a flutter in his heart at the sight of her bashfulness. Wasn't it a normal occurrence for beastmen, mate? Why was Piaopiao so shy? Piaopiao, why are you not moving? Yuan Lin noticed Liu Piaopiao frozen in the corridor, her feet seemingly rooted to the spot. Liu Piaopiao, thoroughly embarrassed, replied, I shall return to my room alone. I do not wish to trouble Lord Yuan Lin. Farewell. With that, she swiftly lifted her skirt and hurried down the corridor back to her own room. Observing Liu Piaopiao's hurried retreat, Yuan Lin couldn't help but smirk wickedly, silently vowing, Liu Piaopiao, I will possess your body. A S-night descended. A roaring bonfire blazed in the square of the Eight People tribe, where two enormous skinned beasts were being roasted, their savory aroma filling the air. The beastmen stood in orderly formation, awaiting their lord and high priest. Piaopiao, tonight's bonfire ceremony is specially prepared for you by our Eight People tribe. Please come forward, Yuan Lin said with a cheerful smile, extending his large hand in front of the crowd. Liu Piaopiao glanced at Yu Zhua, who stood beside Yuan Shi. Zhua's complexion was radiant, yet she deliberately averted her gaze from Liu Piaopiao. Thank you, Lord Yuan Lin, Liu Piaopiao replied with a polite smile, placing her delicate hand upon Yuan Lin's wrist as she stepped into the center of the square, quickly releasing her touch and turning to the gathered crowd. Offering a graceful smile. Tonight, we express our gratitude to the beast god for bestowing the high priest upon our Eight People, Yuan Lin declared, leading the beastmen to kneel on one knee in sincere reverence. Liu Piaopiao's expression grew solemn as her ruby lips parted. The high priest carries the mission of bringing health and happiness to the beastmen. This is the divine will of the beast god. Almighty high priest, please remain with the Eight People tribe. The beastmen chanted in unison. Thank you all for your warm welcome. Please rise. Subsequently, Yuan Lin instructed the beastmen to stand in formation, offering a few words of guidance before allowing them to disperse to their respective small fires. Engaging in lively conversation, the square of the Eight People tribe became immediately vibrant with activity. Liu Piaopiao recalled the nightly bonfire ceremonies of the rabbit tribe, wondering how they were faring now that a wave of melancholy washed over her as she gazed into the depths of her obsidian eyes. Yuan Lin, how can the Black Bear tribe be absent from tonight's bonfire ceremony? Xiongzhen approached Yuan Lin and Liu Piaopiao with a broad grin, followed by several members of the Black Bear tribe. Xiongzhen, you arrived just in time. The female's performance is about to begin, Yuan Lin replied. This is half of the giant python's gallbladder we obtained today, to share with your Eight People tribe, Xiongzhen announced as one of the Black Bear beastmen stepped forward to present a clay pot filled with dark green bile. Xiongzhen, my good brother, Yuan Lin laughed heartily, clapping Xiongzhen on the sturdy shoulder. Afterward, he led Liu Piaopiao and Xiongzhen to the fire pit of Yuan Shi and Yu Zhua, where a clean piece of animal hide had been laid out specifically for Liu Piaopiao. Piaopiao, you must try this badger meat. It is exceptionally tender and delicious, favored by the females, Yuan Shi said, slicing a piece of roasted meat from the fire and placing it on a clay plate handed to him by the cat-like Z. Before offering it to Liu Piaopiao accepted the plate with a radiant smile. "Thank you, High Priest Yuan Shi." This smile captivated Xiongzhen, who sat beside her, as he gazed at her with an infatuated expression. His thoughts wandering. What a beautiful little female. How delightful it would be to mate with her. His eyes fixated on Liu Piaopiao's stunning visage. Upon catching Xiongzhen's unabashedly fervent gaze, Liu Piaopiao felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Finding herself devoid of appetite while holding the plate of roasted meat, Yu Zhuo glanced over, recognizing Xiongzhen's longing stare at Liu Piaopiao. Understanding his intentions, she smirked mischievously, contemplating. "Liu Piaopiao, tonight you shall quench Xiongzhen's desires. I wonder if you will be a match for him in the future," for she was known as the most formidable female of the tiger tribe. "Piaopiao, you must try this badger meat. It has been seasoned with special spices just for you," Yuan Lin insisted. Not allowing Liu Piaopiao to decline, he swiftly cut a small piece of meat from her plate with the bone knife and brought it to her lips. Liu Piaopiao promptly took the piece from the knife and placed it in her mouth, chewing gently. "It's truly delicious. Thank you." Lord Yuan Lin's lips curved into a gentle smile as he gazed at Liu Piaopiao. "Then you should eat more. This badger meat was prepared especially for you." As Liu Piaopiao savored the meat, she nodded in gratitude. "Ahem." Yu Zhuo coughed lightly. "To what's wrong, Ruo?" Yuan Shi inquired with concern, turning to her. Yuan Shi, I think I should return to my room. The cold wind of the hunting grounds has given me a headache," Yu Zhuo said, slowly rising from her seat. Yu Zhuo was already aware that Yuan Lin had instructed Yuan Shi to add fire herb to the beast meat, a plant that could render a female who had bonded with a male beast overwhelmed and disoriented, losing her self-control. However, she would not allow Yuan Lin to have his way. "Ruo, are you all right? Why the headache?" Yuan Shi stood up, gently supporting her. "I don't know. Yuan Lin, my head is increasingly painful. Could you and Yuan Shi keep me company in my room?" Yu Zhuo's complexion grew pale, and large red spots appeared on her neck. Yuan Lin and Yuan Shi were alarmed, for Yu Zhuo was their bonded female. Should anything happen to her, they would both face dire consequences. Yuan Lin immediately scooped Yu Zhuo into his arms and rushed toward the stone building where they resided, with Yuan Shi closely following. Liu Piaopiao watched in bewilderment as they departed, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over her, the firelight before her flickering into a myriad of twinkling stars. Meanwhile, Xiongzhen swiftly cradled the increasingly dazed Liu Piaopiao in his arms, a lewd smile spreading across his face. His acute senses, honed as a fourth-tier male beast, had already detected the presence of fire herb in the meat Liu Piaopiao had consumed. It seemed Yuan Lin intended to strike first. But alas, his female had unwittingly aided him. "Xiongzhen, the high priest is unwell. Allow me to escort her back to her room," Z hurriedly suggested, reaching out to take Liu Piaopiao from him. "Get lost if you wish to live." Xiongzhen glared fiercely at Z, causing her to freeze in place out of fear. The Eight People tribe had always maintained a close relationship with the Black Bear tribe. When the other males saw Xiongzhen carrying Liu Piaopiao away, they thought nothing of it, assuming it was permitted by Lord Yuan Lin. Without hesitation, Xiongzhen leaped over the walls of the Eight People tribe, holding Liu Piaopiao securely in his arms. "Yuan Shi, what has happened to Ruo?" Yuan Lin asked anxiously, glancing at Yuan Shi, who was casting a healing spell on Ruo. As the glow of a second-tier beast crystal faded, Yuan Shi gently touched the red spots on Yu Zhuo's neck. "Ruo, did you come into contact with Stone Blossom?" Yuan Shi realized that his healing abilities were ineffective. His female was not ill, but had likely been exposed to allergens from the Stone Blossom pollen. Healing powers could only mend wounds and diseases, not counteract the side effects of herbs, just as Liu Piaopiao could not be healed from the effects of fire herb. Suddenly, Yuan Shi recalled that Liu Piaopiao had just eaten the meat he had personally coated with fire herb juice, and he realized that Yu Zhuo intended to delay him and Yuan Lin. That he hesitated, contemplating whether to explain it to Yuan Lin that why Yu Zhuo was this intentional. In an instant, Yuan Lin's eyes blazed with fury as he recalled Liu Piaopiao in the square and the menacing presence of Xiongzhen. His thin lips pressed into a tight line as he swiftly turned and strode purposefully towards the door. I could see that moment. The ever-eager Sherbei, having meticulously handled the snow fox pelts, was fervently intent on presenting the coveted snow fox cloak to Liu Piaopiao. As he approached the bustling square of the ape clan, he fortuitously encountered Yuan Lin, who was frantically rushing towards the square, engaged in a heated confrontation with Mao Zifan. Yuan Lin, is it true that both the male and female members of your ape clan take pleasure in slapping young females? A flicker of disdain crossed Sherbei's eyes. Sensing Sherbei's presence, Yuan Lin's heart raced, but he feigned calmness. Sherbei, why are you here? Instead of staying with your lion clan at this late hour, I came to deliver the snow fox pelt to Piaopiao. Where is she? Sherbei surveyed the square, searching for her. Just hand the snow fox pelt to me. I shall deliver it to Piaopiao, Yuan Lin asserted, reaching for the pelt in Sherbei's grasp. Sherbei subtly shifted his body, his voice taking on a deeper tone, that I will personally deliver it to Piaopiao. Take me to her. That Yuan Lin's gaze flickered with uncertainty as he hesitated, contemplating whether to reveal to Sherbei that Liu Piaopiao had already been taken by Xiongzhen. Noticing Yuan Lin's concealment, Sherbei stepped forward, agitation evident in his voice. What have you done to Piaopiao? Yuan Lin felt the weight of Sherbei's ire, his brow furrowing. Liu Piaopiao has been taken by Xiongzhen. What? Yuan Lin, is this what your ape clan calls protection for the high priestess? Surely, you must be aware of Xiongzhen's intentions. Sherbei's face contorted with rage as he transformed into a colossal white lion, clutching the snow fox pelt and beast-skin skirt in his jaws. Charging towards the Black Bear clan, Yuan Lin understood that this marked a definitive turning point in Sherbei's relationship with both himself and Xiongzhen. Why not seize this opportunity to ally with Xiongzhen against Sherbei? He promptly transformed into a giant ape and followed suit. Cradled in Xiongzhen's embrace, Liu Piaopiao felt the biting cold wind and her mind began to clear slightly. However, at that moment, she was acutely aware of a powerful, familiar longing coursing through her, finally realizing that Yuan Shi had drugged her. Otherwise, she would not be experiencing such dizziness and heat, nor would the waves of desire be overwhelming her. Xiongzhen, let me go. Liu Piaopiao pleaded, striving to suppress the moans escaping her lips. Why, dear little female, you are now under the influence of the fiery grass's poison. The only way to relieve it is through mating with a male. I will assist you, Xiongzhen declared, quickening his pace with a lewd grin. Liu Piaopiao raised her hand and bit down hard, shouting fiercely, Xiongzhen, I do not like you. Will you let me return? Do not like me? Then who do you favor, Yuan Lin or Yuan Shi? Do you wish for me to escort you back to the ape clan? Liu Piaopiao's mind was in a state of confusion. She realized she had no attraction to any of the males mentioned. In an impulsive moment, she exclaimed, Take me back to the lion clan. Xiongzhen's eyes darkened with menace as he flung Liu Piaopiao into the air, transforming into a black bear, and sped towards the fortress of the Black Bear clan. In no time, Liu Piaopiao was unceremoniously thrown onto a large stone bed. The impact jolted her senses, and she glared at Xiongzhen in anger. You have females. I am the high priestess sent by the beast god. Release me. Before she could finish her protest, Xiongzhen silenced her with his lips, and a wave of nausea washed over her. This loathsome black bear was someone she truly detested. Maintaining a shred of her sanity, Liu Piaopiao bit down hard on Xiongzhen's tongue. Xiongzhen winced in pain, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth as fury ignited in his eyes. He lunged heavily towards Liu Piaopiao, tearing away her garments, revealing her delicate, snowy skin. That moment, he could no longer restrain himself. Let me go. Get away from me. Liu Piaopiao screamed, filled with shame, anger, and helplessness, feeling an unprecedented terror surge within her. Xiongzhen swiftly covered her mouth, her cries turning into whimpers. Liu Piaopiao kicked and struggled desperately, her clothing in tatters. Just as despair began to settle in, the heavy weight pressing down on her vanished. Turning her head, she saw Sherbei in his beast form, gripping Xiongzhen by the neck and delivering powerful blows to his head. Liu Piaopiao quickly retrieved a new garment from her spatial pouch and hastily dressed herself. Leaping off the stone bed, she was determined to leave with Sherbei. Sherbei, be careful! Liu Piaopiao exclaimed urgently as a massive ape hurtled towards Sherbei's head. In an instant, Bei transformed into a white lion, biting down on the ape's enormous arm and throwing it forcefully against the stone wall. Xiongzhen promptly morphed into a giant black bear, sinking his teeth into the white lion's hind leg. As the three ferocious beasts engaged in a brutal struggle within the chamber, Liu Piaopiao, terrified, sought refuge in the corner, clutching her body close to the wall. The white lion cast a glance at Liu Piaopiao before turning to seize the black bear's head, dragging it towards the enormous stone window and leaping outside. The ape glanced back at Liu Piaopiao, then followed suit, and outside the stone fortress, a fierce battle erupted between the ape, the black bear, and the white lion in the square. The black bear let out a thunderous roar, summoning all the male beasts of the black bear clan to the square. Liu Piaopiao hurriedly dashed towards the exit, only to trip over something beneath her feet. She lowered her head to behold the snow fox pelt that Bei intended to gift her that afternoon. In an instant, Liu Piaopiao felt a warmth envelop her heart, and she swiftly stored the pelt within her spatial pouch before dashing towards the square of the black bear tribe. Meanwhile, the white lion, in a fit of frenzy, clamped its jaws around the neck of the black bear, engaging in a fierce struggle that culminated in the black bear's trachea being severed, causing it to collapse heavily to the ground, lifeless in mere moments. Nearby, in the square, a colossal ape beast had already lost a leg to the white lion's attack. Witnessing the demise of their chieftain at the hands of Bei, hundreds of male bears immediately transformed into black bears, intent on avenging their leader's death. Liu Piaopiao arrived at the square, finding herself in close proximity to the white lion. A mix of fear and astonishment coursing through her veins, the heat within her intensifying, leaving her dizzy and on the brink of collapse. The white lion approached her with astonishing speed, its head nudging her as she was suddenly flung onto its back. And in the blink of an eye, they were fleeing beyond the confines of the beast city. Having slain Xiongzhen and severed a leg from Yuan Lin, the city could no longer harbor him. After a considerable while, the magnificent white lion galloped out of the beast city towards the Zuled forest. Liu Piaopiao felt as though she were on the verge of madness, an overwhelming desire surging through her, her body ablaze as if engulfed in fierce flames. As the white lion plunged into the dense forest, she whispered softly, Bei, sensing the intense heat radiating from the small female on his back and hearing her gentle call. Bei immediately shifted into his beastman form. Cradling Liu Piaopiao's feverish body in his arms, he realized at that moment that she had been poisoned by the flame grass. Liu Piaopiao pressed against the strong chest of the male, unable to suppress the fiery tide of passion surging within her. Her small hands instinctively found their way to his firm, muscular arms, her delicate face nuzzling against his chest. Piaopiao, I won't be able to hold back. Bei thought, feeling his 4 centuries of self-control teetering on the brink of collapse, his beastly blood boiling, as if you're the one poisoned by the flame grass. Bei, I feel so unwell. Please help me. Liu Piaopiao's voice was a sultry whisper, laced with urgency, that moment. All she desired was to release the tumultuous waves within her. Bei's gray eyes darkened intensely as he gently laid her down upon layers of wild grass. Liu Piaopiao clung to his neck, and in that instant, Bei lost all rational thought, pressing his lips against her soft, pink ones. Soon, the tranquil forest was filled with the sounds of his heavy breathing intermingled with her excited, delicate moans. After what felt like an eternity, the first light of dawn began to break, perhaps due to the potency of the flame grass poison. As Liu Piaopiao, utterly exhausted, could no longer move, the figures of the robust male and the petite female in the forest finally stilled. Just when he should have been utterly spent, Bei suddenly noticed a golden lotus bloom manifesting as a bonding mark upon his chest, simultaneously feeling his beastly power surge, breaking through to the 5th tier. Shock coursed through him. This must surely be connected to his little female, for according to the laws of the beast god, one could not attain 5th tier beast power without being over 500 years old. Suppressing his astonishment, Bei silently vowed to protect his little female at all costs. Looking down at his beloved, who had succumbed to slumber, he was taken aback by her fragility, having endured an entire night of ecstasy. A smile unconsciously crept across his lips as he gently lifted Liu Piaopiao, making his way deeper into the Zuld forest. Meanwhile, within the beast city, all the beastmen had gathered in the fighting arena, where the corpse of Xiongzhen, the city lord, lay upon the stage. Yuan Lin had already lost a leg. Although Yuan Shi had utilized beast crystal power to heal his wounds, the severed leg could not regenerate. Only the Grand Priestess, Liu Piaopiao, could fully heal a beastman's injuries. Yuan Lin's heart burned with rage. He knew he must rally the fierce beasts of the beast city to hunt down Shi Bei and capture the Grand Priestess. Liu Piaopiao, Yuan Lin, although you claim that Shi Bei killed Xiongzhen, he is the chieftain of our lion tribe. Please forgive us. We will not participate in the pursuit of Shi Bei. The lion clan leader rose, placing his right hand over his heart as he bowed to Yuan Lin, the city lord. The lion tribe respected the rules of the beast city. All beastmen must engage in fair combat in the arena, bearing the consequences of life and death, and cannot fight to the death in secrecy, lest they pay with their lives. Moreover, Shi Bei had taken away the Grand Priestess of the beast city, and now the three major beast tribes of the beast city demanded the capture of Shi Bei and the Grand Priestess Liu Piaopiao to return to the beast city and face punishment. Yuan Lin, observing the resolute expressions of the lion tribe, understood that it was only natural for them to refrain from pursuing Shi Bei, and nodded in acknowledgement. Shi Bei has violated the rules of the beast city by unlawfully slaying Xiongzhen. And furthermore, he has bitten off my leg. The most despicable act of all is that he has taken the Grand Priestess of the beast city, according to the laws of the beast city. Shi Bei is stripped of his position among the four city lords that we will dispatch 300 beastmen, led by City Lord Xiang Lei, to personally hunt down the fugitive, Shi Bei. The crowd in the fighting arena erupted with fervor, chanting in unison, "Capture Shi Bei, retrieve the Grand Priestess." City Lord Xiang Lei stood at the forefront of the assembly, his voice booming with authority. "Let us depart, 300 robust male beasts, each above the 3rd tier. March forth towards the Zuld forest beyond the confines of the beast city." When Liu Piaopiao awoke from Shi Bei's embrace, it was already nearing noon. Concerned about disturbing her sweet dreams, Shi Bei had carried her in his beastman form through the forest. "Shi Bei, where are you taking me?" "Piaopiao, you're awake." Shi Bei halted his steps, gazing tenderly at the little female in his arms. Liu Piaopiao nodded. "Yes, Shi Bei, please put me down that I wish to stretch my limbs. Being carried like a princess for so long has left me feeling nearly numb." "All right, Piaopiao, are you hungry? I will go hunt for you." Shi Bei gently set her down as soon as her feet touched the ground. Liu Piaopiao felt a sudden numbness in her legs, unsteady on her feet. Shi Bei quickly wrapped his strong arms around her slender waist. At a height of 1.65 meters, her head rested just against Shi Bei's well-defined chest. There, prominently displayed, was a golden lotus bonding mark, instantly reminding Liu Piaopiao of the previous night's indulgence. Her face flushed crimson, even her ears burning with embarrassment. Shi Bei, noticing the bashful expression on the little female's face, felt a tightening in his throat, his heart racing, and a different kind of reaction stirring within him. Liu Piaopiao felt the firm contours pressing against her, her shyness escalating. Was Shi Bei's stamina truly that remarkable? Just then, several enormous black eagles soared overhead. Shi Bei tightened his embrace around Liu Piaopiao, urgency lacing his voice. "It's the beastmen from the beast city. They are pursuing us." Startled, Liu Piaopiao realized she had barely escaped and had no desire to return to the beast city. She looked up at Shi Bei. "What should we do? I want to go back to the rabbit tribe." Shi Bei gently patted her back, soothingly whispering, "Do not worry. I am now a 5th-tier beastman. They are no longer my match." At that moment, Shi Bei heard the approaching beastmen from the beast city. He did not wish to evade them, as drawing the high-tier beastmen into the Zuld forest would spell disaster for the lower-tier beastmen. "Piaopiao, they are coming quickly. I want to explain things to them." Shi Bei thought, believing that with his 5th-tier beast power, he had no rivals within the beast city, and as the Grand Priestess, no beastman would dare to harm her. "Shi Bei, have you thought carefully about how to face them?" Liu Piaopiao asked with concern, knowing they would be confronting hundreds of high-tier beastmen. Shi Bei tightened his grip around Liu Piaopiao's arm, his starry eyes narrowing. "Piaopiao, I intend to leave the beast city and take you back to the Zuld forest. I must face them now. Otherwise, if the beastmen from the beast city enter your tribe, countless lower-tier males will perish. Liu Piaopiao was well aware that the fierce beasts of the 10,000 beast city would not harm her, especially since she was the high priestess. She raised her hand and gently caressed the divinely perfect visage of Lion Baitian. His long, white hair seemed to shimmer with brilliance, while his deep, gray starry eyes radiated tenderness. His well-defined nose was striking, and the alluring contour of his naturally crimson lips was captivating. In Liu Piaopiao's eyes, tenderness and concern flickered. Lion Bay, you must be cautious. Do not harm yourself. Very well, Piaopiao. Lion Bay, vow to the beast god that I will protect you with my very life, he declared solemnly, placing a hand over his heart. Liu Piaopiao gazed up at Lion Bay's heartfelt and resolute eyes. Warmth flooding her heart. Her fierce beasts all cherished her deeply, and her small hand involuntarily reached out to caress the handsome face she adored. Like a tea that moment, Lion Bay felt an immense satisfaction. He had finally obtained the little female he had longed for day and night. She was sweet and fragrant, and he found himself utterly captivated, unable to resist. If it were not for the current predicament, he would have lavished her with affection, revealing the fervor that surged within him as the sounds of the beast team rapidly approached. Lion Bay's gaze sharpened, ready to engage in battle with the fierce beasts of the 10,000 beast city. Before long, a voice boomed, Lion Bay, surrender the high priestess and return with us to the 10,000 beast city to face punishment. Lion Bay positioned Liu Piaopiao behind him, his voice deepening. Xiang Lei. Xiongzhen secretly administered flame grass to the high priestess, attempting to claim her for himself. I apprehended him on the spot, and when he and Yuan Lin attacked me together, it was they who were overpowered. I will not return to the 10,000 beast city. The fierce beasts behind Xiang Lei erupted into murmurs of disbelief. They had not anticipated that the Lord of Xiongzhen would dare to assault the esteemed high priestess. They whispered among themselves, the high priestess is the chosen goddess of the beast god. How could she be so brazenly offended? Indeed, Xiongzhen deserves his fate. The beastmen began to voice their condemnation of Xiongzhen. At that moment, Xiang Lei's brow furrowed. He had always sensed something amiss. Hearing Lion Bay's words only solidified his belief that Xiongzhen was indeed culpable. However, as the lord of the 10,000 beast city, he had to maintain order. Lion Bay, the claims you make cannot be taken at face value. Nevertheless, your unilateral abduction of the high priestess is a violation of the city's regulations. Just then, Liu Piaopiao stepped forward from behind Lion Bay, her expression solemn. Lord Xiang Lei, I am the evidence. Xiongzhen forced me to be with him, and as for the poison of the flame grass, I ingested it from food provided by the ape clan. I do not know who poisoned it. The fierce beasts of the 10,000 beast city have their sights set on me, beyond just Xiongzhen. So I refused to return. Upon hearing the high priestess speak, the beastmen fell silent. Xiang Lei pondered for a moment. Liu Piaopiao's formidable healing abilities were exclusive to the 10,000 beast city. She cannot be allowed to return to the Zhuang forest. Moreover, the tiger clan of the Zhuang forest had killed his son, and vengeance was inevitable. His voice grew cold. High priestess, you are a female of our 10,000 beast city and cannot return to the Zhuang forest. As for you, Lion Bay, you are the leader of the Lion clan and one of the 4 great lords. Please accompany us back to the arena to clarify this matter. No, I refuse to return to the 10,000 beast city. My fierce beasts are waiting for my return, Liu Piaopiao exclaimed, glancing anxiously at Lion Bay, fearing he might return for the sake of his position as lord. Lion Bay grasped Liu Piaopiao's small hand, tilting his head to regard her anxious face, gently reassuring her, Piaopiao, do not worry that I am now also your fierce beast. If you wish to leave the 10,000 beast city, I shall accompany you. Liu Piaopiao's eyes brightened with surprise. Really? Lion Bay, you have your clan in the 10,000 beast city, and you're also the lord that if you leave with me, you will lose everything. Lion Bay gently pulled Liu Piaopiao into his embrace, his gaze unwaveringly resolute. Piaopiao, you are my everything. Wherever you wish to go, I shall accompany you. Liu Piaopiao nestled against his chest, hearing the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat and his promise. She felt profoundly moved and truly cherished. Wrapping her arms tightly around his sturdy waist. Lion Bei, you are wonderful. Hearing her words, Lion Bei's well-defined and rosy lips involuntarily curled into a beautiful arc. Lion Bei, regardless of where you go, the High Priestess must return to the 10,000 Beast City. Xiang Lei observed the intimate exchange between the two with irritation. As one of the four great lords of the 10,000 Beast City, he had to bring back the High Priestess. Lion Bei lifted his gray eyes to meet Xiang Lei's gaze, speaking in a deep voice. Xiang Lei, Liu Piaopiao is now my female, that if she wishes to leave the 10,000 Beast City, I will naturally take her with me. We have been friends for many years. It would be best if you do not obstruct our departure. With that, he cast a tender look at the little female in his arms. Liu Piaopiao felt a warmth in her heart, meeting Lion Bei's gaze and smiling sweetly, tightening her grip on his arm. Lion Bei, do not blame me for disregarding our past friendship, Xiang Lei scoffed. Unleashing a formidable pressure of beast energy nearing the fifth tier, causing the surrounding air to feel as if it had solidified. Lion Bei tightly shielded Liu Piaopiao while simultaneously releasing his own fifth-tier beast energy. The birds and beasts of the forest scattered instantly, and the hundreds of fierce beasts standing opposite him felt the overwhelming pressure of supreme beast energy, their hearts aching and foreheads beating with sweat. Even Xiang Lei's complexion grew increasingly pale, astonished. Lion Bei, you have actually broken through to the fifth tier. This is impossible unless the beast god favors you. Then, recalling that Liu Piaopiao had been poisoned by the flame grass, he noticed the golden lotus contract mark on Lion Bei's chest, and a bold idea sprang to mind. Forming a contract with the High Priestess could enhance his beast energy. Lion Bei sensed Xiang Lei's unusual demeanor and quickly concealed Liu Piaopiao behind his towering form. Xiang Lei became even more certain of his conclusion. Now that Lion Bei was a fifth-tier supreme beast, he was unmatched except for that one in the fallen Beast City. There was no need for him to make a futile sacrifice. He softened his tone. Lion Bei, do you realize the severity of the consequences of taking away the High Priestess? The 10,000 Beast City cannot function without her. She is pivotal to the fate of the entire Beast City. Liu Piaopiao peered out from behind Lion Bei, bravely locking eyes with Xiang Lei. I simply wish to return to my own clan. I do not wish to be the High Priestess. High Priestess, you are a female we have acquired for the 10,000 Beast City, that if you do not return with us, it will incite the resentment of all the beastmen in the city. Xiang Lei regarded Liu Piaopiao, recognizing her as a uniquely special little female, unwilling to let her go so easily. Lord Xiang Lei, my decision is made. Please do not make things difficult for us. Liu Piaopiao implored, desperately wishing for him to allow her and Lion Bei to leave. She did not want Lion Bei to face danger against the hundreds of ferocious beastmen. High Priestess, if you do not return with us today, we will venture into the Zhuang forest to retrieve you, Xiang Lei stated sternly, eyeing Liu Piaopiao with determination, knowing that Yuan Lin would certainly find a way to bring her back. Lion Bei frowned slightly. Xiang Lei, you should leave. You are not my match, and I do not wish to harm the fierce beasts of the 10,000 Beast City. Lion Bei, I know you have reached the fifth tier, and we cannot contend with you. But do not forget that the Yazan continent still has the holy tier beastmen. Sooner or later, Liu Piaopiao will return to the 10,000 Beast City. After saying this, Xiang Lei turned to the hundreds of beastmen of the 10,000 Beast City and shouted, Return to the city. Lion Bei is no longer the lord of the 10,000 Beast City. Seeing the beast team of the 10,000 Beast City turn back, Lion Bei swiftly lifted Liu Piaopiao into his arms. I will take you back to the Zhuang forest. Oh, you wish to return to the rabbit clan? I had thought it was the tiger clan. Lion Bei knew that aside from the fourth-tier tiger and the third-tier leopard beast, Liu Piaopiao had another fierce beast. Liu Piaopiao hesitated, feeling it was somewhat inappropriate to mention her longing for another fierce beast so soon after forming a contract with Lion Bei. Wouldn't that seem rather disloyal? But then she realized it was something she would have to face eventually. Clearing her throat, she said, Lion Bei, I have another contracted fierce beast named Tu Ju. He is the leader of the rabbit clan. and the Tiger clan currently resides in the territory of the Rabbit clan. Lion Bei looked at Liu Piaopiao's slightly trembling long eyelashes and said, Piaopiao, I know you have another contracted fierce beast. I remember you saying in the arena that you love them dearly. After a pause, he asked uncertainly, if you had not been poisoned by the flame grass last night, would you have wanted to form a contract with me? Do you not truly like me? Seeing a hint of despondency in Lion Bei's eyes, Liu Piaopiao reached out her hands and tightly wrapped them around his neck, her cheeks gradually warming. Actually, I like you. Oh my, at this moment, Liu Piaopiao truly feels a sense of shame, realizing that she has become increasingly despicable. Hasn't she? Could she perhaps find solace in the notion of adapting to local customs? Sherbei's gray eyes suddenly sparkled, and a delightful smile graced his face as he exclaimed, Piaopiao, do you truly have feelings for me? You must know how desperately I longed for you from the very first moment I laid eyes on you. Abruptly halting his steps, his voice tinged with excitement, he gazed down at Liu Piaopiao, his eyes brimming with affection. Piaopiao, momentarily taken aback by his intense stare, nestled her head against his neck and replied, Indeed, the first time I saw you in the arena, I thought you were incredibly handsome. The sight of Sherbei's profile had left her in awe, although she later lamented the disfigurement of his face. Nevertheless, she felt fortunate to be able to help him heal. Though as a beauty lover, she kept such thoughts to herself. Sherbei gently kissed the top of Liu Piaopiao's head, saying, I am so happy. Piaopiao, even though I'm over 400 years old now, I have transcended to the 5th tier and am no longer bound by the lifespan limit of 500 years typical of beastmen. There is much time ahead, and I want you to love me more and more. Suddenly, Liu Piaopiao realized that her own abilities might grow alongside the power of the beast she was bonded with, potentially allowing her to share a lifespan with him. Instantly, she focused her consciousness into her space, and indeed, a mysterious iron divine sword appeared on the bookshelf. Sherbei, please put me down. Liu Piaopiao hurriedly extricated herself from his embrace and stood on the ground. With a flicker of her consciousness, the iron divine sword manifested in her hand, revealing a fierce lion insignia on its hilt. The weight of the sword nearly caused her to falter, but she steadied herself. Sherbei, astonished by the sudden appearance of the divine sword in Liu Piaopiao's hand, exclaimed, Piaopiao, are you a goddess? Without waiting for her response, he enveloped her tightly in his arms, his voice trembling, Promise me, don't leave me. Liu Piaopiao felt almost breathless from his grip, his firm, muscular chest pressing painfully against her, and she gently patted his solid shoulder. Don't hold me so tightly. You are my bonded beast. How could I possibly leave you? Upon hearing this, Sherbei immediately relaxed his hold while still cradling her soft form. You're the only female high priestess of the Zhehuang continent, and you can conjure magical artifacts out of thin air. Piaopiao, I fear that you might leave the beast realm. You must be a celestial goddess. Liu Piaopiao rolled her eyes in exasperation. She too wished to be a goddess, immortal and free to do as she pleased. Wouldn't that be delightful? Sherbei, rest assured, I will not leave you. We will be together for eternity. I possess a storage space, but I once tried to share books from it with Tu Ju and the others, only for them to disintegrate into nothingness upon contact, returning to my space. Sherbei looked utterly bewildered. What is a storage space? Liu Piaopiao swiftly retrieved the snow fox fur that Sherbei had dropped in the black bear tribe. Piaopiao, you took back the snow fox fur I gifted you. How wonderful! Is this what you mean by storage space? Sherbei exclaimed with delight as he took the neatly folded snow fox cloak from her and gently draped it over her shoulders. The pure white fur accentuated Liu Piaopiao's long, dark hair and exquisite features, making her even more breathtaking. Indeed, my storage space contains numerous ancient texts and can hold items, but the ancient texts retrieved from it cannot be touched by others. However, you should try this sword. It is incredibly heavy. Sherbei saw Liu Piaopiao holding the sword with one hand, essentially propping it up on the ground. He instantly reached for the hilt, and both were taken aback when the iron divine sword, now in Sherbei's grasp, resonated with a golden glow emanating from the lotus bond mark on his chest, illuminating the sword in a radiant display. Piaopiao, this sword feels so familiar, as though it once belonged to me. Sherbei mused, raising the sword for closer inspection. To their astonishment, Golden characters appeared along the blade, revealing Liu Piaopiao's realization that they spelled his name in traditional script. Sherbei, this is your sword. It bears your name. She gently pointed out. Sherbei appeared to be deep in thought as he activated his beast energy, 5 golden beast patterns shimmering on his forehead. Simultaneously, the sword transformed into a golden thread, merging into the golden lotus bond mark on his chest. Piaopiao, it seems this was once my divine artifact. Vague memories of it linger in my mind, Sherbei said, striving to recall more, but could only grasp fragmented images of wielding the sword. Seeing Sherbei's struggle to harness his beast energy. Liu Piaopiao, sensing his pain, swiftly grasped his arm. Sherbei, don't force yourself to remember. Let the memories come to you in time. Do not let your beast energy disrupt your consciousness. Sherbei nodded, tightening his grip on her hand. Piaopiao, you must be my female. We share an unbreakable connection. I could see that moment. Liu Piaopiao also realized that her arrival in this otherworld was not the result of a mistake by the underworld judge. Her current body must possess some connection to them. Piaopiao, I will take you back to the rabbit tribe. It will take 5 more days. Climb aboard, Sherbei declared, transforming into a magnificent snow-white lion. Liu Piaopiao embraced the lion's neck, only to be tossed onto its back in an instant. Thus, a breathtakingly beautiful woman, clad in a flowing white gown and draped in a snow-white fox cloak, rode atop the giant white lion, galloping through the ancient forest adorned with towering trees and a carpet of fallen leaves. The woman appeared as ethereal as a spirit of the woods, yet possessed the purity of a celestial goddess. Time passed unmeasured, and as they traversed a dense woodland, Liu Piaopiao, feeling faint from hunger, spotted a valley ahead, where the beastman's tribe lay across the mountainside. The white lion transformed back into a beastman. Cradling Liu Piaopiao in his arms, Piaopiao, ahead lies the wild boar tribe. We shall rest here for the night, as their chieftain and I share a bond. All right, Liu Piaopiao replied with a smile, gently wrapping her arms around Sherbei's neck as he carried her toward the wild boar territory. Outside the tribal square, a ring of fences encircled the area. As Sherbei approached the enclosure, a group of male beastmen from the wild boar tribe quickly approached them. Are you from the lion tribe? Inquired a tall, muscular wild boar beastman. I seek your chieftain. Please inform him that I wish to see him, Sherbei replied, pressing Liu Piaopiao's head against his chest as he nodded at the wild boar males. Please wait a moment. The lead beastman instructed one of his companions to summon the chieftain. Shortly after, a tall, robust male beastman with dark skin and a rather rugged appearance approached them with brisk steps. Sherbei, is that you? Welcome to the wild boar tribe, the chieftain exclaimed with delight, gesturing for the others to step aside. Zhuxin, I must trouble you today. My little female and I require lodging for the night, Sherbei said, still holding Liu Piaopiao close as they followed the wild boar chieftain. The chieftain paused, noticing the petite figure nestled in Sherbei's arms, her face buried in his embrace, and mistook her for a small beast. However, upon hearing Sherbei's cool, captivating voice, his curiosity piqued. Sherbei, is this your little female? Though I cannot discern her beast form, congratulations are in order. After all these years of urging you to find a female to bond with, you have finally come to your senses. Zhuxin laughed heartily, leading them further into the tribe. Tonight, you shall stay in this cave. We will hold a bonfire ceremony shortly. Bring your little female along to join us, Zhuxin said warmly, patting Sherbei on the shoulder before turning to leave. Once Zhuxin had departed, Sherbei gently set Liu Piaopiao down, smoothing her tousled hair. Piaopiao, Zhuxin and I have known each other since childhood. He is also a 4th-tier beastman, unwilling to abandon the lower-tier members of his tribe, which is why he has yet to move to the city of beasts. Liu Piaopiao smiled slightly. Sherbei, allow me to tidy up the cave. It may get quite cold tonight, and it seems the wild boar tribe's caves lack doors. Having spoken, she cast a sweeping glance around the cave, which was relatively tidied at a layer of soft animal skins adorned the stone bed. Liu Piaopiao retrieved 2 thick, clean animal skins from her space and laid them down. She preferred warmth. Piaopiao, you needn't worry about getting cold. You'll understand tonight, Sherbei remarked with a mischievous smile, with his charming and alluring demeanor. Liu Piaopiao immediately felt her ears flush and quickly averted her gaze. The night soon descended, and Liu Piaopiao followed Sherbei to the bonfire ceremony site, which was bustling with excitement as the wild boar tribe danced joyfully around the fire. "Look at that little female. She is so beautiful," exclaimed a heavily pregnant female orc beside the tribe leader. Liu Piaopiao felt a slight blush creep on her cheeks as she approached them with a polite smile. "Sherbei, it's no wonder you, who have been reluctant to bond with a female for years, have suddenly come to your senses. Your little female is indeed stunning," Zhu Exin remarked boisterously, his gaze filled with admiration, devoid of any ill intent. Sherbei gently wrapped his arm around Liu Piaopiao's shoulders, his voice tender. "I never expected to encounter a little female who captivates me so. This is a blessing from the beast god." A robust female orc beside Zhu Exin, with small brown bear ears and dark skin, her belly round and seemingly ready to burst, excitedly approached Liu Piaopiao, grasping her hand with a radiant smile. "Little female, what is your name? Welcome to our wild boar tribe. I am Zhu Exin's female, Xiongyu." Liu Piaopiao felt her warmth and simplicity and smiled brightly. "My name is Liu Piaopiao. Thank you for your warm welcome." "Piaopiao, you are truly beautiful. Come dance with us," Xiongyu insisted, drawing Liu Piaopiao into the circle of females twirling around the bonfire. Liu Piaopiao was enveloped by their freedom, passion, and joy, and couldn't help but join in their exuberant leaps. As winter's night quickly descended, the temperature dropped precipitously. The bonfire ceremony did not last long. The males, in small groups, escorted their females back to their caves, indulging in shameless activities, their voices unabashedly loud. Liu Piaopiao found herself increasingly adapting, albeit nervously, as Sherbei carried her back to the temporary cave provided by the wild boar tribe leader. Inside the cramped cave, the small torches fixed to the wall cast a dim light, and the atmosphere grew suddenly intimate. "Piaopiao, I am so happy, happier than ever." Sherbei gently pressed Liu Piaopiao down onto the stone bed covered in soft animal skins. Yesterday, under the influence of the fiery grass, Liu Piaopiao had been enthusiastic and proactive, yet now, with her modest sense of propriety, she felt shy, her small face gradually flushed. Reflecting on her past life as an ordinary female employee, she found herself now surrounded by 4 extraordinarily handsome males. No, beasts, and her heart swelled with delight as she gazed tenderly at Sherbei. Just as their lips were about to meet, a commotion erupted outside the cave, filled with the startled cries of the orcs. Sherbei immediately straightened, his expression tense. "Piaopiao, stay inside the cave. I will go out to investigate." "Sherbei, I want to go with you." "I am afraid of the dark alone," Liu Piaopiao confessed, revealing her timid nature, unwilling to remain in the cave by herself in this unfamiliar environment at night. "All right," Sherbei replied, gently lifting her in his arms and swiftly heading toward the cave's entrance. I could see that moment. The wild boar tribe's members surged out of the cave. Many female orcs gathered around one cave, clamoring about something. From a distance, Liu Piaopiao could hear cries of blood and the pained cries of females. "Sherbei, take me over to see if any females are injured," Liu Piaopiao urged, her heart racing as the cries grew faint. Sherbei nodded and hurried to the cave surrounded by the orcs. "Zhu Exin, what happened?" Sherbei asked upon seeing Zhu Exin covered in blood, his expression filled with worry and panic. "My female is in critical condition. It's all my fault," Zhu Exin lamented, striking his own head in despair. Seeing this, Sherbei immediately set Liu Piaopiao down, grasping Zhu Exin's fist firmly and demanding in a low voice, "Calm down. What happened?" "Xiongyu is in dire straits. She has lost so much blood." Zhu Exin's voice was now hoarse and weak, his eyes hollow. "Step aside. I need to see." Liu Piaopiao surmised that Xiongyu must be experiencing a premature birth with excessive bleeding. "Little female, the tribe shaman has already declared Xiongyu is beyond saving. The bleeding cannot be stopped," a sorrowful older female orc informed Liu Piaopiao at the entrance. "Let me try. I am the high priestess of the Zhuang forest," Liu Piaopiao declared loudly, determined not to let the once warm-hearted Xiongyu perish without intervention. "High priestess?" Zhu Exin's eyes immediately sparkled with hope, and he shouted for the crowd to disperse. Liu Piaopiao hastened to the shaman's stone tea that moment. Xiongyu lay on the bed, gasping for air, her face pale, drenched in bright red blood beneath her. The shaman beside her, with tear-filled eyes, looked at Liu Piaopiao as if she were a lifeline. Are you truly the high priestess? Please save you. Let me try, Liu Piaopiao replied as she channeled her healing abilities, golden light radiating from her hands, enveloping Xiongyu. The pallor of the female gradually returned, as if she had been reborn. The bleeding ceased, and Xiongyu regained her strength, opening her eyes to behold the divine figure of Liu Piaopiao shining with golden light before her. She felt an overwhelming sense of relief and joy, her previously scattered consciousness returning as the pain in her abdomen subsided. Piaopiao, you saved me, Xiongyu exclaimed, her brows furrowing in pain. Xiongyu, you're all right. Hang in there. Liu Piaopiao discerned that the young beast within her was on the verge of birth. Outside the cave, the orcs erupted in admiration for Liu Piaopiao. Shortly thereafter, with a triumphant shout from Xiongyu, a soft, pudgy little female orc made her entrance into the world. Zhu Xian rushed to the bed, trembling hands gently receiving the female infant from a shaman. This is wonderful. Our wild boar tribe has birthed its first female cub in a century. The shaman exclaimed ecstatically. The tribe members cheered. Thank the beast god for his blessings. Thank the high priestess. Zhu Xian cradled the tiny female infant, laughing joyfully. Noble high priestess, your divine power has saved my child and my female. Please bestow a name upon my cub. Liu Piaopiao leaned to catch a glimpse of the infant in Zhu Xian's arms. She was round and cherubic, with features all scrunched together and two large pig ears. Oh dear, when she grows up, won't she be a female version of Zhu Beiji? Liu Piaopiao thought, suppressing her laughter. What name should she give? Surname Zhu. Zhu Beiji. Zhu Xiaojia. Never mind, I'll just throw out a whimsical name. How about Zhu Mingming? Liu Piaopiao suggested tentatively. Wonderful. My daughter shall be named Zhu Mingming. Thank you, High Priestess, for the name. Zhu Xian knelt on one knee, placing a hand over his heart in sincere gratitude. Liu Piaopiao felt a tinge of embarrassment. She had merely tossed out a whimsical name and couldn't think of anything more exquisite to pair with Little Pig. Fortunately, the orcs placed such trust in her. How amusing. At that moment, all the members of the wild boar tribe knelt in reverence. Liu Piaopiao, taken aback by the honor, beamed. Everyone, please rise. There is no need for such formality. My encounter with your wild boar tribe today seems fated. Thank you. Piaopiao, Xiongyu, still weak from childbirth, struggled to rise and pay her respects. Liu Piaopiao quickly pressed a hand on her shoulder. It must be the beast god guiding me through the wild boar tribe. You should focus on your recovery. With that, she slowly stood and walked towards the cave entrance, where Shi Bei stood watching her from the crowd. Zhu Xian, how many times has mother warned you that a ewe's belly was large? You never listen. If the high priestess hadn't been here tonight, you and my granddaughter would all be doomed. Liu Piaopiao had barely stepped outside the cave when she witnessed the tribe shaman thrusting the infant into Xiongyu's arms, raising his bone staff to strike Zhu Xian. Clearly furious. Goodness, the orcs are quite wild. Liu Piaopiao quickened her pace as she exited, hoping the orcs would take heed. Upon returning to the resting cave, Shi Bei noticed her exhaustion and transformed into a magnificent white lion. Liu Piaopiao nestled into its warm embrace, her small hands playfully stroking its long, pure white mane, and soon she succumbed to a deep slumber. Shi Bei gently encircled the fragrant and soft little female in his arms. Feeling an unprecedented sense of peace since meeting Liu Piaopiao, and soon he too drifted into a tranquil sleep. Meanwhile, Huzhe and Jin Min, restless and unyielding, had already returned to the rabbit clan. Upon entering the cave, they encountered the haggard rabbit Jew, who sat on a stone bench, stitching the garments Liu Piaopiao had worn. Rabbit Jew, look at your woeful state. Anyone unaware would think Huzhe and I were bullying you. Jin Min remarked before collapsing onto the stone bed in exhaustion. You two failed to bring back Piaopiao, and I'm a loss for what to do. I wish to go to the city of beasts. Yet I fear becoming a burden to you. Rabbit Jew lamented, sensing the absence of Liu Piaopiao as presence. Already knowing their return was a failure of the tea that moment. Jose, equally fatigued, patted Rabbit Jew's shoulder and said, "Once Jin Min and I rest for a night, we shall take the male beasts of the Tiger Clan to attack the city of beasts." Rabbit Jew was startled by this declaration. Yet he understood he could not be without Piaopiao. Rather than risk never seeing her again, he resolved to fight for her. He looked up at the thick stack of burlap dresses on the wooden rack against the wall, which included undergarments and even small shoes lined with rabbit fur. Rabbit Jew had been unable to rest easily, often staying awake to craft garments for Liu Piaopiao, and he felt on the brink of collapse. The following day, as the sun just began to rise, Jose commanded 200 members of the Tiger Clan, orcs of second tier and above, to rush towards the city of beasts to retrieve the high priest of the Zhuang forest. Jin Min and Rabbit Jew followed closely behind, the three male beasts united in their unwavering determination to succeed. The Wild Boar clan, bustling with activity in the early morning, sent off Sherbei and Liu Piaopiao with great enthusiasm. "Sherbei, you have saved my life once more. I owe you a debt of gratitude for your repeated rescues," Zhu Exin said, patting Sherbei on the shoulder. Sherbei smiled in response. "There is no need for such formality between brothers." Beside Zhu Exin stood the clan shaman, carrying a bundle filled with sweet potatoes. "Esteemed high priest, since you are in a hurry, we shall not detain you. This is food prepared for you. Please accept it." The shaman had observed the high priest's lack of interest in roasted meat during last night's bonfire ceremony and noted his fondness for these wild tubers. "Did you cultivate these sweet potatoes yourselves? Or did you find them in the wild?" Liu Piaopiao inquired, gazing at the tubers within the bundle. "Esteemed high priest, these wild tubers were gathered from the forest, and they can also be cultivated?" The shaman looked at Liu Piaopiao in astonishment. "This is called sweet potato. Once it sprouts and is planted in the soil, it will grow long vines, producing sweet potatoes at every point where the vines take root. Ensure to space them apart when planting." Liu Piaopiao explained the basic cultivation methods to the shaman and Zhu Exin, grateful thanks to the esteemed high priest for imparting the method of sweet potato cultivation. "We shall follow your guidance." The shaman bowed in gratitude towards Liu Piaopiao. Successfully cultivating these sweet potatoes would alleviate food shortages in winter, and their leaves could also be cooked and consumed. Liu Piaopiao patiently explained. The Wild Boar clan would undoubtedly face food scarcity in winter. The previous night's bonfire ceremony likely featured the most abundant food they could muster, although there was a scarcity of beast meat. Sherbei took the bundle from the shaman and transformed into a massive white lion, instantly grasping the package in its mouth. Liu Piaopiao, filled with urgency, bid farewell to Zhu Exin and the shaman before mounting the great white lion, swiftly making her way towards the Zhuang forest, longing for Jin Min and the others. Once outside the territory of the Wild Boar clan, Liu Piaopiao promptly stored the bundle of sweet potatoes in her space. The speed of the fifth-tier male beast was astonishing, and the pristine beauty of the primordial forest raced by her like a movie, except for the midday spent hunting and roasting meat for Liu Piaopiao. They journeyed without pause, Liu Piaopiao firmly clinging to its fur as she lay steadily on its back. As dusk approached, a valley emerged faintly ahead. The winter chill, which should have intensified, seemed to warm as they approached the valley. The sound of trickling water gradually filled the air. Sherbei transformed back into his human form, gently cradling Liu Piaopiao as they arrived at the steaming valley. "Sherbei, this is a hot spring," Liu Piaopiao exclaimed joyfully, leaping from his arms to the ground, excitedly rushing to the spring's edge to test the water temperature. Turning to Sherbei, her eyes sparkled with anticipation. "I want to soak in the bath." "This is a natural hot spring," Sherbei, with a tender smile, nodded. "Piaopiao, I have observed that there are no wild beasts nearby. Let us rest here for the night, shall we?" Liu Piaopiao blushed, her gaze drawn to Sherbei's approaching figure, her ears involuntarily flushing with warmth. "Piaopiao, I will carry you down," Sherbei said, lifting Liu Piaopiao's delicate form. With a splash, she protested, "Sherbei, I haven't even undressed yet." Liu Piaopiao playfully thumped his chest in feigned annoyance. Sherbei felt a rush of warmth surging through him, his gaze upon the little female in his arms igniting a fiery intensity. Liu Piaopiao, enveloped in the comforting warmth of the spring, sighed in contentment, The sound stirred something within Bei. Veins throbbed on his forehead as if he were suppressing a myriad of emotions. As Liu Piaopiao slowly shed her drenched garments, she hummed a playful tune. Pig. Your nose has 2 holes when you catch a cold. Your snot flows like a stream. Pig. Your eyes are dark as night, gazing and gazing, yet you see no end. Pig. Your ears are so large, flapping away. Yet you cannot hear me call you a fool, Piaopiao. Do you have an affinity for pig beasts? Bei, with his godlike features, wore an adorably puzzled expression for the first time. Bei. I merely find this song amusing. Liu Piaopiao couldn't help but burst into laughter. It was the first time Bei witnessed Liu Piaopiao laugh so freely, her beauty radiating like the sun. It became clear that she had never experienced such joy in the city of beasts, as long as his little female was happy. His heart too soared with delight. That moment, Liu Piaopiao retrieved the few remaining soap pods from her space and handed them to Bei. Please help me crush them into a fine powder. Bei, unsure of her intention, complied, and with a gentle squeeze, the once firm soap pods transformed into a soft, fine foam. Liu Piaopiao took the soap foam from his hands, kneading it into delicate bubbles, which she gently applied to her cascading black hair. The natural fragrance of the soap pod mingled with her unique feminine scent. Piaopiao, let me help you. Do you have any more of this little thing? Bei extended his large hand, tenderly massaging Liu Piaopiao's long hair, each strand slipping through his fingers, tugging at his heartstrings. Liu Piaopiao produced a few more soap pods from her space and offered them behind her. Here, these soap pods are dwindling. Once we return, I shall experiment to create soap for bathing and washing clothes more effectively. In the gentle embrace of the warm springs, the skilled hands of Bei meticulously crafted fine bubbles, which were tenderly applied to the delicate form of Liu Piaopiao. Initially, the bathing was conducted with utmost care, but gradually, Bei's hands glided over her soft peaks, stirring a primal bloodlust within him, igniting a desire that threatened to erupt. His voice became gravely husky as he murmured, Piaopiao, I am utterly enamored by you, before turning her to face him and pulling her fiercely into his embrace. Upon hearing this unexpected declaration of affection, Liu Piaopiao's face flushed crimson. The warmth radiating from his chest was undeniable, and her heart raced with newfound urgency as she pressed her small hand against his firm torso. Whispering, Be gentle, Bei's gaze darkened with intensity as he leaned down to capture her soft lips, fervently drawing her closer, while his hands roamed over her supple body, whether it was the heat of the springs or the overwhelming tide of emotions. Liu Piaopiao found herself equally restless with longing. Soon, the serene valley echoed with their entwined sounds, and Liu Piaopiao was oblivious to Bei's exhaustion from the day's journey. He had become a wild beast, insatiably demanding, until her voice turned hoarse and she succumbed to slumber in his arms, while the moon above shyly concealed itself behind veils of clouds. The following day, the chirping of insects and the calls of birds awakened Liu Piaopiao, who found herself curled within the embrace of a majestic white lion. The poor creature had not dared to shift positions throughout the night, lying on its back, its long fur enveloping her, with its powerful limbs gently surrounding her. With a soft giggle, Liu Piaopiao playfully pressed against the lion's belly, exclaiming, Bei, I've just discovered that lions can lie on their backs. In an instant, the white lion transformed into a stunning man, with flowing white hair haloed in light, captivating gray eyes, and a perfectly sculpted visage. His voice dripped with seductive raspiness as he cautioned, Piaopiao, don't move too much. Or else. A wicked smile crept upon his lips. Liu Piaopiao felt a startling sensation between her thighs, her cheeks flushed with heat as she softly pleaded, Bei, I was wrong. Shall we set off early? Bei, gazing at the tender, inviting form of the small female, found her pouting lips, which he had so fiercely needed, irresistible. The glimmer in his eyes hinted at mischief as he replied, Very well, but first, grant me a few kisses. With a playful pout, Liu Piaopiao obliged, her kisses eliciting a side of Bei she had never witnessed before. He appeared like an entrancing, otherworldly beauty in a swift motion, He pinned her against the warm, stone edge of the spring, and as she began to speak, her words were lost in a symphony of breathy moans, as she succumbed to sensations that demanded more. As the winter sun ascended to its zenith, Bei, sated and holding the delicate female, continued toward the rabbit clan. Following the thermal springs along the valley, they ventured further, the warmth of the waters increasing. After a while, Liu Piaopiao noticed bubbling springs emerging from small apertures. Bei, the temperature here is too high. Doesn't it burn your feet? She inquired, marveling at the rugged resilience of the beastmen who traversed without shoes. It does not burn. I am now a fifth-tier beast. Ordinary forces cannot harm me. Bei reassured her, sensing Liu Piaopiao's rising body temperature. He grew concerned, asking Piaopiao, "Are you feeling unwell?" "I'm not unwell, merely warmer." However, could these springs be connected to a volcano? Liu Piaopiao pondered, her thoughts drifting to the potential dangers lurking within the Zhuang forest. Bei contemplated her words. Indeed, there's a volcano in the Zhuang forest, but it is quite distant. Liu Piaopiao sighed in relief, wrapping her arms around his neck. Bei, I feel a bit hungry. Wait here for a moment, he responded, placing her gently on a large stone with a relatively lower temperature. In an instant, he transformed into a colossal white lion and darted away. Moments later, he returned, cradling a massive bird egg. Piaopiao, I've found you a red-billed sparrow egg. Carefully, he placed the egg into a bubbling spring, causing Liu Piaopiao to widen her eyes in surprise. Be careful not to burn yourself. With a warm smile, Bei shook his head. Piaopiao, as a fifth-tier beast, I can easily withstand the heat. As he stood beside her, he felt an overwhelming desire to hold her close, enchanted by her softness and sweetness. Bei, what happens when a beastman reaches the saint tier? Liu Piaopiao inquired, intrigued by the tale she had heard. It is said that saints awaken divine powers, allowing them to slay fierce beasts without transforming, soaring through the skies with ease. Bei mused, his eyes reflecting longing. Liu Piaopiao bit her lip, her curiosity piqued. Does it mean life is no longer limited? Isn't that akin to being a demigod? Demigod, Bei echoed, contemplating her words. You make a compelling argument. Saint-tier beasts indeed resemble demigods. I have heard that the Yazan continent is home to saint-tier beasts. Yazan continent? Have you ever been there? Liu Piaopiao's eyes sparkled with curiosity, eager to learn more about this world, now that she had a beast husband. Long ago, the Yazan continent and the Zhuang continent were interconnected. Legend has it that the goddess of hope sacrificed herself to seal the beast during a great war, achieving peace in our realm. However, chaos ensued once more, and civilizations faded into obscurity, Bei explained. Is it true that the high priest of the Yuan clan has visited the Yazan continent? Liu Piaopiao recalled hearing about the magical fabrics of the merfolk. The merfolk's silken garments are woven from a mystical thread that allows one to remain dry underwater. The high priest visits the Yazan continent annually. Many aspects of our society, including textiles and ironworks, have been influenced by it, Bei elaborated. Realizing the stark contrast between the two lands, Liu Piaopiao remarked, the Yazan continent is clearly more advanced than the Zhuang continent, which remains in a primitive state. Piaopiao, as the high priestess of Zhuang, you hold divine authority to uplift the quality of life for our people. I shall heed your every command, Bei vowed earnestly, pressing his hand to his heart in reverence. Leaning against his sturdy chest, Liu Piaopiao felt a swell of responsibility within her. Bei, I will do my utmost. As they shared tender moments, Bei offered Liu Piaopiao a small portion of the warm sparrow egg before transforming back into the great white lion. Carrying her onward, they traveled from dawn to dusk. Finding comfort in the warmth of his fur, Liu Piaopiao felt content nestled against him, despite occasional playful tussles, finding solace in his embrace. Thus, 2 days passed serenely, until a thunderous roar shattered the tranquility. Huzai, leading 200 tigers, appeared in Liu Piaopiao's line of sight, along with the swift approach of Jin Qianbao and the pristine white rabbit. Jin Min, Ju, Huzai, Liu Piaopiao exclaimed, her excitement bubbling over as she finally reunited with her 3 valiant companions. At this moment, my heart raced with excitement. Piao Piao, in an instant, transformed into a beastman, leaping forth to embrace Liu Piaopiao from the back of the white lion. Alas, while the other beastmen quickly donned their animal skin skirts. This foolish leopard seemed oblivious to the potential embarrassment of exposing himself. With a handsome face adorned by a wide grin, he lifted Liu Piaopiao high into the air, holding her tightly in his arms. "Foolish leopard, put me down!" Liu Piaopiao was utterly speechless at his antics, and Jin Min gently set her back on the ground. Immediately, Liu Piaopiao retrieved a piece of animal skin from her spatial storage and deftly wrapped it around him. "Piao, I will take you back. Why are you dressing me in animal skin? Come here." With that, he tossed Liu Piaopiao into the air, transforming into a golden leopard to catch her, and then swiftly turned to race towards the rabbit tribe. This foolish creature, Huze, hadn't even touched Liu Piaopiao's hand before he gritted his teeth in frustration. He glanced at the beastman Lion Bei, whose chest bore a golden lotus mark, causing his amber eyes to darken momentarily. With a grunt, he transformed into a fierce tiger and roared, leading hundreds of tiger beastmen back home. Rabbit Jew, observing the powerful lion tribe beastman standing frozen in place, placed a hand over his heart and bowed. "You are the new beastman that Piao has bonded with. I am Rabbit Jew, and I welcome you to accompany us back to the rabbit tribe." "I am Lion Bei," he replied gently, returning the gesture. The two exchanged glances for a moment before transforming into their beast forms and swiftly following the tiger tribe. The journey there had been long, yet the return was hasty. Within 2 days, a group of beastmen, accompanied by the high priest of the Zhehuang forest, successfully returned to the rabbit tribe. Upon their arrival, the entire tribe erupted with excitement. Numerous beastmen gathered around, their expressions a mix of surprise and curiosity as they scrutinized Liu Piaopiao and her beastmen. "Piao, you have finally returned." Yang Yunyun's eyes glistened with emotion. Rabbit Meng eagerly pulled Liu Piaopiao close, examining her from head to toe. "Fortunately, you haven't lost weight." Piao. During her absence, Rabbit Jew was nearly driven mad. He often stood atop the mountain for the entire day. Rabbit Lawn squeezed through the crowd, wishing to enhance the chief's presence. "Thank you all. I missed everyone too." Liu Piaopiao replied warmly, gazing affectionately at the surrounding females. "Piao, that must be your new bond beastman. He is truly handsome. I have never seen such a striking beastman." Rabbit Shui'er gushed, her eyes shining with admiration for Lion Bei. "Rabbit Shui'er, are you saying our Rabbit Jew isn't handsome? Isn't Jin Min appealing enough? Isn't Tiger Zhe impressive?" Yang Yunyun retorted, prompting the females to begin comparing their favorites. "I believe the lion beastman is the most handsome. Look at his beautiful white hair and his features. He resembles a divine beast from the heavens." Rabbit Shui'er unabashedly praised Lion Bei. "But Jin Min is also handsome. His smile is heartwarming. Which female wouldn't adore him?" Yang Yunyun defended her childhood friend. "The foolish leopard. Rabbit Jew is undeniably the most handsome beastman in Zhehuang forest. You have no idea how many females adore him." Rabbit Lawn insisted, casting a vote for her chief. "Is Tiger Zhe not handsome? If I had to choose the most handsome beastman, it would certainly be Tiger Zhe," Rabbit Meng asserted, believing her taste to be superior. What began as a welcoming gathering for the high priest had morphed into a beauty contest among the beastmen. Liu Piaopiao felt somewhat awkward amidst the fervor of these enthusiastic females, who seemed oblivious to the feelings of the beautiful beastmen. "Piao, you tell us, among your 4 beastmen, who do you find the most handsome?" Rabbit Shui'er boldly asked Liu Piaopiao to decide who the most handsome beastman was. Liu Piaopiao's eyes widened in disbelief. Was this a question she could answer? "Piao, do speak up. Who do you think looks the best?" Rabbit Lawn curiously nudged Liu Piaopiao's slender arm. "Oh dear, is this a death sentence?" Liu Piaopiao thought, eyeing Tiger Zhe, who had halted the movements of his tribe, while Lion Bei seemed to unintentionally inch closer to them. Jin Min had already dashed back to the cave, eager to prepare a bath for Liu Piaopiao, while only Rabbit Jew remained in the distance, busily directing the tribe to prepare a grand bonfire ceremony to celebrate Liu Piaopiao's return. Liu Piaopiao admired the females, pondering how they balanced their affections for the numerous beastmen. Unable to answer that question, she could only smile and say, "Everyone Don't be curious. I like them all, both hand and back. They're all handsome in my eyes. Perfect. Let them remain curious. Liu Piaopiao's heart was already blooming with joy. Piao, you're lying. You must have a favorite among your own beastmen. Yang Yunyun insisted, stomping her foot in frustration, convinced that Liu Piaopiao's favorite was Jin Min, dear, lovely females. I'm quite tired. I'll take a moment to rest. See you later. Liu Piaopiao hastily excused herself. That night, the bonfire blazed brightly. Liu Piaopiao sat at the center, surrounded by her beastmen. Piao. Here, I made sure to season the roasted meat with plenty of spices from B City. Give it a try. Jin Min offered a skewer of roasted meat, blowing on it gently before presenting it to Liu Piaopiao. It's delicious, she exclaimed, truly impressed by Jin Min's improved roasting skills. Enhanced with chili powder and various seasonings, along with salt, the meat was incredibly fragrant. Liu Piaopiao couldn't help but take large bites. Her petite cheeks puffed out adorably. Jin Min's eyes gleamed with passion. Piao, eat more. Tonight, I intend to mate with you all night long. Coughing, Liu Piaopiao nearly choked on his blunt and reckless words. Meanwhile, Rabbit Jew gently patted her narrow back. Piao, are you all right? Take your time eating. Then he ladled some bone broth from the stone pot over the fire into a small stone bowl, blowing on it softly while stirring with a wooden spoon. Tiger Zay glared at Jin Min, his deep voice icy. Piao has just returned. What? Do you intend to monopolize her? Stupid tiger, you old coot. If it weren't for your life-saving actions in the Beast City, I would have tossed your belongings out of the cave long ago. Jin Min retorted, unable to tolerate Tiger Zay's cold demeanor and constant insults. Jin Min believed himself to be the wisest and most exceptional of them all. Piao here. The weather has turned chilly. Drink some hot soup to warm yourself. Rabbit Jew said cheerfully, handing her the stone bowl, secretly wishing for a fierce fight between Jin Min and Tiger Zay. Liu Piaopiao noticed the dark circles under Rabbit Jew's eyes and how his once cherubic cheeks had slimmed down in just under a month, losing the roundness that once made him so adorable, now possessing a more defined masculinity that was even more striking. Thank you, Rabbit Jew. You've lost too much weight. Liu Piao gently caressed his now gaunt face, her eyes filled with tenderness and concern. Rabbit Jew, with his naturally pink rabbit eyes, now bore a pouting expression as he gently pulled Liu Piao into his embrace. Piao, during your absence, it felt as though my heart was hollowed out. Even breathing was painful that I couldn't eat or sleep. How could I not lose weight? Hearing Rabbit Jew's heartfelt words, Liu Piao felt a pang in her heart, wrapping her arms tightly around his slender waist. Jin Min, witnessing this, immediately jumped up. Rabbit Jew, stop playing the pity card here. Who doesn't know that you, cunning rabbit, are filled with mischief? Tiger Zay also snorted in disdain, glaring at Rabbit Jew, unable to mimic such a display of sentimentality. Rabbit Jew held Liu Piao closer, defiantly looking at them. You two don't understand. My feelings for Piao are as vast as the heavens. With her face flushed, Liu Piao extricated herself from Rabbit Jew's embrace. All right now, can you all eat something instead? Not hungry. Zay and Jin Min exclaimed in indignation simultaneously, their eyes locked onto each other in a tense standoff. When Sherbei overheard Jin Min insult Zay as an old geezer, his irritation reached its zenith. Who was unaware that among the majestic beasts, he was the eldest. This little one's grudge was firmly etched in Sherbei's memory. Piao, I am your beast, wherever you are. I shall be. Sherbei gazed tenderly at Liu Piao, his expression resolute. In a way, that insufferable lion. Piao resides in my cave. Without my permission, you shall not move in. The cave previously occupied by Tu Ju is currently vacant. So it shall be reserved for her, Jin Min declared, adopting a righteous demeanor as he provocatively glanced at Sherbei. A wicked smile crept across Sherbei's stunning visage. Jin Min, the contention for mating rights among beasts is not settled by mere words, but through strength. If it comes to blows, do you think I would fear you? Today, I shall inform you that I am Piao's foremost mate. Jin Min rose, resolute in his determination to defeat this newcomer. Liu Piao immediately grasped Jin Min's arm, fully aware of Sherbei's combat prowess. This foolish leopard was merely courting disaster. Jin Min, cease this foolishness. If you continue, you shall not share my bed tonight. Liu Piaopiao feigned anger. Crossing her arms and turning her head aside, Jin Min promptly knelt beside Liu Piaopiao, displaying a comically woeful expression. Don't, Piaopiao, I was wrong. I won't hit him. I just miss you so much. He buried his large head in Liu Piaopiao's bosom. For heaven's sake, can you refrain from kneeling? It makes you appear like a scolding mother. Liu Piaopiao rolled her eyes in exasperation. With a resigned expression, she conceded, All right, I was just teasing you that I'm not angry, especially since you prepare my bathwater. Jin Min immediately embraced Liu Piaopiao, grinning widely. I can help you bathe too. Liu Piaopiao initially intended to push him away, but upon noticing the stubble on Jin Min's chin, she softened. This fellow had been tirelessly toiling, nearly losing his life. Gently, she wrapped her arms around his neck. Foolish leopard, it's getting cold. Let us head back. No sooner had Liu Piaopiao spoken than Jin Min whisked her away. Dashing back to the cave, the onlookers among the beast folk erupted in playful jeers. Jin Min is too hasty. ISNT, don't tire Piao out. Yang Yunyan laughed heartily while sitting beside Yang Su. The atmosphere was lively, filled with laughter and joy, enveloping the territory of the rabbit clan once more. Upon entering the cave, Jin Min eagerly sought to undress Liu Piaopiao for a bath. Blushing, Liu Piaopiao playfully smacked him. Don't rush. Let us check the water temperature first, Piaopiao. I've missed you to the brink of madness, Jin Min exclaimed, not waiting for her acquiescence as he swiftly stripped Liu Piaopiao of her garments. With a firm grip, he lifted her effortlessly and placed her into the enormous stone tub. Where the water was perfectly warm, as Liu Piaopiao settled into the tub, a wave of relaxation washed over her, erasing the fatigue of her recent travels. Sherbei, if you don't mind. Why not stay with us? Tuju extended an invitation to the silent Sherbei. Very well, Sherbei replied after a glance at Tuju. If you have any requests in the future, feel free to voice them. I shall dedicate myself to serving your rabbit clan. Tuju smiled. There's no need for such formality. We should look out for one another. Huze transformed into a colossal tiger and dashed toward the river outside the rabbit clan's territory to freshen up. He could not allow that foolish leopard to have all the privileges tonight. Tuju chuckled lightly. Sherbei, Huze must be heading to the river for a wash, as Piaopiao has always been fastidious about cleanliness. Sherbei, with a look of camaraderie, cast a grateful glance at Tuju before transforming into a magnificent white lion and sprinting toward the river as well. That Tuju understood well that Piaopiao, as the sole female high priest of the Zhuang forest, faced the formidable beast city. Sherbei's formidable strength could safeguard Liu Piaopiao, and he did not harbor any aversion toward him. Only through unity could they protect their cherished female. Returning to the cave, Tuju busied himself arranging the spacious stone bed, listening to the playful banter of Jin Min and Piaopiao next door, and felt a sense of peace. He no longer wished to live in a world devoid of Liu Piaopiao. When Huze and Sherbei returned from their baths, they were met with the incessant provocations of that foolish leopard next door. Piaopiao, I heard from Yang Su that Jin Min's rough fingers gently caressed your soft lips, shamelessly begging for your affection. Liu Piaopiao gasped in surprise, suddenly reminded of a scene from a certain film. Indeed, life often mirrors art. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and she playfully scolded, You silly leopard, stop picking up bad habits from the other males. Piaopiao, just give it a try, will you? Just this once, Jin Min implored like a child yearning for candy. Cradling Liu Piaopiao's face and planting fervent kisses, refusing to relent until he achieved his goal. Liu Piaopiao, unable to resist him, shot him a sidelong glance. Just this once, okay? Then, the sound of splashing water mingled with the deep breaths of the male and the soft moans of the female. After a considerable time, the ruckus finally ceased. Jin Min emerged from the bathing area with a satisfied grin. Piaopiao, now it's my turn to assist you. Piaopiao, tell me, do you love me the most? Jin Min, in that moment, still sought to establish his dominance. Liu Piaopiao, lost in her thoughts, nodded in affirmation. Jin Min suddenly halted, mischievously grasping her chin and drawing her close. Then say it, that you love me the most. All right, Liu Piaopiao. now utterly disoriented, could only focus on the fact that Jin Min was the one she cherished, playfully murmuring, "Yes, I love you the most." Meanwhile, in the adjacent cave meant for rest, the three male beasts sat with their arms crossed, their eyes aflame with jealousy. That foolish leopard had offended all his brothers, yet remained blissfully unaware. While the bathing area was filled with fervor, the other cave exuded a chilling silence. Time dragged on until the noises finally subsided. Jin Min, embracing Liu Piaopiao, stepped out of the bathing area, only to find his brothers eyeing them with predatory gazes. He was momentarily taken aback, but then a glint of provocation and pride sparkled in his eyes. Liu Piaopiao, embarrassed, buried her face in Jin Min's embrace, acutely aware of the resentful expressions of the other three males, feeling as though she had been caught in an act of infidelity. Jin Min was overjoyed, fully aware that the return of his three brothers was intentional, meant to ensure that Piaopiao knew who her true beloved was. "Piaopiao, you love Jin Min the most. What about us?" Hu Zei's deep, cold voice pierced Liu Piaopiao's heart like winter's chill. "Oh no. At such a moment, must you really hold me accountable for those sweet nothings?" Liu Piaopiao's mind was swirling. Sensing the oppressive atmosphere, she steeled herself and addressed them, expressing her affection. "Hu Zei, Tuju, Sherbei, I love each of you, so please don't take offense, all right? What is integrity? Where am I? What am I doing?" At that moment, Liu Piaopiao felt the need to rediscover herself. "Oh, being a female is so challenging. Piaopiao, we all love you." Sherbei rose, taking Liu Piaopiao from Jin Min's embrace and gently biting her pink lips. Hu Zei and Tu Ju exchanged glances, sharing a wicked smile. The next day, as the sun rose, Liu Piaopiao found herself unable to rise from her bed. "Sleep in my familiar home. I'm so exhausted from the night. I'm asleep until I awaken naturally." It wasn't tea until the afternoon that she was roused by hunger. "Piaopiao, I made you some meat pies. Give them a try," Tu Ju offered, having recently taken to studying the daily needs of the little female with great enthusiasm. "My hands are sore. You feed me." Liu Piaopiao thought of Tu Ju's roughness from the night before and resolved to make him serve her well. Tu Ju smiled indulgently, holding a meat pie from the stone bowl as he approached her bedside, tearing off a small piece to feed Liu Piaopiao slowly. "Delicious. This is smoked meat pie. Tu Ju, you're so clever. Then eat more, or how will you withstand us?" With a wicked smile, Tu Ju exuded mischief. Liu Piaopiao, unable to contain her irritation, sat up and pinched his cheek with force, feeling indignant in her heart. "Letting you laugh, you naughty boy." She continued pinching until his cheek turned red. It was her own pink eyes and flushed cheeks that bore the brunt of the scrutiny. Unconsciously, Liu Piaopiao found herself smiling alongside Tu Ju. Such warm and tender moments filled her with immense satisfaction as she cherished this peaceful and affectionate life. As evening approached, three fierce beasts returned from their hunt, and the rabbits feasted abundantly once more. Liu Piaopiao retrieved the sweet potatoes gifted by the Wild Boar clan and asked Tu Ju to roast them over the fire. "Piaopiao, what is this?" Jin Min inquired, gazing curiously at the sweet potatoes in the flames. "It's called sweet potato, a gift from the Wild Boar clan that we have plenty in storage, and with winter upon us, Tu Ju, we shall plant them tomorrow." "Piaopiao, you say this fruit is a sweet potato? How should it be cultivated?" Tu Ju held a sweet potato yet to be tossed into the fire, examining it thoughtfully. "The sweet potato is not only a delectable food, but also a seed. It merely needs to be buried in the soil of the back mountain, where it can thrive effortlessly and grow swiftly." Tu Ju, filled with trust in Liu Piaopiao's wisdom, looked at her with gleaming eyes. "Tomorrow, we shall plant them. This winter, we have accumulated enough wheat and lack for nothing. However, the sweet potatoes will provide a change in flavor." Liu Piaopiao nodded in agreement. "Tu Ju, these sweet potatoes are immensely useful. Both the vines and the fruits are edible, and the sweet potato can be transformed into a variety of delicious dishes." She thought of how sweet potato starch could be made into jelly or dried sweet potatoes, which not only filled the belly but also served as delightful snacks. Liu Piaopiao, armed with a stick, occasionally turned the sweet potatoes in the fire. Once they were cooked to perfection, she retrieved the roasted sweet potatoes. Their surfaces charred black. "Piaopiao, they're burnt to a crisp. Can they be eaten?" Jin Min looked at Liu Piaopiao with skepticism. Roasted sweet potatoes are delicious. Once they cool, you should try them, Liu Piaopiao replied, knowing well that the fierce males had little taste for cooked food. Yet she wished for them to savor something novel. The two Jew bent down to pick up a roasted sweet potato, easily breaking it apart, and a rich, sweet aroma wafted into the air. He blew on it gently and offered it to Liu Piaopiao. She accepted the roasted sweet potato and took a small bite, savoring the soft, sticky, and sweet texture that blossomed in her mouth. So delicious. Her eyes sparkled with delight. Observing her reaction, Jin Min picked up one for himself. Mimicking Liu Piaopiao's actions, and, upon tasting it, his eyes widened in astonishment. This is so sweet. Seeing their reactions, two Jews' lips curled into a smile as he took another piece for himself, chewing slowly before speaking. Piaopiao, tomorrow we shall plant the sweet potatoes in recent days. The clan has stocked up on plenty of salt, and preparations for smoked meat must commence in a few days, as the weather turns colder. The forest prey will significantly diminish. Starting tomorrow, I, along with Bei and Jin Min, will lead the Tiger Clan's males to hunt more beasts. Tiger Zay sensed that this winter would be particularly harsh. Recalling that in previous years, the forest was teeming with wildlife at this time. Yet recently, the numbers had dwindled considerably. This winter would indeed be exceptionally cold and prolonged, necessitating ample food reserves. Bei raised his gaze, his eyes tenderly fixated on Liu Piaopiao's sweet face, the contours of his lips involuntarily curving upward. With her mouth smeared in charred remnants of roasted sweet potato, Liu Piaopiao returned a broad grin to Bei. Piaopiao, can you not stare at me? While smiling, Jin Min immediately turned Liu Piaopiao's small head to face him. Jin Min, I'm still eating. What are you doing? Liu Piaopiao playfully bumped her forehead against his chin, exclaiming, ouch, your jaw is so hard. Seeing Liu Piaopiao's expression of surprise from the sudden bump, Jin Min couldn't help but burst into laughter. Piaopiao, if you want to hit me, use a stick. Don't hurt yourself. Silly leopard. Tiger Zay shot a sidelong glance at Jin Min. You only know how to laugh all day. What's so funny? You look like a fool. Stinky tiger, I've endured you for long enough. Jin Min could no longer hold back. Confronting Tiger Zay, since your brother is feeling restless today, are you looking for a fight? Tiger Zay stood up, provocatively eyeing Jin Min. Bring it on. I'll show you who the big brother is. Jin Min leaped up, glaring at Tiger Zay, and the two made their way to the center of the square. Soon, the other males surrounded them, cheering enthusiastically, each forming teams to chant. Jin Min, go for it. Tiger Zay, teach him a lesson. The beastmen thrived on the excitement, eager to witness the spectacle. Piaopiao, drink some of this noodle soup. Isn't it delicious? Tu Ju exclaimed joyfully, thinking to himself. Finally, they're fighting. Based on past experiences, those two would surely brawl until the early hours of the morning. Tonight, he could finally hold the soft little female close for a sweet slumber, and his heart swelled with delight. Bei glanced at the eager Tu Ju, feeling a tinge of doubt about whether he was growing old. These young rabbits each harbored their own schemes, with cunning minds. Tu Ju, seemingly oblivious to Bei's scrutinizing gaze, affectionately held the satisfied Liu Piaopiao as they joyfully made their way back to the cave. Bei observed the commotion in the center of the square, where the tiger and leopard beasts were already sporting bruises, a smile creeping onto his lips as he hurried away to tend to his little female's bath. The bathroom was filled with steam from the warm water. Piaopiao, let me help you wash, Tu Ju said, his pink eyes sparkling with anticipation, making it hard to refuse. Liu Piaopiao did not object. She tested the water temperature with her hand. Tu Ju gently untied her dress from behind and placed it on a wooden rack, wrapping his arms around her delicate waist as he lowered her into the bathtub. Outside, the weather had turned frigid, but within the cave, the males had carefully tended to a small fire. Initially, Tu Ju behaved himself, but as the washing continued, he couldn't resist a playful advance. Hey, Tu Ju, behave yourself, Liu Piaopiao exclaimed in surprise. Piaopiao, I want to mate with you, Tu Ju replied with a mischievous grin. Mate with your head. Liu Piaopiao rolled her eyes, exasperated. Don't you want to wash and rest properly? Suddenly, Tu Ju's expression shifted, his gaze at Liu Piaopiao laden with ambiguity. Mating with my head? "So, you like it this way, Tu Ju? How have you turned naughty?" Liu Piaopiao remarked, astonished to see the usually obedient Tu Ju behaving playfully. With her snow-white arms, she playfully splashed water at Tu Ju, drenching him. "Now I'm wet too." "Piaopiao, I want to wash with you," Tu Ju declared, tossing aside the cloth he had been using to dry her back and leaping into the bathtub with a splash. This bathtub was spacious enough to accommodate 3 people. Liu Piaopiao suspected that Jin Min and Tu Ju had crafted it with some indecorous thoughts in mind that go ahead and wash, but don't let your hands wander. Liu Piaopiao's voice took on a teasing tone. "If you don't mind, I'd also like to bathe. The river water is too cold." Sherbet appeared at the cave entrance, his stunning face adorned with a gentle smile. Liu Piaopiao found herself momentarily entranced, the crackling of the little fire filling the air. "Piaopiao, let us help you wash," Tu Ju said, enveloping her in his arms, his hands wandering freely as the night wore on. The temperature within the cave soared, persisting throughout the night, as expected. The next day, Liu Piaopiao awoke to find 2 pig-headed males glaring at her, visibly disgruntled. "Jin Min, Tiger Zhe, you 2 were the ones fighting. Why are you looking at me like that?" Liu Piaopiao yawned, rubbing her sleepy eyes, wishing to drift back to slumber. "Piaopiao, quickly help me heal my wounds. It doesn't hurt, but affects my handsome image." Jin Min, bearing a hint of grievance, presented his swollen, half-red, half-purple pig-like visage before Liu Piaopiao. With great restraint against the urge to burst into laughter, Liu Piaopiao playfully poked at his chubby face, which resembled a pig's rear. Wincing in pain, Jin Min adopted a pouting, pitiful expression as if pleading for a hug. "Get lost," Liu Piaopiao retorted, delivering a playful kick to his thigh, seated on a stone bench, the disheveled hues, with his features in disarray. "Scoff, fool! Go take a look by the river. You really think you look charming right now?" Liu Piaopiao could no longer contain herself, erupting in a hearty laughter. "I've made up my mind. This time, I won't cure your pig's head face. Go wherever you feel comfortable." "No, Piaopiao. You once claimed to love me most dearly. How could you bear to let me endure such an ugly face?" Jin Min, unabashed, flopped down onto the still-lying Liu Piaopiao. "If you don't get off, I'll call Sherbet to beat you up." Liu Piaopiao feigned anger, gripping his ears tightly. "You rascal. After your brawls today, I won't heal you this time, but let's see if you dare to be mischievous again." "Piaopiao, the rabbit clan leader has arranged for us to learn sweet potato planting today," Yang Yinyan shouted, her voice booming as she approached the cave, just as Jin Min and Hughes quickly embraced the pig's head and dashed out. They transformed into a golden leopard and a fierce tiger, disappearing in a flash. Following Yang Yinyan were a group of female companions, who only caught a glimpse of the 2 beasts vanishing like lightning. Liu Piaopiao hastily donned her garments and leapt from the stone bed. "Piaopiao, why do you always sleep until nearly noon?" Yang Yinyan, glancing down, noticed the red marks on Liu Piaopiao's neck and suddenly wore an understanding expression. "Yinyan, let's head to the back mountain and plant the sweet potatoes first. Today, I will also teach you how to make soap," Liu Piaopiao declared as she was about to exit the cave. At that moment, Tu Ju entered, beaming as she carried a bowl of bone soup dumplings. "Piaopiao, eat something before you go," Tu Ju said gently. Liu Piaopiao smiled, accepting the bowl and savoring the warm, comforting food. Appreciating Tu Ju's thoughtfulness, the females noticed the delicate scratch marks on Tu Ju's shoulder, stifling giggles, causing Liu Piaopiao to blush deeply. With a flick of her hand, the red marks vanished. After finishing her meal, everyone headed to the back mountain. To their surprise, they found a considerable pile of sweet potatoes on the ridge. Liu Piaopiao only had a single bag of sweet potatoes in her space. Not nearly enough. She turned curiously to Tu Ju, who began to explain. "Piaopiao, this morning at dawn, I sent our clan members to the forest to dig up a large batch of sweet potatoes. The ones you brought back are surely insufficient for planting." She pointed to the numerous sweet potatoes, still caked with fresh soil. "Tu Ju, you are indeed meticulous. Sweet potatoes are quite resilient. Let us begin," Liu Piaopiao said, rolling up her long skirt to her waist. She wore long pants underneath, so she wasn't concerned about exposure. However, the females behind her began to chatter, imitating Liu Piaopiao by lifting their burlap skirts and tying them at their waists. "Oh my, bare bottoms! Liu Piaopiao nearly fainted from embarrassment, her cheeks flushing crimson as she shouted, "What are you doing? Put your skirts down." The females looked bewildered, scratching their heads as they mimicked the high priestess's actions and started to plant. "Piaopiao, you lifted your skirt too, didn't you?" Yang Yinyin queried, eyes wide with confusion. "How many times have I told you? Females need to be mindful of modesty, that I'm wearing underwear and long pants underneath. So quickly lower your skirts." This was the first time Liu Piaopiao spoke with authority, feeling exasperated internally. When would these wild, free-spirited beast folk learn to exhibit some decorum? The females exchanged glances, realizing the high priestess might be overreacting. Yet they complied with Liu Piaopiao's command, swiftly lowering their skirts. The males, however, were unfazed, showing no signs of surprise. Liu Piaopiao then skillfully guided everyone in digging trenches, planting seedlings, and applying fertilizer. The compost pit at the foot of the back mountain proved invaluable. The rabbit and goat clan beastfolk busily worked in the fields under the high priestess's guidance. The mountains echoed with a pastoral harmony, a serene and beautiful scene. The beastfolk displayed remarkable efficiency, their robust stamina allowing them to shape the vast sweet potato field in no time. Liu Piaopiao led the way, swinging her arms, surrounded by a giggling group of females as they merrily made their way to the clan square. "Piaopiao, what kind of soap are we making? What is that treasure?" Yang Yinyin had not forgotten Liu Piaopiao's promise to teach them soap making once the sweet potatoes were planted. Liu Piaopiao nodded. "Today, we will make a lot of soap, which you can use for washing clothes and bathing. Will it make us smell as delightful as you?" Tu Mengmeng leaned in close to Liu Piaopiao's neck, inhaling deeply with a satisfied sigh. Liu Piaopiao was instantly covered in goosebumps, pushing her away forcefully. "Mengmeng, what are you doing?" "I'm straight." "Ha ha, Piaopiao, who told you to smell so good, like a cub born to swear?" Tu Mengmeng couldn't help but laugh, despite not fully understanding the term straight. However, seeing Liu Piaopiao's ears turn red, she wondered if she was afraid of being liked by a male beast. "If we use soap to bathe, we'll all smell wonderful. Let's go make it now." Liu Piaopiao excitedly led the females back to the square. At that moment, in the expansive rabbit clan square, the males were tirelessly refining salt. In winter, food was scarce in the Zhehuang forest, but the trees were plentiful, and the bonfire blazed brightly. A massive stone pot filled with salt water bubbled vigorously. "Piaopiao, what do we need to prepare for making soap?" "I'll arrange it right away," Tu Ju said, always ready to assist her clever little female. Tu Ju, "I need the lard from wild boars, the white fatty part that you always discard," Liu Piaopiao thought, realizing the beast folk were increasingly food deprived yet still wasting resources. "Is the leftover from last night usable?" Tu Ju pointed to the side of the square where the boar's fat and entrails had been carelessly discarded after processing. Liu Piaopiao inspected it closely. Fortunately, the intestines were intact, and the lard was clean. Tu Ju washed the lard thoroughly, chop it into small pieces, and place it in a large pot to render the fat. Tu Ju nodded and instructed the males in the square to act swiftly. Soon, a large pot of fragrant, glistening lard was ready. "Piaopiao, this fat smells divine." Yang Yinyin gazed at the lard in the pot, unable to suppress her saliva. Liu Piaopiao stood on tiptoe, noticing that the lard had nearly melted down, with all the residue floating to the top. "This residue is edible. Add some salt, and it will taste delightful. I want to eat this. I want to eat it too." The females clamored excitedly. "Step back. Wait until we scoop out the residue," Tu Ju instructed, directing two male beast folk to use a large wooden spatula to extract the golden, crispy residue, placing in a clean stone jar. "Piaopiao, how much salt should we add?" Tu Ju inquired, recalling Liu Piaopiao mentioning that a bit of salt enhances the flavor. "Just 2 scoops with that large spatula should be enough," Liu Piaopiao estimated, knowing there was plenty to go around. The beast folk mixed the fried residue with salt, and Liu Piaopiao eagerly took a clean wooden spoon, scooping up a piece of golden, crispy, salted residue to taste. "Hurry up, it's delicious," she called to the nearby females. Chewing the flavorful morsel, the females eagerly grabbed the residue with their hands, exclaiming, "So fragrant, it's so tasty." Experiencing the rich flavors of fried food for the first time, they were utterly satisfied and delighted. The square buzzed with excitement. The males, though not as tempted, felt a sense of joy seeing their females so blissfully happy. Soon, the entire jar of crispy residue was polished off by the females. Piapiao, what do we need to do next? Tu Ju gazed affectionately at her wise little female. We will need Song Bai's help. Let him create a wooden box mold for us. As Liu Piaopiao's words came to an end, a resounding call echoed through the air. Song Bai, come forth, my dear, at once. In an instant, Song Bai dashed towards the square with the swiftness of a summoned deity. Liu Piaopiao stood momentarily stunned. After all, Tu Mingming commanded a horde of over 10 formidable beasts. What sorcery did she employ to manage her husbands? Liu Piaopiao mused that she ought to find time to seek her counsel on the art of husbandry. High Priest, Tu Ju's clan leader, Ming, what are your instructions? Song Bai inquired with a grave expression. Liu Piaopiao could not help but smile gently. We are to create soap and require you to craft several wooden boxes for us. Song Bai responded with utmost seriousness. High Priest, please specify the type of boxes you desire. Liu Piaopiao then instructed him to fashion several oversized rectangular wooden boxes, ideally hollowed from whole logs to prevent any leakage of oils. Song Bai immediately understood, leading a group of male beasts from the squirrel tribe as they swiftly made their way into the forest. Liu Piaopiao stroked her chin in contemplation, pondering which fragrant plants to use. When suddenly an idea struck her. Tu Ju, a few days ago upon my return from Bee City, I noticed a vast plum blossom grove not far from the rabbit tribe. Please fetch some plums for us. Very well. I shall retrieve them post-haste, Tu Ju replied, turning to command the beasts when a commotion arose from the distant forest. A massive white lion, clutching a plump wild elephant in its jaws, raced back towards them. Piapiao, your lion beast, is truly magnificent, exclaimed Tu Lan, nearly drooling in admiration. She seemed to have forgotten that she had firmly cast her vote for Tu Ju. Nevertheless, it appeared that her exclamations of praise for Tu Ju's beauty did not hinder her appreciation for another handsome beast. Liu Piaopiao couldn't suppress a chuckle at the thought. The enormous white lion tossed the wild elephant onto the square before transforming into a beastman. Liu Piaopiao had anticipated this moment and promptly retrieved a beast-skin skirt from her spatial pouch, wrapping it around his waist. Lion Bei gazed at the petite female with tenderness. I bear the scent of beast blood, Piaopiao. Allow me to cleanse myself before I embrace you. Lion Bei, do not rush to wash. Please assist me in fetching some plums from the grove that I wish to use them for soap. Lion Bei immediately broke into a smile, his large hand caressing Liu Piaopiao's delicate face. I shall go at once. This time he did not transform back into the white lion, but rather vanished in a series of swift leaps. It seemed that a fifth-tier male beast could move with astonishing speed, even in human form. Could he also wield a divine sword to slay ferocious beasts? Liu Piaopiao found herself lost in thought, gazing in the direction Lion Bei had disappeared. Piaopiao, Lion Bei is indeed a fifth-tier male beast. He stands as the most powerful being in the Zhuang forest. Tu Ju gently embraced Liu Piaopiao, relieved that with Lion Bei by her side, she need not worry about losing Piaopiao to Bee City. Liu Piaopiao remained unaware of Tu Ju's inner concerns and proceeded to instruct the male beasts to filter the ash from plants to create an alkaline solution. They then added this solution to the oils, stirring until fully dissolved. As they continued to stir and heat the mixture, Lion Bei approached, holding a large bouquet of vibrant red plums. His snow-white hair danced in the wind, and his gray eyes swirled with an alluring depth, while his godlike features and chiseled jawline exuded strength and charm with every movement. In that moment, a vision flashed in Liu Piaopiao's mind, a deity clad in splendid robes, with hair as white as snow, wielding a divine sword, approached her with a gaze both gentle and intoxicating. Piaopiao, what troubles you? Do you find satisfaction in the sight of your husband? Lion Bei asked as he stood before her, his heart swelling with sweetness at her captivated expression. Lion Bei, just now, for a fleeting moment, I felt as if I glimpsed another version of you. Liu Piaopiao confessed, sharing the fragmentary image that had appeared in her mind. Piaopiao, it is akin to the first time I laid eyes upon you, a feeling of familiarity that is profoundly etched in my heart. Thankfully, you are now my beloved. Having just cleansed himself, Lion Bei, After delivering his sweet words, freed one arm to envelop Liu Piaopiao tightly in his embrace. If not for the inappropriate timing and place, he would have cherished her fiercely, relishing every moment. Ahem, Piaopiao, everyone is eagerly awaiting your soap-making. Tuju interjected with a feigned cough. Liu Piaopiao's cheeks flushed crimson. It was challenging to maintain composure with such handsome beasts surrounding her. Ah, what a hussy I am, she lamented inwardly. Tuju, please crush these plums in the small stone pot. The oils are cooling. We shall mix them together. Very well, Tuju replied with a smile, directing the nearby beasts to take action. Finally, they poured the mixture into the wooden box molds crafted by Song Bai. Allowing it to cool, and as night fell, Huzhe and Jin Min returned with the male beasts of the tiger tribe, laden with their bounty. The beastmen busily processed the wild animal carcasses, and having experienced the delightful aroma of the oil residue earlier, they no longer buried it in pits. Instead, they utilized the large stone pots to refine salty salt and render fragrant lard. For their high priest had proclaimed that lard made their dishes delectable. That evening's bonfire ceremony transformed into a culinary training session for the high priest. Yes, first add the lard. Liu Piaopiao instructed the beastmen as she directed them in their cooking endeavors. High priest, what next? They eagerly inquired. Chop up the meat and add it in. Liu Piaopiao flitted about like a busy bee amidst the myriad small fires. The food is burning. Stir it. Add salt. Liu Piaopiao was unsure if it was exhaustion or urgency that caused beads of perspiration to form on her forehead. High priest, it smells divine. This stir-fried meat is simply exquisite. The beastmen exclaimed in delight. Indeed, the meat is fragrant, but high priest, you cannot partake. One male beast teased. Rabbit 6, speak no more, or I shall send you to meet your ancestors. Tuju scolded coldly. Liu Piaopiao chuckled awkwardly. It's fine, everyone relax. It was merely a jest. Haha. Alas, let me, this humble worker, be but a goddess. I cannot maintain this facade. Liu Piaopiao mused to herself. Piaopiao, the beastmen have learned to cook. You should return now, Tuju said as he approached Liu Piaopiao, taking her small hand and leading her back to their fire. You must taste this. It is my stir-fried meat strips that Tuju presented a bowl of freshly cooked pork stir-fry, gently feeding her with a wooden spoon. Delicious. I haven't had stir-fried dishes in ages. Liu Piaopiao's taste buds danced with joy, her heart bubbling with happiness. However, in moments of overwhelming joy, imperfections often intrude. Piaopiao, try this piece of meat I prepared. Jin Min offered a bowl of charred stir-fried meat, equally using a wooden spoon to extend it toward Liu Piaopiao. Upon seeing the burnt lump before her, she furrowed her brow slightly. Yet, as she met Jin Min's eager expression, she could not bring herself to refuse. After all, she would treat it as barbecued meat. With a sense of righteousness, she took a bite, only to sputter and spit it out. But it's not that I have a discerning palate. But, Jin Min, did you dump a mountain of salt in here? With Tuju's culinary skills in comparison to the clumsy efforts of the foolish leopard, the latter's dish lost all appeal. Jin Min awkwardly scratched his still-swelling pig-headed face, his expression comically innocent. Oh, if something cannot be done, then do not force it. It simply cannot be done. Huzhe coldly mocked, his own pig-headed visage now restored to a handsome, chiseled form, his words devoid of warmth. Liu Piaopiao couldn't help but admire the remarkable recovery abilities of the male beasts. Even minor injuries healed on the same day. You old tiger, you are the one who cannot do it. Jin Min clenched his fists, ready to retaliate, but upon catching sight of the uncontainable joy emanating from Tuju and Lion Bei, he instantly realized he could no longer be the scapegoat. Leaving the charming and alluring female to those two cunning males, Jin Min turned and embraced Liu Piaopiao, stubbornly resting his head against her neck. Piaopiao, I am in pain. My face feels like it's on fire. Please blow on it for me. Liu Piaopiao rolled her eyes in exasperation, a glimmer of golden light flickering in her palm as she gently brushed over his pig-headed face. Such an unattractive man acting all spoiled. It is truly infuriating. Jin Min suddenly planted a kiss on Liu Piaopiao's cheek, grinning widely. I knew you cared for me, Piaopiao. For your sake, I shall refrain from beating that foul tiger in the future. Had he considered that I might still take a swing at you? Jose, observing the foolish leopard before him, felt a surge of irritation. He was a leopard, not a mere pup. Yet here he was, incessantly kissing and licking Liu Piaopiao's face. What on earth was happening? Just as Jin Min's previously uplifted spirits were about to retaliate, Liu Piaopiao's small hand covered his mouth. All right, Jin Min, let us not argue with Jose. I am certain my soap-making venture was a success. Let's go and see. Liu Piaopiao sought to divert the attention of the two masculine beasts. Piaopiao, come quickly. Yang Yunyun squatted beside a row of neatly arranged soap molds, gently poking the solidified soap blocks with her finger. Rabbit Jew, bring me a bone knife, Liu Piaopiao said as she joined Yang Yunyun, also pressing down lightly. Feeling the soap had completely set, she intended to begin cutting it into smaller pieces. Rabbit Jew swiftly fetched a delicately crafted bone knife, squatting down to hand it to Liu Piaopiao, keenly observing her every move. Here you go, Yunyun. Try using this soap for your bath. It will leave you feeling fresh and clean. Liu Piaopiao sliced off a chunk of soap the size of her palm and handed it to Yang Yunyun. Piaopiao, we want soap too. The curious females surrounded her, eagerly extending their hands to receive the pieces of soap Liu Piaopiao distributed. Each of them excitedly held the soap, bringing it close to their noses to inhale its fragrance. A delightful scent reminiscent of plum blossoms. They marveled at their newfound treasure. But it tastes terrible, Rabbit Lawn remarked, eyeing the glossy soap that resembled jade, extending her tongue to taste a bit, only to scrunch her brows in distaste. Liu Piaopiao smiled at their curious expressions. Soap is not for eating. It is meant for bathing and washing clothes. We can produce more for our tribe in the future. Piaopiao, I'm off to the cave for a bath. This soap smells wonderful. My males will surely appreciate my fragrant scent. Rabbit Meng Meng exclaimed loudly, then happily dashed away. The females, inspired by her words, excitedly returned to their caves with the soap, while the orcs in the square eagerly embraced their respective females, returning in groups to their homes. Liu Piaopiao found herself utterly speechless. There was a complete lack of entertainment here, and the orcs seemed solely engrossed in matters of romance as night fell. She pondered whether she should devise some new games to offer the orcs some leisurely activities after their meals. Piaopiao, let us head back. I want to wash you with the soap, Jin Min said, his eyes sparkling with excitement, a radiant smile illuminating his face, rendering it somewhat dizzying to behold. Bathing with wool, and you all behave yourselves tonight. Liu Piaopiao cast a mock stern glance at the four imposing males encircling her. Piaopiao, it has become quite cold. Let us return. Jose, seemingly oblivious to Liu Piaopiao's warning, hoisted her up in his arms and strode confidently toward the hillside. He was well aware that his little female was, in truth, a paper tiger, gentle and kind at heart. Liu Piaopiao pounded her fists against Jose's shoulder, but to no avail. Beside them, Rabbit Jew and Lion Bay snickered at the scene. Upon returning to the cave, Liu Piaopiao sulked as she sat on a stone bench. Rabbit Jew approached with a set of freshly crafted garments, trying to appease her. Piaopiao, do not be angry. Try on the new dress I made for you. The cream-colored linen skirt was adorned with red hemp threads skillfully embroidered into lotus flowers, resembling the lotus mark on her ankle, and, of course, identical to the lotus bond tattoos on their chests. Rabbit Jew, you're incredibly clever. Have you taken up embroidery so quickly? Liu Piaopiao praised the meticulous and skilled Rabbit Jew that I discovered that wisteria sap could be used for dyeing. So I soaked the hemp threads in it, and upon drying, it turned out to be a beautiful red. Rabbit Jew beamed with pride at his handiwork, as long as his little female was pleased. He felt immense joy. Rabbit Jew, you could organize the orcs to learn as well. The linen can be dyed that I have many styles of dresses and trousers. You could be responsible for teaching the orcs about dyeing and garment making. Liu Piaopiao said, retrieving an ancient tome from her space, detailing the steps for crafting traditional long skirts, clothing, including undergarments and shorts. Except for Jose, who showed no interest, Lion Bay and Rabbit Jew sat on either side of Liu Piaopiao, meticulously studying and analyzing the text. Lion Bay admired the beautiful garments depicted in the tome, secretly contemplating making several lovely outfits for his little female. After several hours of study, night deepened, and darkness enveloped the cave. Piaopiao, I'm back, Jin Min, with his short hair damp and dripping, hands clasped behind his back, approached Liu Piaopiao with a radiant grin. Liu Piaopiao glanced at Lion Bay and Rabbit Jew. Did you both take notes? It is too dark to see now. I will show you in the daylight. I've noted everything, Piaopiao. I will craft you even more beautiful dresses. When you wear them, you will surely be the most stunning little female in the Huang continent. Rabbit Jew promised earnestly, examining Liu Piaopiao from head to toe. Lion Bay merely nodded indulgently, gently ruffling Liu Piaopiao's hair. Piaopiao, do you smell me? I just bathed in the river using your soap, Jin Min said, one hand still behind his back, while the other turned Liu Piaopiao to face him. Gosh, standing at a towering height of 195 centimeters, he had turned her body toward him so that her head was perfectly aligned with his impressive physique. The animal skin skirt hung loosely, her hair dripping with water, and tiny droplets adorned her skin. Was this some sort of alluring display? Liu Piaopiao felt her cheeks flush instantly. Piaopiao, here I picked this bouquet of fragrant plum blossoms just for you, Jin Min said, extending a bunch of bright red, fragrant flowers from behind his back. Thank you, Jin Min, I love it, Liu Piaopiao replied, accepting the bouquet with both hands, bringing it to her nose to inhale its fragrance. A gentle and enchanting smile unconsciously spreading across her lips, Huze stared, momentarily dumbfounded, a glint of disdain flashing in his eyes before quickly shifting to envy. Damn, that foolish leopard knows how to charm. Jin Min, overjoyed like a child, squatted down, cradling Liu Piaopiao's small head and planting a gentle kiss on her lips. It wasn't tea until Liu Piaopiao ran out of breath and playfully thumped his shoulder that he finally released her, grinning with pride. How was that? Pleasant, wasn't it? Today I brushed my teeth with willow twigs and chewed on those plum blossoms for quite a while. Liu Piaopiao shyly nodded. She hadn't even brushed her teeth yet. And this silly leopard was as reckless as he was adorable. Ate tea that moment. Huze and Lion Bay each grabbed a piece of soap and dashed out of the cave, transforming into fierce beasts racing toward the river. Rabbit Jew swiftly added firewood to the neighboring bathing area, eager to join Liu Piaopiao for a fragrant wash. Days passed, and the territory of the rabbit tribe was adorned with colorful linen hanging to dry. The orcs eagerly engaged in dyeing and garment making. Before long, the females donned vibrant clothing of various styles, and they learned from Liu Piaopiao to groom their hair neatly, adorning it with woven flowers made from colorful hemp thread. Recently, Songbai led the squirrel tribe-S orcs in creating numerous toothbrushes, combs, as well as wooden cabinets and chairs under Liu Piaopiao's guidance. Clearly, the quality of life for the orcs improved day by day. Piaopiao, with winter approaching and snow imminent, the orc tribes in Zhuang Forest will hold an exotic goods event, Rabbit Jew said, holding Liu Piaopiao's small hand as they walked and chatted. He led her through the fields to inspect the planted sweet potatoes, carrots, and some unknown greens. Rabbit Jew, we can use salt, linen, soap, and toothbrushes and combs to trade for valuable goods from other orc tribes, Liu Piaopiao exclaimed with enthusiasm, her eyes sparkling. Rabbit Jew halted, gently brushing his fingers against her delicate nose. Speaking with a tone of affection, this year, the orcs plan to host the exotic goods event in our rabbit tribe. I intend to have Huze assist in expanding the square in front of our territory. The orcs from Zhuang Forest are no less numerous than those from B City. Wow, are we turning this place into a trading center? Liu Piaopiao exclaimed in excitement, eager to discover what rare treasures other tribes possessed. Liu Piaopiao tugged at Rabbit Jew's hand, shaking it eagerly. Let us prepare quickly. How long will such an event last? Approximately 3 days later, as Tu Ju observed Liu Piaopiao's excited demeanor, he couldn't help but smile with delight. Her beautifully contoured and alluring lips curved upward in a most captivating manner. Liu Piaopiao raised her gaze and continued to inquire. Where did you use to exchange items? She pondered, with such a well-behaved appearance. Surely many females must have wanted to tease him. Tu Ju's smile blossomed even brighter as he replied. In the past, I wasn't yet an adult, and no females would bully me. He paused for a moment, and then added. However, there's one little female who constantly picks on me. And that's you. I find it hard to believe that with your striking looks, no female has confessed her feelings to you. Liu Piaopiao teased, playfully pinching Tu Ju's face. which still bore the cherubic roundness of youth. How delightful it felt! Tu Ju shook his head and suddenly pulled Liu Piaopiao into a princess carry, bending down with a joyful laugh. In previous years, we would always exchange goods in the territories of the Tiger Clan or the Wolf Clan. Now that the Tiger Clan has begun to live alongside us, I suspect future exchanges will occur within the Rabbit Clan. With such a beautiful little female like you, I truly wish to keep you away from the prying eyes of other foreign males. Nestled in his embrace, Liu Piaopiao savored the sweetness of the moment and softly replied, "What does it matter if they see? I only want you and a few of your beastly companions. Piaopiao, you are the high priestess of our Zhuang forest. There is hardly a beast clan unaware of your existence." Tu Ju's tone faltered as he recalled the might of Wanshou City and the fallen Beast City, tightening his grip around Liu Piaopiao's waist with a hint of concern. Lion Bei and Hu Zhe, along with Jin Min, have recently been hunting for our Rabbit Clan, stockpiling enough meat for winter. They will spend their days training in the Beast God Mountain to enhance their beastly powers. I understand your worries, Tu Ju, since you mentioned that there are no beast clans unaware of my presence on the Zhuang continent. We must face this bravely, Liu Piaopiao reassured, wrapping her arms around his neck and resting her head against his chin. I know, Piaopiao. Lion Bei is already a 5th-tier beast. There is no beastman in Wanshou City who can defeat him. Lately, I have felt an unsettling calm, as if something is amiss. Tu Ju, don't overthink it. There is no need to worry about events that have yet to occur. Let's focus on the upcoming exchanges with the various beast clans. Piaopiao, do you have any good ideas? Our available caves for accommodation are quite limited. And if the exchange activities last several days, I genuinely do not know how to arrange for the foreign beastmen. We could have Song Bai and the others construct a few temporary wooden houses in the square. In fact, I've had an idea. Liu Piaopiao began as Tu Ju carried her to the square. Gently placing her down, he looked tenderly at the petite female before him and asked, "Piaopiao, what are your thoughts?" At that moment, Lion Bei and Hu Zhe returned, having evidently just washed themselves in the river, droplets of water glistening on their long hair. "Piaopiao, Jin Min's beastly powers are too weak. He mentioned wanting to train in the Beast God Mountain and will return tomorrow." Lion Bei declared with an air of righteousness, "Tomorrow? Won't the beasts in the Beast God Mountain be even more ferocious at night? That foolish leopard could take his time with training." Liu Piaopiao expressed her concern. Her brows furrowed. Hu Zhe wrapped Liu Piaopiao tightly in his arms, assuring her, "Don't worry. Though he's a 3rd-tier leopard beast, he's the fastest when it comes to retreating." Lion Bei and Hu Zhe exchanged glances, quickly averting their eyes. They would definitely not disclose to Liu Piaopiao that they had beaten Jin Min up and tossed him into the Beast God Mountain for his incessant insults. "Hu Zhe, let me go. You two returned just in time. I have a plan I wish to discuss with you," Liu Piaopiao said, gently patting Hu Zhe's broad back. "A kiss, then I'll let you go." Hu Zhe replied, his voice deep and laced with allure. Liu Piaopiao tilted her head up and pressed a kiss on his chin. In response, Hu Zhe leaned down and delivered a forceful deep kiss, releasing her only when she was nearly breathless. "Piaopiao, what is your plan?" Lion Bei asked, ruffling Liu Piaopiao's hair. Tu Ju informed me that this year, the Beast clans of Zhuang Forest will conduct an exchange of items within the Rabbit Clan. I was thinking that if Wanshou City can accommodate countless Beast clans simultaneously, then we in Zhuang Forest could follow suit. Liu Piaopiao's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she looked at everyone. However, we do not possess the same well-developed facilities as Wanshou City. Hu Zhe scratched his head, pondering. Liu Piaopiao's expression grew resolute. "We shall implement it step by step. We can first construct castle for the Rabbit Clan and the Tiger Clan. If other Beast clans wish to join us, they must abide by the rules we established." Tu Ju nodded in agreement, acknowledging that this idea held merit. It would ensure a more equitable distribution of resources, preventing weaker Beast clans from facing precarious situations. After a moment of contemplation, Hu Zhe concurred, but noted that initial challenges would undoubtedly arise due to the differing customs of each clan, which could lead to conflicts. Then it will be up to you to maintain order with the Tiger Clan. Lion Bei clapped Hu Zhe on the shoulder, his internal agreement with Liu Piaopiao's proposal evident. As long as the Beast clans of Zhuang Forest united, Wanshou City and Fallen Beast City would pose no threat. Night fell, During the Rabbit clan's bonfire ceremony, Ju proclaimed with a resounding voice that the Rabbit clan and the Tiger clan would construct a grand castle. The beastmen erupted in excitement and cheers. High Priestess, Clan Leader Ju, Clan Leader Huze, Leader Lion Bei, we shall heed your commands. Piapiao, will our Rabbit clan become the Wanshou city of Zhuang Forest in the future? Rabbit Schwerer gazed at Liu Piaopiao with excitement. We shall not call it Wanshou city, Liu Piaopiao replied, pursing her lips in thought before declaring. Let us name it Zhuang Beast City. Any beastman who abides by the city rules may apply for residency. Zhuang Beast City sounds splendid. Then our city lord shall be High Priestess Liu Piaopiao. Huze lifted Liu Piaopiao's arm, facing the beastmen as he announced loudly. City Lord High Priestess, City Lord High Priestess. The beastmen cheered enthusiastically, as if invigorated. Liu Piaopiao looked at the crowd, her tone solemn. Thank you all, but the management of Zhuang Beast City shall still rest with the three leaders, Lion Bei, Huze, and Ju in due time. Once our castle is complete, we will outline the rules of the Beast City, and I hope everyone will abide by them. We shall certainly adhere to the rules of the High Priestess. The beastmen responded resolutely. Liu Piaopiao nodded in satisfaction, thinking to herself, they are all straightforward and earnest beasts, merely wishing to see their clan flourish and improve the lives of their kin. The following morning, under the bright sunshine, Liu Piaopiao awoke early to begin planning the layout of the castle. She retrieved ancient texts on castle construction from her spatial storage, paging through them to share with Lion Bei, Huze, and Ju. Every aspect of the castle's design and construction was meticulous and perfect, igniting an unprecedented thirst for knowledge in the three males, who began discussing and researching with great detail. Piaopiao, this castle even includes escape tunnels and a network of sewage systems. We will need assistance from the Pangolin clan. Ju analyzed the castle blueprints earnestly. Piaopiao, there are mechanisms atop the walls. These designs are remarkably clever, Lion Bei noted, realizing that constructing this castle would rival the grandeur of Wanshou City. Indeed, with these mechanisms in place, our Zhuang Beast City will be easy to defend and difficult to attack, ensuring the utmost safety within our walls. Huze agreed, satisfaction evident in his tone. Liu Piaopiao nodded approvingly, her voice unwittingly laced with playful reproach. Then the responsibility of building the castle shall fall to my three beastly husbands. Thank you for your hard work. Unburdened by toil, the three formidable beasts exhibited an unprecedented synergy, speaking in unison. Upon hearing the petite female declare herself as their beast husband, a sweet warmth enveloped their hearts. Liu Piaopiao was instantly filled with effervescent joy, basking in the bliss of a happy life. The prowess of the male beasts was astonishingly robust, and that very day, they mobilized the beastmen into action. The caves and plazas currently inhabited by the Rabbit tribe were preserved, destined to become the city gate's way station. Starting from the plaza's outskirts, they cleared the land, felled trees, quarried stones, constructed houses, and erected city walls. With the concerted efforts of the beastmen, within a fortnight, the castle began to take shape. Beasts from the Zhuang Forest gradually gathered in the Rabbit tribe's territory to partake in this year's winter festivities. At this moment, Liu Piaopiao donned an exquisite gown she had personally crafted from rabbit silk, her hair styled in a high ponytail, adorned with two delicate braids resembling dragon whiskers, draped in a splendid snow fox cloak, radiating enchanting brilliance. Esteemed High Priestess, I am Xiongbai, the chieftain of the Panda tribe. It is a great honor to meet you, Xiongbai declared respectfully, placing his hand over his heart as he bowed to Liu Piaopiao. Welcome to the Rabbit tribe, Chieftain Xiongbai, Liu Piaopiao replied graciously. High Priestess, we the Panda tribe have brought numerous local specialties that I hope you will graciously accept them, Xiongbai said, gesturing for his kin to present the offerings. Liu Piaopiao gazed over, observing baskets brimming with tender bamboo shoots and exquisite bamboo crafts. Thank you, Chieftain Xiongbai. You are exceedingly generous, she replied with a smile. Liu Piaopiao picked up a bamboo basket, weighing it in her hands. The Panda beastmen are adept at working with bamboo. High Priestess, our Rabbit tribe also possesses many fine goods. Perhaps we can exchange some items later, Rabbit Ju cheerfully suggested. To be honest, High Priestess, our panda tribe has not stored any beast crystals this year, and we have been without salt for quite some time. Our females have truly suffered, Xiongbai lamented, his eyes glistening with emotion. Chieftain Xiongbai, we have plenty of salt. I am quite fond of your bamboo baskets. We can certainly trade some for salt. Liu Piaopiao comforted him. Xiongba's eyes lit up with excitement. Thank you. High Priestess, that would be wonderful. Point two of our females are expecting panda cubs, and without salt, I fear they may not endure a smooth delivery. They vomit incessantly upon consuming fresh blood. Herbivorous beastmen, especially pregnant females. What do you expect when you make them drink fresh blood? Liu Piaopiao felt a wave of compassion for these beasts that ate tea that moment. The hippo chieftain approached Liu Piaopiao with several of his kin. Esteemed High Priestess, we of the hippo tribe are grateful for your blessings and have brought you some delectable fish. Please accept them. Thank you, Chieftain Hippo. Liu Piaopiao smiled and nodded. Rabbit Jew immediately instructed the rabbit tribe's beastmen to gather the gift presented by the two chieftains. In the rabbit tribe's plaza, an increasing number of beastmen from various tribes arrived, all bearing or carrying goods in throngs. Huz led a contingent of over 20 male beasts, patrolling to ensure the territory's safety. Sherbei directed other male beasts of the tiger tribe, diligently working on the castle's construction. Jin Min remained by Liu Piaopiao's side at all times, safeguarding her well-being. Rabbit Jew orchestrated the rabbit tribe's efforts, delineating areas for each tribe and arranging the items on wooden tables or on animal skins laid on the ground. The territory of the rabbit tribe had transformed into a bustling marketplace. Curious and exhilarated, Liu Piaopiao perused the stalls of the beastmen. Indeed, women have an innate love for shopping. The panda tribe sold dried bamboo shoots, bamboo baskets, and bamboo containers. The hippo tribe offered an array of fish and shrimp. The pangolin tribe sold various medicinal herbs. The leopard tribe displayed rare animal skins. Upon reaching the monkey tribe, Liu Piaopiao halted her steps. Esteemed High Priestess, do we possess any items that may pique your interest? Inquired a slender, tall female monkey beastman, her tone warm and respectful. Is that fruit wine you have in that ceramic jar? Liu Piaopiao asked, intrigued by the scent of alcohol. Esteemed High Priestess, you have named this divine nectar fruit wine. The monkey female responded, astonished. Divine nectar? Is it not merely ordinary fruit wine of the lower alcohol content variety? How has it become divine nectar? Liu Piaopiao felt a surge of confidence in her knowledge, realizing she could easily impress others for a century. This is called fruit wine, produced through the fermentation of fruits, Liu Piaopiao explained, nodding towards the jar. Then it shall be named fruit wine from now on. To be frank, we obtained this from the 10,000 Beast City. A few sips will leave one dizzy and enchanted, the monkey female elaborated. Liu Piaopiao smiled gently. This fruit wine can induce relaxation and joy, making it a rare commodity for weary beastmen, thus perfectly suited for exchange. The monkey female's eyes sparkled with excitement. The High Priestess is indeed astute. We only discovered that foreign tribes were interested in this fruit wine by chance, prompting us to bring it for trade. Tea that moment. A young monkey tugged at the hem of the female monkey's hide skirt, whispering, "Ma, may I also have a taste of this fruit wine?" It turned out she was the tribe shaman, yet appeared emaciated and malnourished. The monkey shaman hesitated. "Dear, our tribe currently lacks food. You cannot drink this fruit wine. Ma needs it to trade for provisions." Behind the monkey female and the little one stood several male beastmen, all appearing gaunt and undernourished. Winter had only just begun, and their tribe was already without food. What would happen in midwinter? Would many perish from hunger? Liu Piaopiao felt a pang of sympathy, reaching out to gently stroke the small, adorable monkey. "Sister is good food. I will bring you some shortly." She then turned to Jin Min. "Please fetch some food for this little monkey." "Wait here. I shall return right away," Jin Min replied, swiftly heading to the rabbit tribe's stall, where there were some dried fruits to offer the little monkey. The little monkey's eyes suddenly brightened, gazing at Liu Piaopiao with anticipation. "My ma says you are the most beautiful and esteemed High Priestess of the Zhehuang continent." "Thank you, Acheng." Liu Piaopiao raised her hand, gently covering her mouth with a smile, finding the little monkey quite clever. Like tea that moment, the monkey shaman placed her hand over her heart and bowed. expressing gratitude. Thank you, esteemed High Priestess. Your kindness and compassion have brought hope to the lowly beastmen of the Zhuang Forest. Did your monkey tribe bring only fruit wine today? Liu Piaopiao inquired, glancing at their wooden table, which, apart from a few jars of fruit wine, held nothing else. The monkey shaman's face clouded with worry. Indeed, we have no food. The fruits in the forest are depleted. Grass is increasingly scarce, and hunting is not a skill our male beasts possess. Alas, Liu Piaopiao pondered for a moment. Monkeys are known for their keen learning abilities and quick wits. They simply had yet to become civilized. The burgeoning Zhuang bee city would undoubtedly require a substantial workforce for textiles and handicrafts. Why not start with the monkey tribe? Allow them to exchange labor for food? Shaman, the Zhuang bee city we are currently establishing will feature workshops. Once completed, your monkey tribe's beastmen may apply to reside there and earn food through labor. The monkey shaman's eyes sparkled with delight. Esteemed High Priestess, can we truly, though we lack experience, we will exert our utmost effort to fulfill your commands. Liu Piaopiao smiled. There will be those to guide you. You need only apply yourselves earnestly. The surrounding beastmen murmured among themselves, their gazes drifting toward the grand beast city that was taking shape behind them, each eye reflecting a glimmer of aspiration. Like tea that moment. Little Chung tugged at the shaman's garment. Ma, I want to go. This way we can eat our fill. The shaman nodded resolutely, immediately offering a jar of fruit wine to Liu Piaopiao. Grateful thanks. Esteemed High Priestess, this fruit wine was gifted to us by the Lord of the 10,000 Beast City when we traded precious females for food, that if you would not disdain it, please accept our respect. Humph, we have no need for the offerings from the City of Beasts. Jin Min, clutching a handful of dried fruits and cakes, stormed over to Liu Piaopiao and shouted angrily. The monkey clan's shaman froze, her hand holding the ceramic jar momentarily halted, while the little monkey quickly hid behind her, timidly glancing at the fierce Jin Min. Liu Piaopiao, aware of Jin Min's animosity towards the City of Beasts, linked her arm with his and cooed, Jin Min, that is all in the past. Our grievances with the City of Beasts do not concern other beastmen. Moreover, there are many advanced items in the City of Beasts that are worth learning from. Let us not dwell on this any longer, shall we? Do you like the things from the City of Beasts? Jin Min asked, looking at the little female with a hint of confusion. Deep down, he felt a flicker of concern that she might grow fond of that place simply because of its abundant resources. Liu Piaopiao was momentarily speechless, exasperated by this foolish leopard at that moment. She wished Tiger Zay would come and give him a good thrashing that I don't like the things from the City of Beasts. Just look at this fruit wine, the pottery, and the ironware from there. It is evidently more advanced than what the Forest Beast clan possesses. Right? Our Zhuang Bee City must learn from the strengths of others while avoiding their weaknesses that... Oh, you understand. Jin Min placed the dried fruits and cakes on the monkey clan's table, gazing at Liu Piaopiao with a look of partial comprehension, his eyes still reflecting innocence and a certain foolish clarity. Suddenly, Liu Piaopiao felt a twinge of guilt for perhaps being too harsh. She playfully flicked his forehead and said with a smile, what I desire is for Zhuang Beast City to thrive beyond all other bee cities in the future, not because I like the possessions of others. The only things I cherish are those you give me. Jin Min's expression instantly brightened, and he beamed with joy. Brother is no longer fierce. Mama, I want to eat these dried fruits and the white stuff. The little monkey, having emerged from behind the shaman, licked its lips eagerly, gazing expectantly at the food on the table. Jin Min picked up a cake and handed it to him, saying, here you go. Little one, this is called a cake. It will stave off hunger. You herbivorous beastmen will surely enjoy it. The shaman lovingly patted the little monkey's head, nodding with a smile, while the little monkey eagerly accepted the cake, breaking it into pieces to share with the shaman and several male beastmen behind her. The beastmen took small bites of the cake, savoring each morsel slowly, fearful that eating too quickly would rob them of the satisfaction of the food. Liu Piaopiao felt a pang of bitterness. It was the first time she had witnessed the plight of the lower-tier beastmen, who suffered from hunger and deprivation. I truly enjoy this fruit wine. I will exchange the flour used to make these cakes for it, Liu Piaopiao declared. She was well aware that the rabbit clan had ample stores of wheat and flour, enough to sustain more beastmen. The faces of the monkey clan lit up with surprise. And the shaman, trembling with excitement, gently set down the ceramic jar, clutching her heart, and knelt on one knee, saying, "Is that true? Noble high priestess, you are the goddess sent by the beast god to the Zhuang forest." The males behind her and the little monkey followed suit, bowing in respect. "Please rise. How many beastmen do you have in your monkey clan?" Liu Piaopiao gently helped the shaman to her feet. A flicker of sorrow crossed the shaman's eyes as she replied, "Noble high priestess, due to hunting difficulties and a lack of food, we have lost more than 10 of our kin in recent days. Currently, only 35 beastmen remain. This fruit wine is sufficient to trade for a month's worth of food for you. Come to our Zhuang Beast City to work in exchange for sustenance." Liu Piaopiao concluded, beckoning the distant two Jew to come over for the transaction to make tea that moment. The leader of the alpaca clan hurried to Liu Piaopiao, bowing as he said, "Noble high priestess, our alpaca clan also possesses sufficient labor capacity. Please grant us the opportunity to reside in Zhuang Beast City." Liu Piaopiao walked towards the alpaca clan stall, which was adorned with animal skins and filled with fresh alfalfa to her delight. She noticed an array of dried ginger, chili peppers, Sichuan pepper, and bundles of garlic. Leader of the alpaca clan, the request to reside in Zhuang Beast City requires a detailed discussion with our city leader. Did you gather these plants from a forest, or did you cultivate them yourself? Liu Piaopiao squatted down, examining the spices. "Noble high priestess, all these were cultivated from seeds our clan members brought back from the forest. However, very few beastmen appreciate these pungent plants. Only the city of beasts has exchanged some salt with us," the alpaca leader replied candidly. And oh wonder the roasted meat she had eaten in the city of beasts was so fragrant. These spices were indeed treasures. Liu Piaopiao waved her hand and exchanged salt for their goods. Meanwhile, Tu Ju, watching his beloved little female, smiled indulgently, knowing the thing she cherished would surely prove valuable. It was evident that the peculiarities of the Zhuang forest attracted lower-tier beastmen who lacked offensive capabilities. Like humans, beastmen were drawn to the strong. Most powerful beast clans preferred trading in the city of beasts. Liu Piaopiao couldn't help but chuckle at herself, realizing that her beast city was primarily focused on sheltering the impoverished from the forest. Nevertheless, she believed that her efforts would allow the lower-tier beastmen to live better lives. Piaopiao, there's nothing particularly remarkable here. The beastmen always have these items every year. There's nothing novel. Let us go check out the newly renovated houses in the castle. Lion Bei said he would build you a spacious and comfortable bathroom. Let us go see, Jin Min suggested, grasping Liu Piaopiao's hand, his eyes